Chapter 1. Taking Advantage. This system is designed to exploit the advantages of other systems, exceptionally skilled in seizing opportunities from the target system. Rejoice, host! Countless systems across the myriad realms await your presence. In the kingdom of Clark, within the city of Soto, a young boy clad in splendid attire walked down the street, his mouth agape, seemingly taken aback by some startling information. Pardon my interruption, but please refrain from cheering just yet. What is it, little host? Is your function solely to take advantage of the target system? Can you not do anything else? What happens if the target system is not identified? Host, I have high hopes for you. Do your best. Stop playing dead. Come out. It has been 8 years since I traversed to this wretched place. After enduring all this time, I finally receive a golden finger, only to find it this way, reliant on other system advantages. Taking advantage? That requires the existence of advantages to seize. Is it so easy to encounter a host with a system? Ding! Proceed 100 meters and turn left. A store of jars from the myriad realms has been discovered, owned by Lin Fan, a novice system host, non-threatening, can be locked onto. Goodness, I can actually encounter a host with a system? I've seen Douluo, but there's nothing like this. The boy with short legs dashed towards the target at great speed. Bang! He burst through a dilapidated wooden door. Astonished by the scene before him, a ragged young man struggled to arrange a collection of rather unremarkable jars onto a table, which creaked precariously, as if ready to collapse at any moment. What a pitiful little shop. Are you certain this is a system? He appears so destitute, how could he possibly offer any advantages? The boy's eyebrows twitched, filled with skepticism. Umph. Do not let the shabby appearance deceive you. It is utterly impossible to cause any damage here. Although the owner, Lin Fan, currently possesses no strength, he is invincible in this humble domain. Furthermore, please refrain from contacting me here if discovered. Being locked onto a blacklist would be quite troublesome. Surely not. Is he truly so stingy about a trivial advantage? It's not as if he's losing a chunk of flesh. Of course, would you be pleased if someone exploited your resources without your consent? That makes sense. Welcome. I am Lin Fan, the proprietor of this establishment, the jar shop of the myriad realms. Within these jars lies an abundance of possibilities, making it easy to forge a powerful being. The young man introduced himself with a broad smile. I am Muyun. Do these jars truly contain items that can transform me into a powerful being? The boy introduced himself, feigning skepticism as a necessary act, for it was indeed unreasonable not to question such an absurd claim of becoming strong through jars. Absolutely. This is the jar shop of the myriad realms, and our reputation is impeccable. With a modicum of wealth and a dash of luck, becoming a powerful being is merely a matter of time. Lin Fan pounded his chest, genuinely concerned he might inadvertently knock himself out in the process. Stop haggling, do you not trust me? What's the price? If it's reasonable, I shall purchase all of them. Muyun stood tall and confident, exuding an air of superiority that it is impossible to buy. All our shop has its rules. A single individual may only purchase a maximum of 10 jars within 7 days, and each jar costs 100,000 gold soul coins. Lin Fan responded, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. 100,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. Although it may be deemed a bargain compared to the treasures that could be unearthed from the jars, the new store has yet to establish its reputation, and such a price could easily deter potential customers. The young boy across from him, despite his fine attire, might not be able to afford such a hefty sum. That's rather steep. Lin, as the new proprietor, shouldn't you be offering some promotions? After all, I am your very first customer. Surely you can provide a discount? Muyun's brows knitted together in a display of distress. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, determined to make a strong opening. Selling the jars would benefit him as the store manager, for each sale would grant him access to exclusive jars, thereby enhancing his true power. Currently, he was invincible within the confines of the shop, but outside, he was merely a weakling. Very well, to celebrate our grand opening, I shall offer you a one-time discount of 90%. 10,000 gold soul coins per jar. How many would you like, dear Muyun? Clunk! With a resounding thud, a large parcel was tossed onto the table, and Muyun's confidence surged once more. Here are 100,000 gold soul coins. I want 10 jars. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The sudden appearance of the parcel indicated the presence of storage equipment, an uncommon item within the Douluo world. To produce 100,000 gold soul coins so effortlessly suggested that the boy possessed far greater wealth than he had initially assumed. That earlier display of discomfort was certainly an act. Could it be that he had been outsmarted by a mere child? Grinding his teeth, Lin Fan retrieved 10 jars. As a novice store manager, many pretentious tactics were still beyond his reach. Mu Yun wasted no time. He seized the specialized hammer and began to strike the jars with practiced ease. Could it be that this child was no novice to breaking jars? How could he be so adept? Lin Fan found himself spiraling into self-doubt once more. Lin, stop daydreaming. Quickly, help me see what treasures I've acquired. Mu Yun urged excitedly, bouncing on his feet. Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. This reaction was more fitting, indicating he had perhaps overthought the situation. Let me inspect your spoils. As he glanced over, Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief and look once more. 9 purples and 1 gold. This was utterly preposterous. The classification of items within the jars was as follows. Ordinary level represented by white, rare level by blue, perfect level by purple, legendary level by gold, and epic level by colorful. Unbeknownst to others, Lin Fan, as the store manager, was acutely aware that the probability of obtaining a purple jar was exceedingly low. Securing a blue one was already considered a stroke of good fortune. Yet here they were, presented with 9 purples and 1 gold. Even if one were the favored child of destiny, or even if the heavens themselves descended, such an outcome would remain elusive. After all, the system would not favor anyone, not even the divine could alter its workings. Well, what do you think? Has something remarkable emerged? Speak up, Manager Lin. Mu Yun continued to rub his hands together in excitement, bouncing around with an expression of innocent glee. 3 Awakening pills for martial souls, which allow for a secondary awakening upon absorption. A soul power enhancement elixir, which directly boosts soul power without any side effects. A cell reinforcement serum, which enhances physical attributes upon injection, also free from side effects. Chapter 2. Evolution of the Martial Soul. Vision of the Void Spirit, which allows one to perceive illusions and discern the essence of things. Premium Strength Pill, which grants an immediate increase of immense strength. 1,000-year Soul Ring Essence, which enhances the longevity of a soul ring to 1,000 years. Advanced Observation Hockey, hailing from the world of pirates, which heightens one's perceptive abilities. Demon Fruit, the rubber fruit, a rule-based fruit capable of propelling everything away, including both tangible and intangible entities. Well, congratulations. So many splendid items have emerged. Will you use them here and now? Or? Lin Fan scrutinized Mu Yun with a peculiar expression, making it hard not to harbor doubts. Despite being a novice store manager, he was aware that the current situation was far from normal. The emergence of the demon fruit from the pirate world on the very first day of the store's opening, before any connections to other worlds had been established, was perplexing. Good things should be used promptly. Keeping them on hand feels unsafe. I shall use them all right now. Without hesitation, Mu Yun manifested his martial soul. Suddenly, a plump pig materialized out of thin air, directly pinning little Mu Yun beneath its weight. Meow. With a heartstring-tugging cry, Lin Fan spat out his tea. Is that a cat? Yes, an orange cat. Struggling to extricate himself from beneath the orange cat, Mu Yun wore an expression of utter frustration. Every time I summon him, he appears right above my head and always lands on me. No matter how prepared I am, I can never escape it. It's utterly maddening. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say 9 out of 10 orange cats are fat, and the 10th one is a couch potato. Yours certainly fits the bill, Lin Fan remarked, his gaze reflecting skepticism towards the combat prowess of this orange cat martial soul. Manager Lin, there's no need for doubt. The combat effectiveness of this fellow is, quite frankly, beyond words. Why martial soul underwent a mutation during its awakening. The qualities of a feline martial soul: speed, sharp claws, fangs, grace, stealth, and shadowy evasion have all been entirely bypassed. The only skill retained is an adorable slap. And oh, sooner had he spoken than the orange cat delivered a gentle pat on Mu Yun's back, so light, so soft, so endearing. Mu Yun involuntarily emitted a sound that was decidedly uncharacteristic of his age. Lin Fan was once again taken aback. What was this situation? It was so enchanting that he felt an irresistible urge to rush over and receive a pat himself. The strokes from this fellow possess no offensive power, they merely induce a profound sense of comfort, an exquisite comfort, as if all fatigue and troubles have been swept away. Mu Yun helplessly pinched the little paw of the orange cat, soft and plump, truly delightful. Banishing fatigue sounds quite appealing. Opening a massage parlor would surely be profitable. In this industry, the fees for a gold medalist are exorbitantly high. If one were to inadvertently attract a wealthy patron, think of how many years of struggle could be spared. Lin Fan began to muse, his voice trailing off abruptly, tinged with awkwardness. What was he saying? How old could the other party be? 6, 7, or perhaps 8? Too young. Quite inappropriate indeed. Mu Yun, however, was unfazed. He instinctively rubbed his nose, realizing that he had already accomplished all that Lin Fan spoke of. Since awakening the Orange Cat martial spirit, he had achieved the pinnacle of the industry in just 2 short years, commanding a fee that was substantial otherwise he wouldn't have so carelessly spent 100,000 gold soul coins. Yet, it was precisely because of his excessive wealth accumulation through such means that his notoriety reached his family, leading to a coalition of elders sanctioning him and ultimately expelling him from the clan. Fortunately, many influential figures among his clientele discreetly aided him in preserving his fortune, otherwise he would have been left destitute. Ah, it is indeed a tale steeped in sorrow. Power, power, I crave power. Each time Mu Yun recollected the greedy visages of those elders attempting to seize his hard-earned wealth, an insatiable yearning for strength surged within him. Now the opportunity had arrived. Big Orange consumed this devil fruit. After a moment contemplation, Mu Yun issued the command. Without hesitation, the Orange Cat martial spirit devoured the devil fruit. When it came to eating, he was a consummate expert. There was nothing he dared not consume. Little Mu Yun was quite generous, purchasing any food he encountered, regardless of its peculiar nature or taste. Big Orange was equally unselective, indulging in everything. Mu Yun secretly entertained the notion that perhaps, by chance, Big Orange might evolve after consuming something extraordinary. However, reality proved starkly different from his aspirations. There was no mutation, only an incessant weight gain, transforming him into an orange pig. Lin Fan was once again astounded by little Mu Yun's audacity. You didn't eat this devil fruit yourself? You actually fed it to your martial spirit? And it can indeed consume it? A martial spirit is merely a manifestation of ability, not a true entity. How could it possibly eat? What exactly is this? A martial spirit or a beast tamer? Faced with Lin Fan's confusion, Mu Yun rolled his eyes. How would I know? If an explanation is necessary, I can only say that mutation is always a possibility. His primary concern now was Big Orange's condition. If consuming the devil fruit yielded no effect, then he truly would be at a loss, without recourse. As time passed gradually, Big Orange showed no signs of change. Alas, it seems ineffective. I told you, feeding the martial spirit a devil fruit would yield no results. It was a waste of a golden legend. Lin Fan sighed, expressing his regret. After all, this was a golden legend devil fruit. Consuming it could mean ascending to greatness, merely a matter of time. However, Mu Yun's eyes reflected not disappointment, but an escalating excitement. Though the appearance of the Orange Cat's spirit remained unchanged, and its skill was still merely the adorable slap, an intriguing addition was Medea said of parentheses behind the skill. Adorable slap. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips. Big Orange consumed those 3 soul awakening elixirs. Ah woo! As the Orange Cat's spirit completed its meal, little Mu Yun couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. It worked. Come, come, come. I shall grant you the observation hockey, and this broken illusion spirit, I as well. Orange Cat's spirit variant awakened. Innate abilities, broken illusion spirit I, advanced observation hockey. Innate combat skills, adorable slap, fatigue, damage, poison, dizziness, hallucination, petrification, and other abnormal states. Comprehended combat skills, cat air cannon by repeatedly slapping the air to compress it, forming a cat paw-shaped air cannon with immense power. Cat slap fly can send others or oneself flying to a designated or random location without harm. Space opening palm by incessantly striking spatial barriers. One can create space, requiring special spatial attributes as a medium. Goodness, this is akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon. Big Orange, you've truly become formidable. Let's see who dares to call you a useless spirit now, and who dares to say I can only live my life as a cough, cough, cough. Mu Yun nearly revealed his little secret with a furtive glance at Lin Fan before picking up other items. Now it's my turn. Chapter 3. Soul Ring Selection. Cell Reinforcement Potion, activate. Soul Power Enhancement Potion, activate. Super Strength Pill, activate. As the potions took effect, Mu Yun felt an invigorating surge of life energy coursing through him, as if every cell was rejoicing. Coupled with the overflowing soul power, even after he exerted all his strength to compress it, he had reached a saturation point. He felt that if he did not break through soon, he might explode. After all, he had awakened his spirit 2 years ago, having long since reached the 10th level threshold for a breakthrough. However, he had repeatedly compressed his soul power to solidify his foundation, which was why he had delayed his advancement. Now, he was at his limit, on the verge of a violent eruption. Humph! Without a soul ring, what good is this? Be quiet. Faced with such a dire situation, Mu Yun remained unperturbed, slapping his forehead nonchalantly. The soul power, which had been on the brink of spiraling out of control, suddenly calmed down. Seeing his deft maneuver, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. It appeared that the adorable slap's efficacy was far more formidable than the world had recognized. Even without this evolution, it was certainly not a mere spirit that only brought joy to one's body and mind. Noticing Lin Fan's reaction, Mu Yun smiled broadly, realizing that his little secret had seemingly been uncovered. As a transmigrator, he understood the importance of survival. After the first time he had allowed the orange cat spirit to slap him, he discovered that the adorable slap not only alleviated fatigue, restoring his physical condition to its peak, but also liberated the shackles of life within the human body. The human race is inherently frail, standing as one of the weakest among the myriad of celestial beings. It is not merely in comparison to the inherently powerful races such as gods, demons, spirits, and monsters, even against ordinary beasts, the physical constitution of humanity often falls short. This predicament arises from the shackles of life, akin to chains that firmly restrict the potential of human physicality that are in the realm of Douluo continent. The classification of martial spirits is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Essentially, this hierarchy represents the unlocking of live shackles, elevating one's existence, ultimately transcending the mortal realm to attain divinity. The specific means to achieve this is through soul rings, harnessing their immense energy to break free from these constraints. Remarkably, Mu Yun's martial spirit abilities exhibit an exceptional uniqueness. They bypass the conventional soul rings and directly dismantle the shackles of life, and not merely. Once over the past 2 years, Mu Yun has shattered the limitations 5 times. Thus, despite being merely a novice at level 10, his life level rivals that of Soul King, exceeding level 50. Furthermore, with the recent application of a cellular enhancement potion, Mu Yun's physical prowess has reached the pinnacle of a Soul King. However, this time, the shackles of life are exceptionally robust, leaving even his formidable abilities ineffectual. He can only resort to the traditional methods afforded by soul rings. He arrived in Soto City not only due to being cast out by his family, but also with the intention of entering the Star Doe Forest to acquire a soul ring. Given his current circumstances, enduring a 10,000-year soul ring poses little challenge. However, his soul power is somewhat lacking. Despite multiple compressions in the use of soul-enhancing potions, he has only reached the level of a 30-something Great Soul Master, rendering him incapable of defeating a 10,000-year soul beast on his own. Unless someone assists in severely wounding the soul beast, he would have to wait for an opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Mu Yun furrowed her delicate brows, casting her gaze upon Lin Fan. Subsequently, she shook her head in silence. Although Manager Lin appeared invincible in this realm, he would undoubtedly become a mere novice once he ventured outside. It was quite troublesome. Must she truly seek assistance from those individuals at Shrek Academy? Mu Yun's expression was a tapestry of conflict. He truly wished to avoid any interaction with the individuals from Shrek Academy. Aside from the main group, who were notoriously troublesome, there were 2 individuals among them he particularly wished to evade. Sighing, he resolved to first scour through some, seeking any exceedingly weak 10,000-year soul beasts that he could manage. There was no choice. He dared not allow anyone to discover his true identity, setting aside the matter of his unique advantage. The mere fact that his body could withstand a 10,000-year soul ring at level 10 was ample reason for him to be captured for dissection and study. Caution and prudence were paramount. Had he not observed Tang San, who meticulously guarded his secrets even from his own father regarding a mere martial arts manual? A treasure of the Tang sect that could hardly be considered among the pinnacle of martial arts tomes? It was merely a matter of transmigration. Without even a golden finger system to assist him, such trivial secrets paled in comparison to his own. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the necessity for greater caution. He had already revealed too much. Fortunately, the shop had been devoid of other patrons. And Boss Lin was no ordinary figure. Otherwise, he might have been driven to silence them permanently, though he knew he lacked the capability. Thank you, Boss Lin. Wishing you prosperous business, and I shall return in 7 days. In Soto City, the Grand Library, affiliated with the Spirit Hall, boasted a wealth of resources, available for free to all soul masters. It must be noted that the Spirit Hall excelled in fostering the development of soul masters, providing complimentary assistance for soul awakening and offering pertinent professional knowledge. Knowledge, especially that pertaining to soul arts, is invaluable. Prior to the emergence of the Spirit Hall, such knowledge was monopolized by sects, dynasties, and noble families, rendering it inaccessible to the common populace. It was not merely a matter of cost, for even money could not procure it. As the sun ascended, casting its golden rays at dawn, the library, just opened, was alive with movement. The bewildered librarian observed a young boy clad in splendid attire racing through the aisles, causing books to flutter and create a cacophony of sounds. Whose child is this? Frolicking about? This is hardly a place for such antics. He is clearly playing rather than researching. Though the librarian murmured his discontent, he refrained from intervening. After all, one could not bite the hand that fed them, and having accepted money, Mu Yun had burst into the library the moment it opened, unceremoniously laying down 10,000 gold soul coins, thus securing an unobstructed passage. At that moment, Mu Yun's eyes shimmered with a faint purple light as he activated his Breaking Void Spiritual Eye, an ability that endowed him with perfect recall, a fundamental trait of nearly all spiritual eyes. After a brief moment, he finally came to a halt. He had found it, soul rings suitable for him, and remarkably, there were two options. Mu Yun furrowed her delicate brows once more, grappling with her indecision. Both options were appealing, yet choosing proved to be quite challenging. The great mouthflower, a botanical soul beast, flourishes on the periphery of the Douluo forest, particularly near the fearsome crocodile swamp. It is a solitary creature, adept at setting traps to ensnare its prey. Its innate skill, Great Mouth Swallow, falls within the realm of spatial abilities, and after over 10,000 years of skill advancement, it evolves into a domain-type space skill capable of instantly capturing all prey within its domain. However, its weakness lies in its inability to move. The inability to move is a notable vulnerability. Despite the perilous nature of spatial skills, they ultimately function as traps. Armed with advanced observation haki, I can foresee the dangers posed by traps, rendering me at an advantage. Nonetheless, I ponder the great mouth flower's resilience. My sole offensive skill, the air cannon, raises doubts about its lethality, especially given the vast disparity in levels. Chapter 4. The Unwanted Encounter. The gold-eating refiner beast, with a penchant for consuming gold and iron ores, excels in metallurgy and forging, crafting various weapons from the refined metals. It inhabits the outskirts of the Douluo forest, wandering amidst diverse mineral veins without a permanent residence. Possessing a degree of intelligence, its innate skills include metallurgy and weapon forging, coupled with immense strength, a robust physique, and precise throwing abilities. Yet, it is burdened by its sluggish reactions and speed, lacking combat prowess, and is heavily reliant on its weapons. Losing them sends it into disarray. A soul beast skilled in craftsmanship is indeed intriguing, though its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. It may be somewhat resilient, but I am uncertain if its defenses can be breached. Furthermore, its nomadic existence complicates the task of locating it. After much contemplation, Mu Yun ultimately resolved to pursue the great mouth flower, reserving the gold-eating refiner beast as a secondary option. At the entrance of the Douluo forest, a cacophony of voices filled the air. We are seeking a fifth member for our team of 5, one who can fight, endure, and provide long-range support. A healer is needed, with a requirement of level 20 or above. In another corner, a 4-person team, led by a 33rd level soul master, called out, "We are missing one. We need a healer who can cure and detoxify, level unrestrained." A trio prepared to embark on their journey, seeking a beautiful maiden, accompanied by a 37th level and a 31st level soul master to safeguard them. They offered to assist in obtaining soul rings, promising fulfillment of desires. With limited availability and no level restrictions, the only prerequisite being a pleasing figure and high attractiveness. Amidst the clamor, Mu Yun's gaze flitted across the crowd, involuntarily narrowing. A golden-haired youth with an exotic air and a rotund red-haired companion were unabashedly exuding their masculine allure. How fortunate they are to attract attention. Truly embodying the essence of Shrek Academy's walking hormones, the rascally duo, the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai and the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. This is quite troublesome. Encountering them here raises the question, will others be present too? As Mu Yun found himself in a state of discontent, his eyes narrowed slightly, and an unpleasant suspicion crossed his mind. He subsequently unleashed his observation haki. Indeed, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters were nearby, although they were not grouped together. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed one team, while the two incessantly clingy individuals were inevitably paired. Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, the ever-adoring sycophant, were in another group. It appeared that the esteemed teachers of Shrek were absent, likely venturing into the Douluo forest for training. Suddenly, Zhu Shiqing, who had been casting a disdainful glare at Dai Mubai, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned her head. Mu Yun suddenly shrank his neck, exclaiming in dismay at the close call of being caught. This woman remained as perceptive as ever. The moment my gaze lingered upon her, she sensed it instantly. Truly, she embodied the spirit of the Nether Cat. Initially, he had intended to venture into the Star Dove forest alone. Though somewhat conspicuous, it was not a significant issue. For no one knew him, he could simply conceal his face. However, circumstances had changed. Dai Mubai, while familiar with him, was not particularly close. And having not seen him for over a year, he likely would not recognize him. Yet, Zhu Zhiqing would undoubtedly identify him. She could discern his presence without even seeing his face, merely by scent. Recently, it was this very girl who had cornered him, leading to his expulsion from the family. Despite having bathed, changed, and even applied makeup to alter his appearance, he still could not evade her tracking, ultimately being caught off guard. A throng of individuals surged in, creating an undeniably embarrassing scene. Fortunately, as he was accompanied by the large orange cat and was still young, he sat quietly to the side, reacting swiftly, which spared him from being caught in a scandalous situation. Alas, there was no choice but to blend into a random team for the time being. Before long, he found a group. Is it true that your soul master leads the team and is short one member, specifically an auxiliary? Level doesn't matter? Although they claimed that level was not a restriction, it could not be entirely disregarded. Gazing at the petite figure before him, the woman responsible for recruiting wore a wry smile. You appear to be around 8 years old, perhaps at most at the 11th or 12th level. Our team's objective is the bloodthirsty poison bee, a soul beast of level 30, and they are a pack species. We cannot guarantee your safety if you enter. Dear lady, you are mistaken. I am not at the 11th or 12th level. I am merely at the 10th level. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty poison bee possesses only one innate skill, its venomous stinger. The attack trajectory is quite evident, and its speed is not particularly daunting. Moreover, it is not lethally toxic. It merely causes continuous bleeding and paralysis effects, which are not fatal. With timely treatment, such poison would scarcely affect combat effectiveness. Mu Yun blinked his sincere little eyes, displaying an air of nonchalance. His time spent in the Grand Library had not been in vain. He had now become a theoretical master, rivaling even Yu Xiaojiang. However, the shame of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Xiaojiang, who had failed his martial soul awakening and turned into a farting pig, had led many to draw comparisons between the two over the past 2 years, forming a bond of shared misfortune akin to the legendary pairing of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. What does the woman recruiting want to say? A middle-aged man approached. Lu In. What has transpired? Captain, this child wishes to join us, and I am in the process of declining him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. If he is unsuitable, swiftly find someone who is. Do not waste my time. Assisting your brother in acquiring a soul ring has already cost me a considerable sum, and I am a person who earns hundreds of gold soul coins in mere moments. All right, I will hurry. It's just that auxiliary soul masters are inherently scarce, and at present, they are indeed difficult to locate. There was a young girl from the seven-colored glazed sect who was an auxiliary soul master, but her support was not focused on healing or detoxification. Additionally, there was a boy who specialized in food-related auxiliary skills, capable of healing and detoxification. However, he has been utterly engrossed in the young girl from the seven-colored glazed sect, ignoring me entirely. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Mu Yun couldn't help but grin. If there are truly no other options, why not give me a try? To be frank, auxiliary soul masters possessing both healing and detoxification abilities do exist, but they are quite rare and certainly not limited to those of merely 20 levels. As for the food-related auxiliary soul master you encountered, he is an extraordinary exception among thousands. Thus, your choices are indeed limited. Finally, allow me to offer you a suggestion if you do not select me. Rather than embarking on a futile search for a suitable auxiliary soul master akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack, it would be wiser to spend some gold soul coins to procure healing and detoxification potions. The cost would likely be only a few thousand gold soul coins, which is hardly exorbitant. After all, your captain can earn hundreds of gold soul coins in an instant. Surely a little discretion would suffice. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His fee for assisting someone in acquiring a soul ring had only been 1,000 gold soul coins. The claim of earning hundreds of gold soul coins in moments was clearly an exaggeration. If he truly had such earning potential, why would he be toiling away for others? Enough said, it shall be you. Chapter 5. Plans cannot keep pace with changes in the starry great forest. The scene before Mu Yun profoundly altered his understanding of the standard combat level within the Douluo world. On their side, Liu Yan's elder brother, a level 30 soul master, wielded the guerrilla martial spirit, standing resolutely at the forefront with his feet adorned by dual-colored soul rings of white and yellow, bellowing fiercely. Liu Yan, a level 29 soul master, embodied the red fox martial spirit, her feet also graced by dual-colored soul rings of white and yellow. As she valiantly unleashed her foxfire from a safe distance at the rear, the soul level 33 soul sage on their side, meanwhile, was encircled by 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and yellow, diligently summoning massive boulders that cascaded from the heavens. The soul ring configuration was suboptimal. It appeared that the third soul ring was merely around 500 years old, likely derived from the falling stone beast. Although the spectacle was awe-inspiring, the actual power amounted to only 1,000 pounds, rendering it somewhat inadequate for the situation at hand. Muyun couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Even before taking the supreme strength-enhancing pill, he possessed a strength of 1,000 jin. The soul master before him, exerting all his might, was merely comparable to a casual strike from his past self. Truly pitiful. It is no wonder that in his previous life, some claimed that Douluo was the weakest of the fantasy realms. In truth, its combat prowess fell short even of certain high martial arts realms. The pinnacle of titled Douluo's abilities, with a mere weight of 100,000 jin, barely reached the level of a grand master in the world of high martial arts, far from the realms of earthly immortals and celestial beings. Soon enough, Muyun perceived the reality of the situation. It was a case of novices pecking at each other. Although the stingers of the bloodthirsty poison bees swarmed the air like a dense hail, their potency was remarkably feeble. The brother of Liu Yan, standing in front, was indeed covered in stings, with blood gushing forth, creating a terrifying sight. Yet, in truth, he had only sustained a minor injury, barely penetrating the skin. With a single slap, Muyun sent the injuries, fatigue, and toxins flying, restoring his physical condition to its peak instantaneously. This meant that from the very beginning of the battle, their side was already assured victory. What he did not anticipate was the somewhat lackluster offensive power of his team. After half an hour of combat, the bloodthirsty poison bees had hardly been vanquished. Most were merely knocked to the ground, with their numbers only increasing as they swarmed in from all directions, reminiscent of having disturbed a hornet's nest. The sheer quantity, the influx of these creatures, hinted at a potential overwhelming force. Goodness, there were already bloodthirsty poison bees appearing from a millennium ago, some from 5,000 years, and even 9,000 years. Could it be that there were bloodthirsty poison bees in the vicinity that were over 10,000 years old? Muyun became serious, unleashing the orange cat spirit and emanating his observation ability. Indeed, 30 miles to the southeast, he discovered a colossal beehive, at the center of which lay a plump and bloodthirsty venomous bee, a 30,000-year-old queen of the bloodthirsty venomous bees, and astonishingly, there were no guards by her side. What an opportunity! Muyun's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen was entirely different from the bloodthirsty poison bees themselves. Upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, the bloodthirsty poison bees undergo a profound transformation. Their toxins mutate, rendering each individual bee's venom unique and incurable. Moreover, their speed surpasses the sound barrier, and their exoskeletons exhibit enhanced defensive capabilities, while their stingers possess the ability to pierce armor, making them exceedingly formidable adversaries. Conversely, when the bloodthirsty poison bee queen reaches 10,000 years, her mutation takes a different path. She constructs a nest that is not merely a conventional dwelling, but rather a spatial nest. Though its exterior may appear unremarkable, it conceals a vast inner space, with an exceptionally robust structural integrity. Even entities of significantly greater power find it challenging to breach her lair. Additionally, she commands an overwhelming force and possesses the ability to summon reinforcements, with countless minions at her disposal, including many guardians of over 10,000 years. Generally speaking, her residence within the nest renders her extraordinarily secure, despite her own physical prowess being pitifully weak, even inferior to that of a century-old bloodthirsty poison bee. Yet, at this moment, with a firm stomp, Muyun instantaneously materialized beside an 800-year-old bloodthirsty poison bee, delivering a powerful slap that rendered it unconscious. His control over the immense force of over 10,000 pounds was not yet perfected, nearly resulting in its demise. Subsequently, he tossed the barely breathing creature to Liu Yan's brother and remarked coolly, "Flee for your life. The 10,000-year bloodthirsty poison bee is approaching." Without waiting for a response, he extended his observation hockey to lock onto the hive and struck his own chest with a swift motion. "Away with you." "No, it should be away with me." With a soft puff, he vanished from the spot. These few individuals were merely a temporary team brought together by chance. They were strangers, unfamiliar even with each other's names. They had not exchanged pleasantries, and he had no inclination to inquire. The only name he had learned, Lu Yen, was from the mouth of that sole sovereign. Assisting them in capturing their target and issuing a warning was already quite generous. Whether they believed it or could survive was inconsequential. They would leave their fate to the whims of destiny. Within the hive, the queen bee was indulging in a delectable offering known as the floral nectar. Crafted from countless subordinates scouring the starry forest to gather hundreds of rare flowers and herbs, a concoction that had become her utmost delight. Just as the floral nectar reached her lips, a plump figure suddenly appeared, snatching the delicacy away and consuming it without hesitation. Ah, such honey, rich and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. Who are you? A foe? Guards, save me. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen propelled her corpulent body forward, rolling and scrambling towards the entrance of the grand hall. Entrance is soft, a single line of defense. I shall reward you with a blast of air cannon. Boom. In an instant, Muyun appeared before the queen bee, delivering a forceful blast of air that struck her squarely in the face. Following this initial assault, he relentlessly unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon her, demonstrating an impressive might that resulted in her transformation into a mere pulp. Only when the spirit ring ascended did Muyun cease his onslaught, the entire encounter lasting merely a few seconds, an embodiment of efficiency and brutality, devoid of unnecessary words. It is amusing to observe the queen's lack of combat awareness. In the face of dire straits, she resorted solely to calling for reinforcements, neglecting to consider self-preservation. One would expect a spatial-type soul beast, despite limited combat skills, to possess a spatial barrier, after all. Constructing such a complex spatial nest surely implies a mastery of basic spatial barrier techniques. Perhaps she had grown complacent, momentarily stunned by my air blast. Otherwise, had she managed to hold out until her subordinates returned, it might have been I who faced peril. Next, Muyun effortlessly absorbed the spirit ring. A soul beast devoid of any combat awareness posed no resistance to the remaining spirit rings. Gazing at the dark circle of rings beneath his feet, Muyun felt a surge of satisfaction. Each ring represented a millennium of power, and this one, in particular, was 3 millennia old. Strength was of little consequence. What mattered was the sheer elegance of it all. With a resounding clatter, the absorption was completed, and a black object fell to the ground. Lo and behold, a soul bone. What fortuitous luck! Muyun joyfully picked up the soul bone, and as the information of the soul bone was read, his body suddenly trembled, and a look of ecstatic delight emerged on his face, even making him want to dance in exuberance. He had struck gold. It was a spatial-type head soul bone. And astonishingly, it was the Chapter 6 Spatial Divine Skill Queen Bee Head Soul Bone, the Sovereign of Space, endowed with the innate skill of spatial control and containing the Queen Bee's lair. The 30,000-year bloodthirsty poison bee queen's soul ring came with skills of spatial leap and spatial phasing. Spatial leap allowed one to concentrate and perceive spatial coordinates, enabling instantaneous movement to that location. Spatial phasing transformed the body from solid to ethereal, merging into space and rendering one immune to all physical attacks. I can hardly believe it. A single soul ring possesses 2 skills, both of which are divine techniques. Spatial leap resembles the instantaneous movement from Dragon Ball, zipping across the universe in a heartbeat. The other skill is akin to the elementalization found in One Piece. These are indeed exceptional escape techniques, and yet, it was effortlessly defeated by me. The first skill's ineffectiveness is understandable, given its state of panic at the time. It would have been quite challenging to concentrate on perceiving spatial coordinates. As for the second divine skill, Muyun reminisced for a fleeting moment, as if he had indeed experienced a brief moment of haziness, but it was swiftly dispelled by a resounding slap. At this moment, he comprehended that the adorable strike of the orange cat martial spirit was not merely a physical assault. It could shatter not only tangible and intangible entities, but also the elusive concept of emotions, let alone the triviality of elemental ethereality. He chuckled to himself, recognizing this as an unmistakable advantage. Indeed, misfortune had befallen his opponent. Muyun, with a sense of delight, refined the soul bone, which served as the nucleus of the entire nest space. As he conducted this refinement, the nest space was absorbed into the soul bone. Gradually, however, the smile upon Muyun's face began to stiffen, as he found himself encircled by an overwhelming army of bloodthirsty poison bees, layered threefold around him. Among them, There were 8 bees that were over 10,000 years old. Now, if I were to claim that I merely passed through this place, that your leader was not slain by my hand, and that the disappearance of the hive bears no relation to me, would you believe it? Miyun gently touched the tip of his nose, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Suddenly, 8 ancient, bloodthirsty venomous bees transformed into supersonic bombers, descending upon him from all directions. How could one endure the loss of a home, so vast and comfortable, where he had resided for so many years? That beloved and esteemed elder sister, who was both indulgent and lazy, had also vanished. Who could possibly bear such a fate? Space Leap. Miyun pressed his finger against his brow, swiftly invoking his divine technique. As a seasoned aficionado of the Dragon Ball saga, he believed in the significance of rituals, even though this particular gesture seemed somewhat superfluous. Before vanishing, he managed to pull a playful face and give a cheeky gesture. He was certainly no fool like the queen bee, with his mastery of observation hockey. Perceiving spatial coordinates was a trivial task. With a blink, Miyun found himself back in Soto City, right at the entrance of the Heavenly Jar shop. Ah, isn't this little Miyun? How come you're back so soon? It's only been a day. You need to wait 7 days before you can smash jars again. Lin Fan remarked, leaning against the doorframe in utter boredom. Higi, I encountered some danger in the Stardow forest, so I essentially sent myself back. Miyun replied with a grin, cleverly omitting the details of his spatial leap and instead alluding to being sent back, as both methods resulted in his sudden appearance. How's business today, boss? Alas, don't even mention it. Aside from you, there hasn't been a single customer. A few came in, but the moment I quoted the price, they walked out, cursing me as a fraudulent swindler. It's truly disheartening. Seeing Lin Fan's woeful expression, Miyun felt a twinge of sympathy. How about I vouch for you, claiming that your jars are authentic? 10,000 gold soul coins is hardly steep. They are truly worth every penny. Would that even be effective? Under Lin Fan's hopeful gaze, little Miyun chuckled heartily. Not really. I lack any notable reputation, so my words would carry no weight. While my words may not be trusted, I know someone whose words command respect. She is both innocent and affluent. When it comes to wealth, few in this world surpass her family, and she is particularly gullible. A mischievous smile flickered at the corner of Muyun's mouth, recalling a day 2 years prior when he had awakened his orange cat martial spirit, feeling rather discontent while sunbathing by the riverbank. A petite girl in a pink dress had frolicked over to console him, insisting on experiencing the comforting effect of the orange cat martial spirit's paw. The outcome? She dashed away, her cheeks flushed, never to return. She had been his very first client, albeit one who vanished without payment. This memory was nearly forgotten, as she hadn't even introduced herself. However, upon catching a glimpse of Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School today, her visage began to merge with that of the little girl from his past. Though one might say that girls transform dramatically with age, her figure had indeed changed significantly. Yet her face retained much of its former appearance. Well, thank you, but why are you so enthusiastic? Muyun's behavior left Lin Fan somewhat puzzled. Haha, I am known as the ever-helpful young gentleman. Since I have nothing to do, I shall seek someone out tomorrow. She ventured into the starry forest today and will likely not return until tomorrow. Muyun chuckled lightly and waved goodbye. To say that his enthusiasm and eagerness to assist others were the reasons behind his actions would be a gross misunderstanding. Rather, it was the allure of personal gain that motivated him, for one does not rise early without the prospect of profit. His primary concern lay with the system. With Lin Fan's business faltering and no jars to sell, the exclusive jars would not be returned to him. He found himself destitute, unable to take advantage of anyone. After an entire day of waiting without any developments, he speculated that the 10 jars he had purchased were discounted items, unrecognized by his system, thus resulting in no jar returns. It felt as though he had traded a watermelon for a sesame seed, saving 90,000 gold soul coins but losing an exclusive jar. A special one meant for the store manager, which was certainly distinct from those on display for sale, capable of generating substantial profits. What a loss! Grumbling to himself, he returned to his residence and, just as he lay down on the bed, his pupils constricted and he shot upright. Who? Show yourself. Shortly thereafter, shadows twisted, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Well, you've improved, managing to detect my presence. Much better than before. I trailed you for hours last time, and you noticed nothing. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Muyun's teeth clenched in frustration. Zhu Zhiqing, you scoundrel. When did you learn a spatial soul skill to use against me, your own brother? You've not only severed my financial avenues but also exiled me from our home, even stripping me of my surname. Tell me, why have you treated me this way? Do you think you're justified? Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed by Mu Yun's fury, casually pulled over a chair, elegantly sat down, and crossed her legs, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Isn't this precisely what you desired? Over the past 2 years, you have masqueraded as a pig to deceive the tiger, acting with caution and secrecy, even resorting to self-deprecation. All to accumulate wealth and fade from the sight of the Douluo Empire's royalty, am I wrong?" Chapter 7. Reconciliation of grievances. Although your martial soul awakening was a failure, resulting in a negative transformation, you still possess a full innate soul power of level 10. This is indeed a rare occurrence in the annals of martial soul awakenings, and solely based on this, the Douluo royalty would never allow you to flourish. Furthermore, as a direct descendant of the Zhu family, destined to inherit the position of family head, they would not dare take such risks. The Douluo royal family's approach towards our Zhu family over the past century has been clear. Women may excel, but they must marry into the royal family, leading to internal strife, where the last one standing, no matter how exceptional, will ultimately fall under their dominion. As for men, they are permitted to be mediocre. The talented either perish or vanish, while those fortunate enough to survive are rendered useless, at least preserving their lives. Our father's ascension to the position of family head was merely a selection among the limping, and his soul power, achieved through sheer expenditure of resources, was only for appearances. In reality, his combat prowess likely could not match even a moderately skilled soul sage. Although I was previously unaware of the methods you employed to suppress your innate soul power to level 10. Enduring this restraint for 2 long years without acquiring a soul ring, it appears that such suppression can no longer be maintained. Your father has received intelligence indicating that someone has been scheming in advance, poised to confront you the moment you venture out to obtain your soul ring. Thus, he has sought a pretext to drive you away, even going so far as to revoke your inheritance of the family leadership, all in an effort to safeguard your well-being. Please do not hold this against him. Mu Yun gazed at the stunningly beautiful Zhu Zhuqing, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her enchanting eyes exuding a chilling yet slightly lifeless allure. He spoke softly, "You mentioned that someone has made prior arrangements. May I inquire who this someone might be? Is it merely the starry royal family?" Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. "You actually know? Those old fogies within the clan have meddled quite a bit, haven't they? The royal family's aim is to eliminate threats, and they are merely after my modest wealth, aren't they?" Mu Yun narrowed his eyes, beginning to reminisce about the elders who often targeted him. He made a note in his little book, intending to settle the score later. "A small fortune, perhaps? You must have earned at least 10 million gold soul coins over the past 2 years, haven't you? Such trivial sums," he mused. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her small canines clicking together. She wasn't one to indulge in spending. The total amount she had saved over the years, including her New Year's money, barely exceeded 100,000 gold soul coins. Meanwhile, this little brat had managed to amass millions through his charming ways with women, which felt utterly unjust. "Hey, all of this is the fruit of my hard work. Don't be envious," he taunted. "I'm not envious at all. Perhaps you will be soon, and you might even find yourself borrowing money from me," he teased. "Never. By the way, my brilliant sister, I came to Suatua City to unwind and avoid some calamity. What brings you here?" Mu Yun reclined lazily on the bed, worn out from a day of exertion. Although he could use the abilities of his orange cat spirit to dispel fatigue, there was no need to push himself so hard. Some rest was essential. There's a Shrek Academy here. I've heard it only accepts prodigies, and the faculty is impressive. I am here to grow stronger." Zhu Zhuqing replied, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossing her eyes, perhaps the last vestige of hope. "Indeed, it's true that they only accept prodigies. But the quality of the faculty seems exaggerated. The admission standards are set so high that only a handful meet the criteria. President Fred is likely impoverished to the point where he can barely pay the teachers' salaries." Mu Yun chuckled, recalling how Shrek had refused to accept students while refusing to refund their registration fees, even resorting to displaying soul rings to instill fear. "Was this not a blatant act of deception?" I said. "Oh, why, sister, are you perhaps drawn to Dai Mu Bai, that irresponsible rogue?" "No, it's not that. I'm not pursuing him," Zhu Zhuqing stammered for the first time, her composure faltering. Was she attempting to awaken his fighting spirit to contend for that position? "You must consider this carefully. There are only 2 outcomes to your actions. If you fail, you perish. If you succeed, elder sister Zhu Zhuyun meets her demise. Then what am I to do? I do not wish for my sister to die, yet I certainly do not wish to meet my own end." Zhu Zhuqing lamented, her eyes increasingly clouded with despair. Mu Yun slowly sat up, a trace of disdainful coldness curling at the corners of his lips as a terrifying aura gradually surged forth. Why should we adhere to the rules established by the Douluo royal family? They relish the notion of survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme. Let them indulge in that game themselves. Why should my Zhu family's daughter serve as collateral? Just because of those two obscure titled Douluo worshippers hidden deep within the palace? One at level 91 and the other at level 92. Both merely the result of resource investment, are inconsequential within the spirit hall. Sooner or later, I shall strike them down. Zhu Zhuqing covered her crimson lips, her face a mask of shock and disbelief, exclaiming, "This aura! You are a soul king?" "No. I am merely a level 20 soul master who has just acquired my first soul ring," Mu Yun replied, retracting his aura and returning to a languid state. "Level 20? Don't jest. There are a few soul kings among our Shrek Academy teachers, and their auras are not nearly as formidable." "Wait a moment. You reach level 20 right after obtaining your soul ring? What age is your soul ring?" "The first soul ring has a maximum limit of 423 years. And the soul power feedback after absorption is roughly around level 12. Yet you absorbed your soul ring and immediately attained level 20? Then that buzz." A black soul ring materialized beneath Mu Yun. "Look at your naive expression. A 30,000-year soul ring, surprised, aren't you?" Mu Yun proudly revealed his soul ring. "Ah, a black one. It truly is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is inconceivable." According to the master's theoretical research, the upper limit for the first soul ring is merely 423 years. Even under exceptional circumstances, such a vast discrepancy is implausible. Amid Zhu Zhuqing's exclamations, Mu Yun couldn't help but scratch his ears. Indeed, as a woman, her voice was piercing enough to nearly rupture an eardrum. Isn't the essence of limits merely to be surpassed? There is no need for such a commotion. Furthermore, the so-called master you refer to must be Yu Xiaojiang, right? The theory regarding the first soul ring's maximum limit of 423 years was already established by the Spirit Hall long before, and it was not his discovery. So let us refrain from inflating his ego. Consider, the question of how many years the soul ring limit spans is not a matter of mere speculation. It demands extensive data collection and statistical analysis, a feat only achievable by a large institution like the Spirit Hall. Additionally, my exceptionally astute elder sister, if you genuinely wish to grow stronger, you must not heed Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical framework, especially concerning soul ring compatibility. That notion is truly laughable. Chapter 8. Rational teaching does not yield monsters. How could that be? I believe the master's analysis of soul ring compatibility is quite reasonable. Zhu Zhuqing's expression reflected her confusion. Though her acquaintance with Yu Xiaojiang has been brief, the profound depth of his theoretical research on soul beasts has garnered the admiration of the Shrek Seven Devils. Indeed, it is precisely because it is too reasonable that it fails to foster strength. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it fosters strength only to a limited extent, which is wholly inadequate. Mu Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he met Zhu Zhuqing's questioning gaze. He continued, his theoretical framework regarding soul ring distribution is not entirely erroneous. It simply lacks depth. It can produce proficient soul masters, yet it fails to cultivate true monsters. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Tang San, his most esteemed disciple. The first soul ring chosen for him by Yu Xiaojiang was that of the mandala snake, intended to enhance the resilience of the blue-silver grass, while also introducing a touch of neurotoxic paralysis. On the surface, this seems quite reasonable. However, if one were to ponder it deeply, one must question the durability of a mandala snake that has merely lived for 400 years. How resilient could the blue-silver grass become after absorbing its essence? Yet, indeed, Brother San's first soul skill, binding, is remarkably difficult to escape from. Zhu Zhuqing remained unconvinced. Do you genuinely believe that this is solely the mandala snake's merit? The blue-silver grass in Tang San's possession is far from ordinary. Mu Yun's words were not fully articulated, for the art of prophecy is best left undisclosed. It is prudent not to divulge matters concerning the blue-silver emperor, as calamity often arises from careless speech. Who knows which obscure corner nearby might conceal Tang San's father? A man of unreasonable temperament who could resort to silencing threats with deadly intent. Furthermore, the paralysis toxin is rather amusing. Tang San is an adept in the art of poison and would hardly be fazed by such trivialities. The toxins he employs on his hidden weapons surpass the potency of the mandragora's venom by 100-fold. Moreover, the second soul skill, parasitism, derived from the ghost vine, is a rather tedious ability that releases seeds to nestle within the human body, awaiting roots to take hold. Does one truly expect an opponent's martial soul to succumb to such a fate? Would a soul master charge unguarded into melee with your blue-silver grass? When faced with such a fool, Tang San could effortlessly conclude the battle with his concealed weapons, rendering any unnecessary antics superfluous, an exercise in futility. Zhu Zhiqing felt a faint blush upon her cheeks. In conclusion, Tang San's prowess, nearly invincible among peers, stems from his intrinsic strength rather than his martial soul's compatibility. His purple extreme magic eye discerns weaknesses, his white jade hand is impervious to fire and water, and his ghostly shadow stealth is as swift as lightning. Coupled with a formidable array of hidden weapons, these elements are the foundation of Tang San's early invincibility. Absent these attributes, the flames of Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhiqing's speed, Xiao Wu's close combat prowess, and Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave would pose insurmountable challenges for the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhiqing fell into a momentary contemplation, realizing that Tang San's exceptional mastery over the blue-silver grass is primarily due to his formidable nature, unencumbered by concerns. Even her swift movements could be entirely perceived by his keen eyes, rendering Xiao Wu's close-quarters expertise ineffective against Tang San's superior fighting skills. This indeed has little correlation with martial souls. By the way, your second soul skill isn't the spectral 100 claws? Mu Yun inquired with a hint of curiosity. He recalled that in the original text, Zhu Zhiqing's second soul skill should have been the spectral 100 claws, yet it had transformed into a spatial type skill. How did you know my planned second soul skill was the spectral 100 claws? Zhu Zhiqing responded, slightly anxious. She recalled her pursuit of the 100 claws spectral leopard, aiming to acquire its extraordinary skill, only to unexpectedly gain the astonishing soul skill of spectral shadow assassination instead. Is there an issue? She asked nervously. As Mu Yin appeared to her as someone unexpectedly formidable, seemingly surpassing even the master in skill. No, there is no issue, or rather, you are indeed fortunate. To infiltrate an opponent's shadow and launch a surprise attack at a critical moment is an impressive feat. This spatial type soul skill is far superior to the spectral 100 claws. Your first soul skill is commendable as well, spectral lunge. Your martial soul, the spectral spirit cat, is inherently swift, and with a sudden doubling of that speed, combined with a spatial leap skill, you have become even more unpredictable. However, the attack power seems somewhat lacking. I am contemplating a third soul skill that possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Observing Zhu Zhiqing's exuberant demeanor, Mu Yun's expression gradually morphed into one of bemusement. Wait a moment. As a feline spirit, why would you opt for an offensive third soul skill? Who is giving you such misguided counsel? Master, is this truly wise? The soul beasts have already chosen for me. The Nether Wolf, which possesses a formidable soul skill known as the Nether Slash, reputed for its immense power. Uffed. Mu Yun could hardly contain his laughter. The Nether Wolf, the Nether Slash, I am well aware of it. It simply involves bringing both hands together above one's head, merging the claws on each finger, and after infusing it with soul power, conjuring a blade of darkness. Indeed, this soul skill possesses considerable destructive capability, and at the soul sovereign level, it is indeed formidable. However, to execute this skill, one must gather energy for at least 10 seconds. As an agile attacker proficient in speed and spatial assassination, why would you engage in such a lengthy charge? Are you attempting to transition into a powerhouse, trading blows with others on the battlefield? Do you believe yourself to be akin to Dai Mubai, that rogue tiger? Mu Yun grew increasingly agitated, pondering the nature of the phantom spirit cat martial soul. At its core, it is still a cat, renowned for its agility and stealth. Why squander soul rings on offensive capabilities? A cat is a cat. To challenge a blue lightning tyrant dragon or a white tiger martial soul head-on in a battle of brute strength is sheer folly. Do you believe that Dai Mubai's fierce tiger, with its third soul skill, the white tiger's diamond transformation, could withstand even a scratch from those delicate little paws of yours? What can I do? A weak attack is indeed a dilemma. Zhu Zhiqing wore a look of frustration. The feeble offensive capabilities of the phantom spirit cat had always troubled her. Against someone like Dai Mubai, with his durable and resilient defense, many opponents could easily inflict wounds. Yet achieving a swift victory proved exceedingly difficult, lacking a means for a decisive blow. Ah, my astute elder sister, have you never considered equipping yourself with a dagger? Or perhaps crafting two weapons shaped like cat claws instead of relying solely on your fingernails? You could also seek out Tang San to acquire some formidable concealed weapons. Imagine a phantom shadow strike leaping from an enemy shadow, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes before they even have time to react. I refuse to believe anyone could respond in time. Even if they survived, they would certainly be in dire straits. Zhu Zhiqing's lips parted in astonishment. Her brother's cunning was rather alarming. Such a ruthless combination of attacks would certainly give even the esteemed soul sage Fred a run for his money. Hee hee. Tomorrow I'll take you to a blacksmith to have 2 custom cat claws made, perhaps coated with some potent poison. Then, I shall lead you to a splendid place where all your wishes will be fulfilled. Chapter 9. The Drift Bottle System. Who on earth is it now? Can't anyone let me sleep peacefully? Mu Yun sprang from his bed, seething with rage as he unleashed a torrent of invectives. Having just banished Zhu Zhuqing, he was on the cusp of a delightful dream, poised to delve into a captivating narrative, when suddenly, something inexplicable struck him on the crown of his head, not a tangible blow, but rather an assault on his very soul, bypassing the defenses of his corporeal form. In the next moment, a cacophonous sound intruded upon his reverie, rendering it impossible for him to remain in slumber. Douluo continent, Mu Yun. The drifting bottle system has matched with you. Do you accept the invitation? Oh, what a serendipitous twist. Here he was, comfortably nestled in his home. And fortune had smiled upon him. How could he refuse such an unexpected boon? He accepted the invitation. As soon as he made his choice, Mu Yun felt a dazzling flash before him, and he found himself in a picturesque valley, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters surrounded him, while pink petals danced in the air, seemingly endless, defying gravity despite the absence of wind. What in the world is this grand spectacle? He exclaimed, bewildered by the extraordinary scene before him. Mu Yun's lips twitched slightly, and the steps he had taken were subtly retracted. The beauty of the petals was undeniable, yet they imparted an ominous sense of danger. As if each petal were a sharp sword, ready to rend him to pieces the moment he dared to step into their midst. Well then, my friend, if you wish to avoid our meeting, I shall take my leave. Mu Yun hesitated, feeling a pang of trepidation. The danger was palpable. Though he had yet to meet his opponent, he already comprehended the vast chasm that lay between them, an insurmountable divide. Furthermore, this was the adversary's territory, and should they desire it, his demise was all but assured. Even his escape techniques would prove futile. Alas, he never anticipated that his match would be with a mere child. It seemed fate was conspiring against him. With a soft sigh, Hua Yu vanished in an instant, and a figure in white emerged, leaning against a peach tree. Clad in elegant white attire and adorned with a half-mask, she exuded an aura of formidable grace. Yet her femininity was unmistakable, and she possessed an undeniable beauty. My apologies for startling you, she said with a serene smile, unsheathing her sword, gently caressing the blade. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow. The sword, named Listening to the Rain, was forged by Li Su Wang, the lord of the Sword Heart Tomb, and was one of the 4 elegant swords. It had accompanied her for many years. The divine blade possessed a spirit, and she wished to prevent it from falling into the hands of her enemies after her demise. As Mu Yun listened, his brows furrowed increasingly until they knitted into a tight knot. Goodness, was this akin to delivering a dying testament? Unable to contain himself any longer, he interjected, Hold on. Hold on. I am here at the invitation for a trade, not to beg for alms or charity. Who do you look down upon? However, the girl regarded him with skepticism, for it was evident that this child before her possessed neither internal strength nor the distinctive aura of a healer. I am not from your world. Is it so strange that I lack internal power? Indeed, I am not a healer. But who says that one cannot save others without being a healer? Mu Yun approached the woman with measured steps, head held high, undeterred by the venom coursing through his veins and the severing of his meridians. Today, he would demonstrate the essence of unyielding healing arts. However, in matters of commerce, an agreement must first be established before any healing could commence. Observing Mu Yun's demeanor, the woman inexplicably found herself with a modicum of faith in him. You are correct. I was in the wrong to judge by appearances. Let us begin now, she conceded. I can mend your injuries, but I do not seek your listening rain sword. Rather, I desire your legacy of swordsmanship. Mu Yun unreservedly articulated his demands. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression blossomed like a myriad of flowers. What a greedy little fellow. The rain-listening sword, no matter how formidable, would wield little power in the hands of one devoid of cultivation and understanding of swordsmanship. However, the inheritance of the sword path was an entirely different matter, particularly when it came from a sword immortal. While it would not instantly elevate the recipient to the status of a sword immortal, it was merely a question of time. His own insights into the sword path, the unique sword techniques he had devised, his meticulously honed swordsmanship, and his experiences in combat, these were his most treasured possessions. No wonder he was uninterested in the rain-listening sword. He had his eyes set on something far more precious. Observing the woman's expression, which was somewhere between a smile and a smirk, Muyun felt his cheeks flush with a hint of embarrassment. Well, this isn't me taking advantage of you, rather. It's, you can still negotiate. I'm quite easy to talk to. No need, she replied. I agree. After all, if I were to perish, all these things would vanish into thin air. If I survive, granting you the inheritance incurs no loss on my part. Consider it a repayment of a life-saving favor. Moments later, the woman stared in astonishment at the little fellow before her, who was animatedly receiving her inheritance. Was this really it? From beginning to end. Muyun summoned an exceedingly plump orange cat, which gently tapped her. Subsequently, she witnessed a swirl of verdant mist and sanguine essence erupting forth, and in that moment, she felt rejuvenated. The venom dissipated, all her injuries healed, and her severed meridians restored entirely, as if none of this had ever transpired. Oh! But she realized that even the lingering hidden injuries accumulated over the years had vanished. She sensed an unprecedented vitality coursing through her, almost as if she could transcend into the realm of true divine wandering at any moment. Ah, these two emanations represent the injuries you have endured, ordinarily. One would seek a living soul to bear the burden, yet it seems you have no one else at your disposal. So I shall reluctantly assist you in resolving this matter. Muyun thoughtfully instructed the orange cat spirit to compress the two masses of gas into thin cakes for safekeeping. It was no jest. These were precious items capable of inflicting lethal poison wounds on even the most formidable of foes. A veritable weapon of mass destruction that should not be squandered. The curious young woman approached the orange cat spirit, unable to resist the urge to stroke its fur, which felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. Muyun's martial spirit exhibits a transformation akin to that of Yu Shaojiang, possessing the remarkable ability to exist independently in both tangible and intangible forms. Ah, behold my martial spirit. It belongs to the framework of our world. One can awaken their martial spirit through a specific ritual at the tender age of 6. Might I inquire if I could partake in this? A glimmer of anticipation sparkles in the eyes of the young woman. I am uncertain, yet it is worth a try. Fear not, for this endeavor comes at no cost. Consider it a benevolent gift. Muyun casually took out several awakening stones and arranged them into a formation according to his memory, then infused it with his soul power. Boom! A magnificent giant sword materialized above the woman's head. It truly worked, and its power was astounding. Muyun was sent flying by the imposing aura of the colossal sword martial spirit, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. His speculations had been validated. Although the martial spirit system of Douluo was somewhat superficial and lacking in strength, it could provide a comprehensive enhancement for those who were already formidable. It even had the potential to break through limitations and reach new heights. Chapter 10, Comprehending Sword Techniques. The legacy of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Lihani, encompasses the Still Water Sword Technique, Moonlit Flowers at Dawn, Dewy Red-Green Smoke, Paper Falling into Mist, Sword Heart Technique, Dual-Wielding Swordsmanship, August as Flying Snow, Spring Breeze Arrival, and Snow Filling the Vast Sky. Upon returning to the Douluo continent from the trading space, Muyun was invigorated and devoid of sleepiness. He immediately transported himself to the Stardow Forest, where he practiced these sword techniques extensively. Thanks to the activation of his Breaking Delusion spiritual eyes, he grasped these techniques with remarkable speed. Within a short time, he mastered them completely. After a night of practice, he integrated these sword techniques and transformed them into forms best suited to his own style. Cat S Void Strike. This technique unleashes a blade of orange cat-shaped energy, delivering immense single-target damage capable of breaking through spatial barriers. 1,000 Cats Shattering the Void. A group attack, unleashing 1,000 cat-shaped sword energies in a majestic onslaught, possessing tremendous power but consuming significant energy. Cat S Floral Dance. A sword domain where blossoms fill the sky within its confines. Each plum blossom represents a particular state: poisoning, injury, dizziness, weakness, and impending death, all of which disrupt the opponent. Ordinary Sword. The same technique, yet yielding different effects, a cunningly deceptive strike. Furthermore, he discovered that in the Douluo world, soul power could also activate sword techniques without the need to convert inner strength. Lihani, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, would likely be regarded as a paragon within the Douluo realm. Only figures like Qian Dalutangshan or Poseidon could potentially match him in combat, given their possession of divine artifacts. As for others, the system has successfully taken advantage of the drifting bottle system, allowing for one invitation to be sent out each week. Muyun suddenly paused, perplexed. What? Are you suggesting that I can also initiate the exchange of drift bottle invitations in the future? Indeed, however, you may do so only once every 7 days. while the original version has a cooldown period of merely 1 day. That is still quite impressive. Are you implying that I am taking advantage of this situation? Muyun inquired. This seems to be an exploitation of the other party's system. The previous universe jar system did not function in this manner. There are significant advantages as well as minor ones, and they come in various forms. It is not always straightforward. Is that so? May I utilize the drift bottle now? It is currently on cooldown. Please wait for 7 days. Furthermore, do you possess any valuable items to trade with others? It is not every day that one encounters a powerful being like the Snow Moon Sword Immortal in such a vulnerable state, allowing you to benefit so greatly. Hee. I cured her poison, healed her wounds, saved her life, and even helped her awaken her martial soul, enabling her to break through to the divine travel realm. How can it be said that I took advantage of her? She gained from it as well. Did you not see her express her gratitude to me in the end? Muyun was in high spirits, having obtained several awakening stones, a considerable fortune indeed. The only regret was the absence of a fine sword. In the world of Douluo, exquisite swords are scarce. The only renowned one seems to be the Shura Divine Sword, currently wielded by Tangshan in the City of Slaughter. Such artifacts are meant for the inheritors of the Shura, and it is unlikely that I could utilize it. The only other notable sword user is the Sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet I have not heard of him possessing any remarkable sword. There seems to be no alternative but to find the time to venture to the metal city of Gingshin, seeking to forge a sword with Lu Gao. Aside from his exceptional skills, he also has access to a wealth of rare metal resources. I must not delay, lest those precious items fall into the hands of Tang San. With a plan in mind, Muyun returned to his residence, and as dawn broke, it was impossible to continue the unfinished sweet dream. He gave himself a slap to dispel the fatigue. Muyun, I'm here. Open the door. Coming. My brilliant elder sister, how polite of you today to knock instead of sneaking in with a soul skill. Muyun responded while opening the door. Oh dear. What nonsense are you spouting? There are others present. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in exasperation, nearly leaping up in frustration, wishing she could silence Muyun's loose tongue. She truly spoke without restraint. Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, she had undergone a significant transformation, particularly in Muyun's presence, as if all potential tragedies could be effortlessly resolved, rendering her free from worry. As Muyun peered in, she was met with the sight of a simple yet elegant white dress, a neat bob that framed a delicate visage, and an air of serene nobility. Despite her youth, it was evident that she was a refined young lady of high standing. Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, my dear friend, was introduced with affectionate familiarity by Zhu Zhuqing. Greetings. I apologize for the intrusion and hope you can forgive me, Ning Rongrong said politely, curtsying while lifting her skirt slightly. Oh, please come in. Muyun replied with a slight nod. It appeared that this young lady had forgotten their previous encounter, which was understandable given that 2 years had passed since their brief meeting, one that had evidently left little impression. Perhaps it was for the best that she had forgotten. I have heard from Qingqing that you possess unique insights into martial souls, surpassing even the master. My curiosity compelled me to come here, Ning Rongrong said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I would like to inquire about your thoughts on our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. What is there to discuss? It is merely a pure support-type martial soul. The soul skills of each layer of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower are fixed, and there is no need to consider soul rings. Thus, it lacks operational complexity. Muyun, appearing utterly unconcerned, casually remarked. So what you wish to inquire about is how you, possessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, can enhance your strength, correct? Indeed, that's it. Others can grow stronger through the alignment of soul rings, while I can merely hide behind and assist. I can do nothing beyond that. I do not relish this situation. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist, asking with a sense of discontent. Muyun pondered for a moment and then replied nonchalantly. The amplification effect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is indeed formidable. The reason you perceive yourself as weak lies not in the inadequacy of your martial soul, but rather in your own limitations. Allow me to illustrate. Dai Mu Bai, do you not find him exceptionally powerful after utilizing his third spirit skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, with both formidable offense and defense? Indeed, she nodded. However, he continued with a light chuckle. The enhancement this spirit skill provides to his attack and defense is merely a doubling effect. His true strength stems from his innate physical prowess, with the spirit skill serving as merely an embellishment. Of course, his robust physique is partially attributed to his White Tiger martial soul. Yet I firmly believe it is primarily a result of his diligent training. I have heard that your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect boasts a sword Douluo. Yes. Grandfather's sword is a title Douluo of immense strength, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression tinged with excitement. If he were to refrain from employing any spirit skills, or even his martial soul, would he then be considered weak? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow in contemplation. Precisely. While there may be some impact, he remains formidable. His strength is derived from the sword in his hand. If you were to possess his capabilities, coupled with the enhancements of the 7 treasure glaze tile, would you still deem yourself weak? Remember, whether it be martial souls or spirit rings, they fundamentally serve to amplify one's own abilities, much like your 7 treasure glaze tile. What you must focus on is strengthening yourself. The specific approach is simple. Follow my lead. Chapter 11. The arrival of a younger brother. So, what you just said was all a deception. Ning Rongrong pouted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Not entirely. The notion of strengthening oneself is undeniably correct. However, those are merely traditional methods. Since there are shortcuts available, why take the long route? As Mu Yun deftly evaded the playful swipes of the 2 young girls, he smiled and remarked, there exist certain treasures that, with merely a touch of soul energy, can unleash formidable attacks. There are also artifacts capable of generating protective barriers, thus ensuring one's defense. Furthermore, by forming a contract with a powerful beast and enhancing it with your 7 treasure glazed pagoda, victory becomes nearly inevitable. Additionally, one might consume the devil fruits, which bestow immense power. Some of these fruits could even overpower a title Douluo. There are also rare materials that, once ingested, can elevate one to divine status. Not to mention martial arts, talismans, and extraordinary abilities, there is no shortage of means available. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing exchanged excited yet skeptical glances. Have you truly encountered such wonders in this world? They inquired. I cannot speak for the entire world, but I assure you that within the confines of the shop, such treasures undoubtedly exist. With just a modicum of coin and a touch of fortune, you shall find yourselves here at the All Heaven Jar shop. Lin, the proprietor, opened the doors. I bring 2 guests. Upon entering the All Heaven Jar shop, Mu Yun gazed upon the dilapidated establishment, feeling a twinge of pity for its owner, Lin. As the possessor of a golden opportunity, it was disheartening to see him in such a state. Lin Fan, too, was disheartened. He had not anticipated that offering Mu Yun a discount would result in the cancellation of his benefits. This was to be his initial venture into prosperity, now lost. Though he could not starve within the shop, the gnawing sensation of hunger was nonetheless unsettling, a torment truly akin to death itself. Welcome, Lin Fan exclaimed with exaggerated warmth. Come in, my friend. Would you care for some tea? Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of irony at Lin Fan's sycophantic enthusiasm. Reflecting on how poverty could diminish one's aspirations. I preferred your former, more rebellious demeanor, he mused, yet soon recognized that Lin was on the cusp of resurgence. Is this truly the place you spoke of, where one can gain strength? Can these jars really alter one's fate? Indeed, this is the All Heaven Jar shop, a realm where unimaginable treasures lie within each jar. With just a small sum of coin and a dash of luck, you can defy destiny and become invincible. Ah, Lin is correct. The girls exchanged glances, observing the confident Lin Fan and the playfully mischievous Mu Yun, and a sense of unease crept over them. They felt as though they had unwittingly boarded a ship of deception. Sighing, Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly retrieved her modest purse. Here are 1,000 gold soul coins. How many jars can this purchase? I must apologize, but each jar is priced at 100,000 gold soul coins, and I cannot entertain negotiations. Lin Fan declared resolutely. Are you joking? I've suffered enough from price reductions and discounts. I dare not engage in such folly again. 100,000 gold soul coins? What? Are you out of your mind? Such blatant robbery is unheard of. These jars are so poorly crafted that even 1 gold soul coin for 100 is exorbitant. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's frenzied demeanor and Lin Fan's increasingly grim expression, Mu Yun quickly interjected to soothe the situation. He understood well that, despite Lin Fan's current seemingly defenseless state, within the confines of the shop, he was invincible. Invincible to the extent that even a deity would be powerless against him, and provoking his wrath was ill-advised. Oh, my astute elder sister, have your eyes failed you? The value of the jar lies not in its exterior but in what it contains. 100,000 gold soul coins for a chance to alter fate. Do you truly consider that expensive? As Mu Yun attempted to calm Zhu Zhuqing's fury, his expression turned serious. Yet 100,000 gold soul coins is far too much. I do not possess such wealth, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushed. Oh, it's merely money. I have plenty to spare. Here, 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Lin, the shopkeeper, swiftly procure 10 jars for my sister. Mu Yun generously tossed a considerable amount of gold soul coins into the air. Lin Fan's forehead throbbed with veins. Realizing he had indeed been duped by this little brat last time, this kid was quite wealthy. Of course, such funds could not be borrowed without stipulations, interest would be minimal. A mere 9 out of 13 returned. No issues there, right? Not a problem, you say? Do you think I, your elder sister, am ignorant of usury? You dare to scheme against me. Just as Zhu Zhuqing seemed ready to explode, Mu Yun abruptly shifted his tone. How about I amend the terms? You need not repay the money, but everything that emerges from the jars belongs to me. Not quite right. There is a conspiracy at play. If you genuinely wish to purchase, why not do so directly? Mu Yun was momentarily baffled by Zhu Zhuqing's sudden calmness. He had almost succeeded. Frustrated, he clenched his small fists in discontent. This shop has a purchase limit. Within 7 days, only 10 jars may be bought. Young Mu Yun's quota was exhausted 3 days ago, Lin Fan explained, subtly revealing Mu Yun's limitations as a small act of reprisal. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes darted as if her intellect had been restored. She placed her hands on her hips and proudly declared, "All right, consider the money alone. Usury is nothing to be daunted by." "Ah, nothing to be daunted by. I see you have no intention of repaying. Here is the deal. You will let me select one item first from the 10 jars that are opened. If you refuse such a modest request, then, dear brother, I can truly offer no assistance." Observing Mu Yun's deflated appearance, akin to a punctured balloon, Zhu Zhuqing felt triumphant, as if she were a victorious general. With a graceful wave of her hand, she acquiesced. "Very well, it is settled." Unbeknownst to her, Mu Yun was secretly elated. The items extracted from the jars varied in quality, often with the finest surpassing the combined worth of the other 9. Soon, he would claim her most treasured possession, and he wondered whether she would shed tears over it. Let us commence the opening. With a resounding clang, Zhu Zhuqing seized her specialized hammer and swiftly shattered all 10 jars. Gazing at the 10 radiant orbs that soared into the air, Lin Fan wore a peculiar expression. Indeed, her fortune was quite remarkable, though perhaps not as extraordinary as that of the cunning young rascal. "What treasures have you uncovered, boss? Surely there must be something worthwhile?" he inquired. "My luck has been rather favorable throughout my life." Lin Fan stepped forward with a measured pace. "Ah, your fortune is indeed commendable. The first item, 10 Blades Cat Claw, a weapon of Captain Kuro from the pirate world, imbued with sharpness and bleeding attributes, inflicting wounds that bleed profusely and are arduous to heal, classified as blue rare quality. The second, Silent Step, an assassination technique enabling rapid foot movement, also derived from Captain Kuro's repertoire, classified as blue rare quality. The third, Shovel Death, allowing one to enter a state of invisibility while moving at high speed, attacking all foes within range of the cat claw. Due to its overwhelming velocity, it is prone to misidentifying allies as enemies, classified as purple perfect quality. The fourth, Razor Ring, originating from the Black Cat pirate Sangao, possessing skills such as boomerang and hypnosis. Caution is advised during hypnosis, as one may also fall victim. Classified as purple perfect quality. The fifth, Water Snake Waist, from the Black Cat pirate Sam, enabling evasive maneuvers by twisting the waist, classified as white ordinary quality. The sixth, Leap Slash, from the Black Cat pirate's Bushi, a rather foolish technique best avoided, classified as white ordinary quality. The seventh, Fur Clan Physique, hailing from the Fur Clan in the pirate world, a race of born warriors, classified as blue rare quality. The eighth, Soul Power Capsule, which enhances soul power, classified as blue rare quality. The ninth, Demon Blade Thousand Edges, from the Assassin World S Shadow Assassin Chi, a weapon that focuses solely on offense with no defense. Unparalleled in its form, composed of thousands of fragments, difficult to master, classified as purple perfect quality. The 10th, the Surgery Fruit, a devil fruit from the pirate world, granting the ability of spatial exchange upon consumption, classified as golden legendary quality. Good heavens, you have captured the entirety of the Black Cat pirates. What splendid fortune to have even acquired the most unique of all devil fruits, the Surgery Fruit, Lin Fan marveled. The Surgery Fruit is a matter of great secrecy related to immortality within the pirate realm. Immortality? Who wouldn't desire such a thing? 2 whites, for blues, 3 purples, and 1 gold, truly impressive, second only to the young Master Mu Yun. Hearing this, Mu Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why on earth does everyone feel the need to speak? Though the details were somewhat nebulous, Zhu Zhuqing found it all quite remarkable. Her eyes remained fixed on the Surgery Fruit, which gleamed with a golden luster, unmistakably the finest treasure. Hold on a moment, my astute elder sister. Have you perhaps overlooked something of great importance? In a swift motion, Mu Yun positioned herself to block Zhu Zhiqing, whose small, flickering eyes reflected uncertainty as her chubby little hands reached for the resplendent surgical fruit. The priority lies with me. Do not attempt to take advantage of the situation. No. Zhu Zhiqing's sharp cry echoed, her instincts warning her of the significance of this devil fruit, the key to her empowerment. In her nearly desperate gaze, just as Mu Yun's plump hand was about to make contact with the surgical fruit, it suddenly diverted. I believe this demon blade, Thousand Edges, is more suited for me. It possesses an undeniable charm. As Mu Yun grasped the demon blade, its edge disintegrated, scattering thousands of shards across the ground. Combine with a mere thought. The myriad fragments soared into the air, reassembling into a long sword adorned with blue streaks, a subtle purple luminescence coursing through it. With another shake of her hand, disperse. The blade fragmented once more, the shards suspended in midair, slowly rotating, emanating an aura of danger. Quickly mastering its usage, Mu Yun delightedly stored the demon blade, feeling fortunate to receive such an exquisite weapon just as she had desired. Although referred to as a blade, it closely resembled a sword, with its shattering nature not hindering her ability to wield sword intent and domain. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing hastily consumed the remaining items, fearing that Mu Yun might change her mind. The notoriously unpalatable devil fruit was devoured by her in large bites, proving her resilience as a true warrior. Well, you need only take a bite of the devil fruit. There's no need to consume it entirely, as it is quite unpleasant, Mu Yun kindly advised. Humph, I shall eat it all. I shall eat it all. Zhu Zhiqing's small face paled, for the taste of the devil fruit was said to be reminiscent of excrement. So, what do you think? Care to test its power? Mu Yun provocatively curled her finger, challenging Zhu Zhiqing. Eager to engage, Zhu Zhiqing hesitated upon noticing Ning Rongrong and the dilapidated state of the shop. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until Rongrong finished with the canister before seeking a more suitable place to deliver a thorough thrashing to your little backside. Zhu Zhiqing felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her. Her unique fur-covered physique had transformed her entirely. The mastery of her skills had exponentially increased her speed, while the Ten Blades cat claw technique rectified her offensive weaknesses. Additionally, the spatial displacement abilities granted by the surgical fruit endowed her with instantaneous movement. She reveled in the sense of invincibility, confident that defeating her father's formidable soul warrior would pose little challenge. Hello, esteemed shopkeeper, I would like 10 canisters as well. Ning Rongrong said politely, curtsying with her skirt lifted. Despite her calm demeanor, her eyes betrayed an undeniable eagerness. Truly. As the esteemed young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, 1 million gold soul coins seemed but a trifling sum to her. Just look at you. TSK, Mu Yun approached Zhu Zhiqing with a look of disdain. Humph, there is simply no comparison. The master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school possesses a remarkable business acumen. In terms of wealth, the Spirit Hall and various empires cannot hold a candle to it. As for our family, it is but a hollow shell, barely managing to sustain daily expenses. I have sneaked into the family treasury, and it is utterly devoid of riches. Unlike you, with your knack for earning money from women, my savings come from frugality and are, naturally, quite meager. Zhu Zhiqing, known for her sharp tongue, was not one to let it slide. Hey, while we may jest, it's inappropriate to expose such truths before others. My earnings come from diligent effort. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, honorably acquired. Unlike your family's Tiger Dai, who actually needs to spend money to woo women, shouldn't that be a profit-making venture? Look at me. I don't even have to lift a finger, and wealth flows in as soon as my cat appears. Who are you calling Tiger Dai? Stop slandering. I, Zhu Zhiqing, do not associate with such ruffians. Speak again, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate. As the siblings engaged in their playful banter, Ning Rongrong began breaking jars. She did not smash them all at once, but instead broke them 2 by 2, as everyone has their own sense of ritual. Clang, clang. 2 orbs of purple light emerged. So, are these treasures? Ning Rongrong asked, her face brimming with anticipation. One was a replica of the Haotian Tower, capable of attracting stellar energy. Remaining within the tower for cultivation could refine one's physique, and its defensive capabilities were formidable. It could even unleash attacks using condensed starlight. Although merely a replica, it was a splendid artifact of perfect purple quality. The other was a replica of the Demon Suppression Tower, possessing the power to subdue evil spirits. In essence, it served as a prison for demonic creatures while also allowing the wielder to harness the powers of the imprisoned beings for combat. Its rank was not particularly high, but it could effectively contain second-tier demonic beasts, also of perfect purple quality. Chapter 13. The Girl Favored by the Tower Goodness. Artifacts are emerging. Has Manager Lin's jar somehow connected to the world of cultivation? Mu Yun sighed with envy and jealousy. Artifacts, after all, are the mightiest weapons in the Douluo world, surpassed only by the Sea King's trident and the Shuro blood sword, both of which are merely artifacts imbued with a trace of divine power, far inferior in rank to true artifacts. Lin Fan was also somewhat dazed. The jar had already produced a devil fruit so early, and now it was yielding such prestigious items, and two at that. Clang, 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 clang. Seizing the moment, Ning Rongrong smashed the remaining jars in rapid succession. The third item was the Gravity Tower, first level, a trial of physical endurance. Inside, a simulated environment of double gravity served as an entrance examination for a martial arts sect. Passing within an hour would grant access to the outer sect. A rare blue quality item. The fourth was the Battle Tower, first level. Defeating the Guardian would yield a random profound martial arts technique, with the opportunity to challenge it repeatedly, though rewards could only be claimed once. This was also a perfect purple quality item. The fifth tower, the Elemental Tower's first level, facilitates the comprehension of elemental skills during one's training, yielding blue rare quality items. The sixth tower, the Spiritual Tower's first level, allows for the refinement of mental strength, also resulting in blue rare quality items. The seventh tower, a replica of the Tower of Creation, serves to restore injuries, producing blue rare quality items. The eighth tower, the Golden Buddha Body Tower, enables the release of the soul technique, the Golden Buddha Body, upon infusing soul power, as long as the soul power remains inexhaustible. The body remains unbroken, offering a perfect purple quality item. The remaining two are the Martial Soul Awakening Pills. Upon absorption by the Martial Soul, they allow for a secondary awakening, also of perfect purple quality. Ah, how deeply this tower cherishes you, 5 blue and 5 purple items, although no gold has emerged. Many of these treasures are not inferior to golden legendary items in the long run. Mu Yun was indeed envious. The purpose of these towers was to comprehensively enhance one's essence, physique, spirit, comprehension, and practical experience. With such an array of improvements, one would undoubtedly become a hexagonal prodigy, effortlessly ascending to divinity in Douluo. By the way, Rongrong, could you lend me these little towers for a while? Mu Yun shamelessly leaned closer. It's just calling her sister, after all. It doesn't cost him anything, and there is no shame in it. It would be truly shameful to miss out on a good bargain. Moreover, Rongrong is my dear friend, and such a delightful opportunity must include me. Mu Yun secretly gave a thumbs up, truly deserving of her brilliant elder sister. She had cast aside her aloof, idle persona and transformed into someone who readily seized opportunities. In contrast, Ning Rongrong appeared rather inexperienced, agreeing without even stipulating any conditions. After departing from the jar shop, the trio hurriedly made their way to a manor on the outskirts of Soto City. Goodness, when did you acquire such a villa in Soto City? Zhu Zhuqing was genuinely surprised. She had conducted a thorough investigation into her brother and had only discovered a modest villa, which explained why she had previously laid in wait to catch him off guard. Heh. Do you understand the concept of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? That little villa was merely a decoy, placed deliberately in plain sight to see if anyone would harbor ill intentions toward me. This is my true home. Observing Mu Yun's smug demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing could only shake her head in disbelief. What is the point of being so clever at such a young age? Aren't you worried about going bald too soon? All right, let us settle here. It's quite safe, Mu Yun proclaimed, gesturing to an open area. Is it really feasible? Though these towers may appear small, once they revert to their true form, they reach the clouds. But there are indeed few structures in Soto City that surpass them in size. They will certainly draw attention. Moreover, this space is insufficient for them. With a sly snap of his fingers, Mu Yun beckoned them to look again. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were left astonished in the blink of an eye. The surroundings transformed entirely. No longer were they in the quaint, antiquated manor, but rather in a resplendent palace, with an expanse stretching beyond the horizon. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen relished grand displays, and her legion numbered in the millions. Such a small venue would simply not suffice. What manner of sorcery is this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her astonishment palpable. Nothing particularly extraordinary, Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. I merely ventured into the Star Doe forest to procure a soul ring and inadvertently eliminated a 30,000-year-old bloodthirsty poison bee queen, besides bestowing upon me a 10,000-year soul ring. She also dropped a soul bone, which contained a hive space, an unexpected boon that has now become mine. Observing Mu Yun's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhu Shiqing felt a twinge of envy. What sheer luck! How can one be so careless and still reap such rewards? Why has fortune not favored me? Ning Rongrong, however, remained unfazed. Each of her small towers housed vast spaces, and she was accustomed to such wonders. Come now, reveal your treasures. And let us see who can reach the finish line first. With a graceful motion of her hand, she summoned forth the replica of the Demon Lock Tower. The replica of the Haotian Tower, the Gravity Tower, the Battle Tower, the Spirit Tower, the Element Tower, the Great Buddha Golden Body Tower, and the replica of the Creation Tower. 8 colossal towers descended with a thud. You two compete. I shall refrain as my physique is too weak. I will instead head to the Haotian Tower to refine my body. Ning Rongrong was well aware of her limitations. One gravity tower could suppress her for days. Zhu Shiqing, filled with confidence owing to her beast spirit physique, dashed into the gravity tower without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, observing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing depart in succession, allowed a grin to spread across his face. A competition? Such childish antics ceased to amuse me after the age of 3. With so many treasures at hand, how could I resist taking advantage? Activating his bewildering spirit to its fullest extent, Mu Yun pierced through the superficial to grasp the essence of each tower, beginning his ascent into them one by one. The Battle Tower completed in an instant, earning him the reward of the profound martial art, 6 Meridian Sword. The Gravity Tower solved in 10 breaths, granting him the Earth Spirit pattern. The Haotian Tower replica solved in 15 minutes, yielding the Star-Gathering Spirit pattern and Moon-Embracing Spirit pattern. The Great Buddha Golden Body Tower solved in 15 minutes, with modifications made, earning him the Sword or a Garment. The Demon Lock Tower solved in a quarter of an hour, mastering the Demon Sealing Chain. The Spirit Tower solved in a quarter of an hour, learning the Divine Refinement Technique. The Element Tower solved in 2/4 of an hour, comprehending the 3,000 Thunder Movements. The Creation Tower solved in 3/4 of an hour, mastering the transformation method of creation chi. This venture has indeed proven to be immensely profitable. It can be said that even if Ning Rongrong were to take away the 8 towers, Mu Yun would possess the confidence to replicate 8 similar ones. Particularly with the final tower of creation, he has discovered an alternative approach. After transforming the essence of creation, there is no longer a necessity to employ it for healing as the original did. Instead, he intends to utilize it for summoning soldiers. By merely harnessing the essence of creation to construct a queen bee, an endless swarm of bees will subsequently emerge. Chapter 14. The Hunt for the Ghost Tiger. With a gasp, Zhu Shiqing appeared before Mu Yun, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "I have completed the challenge." Mu Yun was initially taken aback. Was this girl truly so formidable? However, he soon realized that her notion of clearing levels simply referred to that, while his own experience could be aptly termed as plundering. Let us compare our gains. With an intense desire to win, Zhu Shiqing began to flaunt her acquisitions. I obtained the pinnacle martial art, Lingbo Weibu, from the Tower of Combat. I secured the supreme martial art, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. In the Elemental Tower, I comprehended the Whirlwind Blade, which, when combined with my cat claws, is exceptionally powerful. I grasped the 3,000 Thunder Movements. Moreover, I mastered the Spirit Cat Battle Garb in the Great Buddha Golden Body Tower, significantly enhancing my defensive capabilities. I acquired the Sword Aura Garb there, which should serve a similar purpose as your Spirit Cat Battle Garb. So who emerges victorious? Zhu Shiqing's expression was one of perplexity. What do you think? A tie. It must be a tie. Ning Rongrong pouted as she interjected, "You too. Why do your spoils seemingly surpass mine when these treasures were bestowed by me?" Throughout, she had merely refined her body within the Haotian Tower and honed her spirit in the Spirit Tower, but in other endeavors, she faltered under gravity, could not triumph in combat, and was frightened away from the Elemental Tower by the swirling wind blades upon entry. Ching. I need to return to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School for a brief while. Please excuse me to the principal and classmates. You are going back? Zhu Shiqing inquired with mild surprise. It's only temporary. I consumed 2 Martial Soul Awakening Pills, and now my Martial Soul, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, has evolved into the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile. This is a momentous event for our 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, and I must inform my father. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Despite her gains not matching those of Zhu Shiqing and Mu Yun, her physical and mental enhancements were strikingly evident. This was merely her first endeavor, and with the tower being her own, she could refine herself at any time, truly empowering herself. Furthermore, upon her return. The primary focus would be on acquiring funds and gathering individuals. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, among other things, boasted abundant resources. Spending 1,000,000 gold soul coins in a week was hardly a trivial matter. Who do they look down upon? First, let us bring over 100 people. And then we'll smash a small target. Such is our ambition. Very well, I have reached level 30. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Douluo forest to obtain a soul ring, and then I will return to school to assist you in requesting leave. Zhu Shiqing's gaze turned to Mu Yun. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me into the Douluo forest. Refusal is not an option. Originally, she intended to hunt soul rings alongside the Shrek 7 monsters under the guidance of their teacher, but her horizons had broadened, and she no longer wished to heed Yu Xiaojiang's recommendations on offensive soul rings. She desired greater freedom. Indeed, I must also hunt for my second soul ring. Let us go together. Mu Yun held no objections towards the current Zhu Shiqing. However, the past was a different story. Back then, her lack of strength and disobedience made her unmanageable. Now, though, even a typical soul king of over 50 levels could likely be vanquished in an instant. Her speed was astonishingly rapid, so much so that Mu Yun found Zhu Shiqing's current maximum velocity quite formidable. Without the aid of sword domain and observation haki, he would be at a loss on how to counter her. The adage "only speed is invincible" was indeed not a mere saying. The following day, in the Douluo forest, "Is this the soul beast you have chosen for me?" Zhu Shiqing inquired. Her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed at the imposing black tiger before her, measuring over 10 meters in length and standing more than 3 meters tall. The white king-like pattern on its forehead exuded a menacing aura. The ghost tiger possesses commendable speed and attack power, coupled with the innate ability of shadow clone, making it exceptionally suitable for you. I specifically selected a 10,000-year-old one for you. Isn't it splendid? An ordinary 1,000-year-old purple soul ring would not suffice for my exceptionally clever elder sister, Mu Yun suggested with a cheerful smile. A 10,000-year soul beast, particularly one with such fierce combat capabilities as the ghost tiger? Do you not overrate me? Zhu Shiqing retorted, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Is it not overly presumptuous to aim for a 10,000-year soul ring for my third soul ring? Noticing her subtle contradiction, the excitement glimmering in her eyes, Mu Yun urged playfully, "Come on, it's merely a 10,000-year soul beast, don't dawdle." With a fierce roar, Zhu Shiqing charged forward, the ghost tiger responding with a thunderous growl as it leapt, akin to a bolt of black lightning. As the ghost tiger closed in, Zhu Shiqing's eyes remained icy. She swiftly twisted her waist, adopting an astonishing posture, as if her upper and lower body were disconnected, while evading the tiger's attack. Her 10 talon-like claws slashed across its abdomen. The ghost tiger let out a pained roar, rolling on the ground before swiftly regaining its footing and assuming a defensive stance. At this moment, Zhu Shiqing turned gracefully, her claws poised as she adjusted a pair of non-existent glasses. It's truly not that formidable. Its speed is rather mediocre. Not nearly as swift as I imagined. Are you certain this is a 10,000-year ghost tiger? It wouldn't be a counterfeit, would it? Mu Yun was taken aback. Could it be that he had become possessed by Clo? The ghastly tiger seemed to feel insulted and charged out in anger once more. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing let her arms fall, her 10-bladed claws rhythmically swaying from side to side like a pendulum. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, causing towering trees around her to topple. The ghastly tiger began to display deep, bone-revealing wounds, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Mu Yun kept his distance, recognizing the indiscriminate nature of the attack as exceedingly perilous. Finally, the furious ghastly tiger's forehead radiated a royal light as dozens of black tigers roared and dashed in all directions. Oh, it seems it intends to flee. Just a reminder, the shadow clones of the ghastly tiger are tangible. If even one escapes, it does not signify its demise, merely a period of weakness. And your soul ring would be rendered futile, Mu Yun lazily cautioned. Do you require assistance? He inquired. No need, came Zhu Shiqing's cold reply. Room. Her voice pierced through the air as a white light membrane expanded from her center, enveloping all the ghastly tigers within its reach. With a gentle sweep of her 10-bladed claws, every ghastly tiger was sliced into pieces, astonishingly without a single drop of blood spilled. The eyes of the severed heads revealed a look of terror. They were alive yet utterly powerless. As Zhu Shiqing retracted her fruit ability, the ghastly tiger succumbed to death, and a black soul ring slowly ascended. Zhu Shiqing elegantly approached the soul ring to commence her absorption. Mu Yun initially intended to offer assistance, yet ultimately reconsidered. It seemed unnecessary. The spirit of the ghost tiger had been utterly shattered by Zhu Shiqing's decisive strike. leaving the remaining spirit rings devoid of any resistance. From that point onward, as long as her body could withstand the energy feedback from the 10,000-year spirit ring, everything would be manageable. Soon, Zhu Zhiqing completed the absorption of the spirit ring, directly ascending to the rank of 33rd level spirit master. With a resonant hum, one after another, Zhu Zhiqing manifested in thin air. Truly a remarkable spirit technique, especially after being tempered within the spirit tower. This shadow clone could embody all of my combat prowess. Mu Yun, thank you. Chapter 15, The Soul Beast with a System. Mu Yun, what is the matter with you? That gold-eating refining beast is precisely your target, isn't it? After wandering around for so long, we finally found it. Yet you chose not to slay it for the spirit ring, but instead turned around and fled without a word. Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed, shaking off Mu Yun's small hand, practically itching to rush back and engage in battle. Slay it? My astute elder sister. It seems that after defeating a 10,000-year soul beast, you have forgotten your own identity. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a sense of urgency. It was a close call. Fortunately, his cautious nature had prompted him to activate the Eye of Illusions early, revealing a shocking piece of information. What is the matter? I perceive him as nothing more than an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, devoid of any sense of danger. Moreover, the records on the golden-consuming refining beast do not indicate it belongs to a formidable lineage. What are you so afraid of? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, perplexed. That is precisely what makes it perilous, he replied. Your martial soul, the nether spirit cat, excels in perception, while my martial soul, the orange cat, is also remarkably attuned to danger. I even activated the observation hockey within the jar, yet I failed to sense any threat from the opponent. This starkly indicates that the adversary's level vastly surpasses ours, coupled with an exceedingly cautious disposition. Such entities are best left undisturbed. Mu Yun felt a lingering dread. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the essence of his opponent, a soul beast that had transformed over the span of 900,000 years. Adept at the art of survival, had remained undiscovered in the Star Doe forest, even eluding the awareness of the dominant soul beasts dwelling deep within. His temperament was one of caution. He would only strike when absolutely necessary, and his attacks were always fatal. Moreover, he was the possessor of a refining system, a third-tier artifact-level refiner. Then there was the opponent's dazzling array of equipment, headgear, robes, battle boots, a complete set of weaponry, shields, alongside earrings and necklaces. Most alarming were the rings that adorned every finger. Who could fathom the powers they might possess? A veritable armory of enchanted luxuries. Who would dare to confront such a being? Even the protagonist would be compelled to kneel. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated behind him. Little one, your eyes are quite extraordinary. Sword domain, fluttering blossoms. In response to the sudden voice, Mu Yun displayed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated this encounter. He instantly unleashed his domain-based sword technique, causing a tempest of petals to rain down. Humph. The figure cloaked in black gradually revealed itself, having been struck by several petals, emitting muffled groans. An intriguing technique, it has compelled me to materialize from the void, and some petals managed to bypass my defensive artifacts, striking my very essence. Venom, dizziness, paralysis, petrification, binding. How curious to encounter such a spring toxin as the rosy skeleton. Regrettably, they were all too feeble. Collectively, they would only control for a fleeting moment. The figure in black slowly raised his right hand, clearly on the verge of breaking free from his restraints. The 5 rings glimmered with radiant energy, indicating that a formidable move was imminent. A mere moment, sufficient. The orange tabby cat's martial spirit manifested, arriving beside the figure in black robes with an astonishing speed that belied its stout physique. Its pudgy little paw gently made contact, to the surprise of the cloaked individual. It was a rule-based soul skill. Little one, we shall meet again, it remarked before vanishing from sight. Remarkable. After enduring the full force of my adorable strike, it still managed to utter a word before departing. Truly impressive. Mu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The harm would surely not reach the adversary, and at least for the next 3 days, he was safe. The full force of the adorable strike had sent the opponent soaring for 3 days and nights, disregarding their strength or weakness. What had transpired? Had someone just appeared? Where had they gone? Zhu Zhiqing rushed over, belatedly realizing he had been sent off on a journey. Mu Yun waved his hand, his expression slightly grave. I am about to hunt the great-mouthed flower. If you wish, you may refrain from accompanying me and return instead. No, came the reply. In the spirit of reciprocity, since you have aided me in hunting the ghost tiger, I too shall assist you in your pursuit of the great-mouthed flower. Mu Yun pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, "You may accompany me, but let us establish 3 rules. Without my consent, do not act recklessly. The big mouth flower is not like the ghost tiger. Your speed will be of no use against it. Humph, it's merely a stationary plant-type soul beast. Far easier to deal with than the ghost tiger. Just wait and see how swiftly I will vanquish it." The inflated Zhu Zhuqing now felt invincible. Do not blindly trust the documented information on soul beasts. Spatial-type soul beasts are far more perilous than you can fathom. I understand. Stop being so tedious." Zhu Zhuqing replied. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing, pale-faced, cowered behind Mu Yun, her panic evident as she screamed, "Ah, I almost died. That enormous mouth appeared behind me without warning. If you hadn't intervened, I would have been finished. I warned you that it is particularly effective against speed-type fighters. Yet you insisted on using the shadow-killing technique in its spatial trap domain. It's a miracle you didn't run straight into its mouth," Mu Yun said, feeling a twinge of fear himself. Had Zhu Zhuqing plunged headfirst into danger, even with his preparations, he would have been unable to save her in time. As for the big mouth flower, it had naturally fallen prey to Mu Yun's keen observation. The opportunity arose the moment Zhu Zhuqing was attacked. During its feeding, the big mouth flower would momentarily lower its defenses, allowing Mu Yun to seize the moment. It typically concealed itself within the void, eluding even those far more powerful than itself. In essence, Zhu Zhuqing served as bait to draw it out. With a decisive strike, Mu Yun sent the big mouth flower flying, rendering it much easier to handle now that it was outside its territory. He swiftly employed a sealing chain to restrict its ability to retreat into the void, subsequently binding it tightly and tossing it into the beehive. Within that realm, Mu Yun was the master, and the big mouth flower was merely a fish on the chopping block. "Hold on, let me deal with the big mouth flower first." 10 minutes later, Mu Yun reappeared, invigorated and refreshed. As a level 28 soul master, he wielded domain-type soul skills, the spatial trap and the spatial strangulation. What a bountiful harvest. Within the hive, Mu Yun endeavored to integrate these 2 soul skills into his sword domain. As anticipated, the chaotic yet graceful realm of Cat's whimsical blossoms became significantly more formidable, with its control area expanding twofold and an abundance of spatial traps materializing within. The danger level of Cat's whimsical blossoms soared to unprecedented heights. Within this domain, one would not merely suffer from the torment of petals. Triggering a spatial trap could prove fatal. The spatial strangulation within those traps was a devastating lethal technique. Mu Yun believed that even a magical artifact could be shattered if ensnared. However, when it came to dealing with the previously encountered black-robed elder, heavily armed with magical artifacts, he surmised that such measures would still be insufficient. Once I acquire my 3rd soul skill and obtain another spatial-type soul ring, my mastery over space will ascend to a new level. At that point, I shall show you. Chapter 16. This cheap trickster, how did it go? Did you resolve it? Upon seeing Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing rushed over. Certainly resolved. A mere 50,000-year-old soul beast fell to just a few strikes. The only regret was that no soul bones had dropped. Mu Yun proudly showcased the 2 black soul rings beneath his feet. In truth, he held little fascination for soul bones. Their primary utility lay in bestowing a soul beast skill. And what merit does a defeated foe's soul technique hold? Would it not be far more gratifying to employ one's own soul skills? One would only covet the skills conferred by soul bones if one's own techniques were woefully inadequate. Much like Tang San, who nearly relied on the 8 spider lances to reach the conclusion of his journey. Of course, this does not apply to the soul bone of the queen bee, which possesses an extraordinary skill for spatial control and a progressively evolving hive features unattainable even in a 100,000-year soul bone. What should they pursue next? Should they seek another 10,000-year soul beast for a duel? Zhu Zhuqing eagerly suggested. Yet perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. The golden devouring beast remains a lurking threat. Although theoretically it would not appear for 3 days, who could ascertain whether it possesses some formidable artifact that might prompt an early return? Mu Yun contemplated for a moment and resolved to retreat, opting to linger in Soto City for a few more rounds of the lottery. It was likely that he would no longer need to fear that old adversary, at the very least. The issue of self-preservation and escape would not pose much of a challenge. Very well then, I shall return to Shrek Academy. I still need to assist Rong Rong in requesting leave. Without Mu Yun by her side, Zhu Zhuqing dared not act recklessly. The previous brush with death had punctured her inflated ego, restoring her former composure. Upon returning to the estate, Mu Yun began to assess the gains bestowed upon him by the system. The 2 exclusive red jars from the shopkeepers had been credited to his account. The artisan system issued a task to forge 10 first-tier mundane weapons, with the reward being the secret technique of the iron hammer method. No way. Have you truly pilfered the opponent's task this time? Is this the bargain you sought, intending to work me to the bone? Forging iron. Is this truly the task befitting one of my tender age? Mu Yun flung himself onto the bed, resigned to abandoning this wretched task. What use was a shoddy blacksmithing skill when he had no desire to forge? However, he was reminded that this quest bore a penalty should he fail. Little Ding Ding would endure the merciless onslaught of the chaotic hammer technique. Mu Yun sprang up as if propelled by a spring. Envisioning himself bound in a large character shape upon a chopping board, where a burly man grinned menacingly, brandishing a hammer with fierce vigor. Furthermore, this task is time-sensitive, requiring completion within 3 days. Otherwise, what an outrageous predicament this is. You could very well be the death of me. Mu Yunfei generally arrived at the blacksmith shop in Soto City, where he lavishly invested a significant amount of gold soul coins to secure the entire venue. For 3 consecutive days and nights, he tirelessly wielded the heavy hammer, dispelling fatigue with every resounding strike. Fortunately, equipped with the Eye of Disillusion, he swiftly mastered the art of blacksmithing, exhibiting a finesse that rivaled even the most seasoned blacksmiths who had toiled for a lifetime. With the final blow resonating through the air, the system notified him of task completion. 8 common artifacts and 2 magical implements were forged within a remarkable span of 48 hours, an achievement exceeding expectations. In addition to the chaotic hammer technique, he was rewarded with a basic crafting skill. As the rewards materialized, Mu Yun felt that the arduous labor of the past 2 days and nights had indeed been worthwhile. Surely, there was no further development to this tale? Mu Yun felt somewhat anxious. He was reluctant to become ensnared in an endless cycle of toil. Ding! The 10 exclusive jars for the store managers of the Heavenly Jar Shop have arrived. Oh, it seems that Manager Lin is poised for a remarkable turnaround. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Rongrong truly delivers. She lives up to the reputation of the affluent 7-treasure glazed tile sect, effortlessly attracting 10 individuals at once. Mu Yun decisively determined that these jars were contributions from the esteemed 10,000 treasures glazed sect. As for Shrek Academy, even if Fred were to sell all his possessions, he could scarcely produce a sum of 100,000 gold soul coins. Come now, my dear treasure. Let me behold what magnificent items the legendary store manager's exclusive jar can unveil. With a resounding clatter, Mu Yun began to strike the jars vigorously, and 12 radiant orbs of light ascended. White, 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 blue, 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 purple, and gold. A box of Master Tan's exquisite pickled noodle soup, which delights the palate after a mere 8 minutes in boiling water, boasts an ordinary white quality, mainly because there are no lesser grades. A bottle of inferior white liquor, best left untouched, as it may contain industrial alcohol. One should be wary of the consequences of folly, and the quality is hardly worth mentioning. A box of happy fatty water, a favorite among the couch dwellers, which perhaps your cherished orange feline might also enjoy, holds an ordinary white quality. A pair of black stockings. Well, those in the know understand, of ordinary white quality. A Jinhua ham, renowned for its exquisite flavor, also of ordinary white quality. A box of a certain monkey snail powder. The taste is rather ambiguous. Your cat likely would not fancy it, though your orange companion might be an exception. Of ordinary white quality. Soul Power Capsules 3, which directly enhance soul power without side effects, are of blue rare quality. An ordinary quality strength pill, which increases strength by 1,000 upon consumption, is of blue rare quality. An exceptional strength pill, which augments strength by 10,000, is of purple perfect quality. The Void Sword Body, a unique constitution, grants its possessor a remarkable affinity for spatial manipulation, of golden legendary quality. What on earth, system? Come forth and witness this for yourself. These items are inferior even to those from the ordinary jars I opened before. How dare you purport this to be a store manager's exclusive jar? Were it not for the final emergence of a golden legendary item, I would have thought you were treating me as a mere recycling bin. The agitation of Mu Yunchi stems primarily from the significant disparity between his expectations and reality, which has left him profoundly disappointed. Well, host, might there be a possibility that such a rate of treasure discovery is indeed normal, while your previous encounter, along with that of the 2 young ladies, was rather exceptional? In other words, it was a legendary anomaly, now rectified, thus resulting in the current situation. In truth, obtaining a golden legend is already quite remarkable, and moreover, this particular golden legend is anything but ordinary. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and expressed his agreement. The Void Sword Body, a physique of extraordinary caliber, must undoubtedly originate from a realm of higher existence, and it is precisely what he currently requires. Although the broken illusion spirit eye enables him to effortlessly master sword techniques and domains, its potency leaves much to be desired. After all, it is merely an ordinary physique, and a mortal is constrained by inherent limitations. However, with the advent of the void sword body, both his sword techniques and domain mastery, as well as his spatial control, have been significantly enhanced, unlocking new potentials and paving the way for a more expansive journey ahead. Muyin suddenly thought of Lin Fan. With such a low treasure yield, the unfortunate manager Lin would likely need quite some time to turn his fortunes around. The image of the Grand Jar Store's manager cautiously venturing out for breakfast brought a smile to Mu Yun's face. It was almost time to open the jar again. He planned to take a look tomorrow. He wondered if old Lin would be reduced to tears if he ended up with a pile of junk. Chapter 17. Encountering a traveler boss, 3 oil sticks, a pound of fried dough, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding, with plenty of pickled vegetables and chopped scallions, please. Mu Yun was astonished to find such a nostalgic breakfast on the streets of Soto City. He harbored serious suspicions that the owner of this breakfast shop might be a traveler from another world. However, after a failed attempt at secret signals with the peculiar and the royal wine, he discovered that this establishment was merely a franchise, with numerous locations scattered throughout Soto City. While the main store resided in Wuhuan City, reportedly owned by a significant figure with formidable connections. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. The city lord's guard is on duty. All unauthorized personnel, please step aside. A dazzling procession of armored guards marched by, prompting merchants to hurriedly close and lock their doors. Mu Yun was multitasking, relishing his meal while observing the scene with his observation haki. A well-trained squad had encircled a lone individual. At last, they had cornered him. Though it was unclear why their superior forbade them from storming into the establishment to apprehend the target. Nevertheless, it was time for the young man to accompany them. The master of his household wished to meet him, and they preferred not to resort to force. The encircled individual was a young man, dressed rather plainly and somewhat disheveled. Though he was in better condition than the ragged beggars one might encounter on the streets, at least his shoes were intact. I must say, you lot are quite bothersome. After finally managing to enjoy a breakfast out, you come here to disrupt my peace, constantly monitoring my little shop, which severely affects my sales. Your presence is quite distressing. As for the esteemed gentleman you mentioned, I have no interest in meeting him. Should he wish to discuss matters, he may visit my humble store, provided he brings ample gold soul coins. If he is a pauper, I suggest he vacate the premises, as I have no inclination to entertain him. Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment wine? Seize him. Faced with soldiers resembling wolves and tigers, brandishing shields and clubs, Mu Yun suddenly felt an odd sense of nostalgia reminiscent of encounters with the urban management squad. Humph. The young man merely scoffed, releasing an aura of terror that radiated outward. One by one, the soldiers fell to the ground, and even the nearby merchants, who had retreated behind closed doors, were not spared. He had endured enough indignation over the past few days and yearned to release his pent-up frustration. They had approached him willingly, so they could simply sleep it off. Ah, the nostalgic flavors of spicy soup, tofu pudding, and fried dough sticks, he was drawn to them. The young man sprinted towards the source of the aromas, and upon pushing open the door, he beheld a small boy, blissfully indulging in fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. A visage of pure happiness. It's you, my little brother Mu Yun. The young man paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his features. His observation haki had not detected the boy's presence beforehand. Even now, standing face to face, he sensed nothing but empty air. Noticing the boy's observation haki sweeping back and forth, Mu Yun couldn't help but smile. He was now a void sword body, impervious to standard observation haki. I must say, Boss Lin, your use of Conqueror's haki leaves much to be desired. Couldn't you be a bit more precise? You've left the shopkeeper dazed. Do you intend to dine without paying? How could that be? Am I the type to dine and dash? Lin Fan swiftly gathered 10 fried dough sticks, 3 kilograms of fried cakes, and 3 bowls of spicy soup, adeptly packaging them into 3 portions. One couldn't help but suspect he had done this many times before in a past life. I shall take my leave now. I will see you shortly. With that, Lin Fan, wreathed in crackling purple lightning, vanished in an instant. Conqueror's haki, observation haki, and what appeared to be a thunder fruit, standard fare for many who traverse dimensions. No wonder he dared to leave the shop for a bit of revelry. Yet, he had indeed feasted without settling the bill. Mu Yun, in a state of perplexity, left behind a gold soul coin and departed from the scene, for he understood that lingering in such a place of conflict was unwise. He had no desire to bear the blame for Lin Fan. Soon thereafter, a strikingly handsome youth arrived at the scene, only to be greeted by the sight of countless bodies sprawled across the street, their armor gleaming magnificently. Fortunately, they were merely unconscious and posed no threat to their lives. Suddenly, a shadow materialized out of thin air, its hood obscuring its face, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Such a peculiar method. To incapacitate hundreds solely through sheer presence, I had only experienced this sensation with the Grand Elder, clad in a resplendent scarlet robe adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns. A figure of ambiguous beauty, with an androgynous voice and delicate fingers, appeared beside the youth. "Are you referring to my grandfather?" the youth inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "It cannot be the Grand Elder Qian Douluo. The sensation described by old Chrysanthemum must be derived from the Grand Elder's divine power. For only such a level of strength could achieve this." The ominous figure spoke with a tone of trepidation. Realizing they had been a moment too late, the youth lamented. "He has already grown stronger, all thanks to those rogues from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Young master, why don't we storm that so-called jar shop and apprehend him directly? Though his presence is intimidating, his actual combat prowess may not be as formidable. With my 95th level Chrysanthemum Douluo and the 95th level Old Ghost, capturing an obscure individual should pose little challenge. Moreover, with the fusion technique of our martial souls, the dual polar stillness domain, I believe there is no one we cannot seize." Observing the self-assured Chrysanthemum Douluo, the youth replied nonchalantly, "If we encounter him outside next time, we may give it a try. However, charging into a shop to capture someone is a foolhardy endeavor best avoided. Since we cannot control him, we shall have to abide by his rules. Uncle Ghost, return to the Spirit Hall immediately and procure as many gold soul coins as possible. Additionally, Uncle Chrysanthemum, gather all the liquid assets from my properties. Since we cannot seize the opportunity presented by the jar shop, we shall instead integrate into it. This grand fortune shall belong to me." The young man clenched his fist and departed with his two esteemed title Douluos. After a considerable interval, a figure emerged from the void. In Mu Yun's eyes, a flicker of purple light shimmered. Xue Qinghe, the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, was, in truth, the master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, possessing the martial spirit of the six-winged angel and holding the rank of Soul King at level 59. A transmigrator. He was also the possessor of the celestial summoning system. What an astonishing entanglement of identities. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. This Douluo seemed rather unorthodox. Several systems had already made their abrupt entrance, and could Tang San, a character who relied on the halo of the protagonist to conquer the world, still navigate this tumultuous landscape? When the narrative of the protagonist encounters external aids, the outcome may very well be dire. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. With the celestial summoning system at play, I sincerely hope it does not disappoint. The celestial summoning system has successfully gained an advantage. The host is requested to accept it promptly. Chapter 18. Successful summon. The celestial summoning system has informed that the host, Qian Renxue, has completed 2 summons. As a result, dear host, you are also entitled to 2 summons. Is there no task I need to complete this time? None. Qian Renxue has already fulfilled the 2 tasks. One was to eliminate Xue Qinghe and successfully assume his identity, while the other was to successfully subjugate both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. She accomplished her missions, and I reaped the rewards. This time, I have indeed secured a splendid advantage. Mu Yun raised a thumb towards the void, indeed finding great satisfaction in reaping rewards without effort. Summon, commence. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the emptiness. With azure hair, crystal clear eyes, and a delicate visage, one could only describe him as an adorable young lad, rivaling even his own good looks. The monster slime, Remura Tempest, possessed 2 unique skills, Great Sage and Predator. Upon observing the other, one noted golden locks cascading down, cerulean eyes, adorned in a flowing gown of vibrant hues, with pointed ears, crimson lips, and a branch-like staff held in hand. The water spirit, Asuna, wielded the abilities of unrestricted flight, alongside wind and water elemental magic. To his astonishment, he had summoned these 2 remarkable beings. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Rimuru was the weakest of monsters, a slime, his predator skill enabled him to devour any formidable creature, acquiring all of their skills and powers. Moreover, he could subsequently release them as his subordinates. The Great Sage encompassed extraordinary abilities such as thought acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation, chant disruption, and the myriad phenomena of the universe, which seemed even more formidable than his own void spirit eye. Asuna was equally impressive. In addition to her striking beauty and magical prowess, she excelled in culinary arts, tailoring, and business acumen, skills that rendered her an ideal candidate for a housekeeper. A female housekeeper of respectable standing, devoid of any inappropriate interpretations. Upon entering the multiverse jar shop, the trio was greeted warmly. "Welcome," echoed the voice. Lin Fan's jaw dropped in disbelief as he processed the astonishing information about the three individuals before him. Mu Yun, a 30-level great soul master of the human race, possesses the orange cat martial soul and the void sword body, with a combat power assessment of 999. Rimuru, a monster of the first level, wields unique abilities such as Great Sage and Predator, with a combat power assessment ranging from 1 to infinity. Asuna, an elf of the 99th level, is a Grand Magus with a combat power assessment of 999. What is the meaning of this? How can this be? It defies all logic. No wonder Lin Fan is astonished. It is evident that these two do not belong to this world. How could monsters and elves exist in the Douluo continent? Mu Yun remained unfazed, addressing Boss Lin with a calm demeanor. "Stay composed, for you are the proprietor of the celestial jars. What could be more incongruous than your very existence? I am confident that your jars can yield not only them but even more preposterous entities. Furthermore, allow me to offer you a piece of intelligence without charge. The orchestrators behind today's ambush are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and she happens to be a transmigrator endowed with the system. Thus, exercise caution. The mightiest in this realm may not necessarily be demigods like Qian Douluo or Poseidon Tangchen, and the limits of power are not confined to those so-called deities. It is plausible that other system bearers may seize the opportunity to ambush you, and it remains uncertain whether they possess methods to usurp your golden finger." Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat. How perilous it was to realize that he was not the sole possessor of a golden finger system in this world. The thought was chilling. If his assailants were merely agents of the Spirit Hall or other factions, it would pose a minor threat, as their interest would solely lie in the jars. However, if the adversaries were indeed transmigrators with their own golden fingers, their motives could be treacherous, potentially aimed at his own system. Presently, his strength was far from invincible. Although the elementalization of the Thunder Fruit was an unparalleled phenomenon in this world, it was limited to this realm. And countless methods exist across the myriad of worlds to counter elementalization. Thank you, my dear brother. Your warning is exceedingly timely. As for the price of those jars, do you think it is reasonable? Lin Fan chuckled. Friendship aside, we must adhere to the rules. You see, my young brother, I am merely an employee, relying on your patronage for sustenance, as you well understand. This time, Lin Fan was not easily swayed, having learned from past experiences. Very well, I shall take 30 jars. Mu Yun, with great extravagance, tossed out a large package. 30? Are they also going to break the jars? Lin Fan exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. Is there a stipulation that your jars are only sold to humans? There is no such rule, came the reply. Is there a stipulation that they must be sold only to the inhabitants of this world? That doesn't hold either. Then it is settled. Without prohibition, it is lawful. Mu Yun asserted confidently. However, there is one rule. Any living being that emerges from this jar shop cannot open jars. May I inquire if these two friends of mine were spawned from your jar shop? They were not. Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. Logically, there seemed to be no issue, yet it felt somewhat peculiar, as if this were a loophole to circumvent the rules. Then what are you hesitating for? I am legally and reasonably spending money to open jars. You are legally and reasonably accepting payment to open jars for me. There is nothing amiss in this arrangement. We are justified, so what is there to fear? Ultimately, Lin Fan was persuaded and retrieved 30 jars. Mu Yun secretly chuckled. Fortunate that he had summoned 2 individuals instead of a legion of 10,000 snow dragon knights. Then one would truly comprehend the magnitude of this oversight. Rimuru, you shall be the first to act, followed by Asuna, and I shall take the final turn. Before him lay 10 earthen jars, and without hesitation, Rimuru smashed them all in one breath. The first revealed the skill Silken Restraint, a blue rarity skill that ensnares enemies with strands of silk. The second was Body Armor, a blue rarity skill that significantly enhances defense and provides damage reduction. The third unveiled Black Lightning, a potent spell attack, also of blue rarity. The fourth, Advanced Mimicry, a purple perfection grade skill that allows for complete imitation of any being. The fifth was Great Cleansing, a practical life skill of blue rarity. The sixth jar contained a case of delightful soft drinks, beloved not only by the chubby but also by slimes, a white ordinary quality item. The seventh held a female swimsuit student uniform, concealing any intrigue beneath its modesty, a white ordinary quality item that those in the know could appreciate. The eighth jar revealed the Dragon Demon Blade, a non-tradable exclusive item of purple perfection quality. The ninth was a purple lady's professional suit, a secretary's attire. Also a white ordinary quality item. The 10th jar contained Zixian, a demon with an alluring exterior and a passionate heart, capable of evolution and Rimuru's favorite. A golden legendary quality item. Chapter 19. The Three Dominant Gates Fruit Lord Rimuru. I have finally found you. The moment Zixian, donned in her secretary attire, appeared. She embraced Rimuru tightly, his delicate visage buried amidst her imposing arms. What envy! What envy! Two onlookers thought, consumed with jealousy. I shall smother you. I shall smother you. Zixian, what brings you here? Rimuru managed to extricate his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. My lord, after the Demon Lord meeting, you vanished without a trace. We feared you had been abducted, so we dispersed to search for you. Then, everything went dark, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself here. Zixian surveyed the surroundings, gripping the hilt of her blade in a defensive stance. It must be you, the kidnappers who have taken our esteemed Demon Lord. Hush, hush. Muyun and Lin Fan simultaneously gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, nervously whistling. One was summoned by the celestial calling system, while the other was captured by the jar system. In a certain sense, it wouldn't be entirely unjust to label them as abductors. Ah, master, what is your power? Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed in a shrill voice. Well, I've reverted to my original state. Rimuru shrugged nonchalantly. Fear not. With me, the god of battle, Ziyuan, at your side. You will soon regain your strength. How has my power reverted back to that of the great demon clan? Ziyuan exclaimed, her mouth agape as she collapsed to the ground. It seems you have also been reset. No worries, let us join forces and regain our strength together. Rimuru cheerfully extended his small hand to join hands with the master. It was unclear whether Ziyuan misunderstood something, as she emitted strange sounds with a foolish expression. There exists a creature known as the Soul Beast here, similar to our demonic kind, and we should be able to recover swiftly. Truly, Rimuru is remarkable. Setting aside the chattering duo, Asuna stepped forward. Shopkeeper, let us commence with my jars. Asuna first smashed a jar to test the waters. A comprehensive compendium of magical potion recipes, a purple item of perfect quality. Not bad. Asuna happily stowed the item away, as she held a keen interest in the profession of potion making, though her upbringing had left her without guidance in this area. Next, she shattered 2 more jars in succession. Spiritual Gathering Spring, capable of accumulating the essence of heaven and earth and transforming it into spiritual liquid, a purple item of perfect quality. Little Cloud Rain Technique. A basic spell that summons a small rain cloud, an essential spell for spiritual cultivators, a blue item of rare quality. Once again satisfied, Asuna delighted in handling various plants. She proceeded to break open the remaining jars in one breath. 50 ordinary seeds of mundane flowers, aesthetically pleasing yet lacking utility, a white item of ordinary quality. A complete set of professional tools for potion crafting, a white item of ordinary quality. 10 first-tier spiritual seeds, suitable for concocting first-tier pills, a blue item of rare quality. 20 first-tier spiritual seeds, also suitable for concocting first-tier pills, a blue item of rare quality. Spiritual grade soil from all directions, exclusive soil for planting spiritual flowers and plants. A blue item of rare quality. Basic alchemy inheritance, a legacy left by a novice alchemist, including several basic recipes and alchemical experiences, a purple item of perfect quality. Yui. An artificial intelligence from the gaming world, endowed with human emotions, proficient in mental care and intelligence gathering, a purple item of perfect quality. Yui. Mother. In the gaming world. Yui is Asuna's adopted daughter. What the heck, is it buy two get two free? Fortunately, it is Yui who emerges rather than Kirito, otherwise. Indulging in this incessant barrage of dog food would seem never-ending. Muyun observed as his 2 subordinates swiftly paired off, inexplicably experiencing the discomfort of exclusion. Boss Lin. It is my turn now. Muyun felt a tinge of anxiety this time. The intimidating rhetoric he had previously employed against Lin Fan had inadvertently unsettled him as well. The prospect of relinquishing the Golden Finger system was an unsettling thought, particularly since it bore relevance to his own situation. Lin Fan, after all, possessed the formidable Zhutian jar shop, rendering him invincible and absolutely secure in this realm. Muyun, in stark contrast, lacked such advantages. Even a formidable gold-eating artifact beast posed a grave threat to his safety, not to mention the presence of a well-connected transmigrator. It was imperative for him to grow stronger with utmost urgency. Here, your 10 jars. This time, you shall not be so fortunate, Lin Fan remarked with a sly grin, as though he were privy to some hidden knowledge. Previously, when the master of the 7 treasures glazed sect had brought many individuals, the treasures unearthed had been rather lackluster, predominantly common white-grade items. Let us commence. I possess faith in my fortunes. Unlike certain individuals, I did not partake in a meal without recompense this morning and even left behind a golden soul coin. Those with kind hearts seldom encounter misfortune. Gazing at the neatly arranged 10 jars before him, Mu Yun inhaled deeply. I shall strike. With a resounding crash, he commenced. The 7 illusions enchantment array, a second-tier formation, entraps adversaries within a realm of their deepest desires or fears, effectively ensnaring foundation establishment cultivators, equivalent to deities in the Douluo realm, with its exquisite purple perfect grade quality. The starry golden lock array, a defensive formation, remains unyielding against the force of the stars, serving as a weakened version of the celestial star array, capable of withstanding attacks from foundation establishment cultivators, also of purple perfect grade quality. The cold moon killing array unleashes countless strikes imbued with the power of moonlight, delivering attacks comparable to those of foundation establishment cultivators, distinguished by its purple perfect quality. 1,000 array stones, essential for array formation, can be inscribed with corresponding spirit runes to establish various formations, categorized as blue rare quality items. A network-based station, soul power version, the core of the network architecture, powered by soul energy, also classified as a blue rare quality item. 1,000 invisible cameras, deemed white ordinary quality items. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, hailing from the world of pirates, serves as a mark of kingship, distinguished by its purple perfect quality skill. Advanced Armament Haki, another skill from the pirate realm, is indispensable for the strong, capable of countering elemental-type devil fruits, bearing the same purple perfect quality. The Ultimate Strength Pill, which can augment one's strength by 10,000 pounds, is recognized as a purple perfect grade item. The Douluo fruit, a space-type devil fruit, can open a portal to any location previously visited, classified as a golden legendary quality item. Wow, 1 white, 2 blue, 6 purple, and 1 gold. My luck appears to remain as splendid as ever. Mu Yun wore a satisfied expression, initially expecting to acquire merely an average quantity of white-grade items, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover far more than anticipated. The trio of indispensable powers in the pirate realm, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, had all been acquired, along with a spatial devil fruit. He intended to consume this fruit personally, sensing its potential benefit to his void sword body. Chapter 20. The arrival of the ghost Douluo. Strangely, despite the treasure drop rate being significantly lowered, Lin Fan muttered in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how so many remarkable items had come into his possession. After leaving the jar shop, Mu Yun refrained from wandering aimlessly and hastened directly towards the estate. However, midway through his journey, in a secluded area rarely frequented by others, Mu Yun abruptly halted. Ah, what a nuisance. You, a dignified titled Douluo, are stalking an 8-year-old boy. Doesn't that seem rather embarrassing? A shadowy figure gradually materialized. How intriguing. He had not anticipated that you would truly sense my presence. The 95-level ghost Douluo was genuinely astonished. In terms of combat prowess, there were few who surpassed him in this world, yet when it came to stealth, he would claim the title of the best. With even the semi-divine Qian Douluo from the Spirit Hall unable to unravel his concealment. Today, however, he found himself unmasked by an 8-year-old child in Soto City. From the moment the other left the jar shop, he felt a sense of being discovered. Throughout the pursuit, he had contemplated ambushing and abducting the group several times. But each time he prepared to strike, an instinctive sense of impending misfortune would sweep over him. Perhaps this was the intuition honed through years of battle, a sixth sense that had saved him countless times. I wonder why you don't return to the Spirit Hall to earn money honestly, but instead choose to block my path. Mu Yun remarked, his hands buried in his pockets in frustration. The ghost Douluo's eyes suddenly narrowed. Do you know who I am? You even know that I intend to return to the Spirit Hall to retrieve gold soul coins. This implies that when the young master conversed with me and old Chrysanthemum this morning, you were present? Young master? Are you referring to that impostor, Shinrin Shue? Knowing the young master and the secret cannot be allowed to live. The ghost Douluo seethed with rage, a colossal scythe of death appearing in his grasp, vanishing in an instant. With the ethereal demon blade of 1,000 edges in hand, the sword domain unfurled silently, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, the bait had been taken. Let us see how you fare in testing the effects of the cat's whisker fractal blade domain. At that moment, the ghost Douluo found himself in a predicament he could scarcely articulate. Even from a distance of 20 meters, an unsettling sensation washed over him. One he could hardly believe stemmed from a mere 8-year-old child wielding such power. Yet, as he forced himself to advance another 10 meters, he was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of fluttering petals, confirming his fears. This was indeed a domain, and an exceptionally troublesome sword domain at that. Such a phenomenon was not something one would associate with anyone other than the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Boy, what connection do you have with the sword Douluo? Muyun gently touched his nose, remaining silent. The opponent had already succumbed to a flurry of confusion. Utterly disoriented and unable to ascertain his true position, he would not foolishly announce his presence to offer guidance. With a series of faint collisions echoing, the ghost Douluo suddenly turned pale with alarm. He realized he had been poisoned, his body rigid and numb, even a certain indescribable part responding inappropriately. Spring poison, how shameless these petals of sword intent were. At such a tender age, having endured so much yet still possessing the spirit to curse me. It seems my poison lacks sufficient potency. I must devise a means to enhance its efficacy upon my return. Muyun took out a small notebook, meticulously documenting the responses of the experimental subjects, and casually devised several improvement plans. Half an hour later, the disheveled ghost Douluo suddenly trembled, transforming into multiple shadows that surged in all directions. Was this an attempt to flee? Oh no, it became clear. Muyun let out a cold chuckle, gesturing dismissively to halt the advance of Asuna and Rimuru, indicating that he was well aware of the situation. Suddenly, one of the numerous shadows cast by the ghost Douluo surged forward with astonishing speed, hurtling in a straight line towards Muyun. I have long since detected your presence. Prepare to meet your demise. As the ghost Douluo closed in within 5 meters, Muyun revealed a broad smile and mockingly remarked, the closer you are, the quicker your end. An inexplicable chill coursed through the ghost Douluo's body as he sensed imminent danger. Suddenly, he found his foot slipping into the void below. A void trap, he thought in horror, attempting to extricate his leg. He managed to pull it free, but only partially. In that fleeting moment of extraction, he glimpsed the gaping maw of the spatial trap, realizing that his foot and the remaining segment of his leg had been utterly obliterated. Ah, I shall fight you to the end, the ghost Douluo exclaimed, disregarding his injuries as he swung his scythe of death with reckless abandon. So it is. Your body is indeed composed of ghostly energy. No wonder you can still muster the strength to attack even after your leg has been shattered by the spatial distortion. Muyun, unhurried and composed, swatted with a single palm the formidable scythe of death, upon making contact with Muyun's plump little hand, vanished instantaneously like a burst soap bubble, leaving no trace behind. What is happening here? The ghost Douluo gazed at his empty hands, bewildered. Where has my grand scythe of death gone? Is it some sort of magic trick? It lacks a tangible form. This is rather inconvenient for a kill. Muyun moved his limbs with a hint of melancholy. In the case of the ghost Douluo, it was not that he was invincible. Rather, it required depleting his soul power and ultimately extinguishing his very essence to achieve true and complete annihilation. This task, however, was exceedingly time-consuming. Since he could not be killed outright, it would be prudent to deliver a beating first, followed by sending him flying. Muyun's fists turned black, imbued with the power of armament hockey as he charged forward, delivering a flurry of blows to the face of the ghost Douluo. With a swift motion, he sent his adversary on a journey with a playful slap. Humph. Do they truly believe that lacking a physical form grants them license to act without restraint? There are myriad methods to counter such a situation. Next time I encounter him, I shall strike again. After vanquishing the enemy, it is time to impart wisdom. Such is the privilege of a protagonist. Exhilarating. Mumu, who was that ominous figure just now? Is he your foe? As the battle concluded, Asuna and Rimuru approached. I suppose so. What do you think of his strength? Asuna pondered briefly. He is likely at the level of a grand sorcerer. But in the face of magic, he is rendered inconsequential, as magic triumphs over those without a corporeal form. Zishuan scoffed. He is merely a battle general, nothing particularly formidable. Rimuru added nonchalantly, it's just a trivial matter. Upon returning to the manor, Muyun began assigning tasks. Yui, I entrust the network infrastructure to you. Understood, Commander. Little Yui responded energetically, saluting. As an artificial intelligence, she was well versed in this task. Asuna, plant those flowers and herbs, then concoct a batch of magical potions. I have use for them. Of course. Lastly, Rimuru, you and Zishuan will team up to venture into the Stardow Forest, restore your strength as swiftly as possible, and perhaps recruit a few subordinates along the way. Mu Yun had absolute faith in Rimuru's ability to gather followers, as he had already established a nation through sheer numbers. Chapter 21. The divine law of the willow, ascending to greatness. When the ghost Douluo reappears, he shall not be so easily dealt with. This time, he fell victim to overconfidence, carelessly stepping into my domain's trap, where I held the upper hand, rendering his formidable soul skills ineffective. His greatest strength lies in the fusion technique with the chrysanthemum Douluo, a dual attribute realm capable of simultaneously restraining an opponent's movements and soul power. However, he has now lost a leg. Although his unique physiology allows for recovery, it will deplete his soul power's essence, and restoring that essence will not be a simple endeavor. He is unlikely to trouble me for the next few months. Ding. The cooldown period for the message bottle system has ended and is now available for use. Moments later, a successful match was made. Please proceed to the trading space to complete the transaction. Upon entering the trading space, a doll clad in a fur skirt, clutching a large baby bottle, wobbled out from the spatial passage. Allah, who struck me with a bottle? I shall deliver a pounding to them. Faced with the indignant little child, who initially appeared disheartened and thought he had squandered an opportunity for trade, Mu Yun's expression transformed as if he had mastered the art of changing faces, his smile blossoming. In this splendid world, items available for trade included high-grade beast milk, fresh milk extracted from the wild mother cow, brimming with energy, comparable to potent elixirs, stone village body refinement soup, an ancient, rudimentary yet effective medicinal bath method, azure scale eagle treasure technique, an art derived from the formidable azure scale eagle's bones, enabling one to ride the winds and unleash wind blades in attack. Swan and eye treasure technique. Upon comprehension, it allows the summoning of a swan and eye illusion, which possesses some of the ferocious beast's power. Willow deity method grants unparalleled regenerative abilities, with the capacity for rebirth and transformation, each metamorphosis leading to significant enhancements in one's life level. Additionally, there were various pieces of meat sourced from ferocious beasts and numerous herbs of exceptional quality from the wilds. This was no mere child. This was a veritable mobile treasure trove. As Mu Yun reflected on the items he could offer in exchange, he noted, Earth Spirit Pattern doubles gravity within a certain range. Star Gathering Pattern condenses the power of stars. Moon Gathering Pattern condenses the power of the moonlight. Sword Chi Robe significantly enhances defensive capabilities. Demon Sealing Chain restrains the operation of demonic energy. Spirit Refinement Technique, a method for honing mental strength. 6 Meridians Divine Sword, an advanced martial art. 3,000 Thunder Movements, a skill pertaining to agility. The method for transforming the essence of creation. Ordinary Quality Strength Pills provide the strength of 1,000 June 8 mundane artifacts and 2 magical artifacts. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, a novice refining skill. A box of old pickled noodle soup, inferior white wine, happy fatty water, Jinhua ham, and snail rice noodles. As both parties revealed their trade items, Mu Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. The disparity in value was glaring. Besides a few trivial items, what he offered was merely suitable for foundational cultivation. In stark contrast, the items presented by the child, especially the Willow Deity method, were peak-level techniques even in later stages. The Swan and Eye treasure technique was also of high caliber. And even the unknown herbs and meat were rare treasures in the realm of cultivation. Well then, shall we proceed with the trade now? Is there anything among my items that piques your interest? Little sure how twirled with excitement, seemingly having discovered something captivating. This one, and that one. Mu Yun was taken aback. The selection encompassed the most inferior items such as Lao Tan sauerkraut noodles, substandard white liquor, Happy Fat Boy's beverage, Jinhua ham, and snail noodles. Little Sure How continued to sniff, an expression of rapture adorning his face, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. How delightful. The mere scent was indicative of delectable flavors. He decided he would acquire this chaotic windbreaker hammer technique. Surely, Grandpa Village Chief and the others would appreciate it. This rudimentary weaponsmithing skill sounded rather formidable. With a bit of refinement, the village's mundane sticks could be transformed into something more potent. However, he dismissed the 8 ordinary weapons and 2 magical tools. As he effortlessly snapped one of the magical blades in two, the material was merely common iron, and despite the engravings that rendered it a magical artifact, it could not withstand the immense strength of a rambunctious child. Mu Yun believed that this unruly child possessed a strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. He dismissed the ordinary quality power pills, for their enhancement was insufficient. Even the weakest child would scorn them. The children refined in the great cauldron of Shurtsuan exhibited an absurd level of strength. The Six Meridians' divine sword was deemed inadequate, as its attack power could not even breach the skin of the unruly child. The sword chi armor was equally unsatisfactory, lacking in defensive capability. However, he found the Earth Spirit pattern, Star Gathering pattern, Moon Gathering pattern, and the Divine Refinement technique appealing. These methods of auxiliary cultivation were far more advanced than the rudimentary stone lifting and running in circles practiced in Shurtsuan. Ultimately, he settled on the 3,000 thunder movements. For the speed augmented by lightning would never falter in any realm. Mu Yun, with an audacious demeanor, boldly chose to barter for the divine artifact of the Lu god, exchanging a plethora of trinkets that hardly held any value. It was only due to his remarkable audacity that he dared to propose such a trade. To his delight, little Shurho not only consented, but also graciously included the Swan and Eye treasure technique, the Qinglin Eagle treasure technique, and the Stone Village refining elixir. Being youthful and somewhat naive, he perceived that such techniques could be relinquished without personal loss, and that the elixir was abundantly available from the village's grand cauldron. In retrospect, this transaction yielded him not only a treasure trove of valuable items, but also a considerable gain. "You are truly a generous soul, thank you," exclaimed little Shurho as he vigorously waved goodbye before departing. Mu Yun waved his hand joyfully, saying, "You're welcome to come again when you have the time." Upon departing from the trading space, Mu Yun eagerly immersed himself in the body refining soup from the Stone Village. He could only imagine the myriad essences of life contained within. Every cell within him felt as if it were boiling, his strength incessantly soaring until it reached an astonishing force of 100,000 pounds. It was no wonder that others looked down upon the ordinary quality strength pills. A mere 1,000 pounds of strength was indeed trivial. Subsequently, Mu Yun practiced the Lu Divine method and discovered that the shackles limiting his potential were shattering one after another. He was no longer merely immortal. In terms of life levels, he bore no distinction from the so-called deities of the Douluo continent's divine realm. The soul power within him began its transformation into divine power, and even the color of his soul rings transitioned from black to red. It became evident why the divine trials rewarded the longevity of soul rings. This was, in fact, an inevitable process of soul power metamorphosing into divine power. As I have already attained the divine body, it is only natural for my soul power to convert into divine power, altering its very essence, and consequently, the soul rings will change as well. The Lu Divine method is truly formidable. This is merely the beginning, and my body has already shed its mortal form. The level is so elevated that it is akin to bypassing the entire cultivation system of the Douluo world, directly ascending to divine body in one fell swoop. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly sensing the existence of the entrance to the divine realm. One is located in the Hall of Martial Souls, another on Sea God Island, one more in the City of Slaughter, and yet another deep within the Stardoe Forest. However, that particular entrance appears to be sealed. Chapter 22. The Smoke Cloud Twin-Winged Thunder Lion King. Deep within the Stardoe Forest, a colossal lion with dragon horns and dual wings radiates a shimmering purple lightning arc, while beneath its feet, golden mist swirls like auspicious clouds. Opposite this magnificent creature stands a small boy, who is accompanied by a massive ethereal figure that bears a striking resemblance to the lion before him, adorned with similar dragon horns, dual wings, lightning arcs, and golden mist. "Roar, young one, how is it that you can wield the ancestral techniques of my forebears?" The lion, known as the Smoke Cloud Twin-Winged Thunder Lion King, inquired with a look of perplexity, for it is said to share a bloodline connection with the legendary Swan and Eye beast. Mu Yun had come specifically to seek it. He chuckled, "Lion King, become my soul ring." He stated his purpose directly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth from the body of the Smoke Cloud Dual-Winged Thunder Lion King. "Kid, do you comprehend what you were saying? I am the Thunder Lion King, a soul beast of 200,000 years, faced with such an overwhelming presence." Mu Yun merely smiled calmly, not even causing the hem of his garment to flutter. Were it any other formidable soul beast, Mu Yun might not have appeared so unfazed. However, in the presence of the Smoke Cloud Dual-Winged Thunder Lion King, His sway and I treasure art invoked an absolute suppression. Do not react so strongly at your level. You should understand that becoming a soul ring does not equate to complete demise. Once one ascends to divinity and enters the divine realm, resurrection is hardly a challenging feat. With a delicate touch of his toes, Muyin instantly arrived before the smoke and cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King, meeting its gaze at eye level. Becoming a deity? Such casual words. Do you think one can simply become a god by mere declaration? Cease your boasting. The voice of the smoke and cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King halted abruptly, its already immense eyes bulging in astonishment. As the ethereal essence of the heavens manifested beneath Mu Yun's feet, two crimson soul rings emerged. With the completion of the divine power transformation, the erstwhile black soul ring had morphed into a vibrant red. The aura emanating from him exerted an overwhelming pressure upon the smoke cloud twin-winged Thunder Lion King, nearly stalling its internal soul energy flow. Divine power, nay, a divine physique. How could it be that you possess such a form? This is unfathomable. You are not even a titled Douluo, merely a humble great soul master. How could you possibly wield divine strength? Do you still deem my future ascension to divinity as mere bravado? The smoke cloud twin-winged Thunder Lion King fell into contemplative silence. What more was there to discuss? Forget the future. By all accounts, you have already ascended to godhood. You must ponder this carefully. Your soul beast can require eons of cultivation to achieve divinity. And you have a long way to go. Are you truly willing to endure such an interminable wait? Moreover, the passage to the divine realm appears obstructed. And even as a million-year soul beast, you would find it impossible to enter the divine realm and become a beast god. However, should you choose to follow me, the circumstances would be entirely different. Together, we could enter the divine realm through alternate pathways, absorbing divine essence and simplifying your ascent to godhood. Mu Yun elucidated with clarity and persuasion. The smoke cloud twin-winged Thunder Lion King pondered deeply before finally responding. To have me yield is a simple matter. Simply defeat me. I have no desire to serve a weakling as my master. Very well, I shall oblige you. An hour later, the bruised and battered smoke cloud twin-winged Thunder Lion King conceded, even opting for a voluntary sacrifice. There was little choice. Once the Swan Knee's divine technique was unleashed, the Thunder Lion King's powers were thoroughly suppressed. It could only rely on its formidable physique and exceptional speed to engage in battle, both of which Mu Yun faced without trepidation. Once the cat's flying blossoms and chaotic sword domain was activated, no matter how swift, the foe would be compelled to slow down. The spatial traps would ensnare and obliterate. The faster one flew, the more tragic the demise. As for physical strength, Mu Yun's divine form presented an insurmountable disparity in life levels. With the completion of the smoke cloud twin-winged Thunder Lion King's sacrifice, Mu Yun's cultivation surged to level 40, even overflowing, before reverting to level 39 upon conversion to divine power. Not only did he acquire a red soul ring, but he also gained two external soul bones, the purple Thunder Dragon Horn and the smoke cloud wings. Purple Thunder Dragon Horn, capable of summoning myriad purple lightning bolts for widespread bombardment, while amplifying all lightning-based spells tenfold. Smoke cloud wings bestows unparalleled speed, and the inhalation of golden mist induces a petrifying effect. Additionally, the soul ring conferred two soul skills. Overbearing might doubles one's attack and defense power. Beast King's intimidation has the enemy's strength. Furthermore, Mu Yun cast a resigned glance at his shoulder, where a diminutive golden lion cub stood steadfast, curiously attuning to its own physical condition. Is this power divine strength? It feels extraordinary, the little lion spoke with human-like articulation. After the dual-winged Thunder Lion King of Smoke and Cloud was sacrificed to become a soul ring, Mu Yun discovered that the essence of the Lion King's will resided within. Inspired, he utilized divine power and the essence of creation to construct a physical form for it, subsequently embedding the Lion King's will within. Thus, the dual-winged Thunder Lion King was revived, albeit in a different state. However, Mu Yun found himself exasperated, for the little lion showed a distinct aversion to remaining in the beehive, insisting on being outdoors, incessantly questioning everything with a rather loquacious demeanor. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we head to Stardow Lake? There are two formidable foes there, the heavenly blue bull python and the titan great ape. Should we not go and give them a thrashing? In the sea, there are the deep-sea demon whale king, the evil demon orca king, and the soul-devouring great white shark. The Arctic ice field also harbors several powerful 100,000-year soul beasts. The most formidable and perilous of all is the dark demon evil god tiger, which can consume the soul power of soul beasts or human soul masters to enhance its own strength, possessing attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, coupled with remarkable intelligence, residing within the Star Do Great Forest. Shall I take you to encounter it? Faced with the incessant chatter of the little lion, Mu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to silence its mouth. How had this overly combative creature survived thus far? The thought of daring to confront the dark demon evil god tiger, a creature that exuded danger, was perplexing. Nevertheless, the dual attributes of space and time were indeed enticing, perhaps warranting a future engagement once he had grown stronger. For now, he resolved to return home, as 3 significant formations awaited his crafting. Upon an instant teleportation home, he discovered that the network had been almost entirely managed by Ji, with surveillance cameras even extending to the Lord's mansion in Soto City. One had to commend Ji, who had once overseen a gaming world. Her competence was undeniable. Meanwhile, Asuna had planted the spiritual flowers and herbs, and the spirit-gathering spring was properly positioned. Having completed the acquisition of alchemical inheritance, she was now attempting alchemy. Noticing that everyone was occupied, Muyun suddenly recalled that today was likely the day Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong would be attempting to break the jars. Perhaps he should check on them. Ning Rongrong was not in much danger, as she was protected by Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, while Qian Rinxue posed no threat to her. However, Zhu Zhuqing's situation was a tad precarious. Though her speed was commendable and her soul skills included space jumping, encountering a tidal Douluo's domain would still present a grave danger. Chapter 23. Kapumi Hawk. To the south of Soto City, a valley flanked by 2 mountains leads to Shrek Academy, an essential route. I am Fred, the principal of Shrek Academy. An 83rd level Soul Douluo. Who are you, and why do you obstruct us? Donning a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, he appeared somewhat cunning. Yet his inherently proud nature compelled him to gaze warily at the individuals before him. I am Zhao Wujin, a teacher at Shrek Academy, known as the Immovable King. An 81st level Soul Douluo. The robust and muscular Zhao Wuji followed closely behind. Next came the esteemed master, Yu Xiaojiang, though he hesitated to introduce himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was merely a rank 29 Great Soul Master, which felt rather lacking. Following him were the Shrek 7 monsters, 7 young souls gazing curiously ahead. Shrek Academy. Indeed, my dear Chanxian wishes to meet you, so let us embark on this journey together. A tall, burly old man, sporting a head of grayish-white short hair and donning a dog-headed cap, lazily remarked while picking his nose and munching on a donut, "Kindly step aside, good sir. We are not interested in your proposal." Fred, sensing the hostility from the old man, immediately unleashed his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat eagle. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, a pair of massive wings unfurled from his back, unleashing 10 razor-sharp air blades. An intriguing strike. Allow me to handle this. A towering figure advanced, with short black hair, hawk-like piercing eyes, a wide-brimmed black top hat, a burgundy-patterned shirt, and a black trench coat. A small crucifix knife dangled from his chest, while a larger black blade rested on his back, exuding an aura of danger akin to a drawn sword. He swiftly unsheathed the pocket knife from his chest, and with a casual flick, a streak of black sword light surged forth, not only engulfing the multitude of air blades, but also continuing its trajectory towards Fred. This is bad. Zhao Wuji sprang forward to shield Fred, crossing his arms. With his 7th soul ring activated, he transformed into the true form of his martial soul, the Great Strength Diamond Bear. His first soul ring, the unmoving king body, resonated with power. Boom. Zhao Wuji was sent sliding back 10 meters by the sword energy, carving a deep trench in the ground beneath him. Impressive. He didn't even utilize his martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Wuji managed to draw the opponent's fire, allowing Fred to launch a ranged attack from above. While the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat, the elderly man finished his last donut and turned his gaze towards an empty space. My friend, it seems we should not linger any longer. Let us commence. A somewhat disheveled figure slowly emerged, reeking of alcohol and appearing drowsy. I care not who you are. You shall not bully my dear San. Boom. 9 soul rings appeared beneath him, a dazzling display of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red. A tidal Douluo, wielding the Haotian hammer, unleashed the Haotian 9 absolutes. A colossal hammer plummeted from the sky. The old man stretched his limbs and then unleashed a punch, Iron Fist. The technique appeared mundane, yet propelled the Haotian hammer, renowned as the strongest offensive martial soul in the Douluo world, skyward. Quite powerful, the old man remarked. shaking his hand as his fist morphed into a dark hue, infused with the might of armed color hockey. Once more. Great Samurai Hammer. Domain of the God of Death. Majestic. As for the two engaged in fierce combat, let us set them aside for the moment. Fred and Zhao Wujin, however, found themselves in a precarious situation, quickly becoming engulfed in peril. Zhao Wujin's martial soul manifested formidable defenses, yet his movements were sluggish, leaving him to endure a barrage of attacks. Fred, though agile and capable of flight, could only evade the aerial strikes, and it seemed the opponent possessed oppression ability, rendering their efforts at counterattack futile. Defeat was merely a matter of time. What alarmed him further was that throughout the confrontation, the adversary had yet to unsheath the dark blade from his back, relying solely on a mere toy knife, as if he had not taken the battle seriously at all. As time passed, the man in the dark brimmed had appeared to grow weary of the encounter, his impatience mounting. With his right hand gripping the dark blade behind him, he prepared to conclude this tedious game. In that fleeting moment, a shadow unexpectedly leapt forth from his own shadow. Second soul skill, Nether Shadow Kill. The sharp claws of the Tin Blades cat glimmered as they slashed across the chest of the man in the dark hat. It connected, however. The sensation was a miss. Rather than tearing flesh, it felt akin to striking metal. Third soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Failing to land a hit, she immediately retreated, transforming into dozens of shadows that scattered in all directions. Black Blade Knight. As the dark blade was drawn from the man's back, an unmatched aura of terror surged forth, cleaving in all directions. Zhu Zhuqing's numerous shadow clones were annihilated in an instant, and a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Zhao Wujin's chest from a distance of 100 meters. Fred, suspended in midair, was struck down, his fate uncertain. A beautifully executed assassination. And it even marred my attire. Little girl, you have earned the right to provoke me. The man in the dark hat wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous shadow. Zhu Zhuqing emerged gracefully from the shadows. Little girl, state your name. You have earned this right. The man performed a flourish with his sword, his eyes sharpening with intensity. I am Zhu Zhuqing, wielder of the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul, a student of Shrek Academy. And at level 33, a soul master. I seek your guidance. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor was composed, 3 soul rings materializing beneath her feet, 2 yellow and 1 black. I am Dracul Myhawk, the world's foremost swordsman in the realm of pirates. My blade is named Black Blade, Knight. Little girl, let me witness your utmost strength. As you wish. Spirit Cat Battle Armor. First soul skill, Nether Thrust. Third soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Second soul skill, Nether Shadow Kill. Elemental attack, Chaotic Windblade. Martial arts technique, Lingbo Weibo. Prepare to be slain. Faced with the dazzling flurry of strikes, Hawkeye's Myhawk merely waved his blade lightly, effortlessly dissipating all attacks and Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones into nothingness. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's true form remained not far from Myhawk, cradling a white sphere of light in her hands. Room. The white light membrane radiated from her center, enveloping Hawkeye Myhawk in an instant. With a swift motion, the Tin Blades cat claw sliced through the air. Just as she believed victory was within her grasp, anticipating her opponent would be dismantled like the ghostly tiger, Myhawk's black blade stirred to life. The invisible spatial slashes were all precisely shattered, without exception. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Her most formidable attack had been effortlessly countered. The concept of space, it turned out, was a manifestation of the devil fruit's power, which she had yet to fully harness. Myhawk's expression remained impassive as the black blade, Yoru, descended mercilessly. Faced with a strike so immense that it could cleave through space itself, despair flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. For she realized that both her spatial leaps and shadow clones were ineffective. This strike had locked onto her true form, leaving her with no avenue for escape. At that moment, a petite figure interposed itself before her. My brilliant second sister, you certainly know how to choose your adversaries. Chapter 24. The Celestial Arena System Cat Void Strike. As the Demon Blade, Qianren, was unsheathed, an orange cat unleashed a wave of sword energy that not only extinguished Myhawk's strike, but also rebounded to strike him in return. Shatter Space Blade. Myhawk's demeanor turned gravely serious as he tightened his grip on Yoru and unleashed a soaring slash. Boom. The two strikes, both imbued with the power to shatter space, collided, creating a massive rift in the sky through which chaotic spatial currents violently surged forth. Muyin swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing, retreating at an alarming speed. Falling into spatial turbulence is no trivial matter, and even his void sword body could scarcely withstand it. At that moment, the other two approached as well. Ah, My dear Myhawk, what a commotion you've created! Exclaimed Carp, absent-mindedly digging his nose while gazing at the ever-widening rift in space. This world is indeed fragile. Exerting full power is simply out of the question. Fortunately, Whitebeard did not arrive. Otherwise, this realm would surely be obliterated by a single punch. Mu Yun was utterly bewildered. Both the formidable Hawkeye Myhawk and the legendary Garp had made their appearance. Was this truly the Douluo world? Moreover, they had come here to assault the Shrek 7 monsters. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the work of Qian Renshua, this interloper, intent on forcibly altering the narrative and preemptively eliminating threats. However, it was unexpected that she had summoned these two titans from the world of pirates, which seemed rather unfair. What to do? This mission appeared to be quite challenging. Garp, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked that if a task were to fail, it was of little consequence. After all, he was quite the expert in idling away time. Myhawk furrowed his brow and gazed skyward, feeling somewhat disinterested. A world where he could not unleash his full power was truly dull. He then cast a glance at Mu Yun, saying, "Young man, I hope to engage in a full-fledged battle with you one day." Subsequently, the two departed. "Oh dear. Little Yun, what brings you here?" exclaimed Zhu Qing, her spirits soaring after escaping a dire situation. "Could I possibly refrain from coming? If I had tea, you would be in grave peril." Mu Yun, filled with a sense of helplessness, wandered around the jar shop only to discover that Zhu Qing and the others had yet to arrive. Utilizing his observation haki, he sensed a remarkable scene unfolding. At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy gathered around, casting puzzled glances at Zhu Qing. When had this girl become so formidable? The assassination attempt earlier had been so precise that even Fred, an 83rd level soul Douluo, had been uncertain about evading it. The subsequent barrage of attacks had been so relentless that only someone like Zhao Wuji, a master of both offense and defense, could withstand it. Most alarming was the final move, which resembled a domain. Was such a skill typical of a 30-plus level soul master? Only Ning Rongrong comprehended the events that had transpired. "Are you all here to break jars?" Mu Yun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "We are heading to the Seoul Arena in Soto City to register for a competition. Of course, Rongrong and I also intend to break some jars." Zhu Qing replied with enthusiasm. "Are the others not going to break jars as well?" "Huh. Don't even get me started. The jar shop's reward rate is dismally low right now. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School had a terrible experience breaking jars recently. Only Sect Master Ning and 2 titled Douluo managed to procure a few blue rare quality items, while the rest yielded nothing but white common quality goods. Utterly devoid of any aid to our strength. Our Shrek Academy is financially strained. We cannot even muster 100,000 gold soul coins to break jars. So we plan to earn some money at the arena first." "It sounds as if you possess wealth," someone retorted. "Ning Rongrong is genuinely affluent. Do you share her fortune?" "I am indeed penniless, but I have you, my jar-breaking comrade. May I borrow 1,000,000 gold soul coins from you, dear sister?" With a sense of resignation, Mu Yun produced 1,000,000 gold soul coins, realizing that the vast fortune he had painstakingly earned, amounting to tens of millions, might not sustain him for long. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more funds. In the Soto City Seoul Arena, while the Shrek 7 devils pondered how to enroll, Mu Yun, with idle time on his hands, activated his observation haki to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression froze as he spotted an individual in the central chamber of the Grand Arena. It was Yi Bao, the proprietor of the Soto City Seoul Arena and the owner of the Multiverse Arena system, capable of selecting exceptional contenders from various minor realms to participate in the grand events of the Multiverse Arena. Those who achieve commendable rankings can bestow generous rewards upon their recommenders. To his astonishment, Mu Yun realized that this arena was not confined to the Douluo world. It could also facilitate cross-realm participation in the true Multiverse Arena. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not particularly concerned about the outcome of the competition. What truly captivated him was the grand event itself, for it presented an opportunity to interact with the extraordinary talents from various realms. These prodigies might very well possess their own systems, which could lead to significant advantages for him. Ding! The Celestial Arena system has successfully completed the advantage acquisition. The host now possesses 3 recommendation slots, granting access to the Celestial Arena Grand Event. Mu Yun pondered deeply. Carp and Myhawk were the mightiest individuals within his reach. However, regardless of their formidable strength, he could neither seek their assistance nor dare to reveal his secrets, for they could easily become adversaries. The registration for this month's competitive gathering was nearing its conclusion, and those wishing to participate were urged to act swiftly. Soon, he resolved to finalize his roster. He enrolled 3 participants, Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Asuna. Rimuru and Xian were still honing their skills in the Starry Forest, and their return remained uncertain. Additionally, as they were a pair, there were insufficient slots to accommodate them this time. They would have to await the next opportunity. Ding! This gathering would span 3 days. Commencing tomorrow. Having gained an advantage from the system, Muyin felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled about. Suddenly, a familiar presence enveloped him. Muyin suddenly turned around, only to behold a stranger cloaked in black, whose countenance bore an unsettling expression as he fixated his gaze upon him. Muyin pondered for a moment, then broke into a grin, revealing his dazzling 8 prominent teeth. "Ah, it's you. What brings you all the way here? Are you intent on ending my life?" Despite the Shijinian refining beast taking on a humanoid form, it could not escape the discerning gaze of Mu Yun's piercing, illusionary eye. What on earth is happening? Just a few days have passed, and you have ascended to divinity? The figure in the black robe, with bloodshot eyes, was filled with envy and resentment. It was no wonder the Shijinian refining beast was in a frenzy ever since Mu Yun had outwitted him. He had hastily sprinted back from the farthest reaches of Douluo continent, struggling to pinpoint his opponent's location, only to discover that he seemed unable to contend with him. Ascending to godhood, wasn't that a privilege reserved for those who had achieved the title of Spirit Douluo? How could this mere 30-something rank soul master suddenly become a deity? Was there no fairness in this? After toiling for hundreds of thousands of years as a beast with a golden finger system, why was he denied such a fortune? The disparity was disheartening. Where was the justice in this world? Chapter 25, The Grim Reaper Trio. Is this the Celestial Arena? It appears less grand than the Grand Arena of Soto City. By the way, how did you acquire such an extraordinary ability? Zhu Zhiqing gazed curiously at the immense arena before her, as well as the competitors surrounding them. She had just participated in both a singles and a doubles match at the Grand Arena of Soto City, and after smashing 10 jars at the Celestial Jar Shop, she was about to take a break when Mu Yun had summoned her, abruptly transporting her to this unfamiliar locale without any prior understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was intently focused on the large screen, searching for the names of his team and their opponents. Soon, the scrolling display revealed their names along with the details of their adversaries. In the Douluo world, Mu Yun, Zhu Zhiqing, Asuna versus the Grim Reaper world, Urahara Kasuk, Shaifinji Yurichi, and Healing Tizai. Luck does not seem to be on our side. It appears we are destined for a swift exit. Mu Yun let out a sigh, acknowledging the considerable disparity in levels between the two worlds. If the Douluo world serves as the foundational level within the realm of fantasy, then the Soul Society undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of existence, engaging in battles of spiritual essence. How profoundly advanced. Rest assured, my dear sister, I have now attained exceptional prowess. Just moments ago, I unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, the Armament Haki, the Observation Haki, along with the 6 styles of the Navy. So, have you become rather full of yourself again? However, with the combination of the 3 types of Haki, alongside your remarkable speed and spatial jumping abilities, perhaps you do possess a fighting chance. Mu Yun raised her brows slightly, considering that Zhu Zhuqing had a chance against Shi and Yurichi, as both were exceptionally swift competitors. As for Asuna facing off against Keirin Tetsuzai, it was a clash of magic against spiritual arts, and given their amiable dispositions, the battle could very well extend for quite some time. Her own encounter with Urahara Kasuk was equally unpredictable. After leaving the Soul Society, Urahara had assumed the role of the head of the Technical Development Bureau, which might imply a lack of combat experience. Soon, it was time for the participants to take the stage. In the arena, Mu Yun observed the trio before her. Urahara Kasuk, with his slightly tousled light yellow hair, deep green short coat, a green and white fisherman's hat, wooden sandals, and an origami fan. Shi and Yurichi, sporting a purple ponytail, golden eyes, and a sun-kissed complexion. And Keirin Tetsuzai, clad in a work jumpsuit, reflective glasses, and a prominent pair of small, dark mustaches. I shall take the lead. That black cat belongs to me, Zhu Zhuqing declared, stepping forth with an elegant stride, pointing at Shi and Yurichi. You come here. Well, whose little wildcat is this? Come here so I can shower you with affection, Yurichi teased, licking her feline-like paw before vanishing from sight. Truly, she was the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Godi I-13 and the ex-commander of the Special Operations, renowned as Shuenpa Yurichi. Her attack was preemptive and decisive. In an instant, she appeared behind Zhu Zhiqing, her claws elongating as they lunged towards her delicate neck. A tranquilizer was injected. Without turning her head, Zhu Zhiqing twisted her waist, employing her serpentine agility to dodge the attack while simultaneously slashing upwards with her tin-blade cat claw. Yuruchi tilted her head back slightly, evading the strike of the tin-blade cat claw, and performed several backflips to create distance. Raising her palm, she began to chant, scattered beast bones from every corner. The wheels of crimson crystal steel, the moving wind, the still heavens, the clash of long spears echoes through the Hueco Mundo. Bakud 63. Rake H. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning surged forth. Her second soul technique, Shadow Kill of the Underworld. As Zhu Zhiqing narrowly evaded the lightning, she suddenly vanished, only to emerge from Yuruchi's shadow, unleashing a flurry of wind blades with her tin-blade cat claw. Shuanpa Thunder Beast Battle Form, Black Cat Battle Princess. Cat ears and claws adorned her, arcs of lightning wrapping around her form, manifesting as thunderous cat claws as Yuruchi entered her most formidable combat state. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Zhu Zhiqing, on the brink of fainting, suddenly trembled, a powerful aura surging forth to counteract the oppressive force. The Conqueror's Haki. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhu Zhiqing retreated at lightning speed, activating the powers of her devil fruit. Doom. As the white light membrane expanded, she caught a glimpse of a figure rapidly approaching. So swift. Even within the confines of my surgical fruit domain, the figure was beyond the naked eye's grasp. Zhu Zhiqing hurriedly activated her observation haki and armament haki, allowing her to barely keep pace with her opponent's movements. Unbeknownst to her, this was not even the full extent of Yuruchi Shihuin's speed. Currently, Yuruchi was in a constrained state, and her velocity was significantly limited. If she were in her Shinigami form, she could easily accelerate by a factor of 10. Observing the lively skirmish taking place, Asuna approached, gracefully lifting her skirt in a polite gesture. "Sir, shall we engage in combat over there?" Rukia glanced at Urahara Kisuk and, with a calm demeanor, stated, "Store manager, I will be heading over now." Go ahead. I have no issues here," Urahara Kisuk replied, adjusting his green and white striped fisherman's hat, a broad smile spreading across his face. Holding the demonic blade, Qianren, Muyu advanced with deliberate steps. "Let us commence, Mr. Urahara Kisuk." With a resounding proclamation. 3,000 thunderous movements. Space leap. A simple strike. Slash. He was not deceived by the seemingly nonchalant demeanor of the store manager. A position of such high rank in the realm of Soul Society, coupled with extensive battle experience, could not be attained without merit. To confront such an adversary, one must seize the initiative and draw them into one's own rhythm. Clang. Urahara Kisuk effortlessly unsheathed his blade to block Muyu's sudden assault. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he deftly waved his sword, deflecting the demonic blade. "Young one, your tactic is rather insidious." On the surface, it appeared that Muyu had merely executed a single strike. However, he had unleashed a flurry of blows at breakneck speed, delivering a dozen slashes in the same stance. To Urahara Kisuk's dismay, these numerous strikes inflicted upon him a plethora of debilitating statuses, poison, dizziness, paralysis, and more. Had his body not been a mere puppet, this encounter could have easily determined the victor. It was exceedingly treacherous. We are evenly matched. Do you think I am unaware of the smoke bombs concealed in your grasp? Those that unleash potent hallucinogenic mist, capable of sending even an elephant into a slumber for 3 days and nights? Muyin chuckled softly, suddenly raising his hand to press down on a dagger sheath that had stealthily emerged from a concealed position. "Mr. Urahara Kisuk," I remarked, "how could you possibly intend to deceive an 8-year-old boy such as myself? That seems rather dishonorable, does it not?" Urahara Kisuk furrowed his brow, for the first time displaying a serious demeanor. "Do you, perchance, comprehend the function of this sheath?" he inquired. "It is designed to extract one's soul, after all. No wonder. As the inaugural director of the former Technology Development Bureau, he crafted such perilous devices." Muyun exhibited a demeanor of trepidation, his gaze flitting about as he sought opportunities for an offensive. "Mr. Urahara Kisuk, I implore you to take this seriously. Let us forego the trivial tricks." "As you wish." Chapter 26. Destruction of Bound Paths and the Slaying of the Soul Cutter. The 30-second spell of destruction, Yellow Fire Flash. Cat's Void Strike. The 81st Binding Spell, Segment Void. The 61st Binding Spell, 6 Light Prison. The 99th Spell of Destruction, 5 Dragons Extinguish. Void Trap, Devour. An hour later, Muyin sheathed the demon blade Qianren, conceding, "I shall cease. You have triumphed." Urahara Kisuk was exceedingly astute, never stepping into Muyun's sword domain, and his plethora of ranged assaults. with their varied binding and destructive techniques, proved overwhelming. While the spells of destruction were manageable, countering the binding spells posed a significant challenge, given their myriad forms and the difficulty in defending against them. Even with observation hockey, it was insufficient. It had yet to reach the level of foresight. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing and Asuna had already been defeated, rendering further resistance fruitless. Upon returning to the lounge, Muyin smiled as he approached Mr. Urahara Kasuk. I have heard you are the proprietor of a general store. Pray tell, what is it that you find appealing about me? You little rascal who rises early for no gain? Urahara Kasuk replied languidly, destruction spells, binding spells, and the soul cutter. Muyun cut straight to the chase. Your appetite is quite substantial. I wonder what you can offer in exchange. Refinement techniques, demon binding chains, and the 3,000 thunder movements. Muyin had come prepared. Still insufficient. Many binding spells serve similar purposes to the demon binding chains, and the refinement techniques are akin to our method of cultivating spiritual pressure, albeit with superior effects. However, the enhancement effect of the 3,000 thunder movements is commendable. Urahara Kasuk swayed the miniature abacus in his hand. Thus, we must negotiate a higher price. I will add 3 more: Earth Spirit Inscription, Star Gathering Inscription, and Moon Embrace Inscription. Still not enough. These 3 inscriptions are primarily for refining the physical body, which we Soul Reapers lack. Do not underestimate my youth. I am not as ignorant as you presume. While it is true that Soul Reapers do not possess a physical body, we utilize substitute bodies when necessary. However, not all substitute bodies are created equal. Some are superior, while others are inferior. Even the finest substitute body may struggle to fully unleash the Soul Reaper's power, particularly for those as formidable as yourselves. Yet, if you were to inscribe the Star Gathering and Moon Embrace inscriptions upon a substitute body, the continual baptism by stellar and lunar energies would undoubtedly elevate its quality to an extraordinary level, enabling you to wield the full might of a Soul Reaper without question. Furthermore, such inscriptions that enhance material quality are invaluable treasures for an expert in research like yourself. Would you not agree? Observing the unyielding demeanor of Muyu, Urahara Kasuk reluctantly acquiesced to the transaction. After all, these 2 types of spiritual inscriptions were not solely applicable to the creation of a sacrificial body. They could elevate numerous research projects to unprecedented heights. Upon departing from the celestial arena, Zhu Zhuqing eagerly commenced her exploration of her newly acquired techniques. This time, she fought with exhilarating fervor and learned the art of Shuinpa from Shifinju and Yoruchi, significantly enhancing her speed. Moreover, her Zanpakuto harmonized with her 10 blades feline claws, leading her to investigate the means of initiating the release of her clawed Zanpakuto. As for Asuna, her fascination lay in the arts of Bakudo and Hado. She discovered that both Bakudo and Hado not only wielded immense power, but also required minimal energy consumption. Achieving similar potency through magical incantations necessitated at least a 3rd-tier spell, which would deplete one's magical energy after just 2 casts. In contrast, Bakudo and Hado seemed to be effortlessly wielded, akin to an inexhaustible resource. With her Zanpakuto taking on the form of a wand in her capable hands, Muyun brought the newly acquired Zanpakuto close to the demonic blade, Chanren, watching in awe as the Zanpakuto seamlessly merged into the enchanted weapon like flowing water. How should one begin to comprehend this phenomenon? It seems that one must truly feel it with the heart. Muyun felt for quite some time, trying various postures, yet elicited no response, leading to a sense of discouragement. Surely it cannot be that simple. Awaken, O 1,000 blades of the demon's sword. It cannot be this straightforward. Thump, thump, thump. Muyun stared in astonishment at the blade in his hand. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed. The demon blade, Qianren, had indeed been awakened and was on the verge of its initial release. Boom. The demon blade Qianren emanated a terrifying aura as an enormous figure gradually materialized from the void. To my surprise, the manifestation of my Zanpakuto was none other than the orange cat sword master. This colossal orange feline, standing as tall as 2 stories, bore a massive demon blade Qianren at its side, flaunting a cool demeanor that was simply breathtaking. Come, let us test its prowess and see how formidable it truly is. Muyun, brimming with excitement, instantaneously transported himself and the orange cat deep into the starry forest. With a swift motion, the orange cat unsheathed its blade and let out a fierce meow. In an instant, a colossal black crescent moon surged forth. Goodness! Could this be the legendary moon crescent slash? Muyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Wherever the black crescent traversed, trees were obliterated, and life was extinguished. Even mountains and soil dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind an endless spatial rift, larger than the one created during the clash with Mihawk. The moon crescent slash was never this formidable. The sheer destructive power had already surpassed the world's limits of endurance, indicating that such a technique ought not to be employed frequently. At this moment, the orange cat, having unleashed the moon crescent slash, showed no signs of restraint. With a flick of its tiny paw, the gigantic magic blade transformed into countless petals, which coalesced into a torrent, surging and overwhelming the surroundings. This petal torrent possessed the ability to track its foes, ensuring a relentless pursuit until death, aptly named the Sea of Death Petals. Observing the spatial collapse and the debris flowing with the waves left in the wake of the petal torrent, Mu Yun suddenly realized that this skill too should be wielded with caution, for it could inevitably shatter the Douluo continent into disarray. Alas, the world is too feeble, which is truly disheartening. At this moment, Mu Yun finally comprehended the sentiments of Hawkeye Mihawk, even without exerting much effort. The world appeared to be on the brink of annihilation. Having reached level 40, it was nearly time to prepare for the next soul ring. The previous confrontation with Urahara Kisuke had revealed his defensive shortcomings. Had his defense been sufficiently robust, he could have pursued Urahara without hesitation, employing teleportation to engage him. Initially, he had his sights set on the gold-eating refiner beast, whose soul ring would undoubtedly possess immense power, an ancient soul beast of 90,000 years, not far from the legendary million-year beast god. Its greatest strength lay in its defense. It was said that once a madman wielding the Shura bloodsword chased it for an entire month without even breaking its skin. If only it could voluntarily sacrifice itself as a soul ring. Akin to the smoke cloud dual-wing Thunder Lion King, he might acquire a truly invincible golden body skill, one so formidable that even the destruction of Douluo continent would pose no threat to him. Regrettably, the gold-eating refiner beast had not been deceived previously. Without its voluntary sacrifice, he found himself at an impasse, unable to breach its defenses. He had already attempted to ensnare it within his spatial trap, yet it remained unscathed, impervious even to spatial strangulation. However, he was equally powerless against it. While he couldn't slay it, he could still send it flying. Chapter 27. The Ancient Star Tree Periphery of the Douluo Forest. Mu Yun gazed incomprehensibly at a modest mound of earth before him, alongside a nondescript little willow tree nestled among a myriad of flowers and grasses. How deeply you have concealed yourself, old friend. Had it not been for the betrayal of the gold-eating beast, I would have never surmised that the soul beast, star-watching willow, had remained here, on the periphery of the Douluo Forest, for 300 millennia. Indeed, the most perilous places often provide the greatest sanctuary. This location, nearly the entrance to the Douluo Forest, has seen countless passers-by, yet none have uncovered your presence. Otherwise, with the proclivities of the Spirit Hall, they would have long since descended upon you to eliminate you. At this moment, the previously silent willow tree suddenly quivered, its branches and leaves expanding rapidly in Mu Yun's eyes. An illusion? No, this is your true form. Before Mu Yun, the scenery transformed with breathtaking swiftness. The earth and hills morphed into the cosmos, the flora blossomed into twinkling stars, and the stargazing willow became an ancient tree of stars, rooted in the void. How peculiar. Were you not the stargazing willow? How then did you transform into an ancient tree of stars? The violet eyes of Mu Yun shimmered. And the information perceived by the broken illusion spirit, I was unexpectedly subject to change. A thought emerged, revealing that I was indeed once the stargazing willow. However, 1,000,000 years ago, I achieved enlightenment in the art of stargazing and grasped a portion of the formidable powers of the celestial star formation. My original essence transcended this realm, taking root in the void to absorb cosmic energy. I have now become the ancient tree of celestial stars in the abyss. Mu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. To have transcended this realm 1,000,000 years ago, how formidable must that existence be? How audacious of him to entertain such notions against a being of that caliber. Was this akin to the old tortoise seeking death by hanging? Aunt Lu, I must confess, this entire situation is but a trivial misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Mu Yun treaded carefully, his gaze was profoundly sincere. It was not that he lacked the desire to flee. Rather, in this vast cosmos, the celestial ancient tree reigned supreme, rendering all his escape methods futile. After a brief silence, the celestial ancient tree spoke. You desire a soul ring, do you not? I can provide one for you. Would 500,000 years suffice? A blood-red soul ring materialized before Mu Yun's eyes. Do not be so astonished. The so-called soul ring is merely a crystallization of energy. Something even the gods can create at will, let alone myself. At this moment, I reside within the cosmic expanse, abundant in high-level energy. And compressing a soul ring is exceedingly simple. The energy here far surpasses that of the divine realm. The branches of the celestial ancient tree swayed, and a slender willow branch appeared before Mu Yun. This is a segment of my willow branch, a semblance of my essence. It encapsulates my insights gained over the years regarding the celestial constellation array, and it is yours as well. After the initial surprise, Mu Yun quickly regained his composure. Reflecting on the notion that no merit comes without effort, he pondered what sacrifices he must make. He sensed that within the other lay something he desperately required. Having rooted himself in the void for 1,000,000 years, his internal energy had long reached saturation. To advance further, he sought a cultivation method or legacy suited to him. Without a transmission from a higher plane, he knew he could not take that next step. The ancient celestial tree's consciousness was no longer tranquil. It brimmed with anticipation. Mu Yun instantly comprehended the situation. What was sought was the Lucian method, renowned for its unparalleled abilities of self-healing and rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes glimmered with insight. You require the Lucian method indeed. However, there must be a monetary exchange. Not an issue at all. What do you desire? High-quality void energy crystals. How about I procure one as large as a star? The magnitude of a star? That would be quite formidable. Mu Yun nearly succumbed to the temptation of immediate agreement. I envision you placing this portal in a nearby location abundant in energy yet secure. This portal was crafted by Mu Yun utilizing the abilities of the gate fruit, allowing for seamless travel between two locations. A feast of abundance. It's evident whom one should choose. Upon the completion of this transaction, Mu Yun discovered he had ascended to the esteemed level of 50 in the soul sect. Adorned with 4 blood-red soul rings shimmering like starlight, as his divine power seemed to undergo yet another metamorphosis. With the infusion of stellar energy, Mu Yun sensed a monumental transformation in his physique. His defense, agility, and strength surged across the board. He suddenly perceived that the defenses of the gold-eating beast were rather mediocre. Its divine strength could not breach his defenses, yet the power of the stars undoubtedly could. The new soul ring bestowed 2 remarkable abilities. 1. Void Star Armor, invulnerable to all attacks, capable of reflecting damage, and able to withstand the chaotic turbulence of the void, allowing traversal through the cosmic expanse. 2. Starry Transformation, encompassing 3 distinct alterations. Aurora Shift, speed increases tenfold for a duration of 10 minutes. Void Shift, the body effortlessly oscillates between tangible and intangible states for 10 minutes. Stellar Shift, defense amplifies tenfold for a duration of 10 minutes. Yet, the most significant treasure was that slender twig, which not only contained the insights of the cosmic star array, but also the experiences and cultivation wisdom amassed by the ancient void tree during its travels through the cosmos over the years. Mu Yun felt as though he had transformed from an inexperienced novice in the realm of cultivation into a seasoned veteran, brimming with knowledge and battle-hardened experience. Although he had reached level 50 and could once again hunt for soul rings, he had yet to contemplate the nature of the next soul ring he should pursue. Upon returning home and exchanging greetings with Asuna, he was just about to retire for the night when an unwelcome intruder made an unexpected appearance. How audacious! Thinking that his rugged exterior could disregard my formation. Just wait until I set up the celestial star array, seamlessly integrating it with the 7 illusions mind array, the stellar golden lock array, and the cold moon killing array. If I do not vanquish you, then I shall change my surname. Mu Yun, gritting his teeth, rushed forward and seized the collar of his companion, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, are you deliberately trying to deceive me? What did you say? You haven't found the star-observing willow?" The golden-feeding beast replied in astonishment, "That shouldn't be the case. From my observations, it has remained in the same place for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, although it is a 300,000-year soul beast, it seems to possess no formidable abilities. It ought to be quite easy to hunt." Seeing his genuine ignorance, Mu Yun released his grip in frustration. A 300,000-year soul beast, indeed. It had long since transcended this realm and ventured into the cosmic void millions of years ago, leaving behind merely a manifestation. Fortunately, I am well liked by all, blooming in the presence of flowers and drawing transport wherever I go, with commendable character. Otherwise, I would surely have fallen victim to your treachery this time. The golden-feeding beast was taken aback as well. It had considered the star-observing willow himself. Given its seemingly docile appearance, little did he know that it was actually the progenitor of traps, having laid one for 1,000,000 years, a veritable pitfall. By the way, I am now a level 50 soul master, and the space available for you is dwindling. When will you become my soul ring? Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. Chapter 28. The awakening of soul beasts in the end. The golden refining beast resisted temptation and declined the offer to sacrifice itself as Mu Yun's soul ring. Upon sensing the power within Mu Yun that transcended divine strength, it had briefly contemplated becoming his soul ring, for this indeed represented a shortcut for soul beasts, especially after witnessing Mu Yun's four resplendent red soul rings, which evidently conferred great benefits upon those four beings. Had it not been for the aspiration linked to the artifact refining master system, it likely would have succumbed to Mu Yun's persuasion. The soul ring is not the ultimate goal for soul beasts, with the gradual enhancement of ring quality. The first soul ring, the bloodthirsty venomous bee queen, has revived and now resides within her hive, leading a life not vastly different from before, feasting and reproducing at an astonishing rate. The only distinction is that she is no longer merely the bloodthirsty venomous bee. She has transformed into the void celestial insect queen, donning a resplendent gown adorned with starlight, resembling a regal figure. As for her appearance, if one were to overlook the antennae upon her head, the scales at the corners of her eyes, and the stinger protruding from her rear, she could indeed be deemed a beauty. The great-mouthed flower has morphed into a petite girl, presenting herself as an obedient, demure young lady. However, her inability to speak properly results in a mouthful of sharp teeth, akin to a bear trap. Furthermore, she has advanced to the status of the devouring flower, capable of shattering space with her bite, raising concerns that one day she may rend the Douluo continent asunder. As for the smoke and cloud dual-winged thunder lion king, it achieved its aspiration of becoming a swan ni, the celestial swan ni beast. It has not transformed, seemingly content with its lion-like form, spending its days frolicking outside, neglecting the soul ring altogether. The newly integrated celestial ancient tree avatar has manifested in the guise of a graceful and dignified elder sister, appearing indistinguishable from a human. Mu Yun also bestowed them with names: Insect Queen, Flower, Little Lion, and Sister Tree. Although the golden eating beast did not consent to be sacrificed as a soul ring, it agreed to serve as Mu Yun's subordinate. The foremost blacksmith under Mu Yun, Ajin, possessed an exceptional talent for forging, particularly in the crafting of magical artifacts. However, he found himself stymied at the second-tier blacksmith level, only able to create talismans, primarily due to the limitations imposed by the quality of materials available to him. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Without suitable materials, he was unable to forge third-tier spiritual instruments. Nevertheless, with the emergence of the wondrous Shutian jar store, the gold-eating beast, renowned for its blacksmithing abilities, hastened to the establishment and procured an abundance of third-tier forging materials. In terms of wealth, none in the entire Douluo world could rival the gold-eating beast, for it controlled the largest mineral vein within the Star Dough Forest, a true testament to its affluence. The proprietor of the Shutian jar store was utterly bewildered by the sight of the combination of Mu Yun and the gold-eating beast. Previously, there had been elves and magical beasts, and now a soul beast had joined their ranks. Was it not the case that soul masters and soul beasts were sworn enemies? What Mu Yun did not anticipate was the return of challenging times. As the gold-eating beast successfully forged a third-tier spiritual instrument, its blacksmithing system unexpectedly upgraded. In turn, Mu Yun's own system, which had previously been advantageous, began to impose demands, issuing a task that required him to also forge a third-tier spiritual instrument. To make matters worse, there was a time limit accompanied by penalties, and no materials were provided. Fortunately, Ajin had a surplus of materials. Otherwise, this time, it would have spelt trouble for little Ding Ding. Ajin, considering the plethora of unused artifacts and magical items at his disposal, might it not be prudent to sell them? Mu Yun gazed absently at the golden refining beast, which was drenched in sweat after crafting yet another third-tier spiritual weapon. This creature truly possessed an ardor for forging. Ever since acquiring the materials for the third tier, it had not paused for a moment. In merely 5 days, it had completely upgraded all the magical artifacts adorning its form to spiritual weapons. The forging techniques in the Douluo world are rather rudimentary, with very few magical artifacts even making an appearance. Any single item I possess would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price at an auction house. However, there are only 3 renowned auction houses: Tiando City, Xinglua City, and Wuhuan City. These locations serve as gathering grounds for the titled Douluo of the human race. Given my status, I am barred from entering these 3 places, particularly Wuhuan City, where Douluo, that demigod, can truly unleash divine powers. Although my defenses are invulnerable, and even true divine strength cannot extinguish my life, control-type soul techniques can indeed affect me. If besieged by a group of titled Douluo, Being incapacitated would certainly lead to dire consequences. The golden refining beast displayed a hint of trepidation, as if it had once suffered misfortune at the hands of the Wuhuan Hall. Indeed, while the soul techniques in the Douluo world may lack potency, some are quite formidable. Muyin recalled the fusion technique of the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the dual attribute stillness domain. Falling prey to such a technique would indeed be troublesome. Perhaps I should venture forth, striking while the iron is hot. It should pose no significant issue. The following day, Muyin was asked, "Are you planning to go out?" As Muyin stepped out of the house, he was promptly intercepted by Zhu Zhuqing. In recent days, she had been enjoying a delightful existence within the Muyin manor, requiring no effort other than reclining in bed and absorbing the high-grade energy emanating from the cosmic firmament. Her soul power surged astoundingly, and to her astonishment, the longevity of her soul rings was also increasing. In a mere 5 days, her 2 yellow 100-year soul rings had transformed into purple 1,000-year soul rings. This was utterly unfathomable. I intended to take the discarded artifacts and treasures of a gene to the auction house to sell a portion of them. Muyin lifted a massive package in his hands, preparing to place it into the hive. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was well aware of a Jin's identity as a blacksmith, and even a mere scrap from his craft could be a treasure. "What, do you desire something?" Muyin inquired, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Zhu Zhuqing nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Pray tell, do you possess any money?" Zhu Zhuqing immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. "In truth, it suffices for you to focus on honing your cat claw blade of soul severing. Other artifacts hold little significance for you." Muyin suddenly recalled Ning Rongrong and her father's 7 treasure glazed tile school. This was a veritable cash cow, or rather, a flock of cash cows. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity. "Sister, do you know where Ning Rongrong is at present?" Zhu Zhuqing instantly understood, realizing they were about to embark on a venture for some quick coin, and she felt compelled to join. The sect leader and his disciples had a rather dismal experience recently, acquiring a plethora of useless trinkets. They are in dire need of some artifacts to lift their spirits. "I shall lead you to them." "Ah, no need for you to guide me. Simply inform me of their location." "Aha, that simply will not do. How could you forsake your dearly beloved second sister in such a profitable endeavor?" Zhu Zhuqing promptly seized Muyin from behind, gripping him tightly, as if in a chokehold, fearful that he might vanish in an instant. "Stop, stop. Let go. I shall accompany you." Chapter 29. The Bar of Celestial Hunters. Muyin, why have you halted? The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are lodging at the hotel just ahead. "Sister, I have a sudden urgent matter. I entrust the sale of the artifacts to you. Set the prices high, 20,000 gold soul coins for artifacts, and starting at 50,000 for treasures. You shall receive a 20% share of the earnings." After hastily conveying his instructions, Muyin vanished in an instant. How peculiar. I wonder what he has suddenly discovered. Shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, this opportunity for a substantial profit is mine. While Zhu Zhuqing plotted to confront the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Muyin found himself in a deserted alleyway in Soto City. He extended his hands, feeling around as if searching for something. The spatial fluctuation had originated from this very spot. Something must be concealed here. Half an hour later, Muyin's hand suddenly halted, seemingly pressing against something. With a click, a radiant portal emerged, its sign flashing with neon lights. Bar of Celestial Hunters. Muyin pushed the door open and stepped inside, instantly taken aback by the scene before him. The elongated bar was filled to capacity, and every table was occupied. Bunny girls gracefully weaved through the throng, creating an atmosphere that was palpably vibrant. "Welcome. Is this your first visit to our establishment, young guest?" A woman in a captivating red dress appeared before Muyin, exuding an alluring fragrance. "Indeed, it is my first time here. I am curious to know what specialties this bar offers," Muyin inquired with an air of maturity. "In addition to serving a variety of beverages, we also provide a platform for posting bounty tasks. Of course, if you possess the requisite skills. You may take on these tasks as well." The woman in red gestured casually. In the corner of the bar stood a small blackboard adorned with numerous papers, presumably detailing the tasks available. A number of patrons gathered around, seemingly perusing the selections. Muyin approached and discovered that the bounty tasks were indeed categorized by levels, such as 1-star tasks, 2-star tasks, and so forth. Furthermore, there were restrictions on accepting these tasks. Only hunters of corresponding star levels could undertake tasks of the same rank. "May I inquire how the star level of a hunter is determined?" Muyin's gaze settled upon the woman in the red dress, evidently the proprietor of this tavern. "The sole criterion for judgment here is strength, and there are designated individuals to conduct the assessments. Let us proceed with the test." I too wish to ascertain the level of my own prowess. Follow me, and I shall arrange an opponent for you. Moments later, an arena for combat gradually rose in the center of the tavern, instantly igniting the already vibrant atmosphere into a fervent frenzy. They certainly know how to conduct business. As Muyun noted, the moment the arena for competition was established, the tavern's drinks and fruits were instantly sold out, and betting booths were swiftly set up. Soon, the information of the combatants appeared on the display screen. It must be said, despite its modest size, the tavern was remarkably well-equipped. Muyun, a novice hunter from the Douluo world, was designated as having no stars, while the other, known as Jido from the hunter world, was a one-star hunter. Oh, isn't that Jido from the infamous Rookie Killer Trio? How did he end up here as a regular guest in a bar instead of thriving in the Sky Arena? Is he quite renowned in your realm? Renowned, indeed, but not in a favorable light. He lingered in the Sky Arena, merely challenging newcomers to bolster his own record, with an audacity that knows no bounds. However, it is said that he was ultimately defeated in succession by a group of youngsters, forced to pack his belongings and leave. And what of his abilities? He should be competent enough. He is an enhancer with the ability to manipulate Nin. His iron top infused with Nin possesses considerable power. Without the enhancement of Nun, a single hit could easily lead to broken bones and torn muscles. I'll place my bet on him to win. The opponent seems to lack Nin abilities. In no time, Muyun deduced from the discussions around him that this tavern, aptly named the Tavern of Celestial Hunters, primarily catered to the hunter world, while occasionally attracting visitors like himself from other realms. Ah, the hunters, such nostalgic memories. Muyun gracefully leaped onto the competition stage. In his recollections, aside from the desolate corners of the Dark Continent, the overall strength of the hunters was rather mediocre, and this particular adversary, known as Jido, was exceedingly weak. At that moment, Jido beheld the appearance of an 8-year-old boy and was instantly reminded of the scene when he was defeated by another child, their silhouettes merging in his mind. You must be quite unfortunate, little one. As the starting command was issued, Jido's swivel chair began to spin furiously, unleashing a torrent of iron gyroscopes infused with psychic energy, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Muyun gazed intently at the approaching iron gyroscope and, driven by curiosity, extended a finger to make contact. The moment he touched it, a tremendous shock reverberated through him. The force was likely around 10,000 pounds, quite impressive. After this brief experiment, Muyun quickly gauged the situation in his mind. If this fierce duel were to take place in the world of Douluo, it would likely equate to the prowess of a soul master at level 50 or so. He was confident that he possessed numerous methods to conquer such an opponent. Muyun pondered for a moment. It was entirely unnecessary to don the starry battle armor, if he refrained from using it. The weight of the armor could still be quite painful. Ultimately, he opted to envelop himself in armament hockey, effortlessly shattering all the iron gyroscopes in the simplest manner. He then strode directly to the still-spinning opponent, swiftly delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. Muyun emerged victorious. Congratulations on becoming a one-star hunter. After Muyun's victory, he did not leave the arena but turned to the woman in the red dress and inquired, "Might I ask what distinctions exist among hunters of varying star ratings?" A one-star hunter can undertake one-star missions and purchase standard beverages. A two-star hunter is eligible for two-star missions and may acquire ethereal wines from other realms. A three-star hunter can accept three-star tasks, procure superior ethereal wines, and gain access to the trading area for transactions with visitors from other worlds. A four-star hunter is permitted to take on four-star missions, buy more advanced ethereal wines, and set up a stall in the trading zone. Lastly, a five-star hunter enjoys all the aforementioned privileges, in addition to the ability to utilize the colossal interstellar teleportation array to enter other realms. Muyun pondered for a moment before declaring his intention to apply for the three-star hunter assessment. Right now? Yes, at this very moment. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Moments later, a figure gradually emerged onto the arena, clad in bearskin attire and boots, with wild, gray, hedgehog-like hair. Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, an overwhelming aura of ferocity surged forth, far surpassing the previous challenger. Woken, a three-star hunter in the realm of hunters, was a principal force within the brigade and an S-rank wanted criminal. What a surprise it's him. Such a perilous individual is actually a resident of the tavern. Despite her, every member of the brigade was an S-rank wanted criminal, although few in number. They were rumored to possess national-level combat prowess. The young boy was in grave danger, for in Woken's eyes, there was no distinction between adults and children. Chapter 30. The pain Netero upon the competitive arena. Woken cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. and cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive Mu Yun before raising his gaze to the woman in the red dress. I distinctly recall stating upon joining the tavern that if any strong individuals were to be assigned to me, I expected someone formidable. What is the meaning of assigning me a mere child? The woman in red wore an expression of helplessness. There is no alternative. The other 3-star hunters are all on missions and unavailable. You happen to be the only one with free time. What a waste of my time. I'm leaving. Woken nonchalantly threw a punch and turned to depart. In his estimation, even a casual strike, devoid of any infusion, could unleash destructive power in the tens of thousands of pounds. A mere child, he thought, would surely meet his end. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced the air beside him. Are you conceding? What? Woken turned in astonishment. In an instant, a leg struck out at lightning speed. Woken hastily raised his left arm in defense. Boom. Like a giant. Woken was sent sprawling sideways, rolling across the ground a dozen times before finally stabilizing his footing, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. What immense power! Woken shook his slightly numb left arm, baring his teeth as his expression morphed into a fierce grimace, a fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes. The force behind that kick was at least 300,000 pounds. Had he not instinctively employed his nin to harden his arm, it would have likely been shattered. His meticulously honed physique had failed to withstand the blow from this child, and the child's speed was equally alarming. He had been utterly oblivious to the opponent's sudden appearance. Child, congratulations. You have successfully piqued the interest of Lord Woken. With his legs slightly bent, a torrent of nun surged forth from Woken, his spiky hair standing on end as he assumed a charging stance. Come, boy, experience the might of my devastating punch. Boom. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, the explosion beneath his feet rendered him instantly absent from the scene. Straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, elbow strikes, and sweeping kicks, an unrelenting barrage pursued Mu Yun, swiftly laying waste to the arena, leaving deep craters from the force of each blow scattered throughout. Though his speed was remarkable, it was rendered futile under the scrutiny of observation hockey, which allowed his body to react accordingly. The sheer destructive power of his fists could be likened to 1,000,000 pounds, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that they possessed the capability of missile-level devastation. As Mu Yun evaded and retreated, Wajin relentlessly unleashed his storm-like fist for an extended period, yet astonishingly failed to land a single blow. Is evasion your only skill, young man? You cannot hope to defeat me, Wajin, solely by dodging, he grumbled in frustration. Mu Yun silently concurred. This formidable giant exuded an aura of boundless stamina, capable of engaging in battle for days and nights without fatigue. He had no intention of enduring such a protracted contest. Very well, let me demonstrate my own prowess. Armament Hockey, activate. Mu Yun was enveloped entirely in darkness, his body radiating an aura of supreme dominance, entwined in an overwhelming presence. With a tremor beneath his feet, Mu Yun manifested 4 blood-red spirit rings. 4th spirit skill, Aurora Transformation. 4th spirit skill, Stellar Transformation. As his offensive capabilities surged to their zenith, his speed and defensive strength multiplied tenfold. At that moment, Mu Yun resembled an unstoppable tank, relentlessly overpowering Wajin, embodying the adage that speaks of martial prowess being unbreakable when swift. Wajin, left with no choice but to endure the onslaught, could only shield his head and adopt a defensive stance, biding his time for a chance to counterattack. Huh? Tough-skinned and resilient. Do you think this will thwart me? Mu Yun let out a cold snort, activating his armament hockey, and unleashed flowing Sakura. Bang! A powerful punch struck Wajin's abdomen, who had been enduring the assault but had not sustained significant injury, suddenly spewed blood. The advanced application of armament hockey, flowing Sakura, not only enhances the user's defensive and offensive capabilities but also permeates into the interior of an object, bypassing the opponent's defenses to directly inflict damage upon their internal organs. 10 minutes later, the effects of Aurora Transformation and Stellar Transformation faded, causing Mu Yun's speed and defense to diminish as well. Wajin, already battered and bruised, suddenly lifted his head, revealing a grotesque and furious visage. The opportunity for a counterattack had finally arrived. Prepare to meet your doom, brat. Super destructive fist. In the face of Wajin's desperate counterattack, Mu Yun couldn't help but admire the resilience of his opponent's body. Even though he had bypassed Wajin's physical defenses to strike directly at his organs, it still had not resulted in a fatal injury. Alas, if you wish to stage a comeback, it seems you are mistaken. Let me enlighten you. I am not a brawler. I am, in fact, a swordsman. With a sudden shift, Mu Yun distanced himself, a spatial leap that was beyond the comprehension of a muscle-bound brute like Wajin. The demon blade, Qianren, slowly emerged from its sheath. Awaken. Demon blade, Qianren, a colossal orange cat, standing 2 stories high, made its grand entrance. This space should withstand your assault. Orange cat sword maiden, draw your blade. Meow. As the orange cat unsheathed its sword, a massive black crescent moon surged forth. Crescent moon slash. Boom. The arena shattered in the wake of the black crescent. And without a moment's hesitation, Wajin unleashed his inner cosmos and fled, revealing that he was not as reckless as he appeared. It was evident that he could not endure such an onslaught. Would he choose to remain and meet his demise? Despite the destruction of the arena, the black crescent continued its relentless path, threatening to obliterate the entire hunter's bar. Suddenly, a petite figure emerged. Young one, are you intent on demolishing my hunter's bar? Ding. The proprietor of the hunter's bar, Netero, made his appearance as the system began to take advantage of the situation. Muyun awkwardly scratched his head, intending merely to compel the master present to reveal himself and seize some advantage. He never meant to wreak havoc here. He could not bring himself to bite the hand that fed him. Well, this trick of mine cannot be retracted. You must resolve it on your own. Good luck. Observing Muyun's encouraging gestures, Netero clasped his hands together in resignation, and a colossal figure of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara materialized behind him. The 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara. Powerful and swift palms assailed from every angle, swiftly obliterating the black crescent, thus preserving the hunter's bar. Netero surveyed the chaotic tavern, feeling a pang of sympathy as he arranged for the cleanup, then turned his gaze to Muyun. Well, are all you beings from other realms so formidable? At such a tender age, you wield the power to devastate worlds. The power of void shattering is also known as the power to destroy worlds. Muyun knew that while this power might disrupt the Douluo realm, it would surely not suffice to fracture the hunter world. The spatial barriers there were remarkably resilient. Otherwise, the true monsters of the Dark Continent could shatter the world with but a sneeze. By the way, does this mean I have passed the assessment for a 3-star hunter? Netero, with a touch of annoyance, tossed him a card. Here, this is the certificate for a 5-star hunter. You are forever barred from my competition platform. Chapter 31. The Crimson Flame Golden Beast. Muyun. What remarkable treasures have you acquired now? Why does it feel as though my bloodline is being suppressed in your presence? Muyun had just returned from the All Heavens Hunter Bar when the Golden Beast of Refinement hurriedly approached him, sniffing around eagerly. There was nothing particularly remarkable. Just a recently acquired corpse of a Crimson Flame Golden Lion, which was said to have been scorched by true solar fire for 7 days and nights before its demise, thus possessing the power of the true solar fire within. As Muyun extracted the corpse, engulfed in flames, the Golden Beast of Refinement drooled profusely and clung tightly to Muyun's thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, sir, grandparent, what is it that you desire?" A mischievous smile crept upon Muyun's lips. At the very first glance of the beast's corpse in the trading area of the All Heavens Hunter Bar, he sensed a connection between it and the Golden Beast of Refinement, which prompted him to acquire it immediately. Now, witnessing the creature's reaction confirmed his suspicion. You want it, don't you? You desire it immensely. The Golden Beast of Refinement nodded vigorously, almost leaving an afterimage in its fervor. If I am not mistaken, this should be your ancestor, correct? While uncertain about its ancestral lineage, the source of its bloodline seemed undeniable. It was no wonder the Golden Beast of Refinement was so agitated. For the beast clans, a high-level bloodline not only allowed for transformation into greater strength but also, more importantly, facilitated bloodline inheritance, which encompassed exclusive cultivation techniques and innate abilities. These were precisely what it lacked. In truth, all soul beasts in the Douluo continent lacked such inheritance. The so-called soul skills were merely improvised creations, hence their inefficacy. Generally speaking, a monster over 1,000 years old could already be regarded as a powerful beast king, easily overpowering foundational cultivators. Yet in the Douluo world, even 100,000-year soul beasts struggled against a tidal Douluo, whose strength was merely at the peak of chi training, an utterly disheartening reality. However, my intention is to craft it into a soul ring. Muyun wore a perplexed expression. How about this? You give it to me, and after I complete my evolution, I shall sacrifice myself to become your soul ring. The golden-eating beast clenched its teeth and stomped its foot, deciding to take the plunge. It no longer cared about the artifact refining system. Its own evolution was of utmost importance. Moreover, becoming a soul ring seemed not too daunting, as evidenced by the revival of the first 4 soul rings, which were living quite splendidly. The little lion, in particular, had evolved from the Thunder Lion King into the Celestial Lion Beast, possessing not only a divine body, but also considerable freedom. It had since wandered off to who knows where. On the third day after the deal was struck, Muyun finally fulfilled his wish and received the sacrifice of the golden eating beast, instantly elevating his level to 60. Even though the soul power had been compressed and transformed into divine energy infused with the essence of the stars, it remained at level 60, truly worthy of a 900. 000-year old soul beast, as its energy was indeed formidable. The skills granted by the soul ring were remarkable. Master of 10,000 fires, a domain-type soul skill that allowed the wielder to command countless flames within the area, rendering themselves immune to fire and capable of summoning the ethereal image of the crimson flame golden beast for battle. Master of all artifacts, another domain-type soul skill that permitted control over all instruments within the area. The emergence of two domain-type soul skills left Muyun elated. As the first, Master of 10,000 Fires, was already fearsome enough. Even as a mere shadow, the Crimson Flame Golden Beast bore 1/10 of its original power, potent enough to shatter the Douluo world with a single strike. The second skill, Master of all Artifacts, was equally outrageous, effectively stripping opponents of all their weapons and even allowing their use against their owners. Additionally, a piece of external soul bone resembling a crown was dropped, serving as a refining cauldron, which not only facilitated the refinement of artifacts but also contained a vast space. After the sacrifice of the golden eating beast, it was immediately revived under the cleansing of cosmic energy, successfully transforming into the crimson flame golden beast. Its mastery of beast fire evolved into true solar fire, significantly enhancing its refining capabilities. As for the artifact refining system, it remained with the golden eating beast. Muyun had the opportunity to seize it for himself, but unhesitatingly relinquished it, deeming such a system better suited for Little Gold. It was simply too exhausting. He even returned the refining cauldron soul bone to Little Gold, as that being was now wholly his. Having reached level 60 and ready to venture forth, Muyun was promptly intercepted by Zhu Qing and a group of others as soon as he stepped outside. These uninvited guests included Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the leader of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo. Muyun, did you alter the formation? I've been circling around all day without being able to enter. Zhu Qing exclaimed angrily, hopping toward him, practically itching to scratch Muyun's charming face. Oh, I did indeed upgrade it, but I forgot to set you a passage permit. However, you could have knocked, as soon as wouldn't he have denied you entry. Muyun, feeling somewhat apologetic, spoke up. At that moment, Xiao Jie poked her head out and said, Mom has been preoccupied with alchemy, concocting magical potions, and researching both the path of breaking and the path of binding. She has been sequestered in the laboratory and it would be unwise to disturb her. Master, you are also engaged in your ascension, so it would not be appropriate to interrupt you. With Sister Zhu Qing bringing so many outsiders, I dared not open the door lightly. Jie pouted, wearing a look of innocent grievance. Xiao Jie acted appropriately, proving herself to be a diligent and responsible little steward. Muyun gently comforted Xiao Jie before beckoning to the others. Please come in, everyone. If there is something to discuss, do so within. Along the way, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong expressed their admiration for the exquisite and extraordinary flowers and plants, while Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo clung tightly to Ning's yuan, their nerves frayed. As tidal Douluos, their sensitivity to danger was exceptionally acute. Ever since entering this estate, an unsettling sense of peril had enveloped them, as if a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. It was not until they entered the reception hall that this chilling sensation subsided. Sister, I thought you want to sell magical artifacts? Why have you brought someone back? Muyun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Humph, do you underestimate me? All those magical artifacts have been sold out, Zhu Qing replied, her pride evident as she casually revealed a small mountain of golden soul coins, easily counting several modest goals. Muyun casually tucked away the golden soul coins, and then turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji. May I inquire what type of weapons the esteemed sect leader wishes to commission? Ning Fengji produced several blueprints and handed them over. Dear young brother, please take a look. These are the designs for the weapons. Muyun glanced at the blueprints. Then his gaze settled on Tang San. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Silent Sleeve Sword, the Hidden Flower Crossbow, and the Sand Shadow Dragon Whisker Needle. These are all concealed weapons of the Tang sect. Chapter 32. The emergence of the Soul Guidance Device. In order to gather funds, Tang San decided to sell his blueprints for the concealed weapons, acquiring a substantial amount of gold soul coins. These ingenious weapons could effectively compensate for the 7 treasure glazed tile school's weakness in offensive capabilities. However, alas, they hold little value at higher levels, sighed Ning Fingxi. Mian placed several blueprints on the table. These concealed weapons proved to be of little utility against soul beasts, as the majority possessed formidable defenses. While they may suffice against soul masters below the 50th level, upon reaching that threshold, a soul master's physical prowess experiences a significant enhancement. Coupled with the abilities conferred by their martial spirits and soul rings, these concealed weapons lose their efficacy, especially if one is adequately prepared in advance. Ultimately, they rely merely on mechanical force, which is inherently limited in power. Tang Sen furrowed his brow and retorted, concealed weapons are designed to catch one off guard. When employed skillfully, they can indeed pose a threat to advanced soul masters. Indeed, chimed in Xiao Wu, Tang San's devoted admirer. Our Shrek Academy's teacher Zhao Wujia is an 81st level soul Douluo, yet even he struggled to find his bearings when faced with San Ji's concealed weapons. Mu Yun smiled faintly, noting the reasons behind Zhao Wuji's predicament. Firstly, he underestimated his opponent. Secondly, he had never encountered such concealed weapons, leaving him defenseless. Thirdly, Tang San's technique was exceptional. Such skill is not possessed by everyone. Lastly, and most crucially, you are his students, not his adversaries. Thus, he could not strike with lethal intent. Had you been true enemies, even if injured by a hidden weapon, he would have had no qualms about ensuring your mutual demise. In fact, I possess several even more potent concealed weapons, as Tang San was about to elaborate. Miyun shook his head, interrupting him. Regardless of how formidable the hidden weapons may be, their potency ultimately hinges on the mechanism. And the explosive force of that mechanism is contingent upon the material's capacity to withstand pressure. Do you truly believe that such explosive force, capable of vanquishing a tidal Douluo, could be achieved with just any material? Do you think such materials are abundant in the world of Douluo? Tang Sen ceased to speak, for he understood that the material in question was known as celestial gold, a treasure that is rare and elusive. Thus, I posit that to augment the power of hidden weapons, the explosive mechanism must be transformed. This is the world of Douluo. Why not convert it to a soul power explosion? Furthermore, the physical assault of the hidden weapon could be transformed into a soul skill attack, thereby ensuring that as your strength increases, so too will the potency of your strikes. As Muyun spoke, he casually retrieved several materials. Under the blazing sun's true fire, the refinement and purification of the materials were instantaneously accomplished. Within the realm of the Lord of all tools, a Zhuge crossbow swiftly took shape. Miyun pondered for a moment and added a mark of the thunder roar cannon from the broken path, which did not require incantation or soul energy activation. It was nearly complete. Who among you would like to test it? Mu Yun's gaze fell directly upon the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo. In order to conduct a thorough test, it was essential to select a sturdy target capable of enduring the onslaught, certainly not Tang San. For the inadvertent demise of the fated child of Douluo's world would be catastrophic. Ultimately, it was the sword Douluo who assumed the role of the target. Upon arriving in an open area, Mu Yun nonchalantly pulled the trigger, unleashing a thunderous dragon that roared and surged towards the sword Douluo with ferocious intent. The sword Douluo, who had initially approached the situation with ease and indifference, suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. With all 9 rings activated, he drew his sword, unleashing a swift strike. Boom! The thunder dragon clashed with the sword, producing a sound that echoed the strain of an unbearable burden. The sword Douluo was propelled backward, leaving a long trench carved into the ground that extended for several dozen meters. Only when the energy of the thunder dragon was expended did he manage to regain his footing, yet the sword in his hand shattered piece by piece. Ah, my apologies. I may have inputted a tad too much soul power. Mu Yun awkwardly scratched his head, discarding the remnants of the shattered Zhuge divine crossbow. It was not merely an excess of soul power input, rather, his soul power had transcended the conventional realm, signifying that the sword Douluo had mastered the essence of sword intent. Otherwise, this blow could have resulted in a grievous injury. At this moment, the sword Douluo felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? As a dignified title Douluo of the 97th rank, he had nearly been overwhelmed in a single strike. This incident was inconsequential. My attack holds no merit for evaluation. Miyun has once again crafted a Zhuge divine crossbow, this time entrusting it to Ning Rongrong. You take the lead. My grip lacks precision and could easily result in calamity, not allowing the eager Zhu Zhuqing to take charge. This young lady has also acquired several techniques from UE of the 4 Maple Academy and through a few days of refinement with high-quality energy from the cosmos. Her soul power now harbors traces of stellar strength. While she may not yet be capable of injuring the sword Douluo, any misstep would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Upon conducting a standard assessment, Ning Rongrong received an evaluation from the sword Douluo indicating that the attack power could indeed pose a threat to soul Douluo. Ning Fengji was beside himself with excitement. The Seven Treasures glazed sect was on the verge of a resurgence. This device, which unleashes formidable attacks simply by channeling soul power, seemed tailor-made for them. The sect lacked offensive capabilities, but was rich in soul power. Coupled with the small towers Ning Rongrong had previously produced, the young members of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, whose bodies were already robust, now possessed abundant soul power through compression. With such weaponry at their disposal, who would dare to bully their support-type soul masters? They would be impervious to defeat. Ning Rongrong finally possessed a means of self-defense. Although she had yet to conquer the Trial Tower, her soul power had reached the 40th level, and she had comprehended wind and snow elemental spells within the elemental tower. Her true confidence, however, stemmed from the two golden legends she had previously obtained at the Heavenly Jar shop, the elemental demon fruit, snow fruit, and her contracted beast, the Snow Woman. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ning Rongrong could now traverse the Douluo world with ease. Her elementalization was practically an insurmountable force. Of course, the encounters with Carp and Mihawk in the Grand Canyon were exceptions. They were masters of armed color and observation color, rendering the demon fruits ineffective against them. From now on, let us refer to this as a soul guide device. Additionally, aside from these offensive soul guide devices, I intend to develop shoes that enhance speed, accessories that enable escape from control, and armor that bolsters defense. How many customizations would the sect master like to order? It is worth noting that Muyun, having benefited from the blacksmith system, possesses the art of crafting. Previously overlooked, he has now swiftly produced soul guide devices, which will undeniably disrupt the current combat system of the Douluo world. Previously, a tidal Douluo could vanquish a multitude of soul Douluo, as the disparity in levels was insurmountable. However, now, a group of soul Douluo armed with soul guide devices could likely surround and defeat a tidal Douluo without much difficulty. The existence of soul guide devices has shattered the limitations of levels. I desire weapons, armor, shoes, and accessories. Let us start with 1,000 sets. Money is no object. With a grand gesture, Ning Fengji decisively placed the order, not batting an eye at the 10 billion, exemplifying what it means to be extravagantly wealthy. Chapter 33. The Return of the Ghost Douluo Ding. Benefiting from the advantages gained, the competitive arena, spirit wine supplier, and dimensional travel ability, the door fruit has awakened, upgrading the ability to the new capability of a random portal, allowing for dimensional travel with a cooldown of 7 days. The cooling period is 7 days, which means one must wait patiently. One cannot afford to miss the opportunity to smash the jars. The payment for the order has been accepted by Mu Yun, while the task has been entrusted to Xiao Jin. Asuna, let us proceed together to break the jars. Asuna has made a striking entrance, now a bona fide junior alchemist. She has completely assimilated the inheritance and can even concoct superior quality potions adorned with alchemical patterns. A feat that the original junior alchemist who bequeathed the knowledge might struggle to achieve. Rimuru has been absent these past few days, likely preoccupied with hunting formidable soul beasts. And Ziyuan is merely a character fixated solely on Rimuru, so ignoring him would suffice. In Soto City, at the Multiverse Jar shop, Lin Fan gazed speechlessly at the 5 individuals before him, specifically at 2 of them, Kapu and Mihawk. It was evident that they were akin to Rimuru and Asuna from the previous encounter, summoned entities not of this world. Behind them stood a dubious young man, presumably a system-bearing transmigrator with ulterior motives. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a flicker of animosity. It was this scoundrel who had caused him to endure 7 days of instant noodles, never daring to step outside. Upon encountering Mihawk and Kapu today, Lin Fan felt justified in his caution. The might of the thunder fruit paled in comparison to these two. Thanks to Mu Yun's warning, he narrowly avoided a calamity. Boss, we shall have 50 jars, please. Qian Rushue, with impeccable manners, presented 500 gold soul coins, her smile radiating an amiable demeanor as if she had never harbored any ill will towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was tempted to hurl the 500 coins at her face, exclaiming, "I refuse to do business with you." Alas, he could not do so. While the Multiverse Jar shop granted him invincibility within its confines, it imposed restrictions that prohibited the use of force unless a customer violated the rules, namely, assaulting the shopkeeper, stealing jars, or damaging the establishment. Since the other party had committed no infractions and had paid, Lin Fan had no choice but to provide the jars. Young master, allow me to break the jars first. A figure cloaked in black emerged, his visage twisted with an aura of fury. Qian Rushiwei sighed, urging, Old ghost, temper your anger. Heed my words, do not resort to violence here. The normally inscrutable ghost Douluo seemed to have endured a harrowing experience. Not only was he grievously injured days prior, but his spirit appeared to have suffered a blow as well. Despite still being wounded, he had come to shatter jars, his expression reflecting deep grievances. Seemingly harboring a hatred for the jar shop. Bang, bang, bang. 10 jars lay smashed open. Lin Fan glanced over them, languidly remarking, soul grass. Capable of absorbing wandering souls from the world, consuming it enhances the spiritual body of ghosts and can be refined into superior potions. A rare blue quality item. Ghost Claw. A millennia-old soul bone contains the soul skill 9 in white bone claw, powerful enough to shatter gold and split stone. A perfect purple quality item. Soul Power Enhancement Potion. Upon consumption, directly elevates one's soul power without any side effects. A purple item of perfect quality. Millennium Soul Ring Extension, upon use. Increases the lifespan of the soul ring by a millennium. A purple item of perfect quality. Ghostly Shadow Technique, a secret art of the Tang sect. A blue item of rare quality. Devil Pepper, an exceedingly spicy chili. Should be used with caution as it may cause non-lethal harm to sensitive areas. A white item of ordinary quality. Devil Spicy Turkey Noodles, extremely spicy instant noodles that are quite delectable, provided one is unafraid of heat. A white item of ordinary quality. A roll of toilet paper, soft and comfortable, alleviating your troubles. A white item of ordinary quality. A vial of cow's tears, when applied to the eyes, allows one to perceive the spirits of the departed for 10 minutes. A blue item of rare quality. Circle Drawing Curse. Squatting and drawing circles while chanting the opponent's name or inscribing their birth details on paper, then striking it with a shoe sole to invoke misfortune upon them. A skill of white ordinary quality with exceptional cathartic effects. 3 blue, 3 purple, and 4 white items. Luck is reasonably favorable, Lin Fan remarked with a hint of indifference. This reflects the expected treasure drop rate, unlike Mu Yun, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, who consistently acquire golden treasures. Nor like the others from the 7 treasure glaze tile school, who all procure worthless items, severely tarnishing the reputation of his shop. Ghost Douluo's expression darkened. While the items retrieved were not subpar, the value of the Eternal Soul Bone, Ghost Claw, alone surpassed 1 million gold soul coins, sufficient to recoup his investment. The Ghostly Shadow Technique, Millennium Soul Ring Extension, Soul Power Enhancement Potion, and Soul Grass could bolster his strength, but they would not induce a qualitative transformation in his abilities. Ultimately, Ghost Douluo sighed, stored the items, and retreated. Next was Zhu Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. Rare Heavenly Chrysanthemum. Encompassing both ice and fire elemental energies, enhances vitality and circulates blood throughout the body. A spiritual flower for body refinement. A purple item of perfect quality. 8-petal Immortal Orchid. With mild medicinal properties, reinforces the foundation and purges impurities. A purple item of perfect quality. Fragrant ethereal celestial product, upon consumption, renders one immune to all poisons. A purple item of perfect quality. Heart-wrenching red. This item possesses immense power, capable of resurrecting the deceased. A purple item of perfect quality. Blood ginseng with red flowers. A remarkable blood-replenishing item that can revive the dead and heal injuries. Its effects are enhanced when refined into pills. A purple item of perfect quality. A single dogtail grass. An ordinary plant with little to note, commonly found along the roadside. A white item of ordinary quality. Sunflower, also known as the undying herb. With tenacious vitality and easy to cultivate, a very ordinary flower with no other uses. A white item of ordinary quality. Spirit grade soil of 10 directions. Exclusive soil for planting spiritual flowers and herbs. A blue item of rare quality. Bougainvillea, an ordinary plant. A white item of ordinary quality. The large flowered golden chicken chrysanthemum disperses wind heat, calms liver yang, clears the liver and brightens the eyes, purifies heat and detoxifies, possessing considerable medicinal value. Categorized as a common white quality item. 5 purple, 1 blue, for white. Though it offers little assistance to one's strength, Zhu Douluo was overwhelmed with joy. For a flower enthusiast, nothing holds greater value, not even 1 million gold soul coins, for even 10 million would seem a bargain. Upon reaching Carp, he encountered 9 white and 1 gold. Sweet donuts, lollipops, rice crackers, crispy rice, shrimp chips, and delightful little cookies. When the final golden legend emerged, the donut in Carp's hand fell to the ground, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 34, Fierce Battle Ace. Carp sat upon the ground, tears streaming down his face, weeping like a child. Opposite him, a young man in shackles, barebacked and bewildered, pondered the situation. "Grandfather, what is happening?" He recalled recently departing from the underwater prison, escorted for a public trial. But upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found himself here, confronted by Carp and the 7 warlords, including Dracula Myhawk, along with unfamiliar faces. "It is truly wonderful that you are alive, grandfather. I am so delighted." Although both hailed from the pirate world, they came from different eras. When Carp arrived, the Marineford War had already concluded, and Ace had perished. The inability to save Ace had long been a source of pain for Carp, and now, liberating a vibrant Ace from the jar served as a form of self-redemption. Conversely, Ace arrived at a time before the war had officially begun. Setting aside the emotional reunion of the grandfather and grandson, Myhawk also smashed open all the jars in one breath. The Wudong sword technique, blending speed and slowness, embodying strength and gentleness, is a rare blue quality sword technique. The Taiji sword technique emphasizes the sword as an extension of the body, merging yin and yang, focusing on the unity of form and intent and energy and spirit, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The compassionate navigation sword classic is divided into 5 essential secrets: the river of sword energy, the sword master of heaven and earth, the sword spirit of the universe, the sword god of selflessness, and the clear heart of the sword, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The falling blossom sword technique, with its scattered petals, is unpredictable, a rare blue quality sword technique. The golden snake sword technique is cunning and fierce, difficult to defend against, a rare blue quality sword technique. The Shintai heavy sword is grand and imposing, capable of breaking myriad techniques with a single strike, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The Dugu 9 swords emphasize that formlessness surpasses form, seizing the initiative to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The 6 Meridians divine sword, formless and profound, is a high-level martial art that transforms sword intent into sword energy, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The exorcising sword technique boasts swift and peculiar moves, yet carries an insurmountable flaw. To master its divine skills, one must first undergo self-castration. Without removing the 2 tails of flesh, one risks falling into madness and self-immolation, a perfect purple quality sword technique. The sword technique of the Rift Nation encompasses 4 realms: absolute life, breaking wind, astonishing dragon, and shattering heaven. When mastered to perfection, it can rupture the void itself. This swordsmanship transcends the pinnacle of martial arts, classified as a golden legendary quality technique, featuring 2 blue, 7 purple, and 1 golden rank. Ah, what an impressive array of sword techniques. It is no wonder that one is hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world of pirates, an undeniable sword fanatic. Myhawk was quite pleased with this discovery, meticulously storing all the techniques away, preparing to study them further upon his return. Eventually, they arrived at Qianren Shui, who did not hasten to break the jar but instead offered Lin Fan a soft smile. "Shopkeeper Lin, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? I have long sensed your hostility." "Huh, do you take me for blind?" "My observation hockey is not merely for show. These past few days, Garp and Myhawk have been loitering nearby for a reason. Is it not for my golden finger system?" Lin Fan retorted, teeth clenched in frustration. The insatiable greed of humanity is like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. You already possess a system yet dare to covet another's? Do you not find yourself excessively greedy? Oh, so you've uncovered my intentions. Is not greed the very essence of humanity? Now that I've discovered the opportunity for dual systems, I must certainly give it a try. Although Qianren Shui was caught in her scheme, she bore no embarrassment, exuding an air of justified maleficence. "Humph. Were it not for your bodyguards, Garp and Myhawk, do you believe I couldn't eliminate you in an instant? Do not think that just because you have Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo at your side, they could thwart my intentions should I wish for your demise." Lin Fan snorted, arcs of lightning dancing around him. Garp, Myhawk, and Ace narrowed their eyes simultaneously. The Thunderfruit user, second only in speed to the Light Fruit user, possessed formidable long-range destructive capabilities. Indeed, the powerful beings of this world were at a loss when confronted with him. Even we, Garp pondered seriously, would find it challenging to prevent assassination attempts from him unless we provided 24-hour protection. The ability to win a battle is one matter, The ability to defend against an attack is another entirely. Qianrenshui's expression darkened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, stating with a resolute demeanor, "Then let us resolve our grievances and declare a ceasefire." Lin Fan could only acquiesce to this outcome. The individual before him now had 5 bodyguards, each more formidable than the last. Truth be told, the spirit fusion technique of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, which created a dual attribute stasis field, was a significant threat to him. Should he be ensnared, Garp would undoubtedly unleash his iron fist of love, rendering Lin Fan utterly incapacitated. At that moment, an abrupt voice interjected. "Oh dear, I say, Boss Lin, is this where we settle things? You're being rather cowardly. Surely, you ought to demand at least several million gold soul coins in compensation for emotional distress." Entering with an air of nonchalance, Mu Yun ambled in with his hands behind his back, not forgetting to greet Ghost Douluo. "Oh, is that not Ghost Douluo? Back from your travels, I presume? Enjoying yourself? It's you. You little brat. I shall see you dead." The moment he laid eyes on Mu Yun, Ghost Douluo immediately descended into a frenzy. Dashing to Mu Yun's side and brandishing his colossal scythe of death in a sweeping arc. "No," Qianrenshui gasped. For they were in the realm of the celestial canister shop, Lin Fan's unequivocal domain. He had long sought an opportunity to confront her, but had been unable to unleash his wrath until now. By striking first, did he not merely provide him with the perfect chance to erupt? In the face of the scythe, which nearly grazed his neck, Mu Yun suddenly grinned. "Your memory is indeed quite poor. Have you forgotten the fate that befalls those who rashly approach me?" With a swift motion, Mu Yun struck his palm, instantly landing a hit on Ghost Douluo's face. "I shall send you away, to realms thousands of miles distant." In an instant, Ghost Douluo vanished like a mere soap bubble. "Old ghost. What have you done to the old ghost, you little brat?" Ju Douluo, witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of Ghost Douluo, erupted in fury. "Ah, Ju Douluo. You have always been inseparable from Ghost, and Ghost from you. Allow me to facilitate your reunion, my dear friends." And with that, Ju Douluo too vanished in an instant. This was the power of the bear's meatball fruit. Mihawk's face registered surprise. As a fellow warlord of the sea, he was well acquainted with Bartholomew Kuma's abilities. Drawing his black blade, he stepped forth, gripping his sword with both hands, preparing for a diagonal slash. Without uttering a word, Mu Yun unsheathed the demon blade, wielding it in one hand as he slashed towards the black blade. In an instant, sparks flew. "Ha ha ha. It seems that in just a few days, the little fellow has grown stronger. Let me join in," Karp exclaimed with a hearty laugh, unleashing a powerful punch. Iron fist. With one hand empty, Mu Yun clenched his fist, preparing to counter. Boom. The collision of a large and a small black fist created a powerful gust, scattering tables and chairs in disarray. Ace, too, became exhilarated, his arms transforming into immense flames as he launched a fiery punch. Fire fist. A soft and melodious voice proclaimed, "Your opponent is me." Water Dragon Technique. Chapter 35. The Grand Contest of Gold. Everyone, cease immediately. Lin Fan, unable to tolerate the chaos any longer, invoked his authority as the owner of the establishment. All present were immobilized, for the actions of these individuals had crossed all bounds, particularly that of Ace, who displayed an utter disregard for the situation, recklessly unleashing such a colossal fireball capable of obliterating numerous warships. "Hey, Manager Lin, you must bear witness. I did not strike first. I was merely acting in self-defense." Mu Yun smiled innocently, presenting an utterly harmless demeanor. "It was you who initiated the provocation." Qianrenshui's expression darkened. "I remarked, you, with your ambiguous gender. Is your gaze merely ornamental? I suggest you take a closer look at the shop's regulations, which expressly prohibit physical violence, not the art of language." Mu Yun, brimming with self-satisfaction, pointed at a tattered sign hanging in the jar shop and declared with conviction, "Thus, it is you who have transgressed. My actions are entirely faultless." "Manager Lin, am I not correct?" Qianrenshui's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless with anger. Theoretically, there was no flaw in his argument. In light of this, a penalty must be imposed. I propose a fine of 10 million gold soul coins, or confinement in a dark room for 7 days. Mu Yun remarked with a mischievous grin. Lin Fan discreetly gave a thumbs up, admiring the boldness of the maneuver, as he too yearned for an opportunity to settle the score with them. "Little Qian, accept the penalty. I have already attempted to escape this confinement, and it is utterly unyielding. It seems to be an enforcement surpassing the rules. I have no desire to end up in that dark room, where I might suffocate." Kapu boisterously stated. This conflict, in reality, was not merely about the matter at hand, but also served as a pretext to gauge the shopkeeper's capabilities. Mu Yun struggled and attempted to utilize his abilities, but found them ineffective. The level of confinement was simply too formidable. After paying a hefty fine of 10 million, Qian Rinxue hastily smashed 10 jars, eager to leave this place, as the sensation of having her life in someone else's hands was profoundly unsettling. The Angelic Scepter, a soul guide, enhances soul skills by 50% while reducing their consumption by the same margin, a remarkable item of perfect purple quality. The Angelic Armor, also a soul guide, automatically generates a protective barrier upon receiving an attack, capable of withstanding assaults from tidal Douluo level adversaries, another exquisite item of perfect purple quality. The Angelic Wings, a soul guide, doubles the wearer's speed, yet again a perfect purple quality item. The Millennium Soul Ring, which extends the lifespan of soul rings, is a perfect purple quality item. The Soul Power Enhancement Elixir, classified as a perfect purple quality item. The Martial Soul Awakening Elixir enables a secondary awakening of one's martial soul, also of perfect purple quality. BB Dong's Lace Lingerie, an ordinary white quality item. The Battle Attire of Qian Douluo, a rare blue quality item. Luffy Straw Hat, an ordinary white quality item. The Angel Fruit, a devil fruit, belonging to the Zoan type, is a legendary golden quality item. What a surprise! The fog has yielded gold. What on earth is going on, Boss Lin? Mu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. 2 white, 1 blue, 6 purple, and 1 gold. This was simply excessive. Moreover, the very name suggested that Qian Rinxue could utilize these to enhance her strength, particularly the final golden legend. Although its specific effects remained unclear, it seemed akin to the Buddha fruit of the Warring States. Lin Fan, shrugging his shoulders, conceded that he had no control over what might emerge from the jar. If he had the authority, he would grant her 10 white draws every week. Your turn, he declared. The typically impatient Qian Rinxue now lingered, standing to the side to observe the spectacle. Let me show you what a stroke of luck truly entails. Mu, allow me to go first. You shall take the grand finale, Asuna suggested, pulling Mu Yun aside as she stepped forward. Boss Lin, grant me 10 jars. With a wave of his hand, 10 jars floated before Asuna. Indeed, after gaining strength, she radiated an impressive aura befitting a master. Clang, clang, clang. 100 varieties of second-tier spiritual flowers and herbs, all of perfect purple quality. A detailed compendium of spiritual flora, a rare blue quality item. 8 comprehensive methods of alchemy. Perfect purple quality. A profound grade alchemical furnace, perfect purple quality. The 100 Herbs Ring, a storage ring containing 100 herbs garden, capable of cultivating spiritual flora and regulating the flow of time to hasten the maturation of herbs, a legendary golden quality spiritual artifact. The Illusory Mask, which allows the wearer to change their appearance, aura, and even race at will, a perfect purple quality item. The Blessing of the Elven King, which doubles the effects of elemental skills and has their consumption, a perfect purple quality item. The exclusive skill of the White Star, summoning sea beasts to fight on her behalf, a perfect purple quality skill. The Aquarius Star Spirit Key, which opens the door connecting the human realm and the star spirit realm, summoning the Aquarius Star Spirit, Aquaria, to battle, a perfect purple quality item. The Ocean Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the World of Do's fire list, a blue flame highly suitable for alchemy, a perfect purple quality item. 1 blue, 8 purple, and 1 gold. Did you see that? Now, this is what one calls fortune. As Mu Yun unabashedly mocked Qian Rinxue, he simultaneously commended Asuna. This girl truly excelled in both alchemy and magic, having even developed a miraculous artifact capable of storing items, cultivating spiritual flowers and herbs, and adjusting the flow of time to expedite growth. Although it was publicly referred to as a spiritual tool, indicative of its quality rather than its function, its extraordinary abilities rendered it nearly indistinguishable from a divine artifact. Ace's eyes widened as he watched the drool cascade from his lips at the sight of the sea heart flame. Despite the advanced development of his flame fruit, with its dazzling array of techniques and formidable power, it possessed a critical flaw. His flames were merely mortal, lacking the necessary temperature to withstand the onslaught of Akainu's magma powers, rendering him unable to recover. In contrast, the sea heart flame was a rare celestial fire, boasting a temperature far exceeding that of magma. Ace's instincts told him that absorbing this extraordinary flame would undoubtedly bring about a monumental transformation in his strength. Regrettably, no matter how exceptional it was, it did not belong to him. For Asuna, who had a penchant for alchemy, the sea heart flame was equally significant. Do not bask in pride. These treasures were not conjured by you. So what is there to be smug about? It is my turn now. I curse you to produce 10 whites. In a fit of pique, Qianrenqiu sulked to the side, squatting down to draw circles. Her expression oscillating between grimaces and clenched teeth. Boss Lin, it's my turn. This time, I shall summon 3 golds and break the record. Mu Yun, brimming with confidence. Meticulously crafted tin jars by hand. With a resounding crash, all the jars shattered in one fell swoop. The spiritual treasure general store, adorned with the ethereal patterns of spatial shumi, possesses an immense expanse. It houses a spirit, requiring a master to claim it. Upon recognition of a master, one gains absolute dominion over the spiritual treasures within. The exterior offers protection against attacks of the nascent soul level, while the interior can annihilate entities of the golden core caliber. Furthermore, it can conceal itself in the void, imperceptible to those of the transformation stage. A treasure of golden legendary quality. Chapter 36. Spirit Beast. Ah, the first one yielded gold. Such is fate, such is destiny. Mu Yun, brimming with pride, approached Qianrenqiu to showcase his prowess. The second technique, the threefold return to vitality, encompasses the supreme martial arts of Heavenly Frost Fist, Wind God Leg, and Cloud Dispelling Palm. This trifecta, harmonized as one, rivals Earth-tier techniques and boasts a perfect purple quality. This is quite commendable. I shall impart it to Zhu Zhiqing later, as it is particularly well-suited for her. Mu Yun was thoroughly pleased. The martial arts system of the Fenggan world was remarkably potent, with some techniques transcending the realm of traditional martial arts, standing strong even in the world of cultivation. The third technique, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, commanded the submission of a myriad of swords, unleashing sword intent that swept through the air like a tempest. It could also be employed in reverse, converging all swords into one, thereby amplifying its power significantly, a technique of exquisite purple quality. This could seamlessly integrate into my sword domain, greatly enhancing my offensive capabilities. The fourth technique, Heavenly Ascendant Step, boasted a speed surpassing that of sound, untouched by the winds of chaos, as if shrinking distances to mere inches. Another skill of perfect purple quality. While it seemed somewhat superfluous compared to my spatial teleportation, it could prove invaluable in locations where spatial movement is hindered, thus warranting further study. The fifth technique, Celestial Palace Illusion, could conjure various images within the hearts of individuals, leading them to become entranced, a spiritual martial art. Also of perfect purple quality. This too was commendable and could be incorporated into my sword domain. The sixth technique, Holy Heart Convergence Spell, possessed the ability to assimilate various energies, a skill of exquisite purple quality. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yun was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. For someone who might traverse numerous worlds in the future, a skill capable of absorbing energies from diverse systems was of paramount importance. The seventh item, Spirit Communication Scroll, allowed one to forge a contract with a spiritual beast, enabling the summoning of the entity through spirit communication, or conversely, being summoned by it. A purple quality item of great utility. The eighth technique, Sword 23, represented the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit Sword technique, so powerful that it could render time and space motionless. The ethereal embodiment of the sword could inflict devastating harm on opponents, engaging with the very fabric of rules. A golden legendary quality divine skill. This formidable strike, contingent upon the wielder's mental fortitude, rendered it an invincible and lethal blow, indifferent to the disparity in cultivation levels. Mu Yun cast a perplexed glance at Mihawk, remarking that no matter how formidable his swordsmanship, a single strike from this blade would spell his demise. He then glanced at Karp, noting similarly that regardless of one's strength, when faced with this technique, there would be naught but helplessness. The struggle of the mind and the might of the material realm proved utterly futile. The ninth skill, Shadow Clone, allows one to evenly distribute their energy to create tangible replicas. Upon the vanishing of these clones, all experiences they encountered return to the original body, characterized by its rare blue quality. Alas, this skill is indeed a complex enigma, while it serves as a means of both leisure and accelerated training. In combat, it is akin to a fighter among refuse, diminishing one's own capabilities while subjecting oneself to the sensation of being vanquished. Should one encounter an adept in mental assaults, the situation becomes even more dire. What could have been a victory may swiftly turn into defeat. With the psychological wounds inflicted upon the clones being transmitted back to the original body, truly, a calamity descending upon one in the safety of their own home. Mu Yun has made a resolute decision. After creating several shadow clones, he will ensure they remain in the safest of places to cultivate, absolutely refraining from any reckless escapades. The 10th, Bagua, is a formidable technique renowned in the realm of pirates, particularly among giants, capable of unleashing a force several times greater, delivering an extraordinarily powerful strike. Characterized by its exquisite purple quality, this can be likened to a forbidden technique of explosive nature with no adverse effects, indeed a remarkable asset. With 1 blue, 7 purple, and 2 gold, this stroke of fortune can only be deemed passable. Mu Yun, rather smug, flaunted before Qian Renxue. I'm leaving. You infuriate me. With a wave of her hand, Qian Renxue departed accompanied by her 3 formidable bodyguards. Mu Yun also noticed the fighting spirit in Mihawk's eyes. Although Mu Yun had only unleashed 2 sword techniques, their apparent sophistication was markedly superior, and he was eager to witness more. Ace, too, was reluctant to part ways. His gaze almost fixated on Asuna. It was evident that this staunchly masculine man was impervious to beauty, for his desire lay solely with the ethereal flames. Upon returning home, Asuna immediately immersed herself in her pursuits, planting spiritual flowers and herbs, refining the exotic fire known as the heart flame, and concocting second-tier spirit pills. Meanwhile, Mu Yun gazed upon the 7 newly appeared red jars, each reserved for the shopkeepers. Should he smash them or refrain? Today had already been extraordinarily fortunate. Yielding an abundance of remarkable items, statistically, it was likely that continuing would result in subpar outcomes. Yet, there was also the adage that when fortune smiles, it should not be resisted, and one ought to seize the moment. Ultimately, Mu Yun could not hold back and decisively shattered all 7 jars in one go. The first revealed a creature known as the Perceptive Hound, Parker, a sensing-type spiritual beast endowed with a degree of analytical prowess, distinguished by its blue rare quality. A sensing type, could it truly surpass my observation hockey? And as for its analytical capabilities, surely a mere dog could not rival a human intellect? Mu Yun casually cast the puppy aside, allowing it to frolic as it pleased. The second creature, the slug, serves as a supportive spirit beast endowed with commendable healing properties. Classified as a rare blue quality, this specimen is indeed remarkable, though the term remarkable here does not pertain to its healing abilities, in the presence of Lucian's formidable self-healing prowess. All forms of healing appear trivial. Rather, the distinction lies in the slug's extraordinary ability to create infinite duplicates, which proves quite advantageous for communication. The sole drawback is that these duplicates relay all matters, trivial or significant, back to the slug's original form, rendering confidentiality somewhat cumbersome. Thus, it remains a viable option for consideration. The third creature, the Toadwantai, is a combat-oriented spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Without a word, Mu Yun sent the creature back the moment it appeared. Its large size was a hindrance. Its combat abilities were mediocre, lacking in both defense and speed. Being such a conspicuous target rendered it merely a living target, and while its offensive power was somewhat commendable, overall, it proved to be of little use. Not to mention its grotesque appearance, which would severely detract from Mu Yun's own allure. This was the crux of the matter. The fourth creature, the 10,000 Serpents, was a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Within 5 seconds of its emergence, Mu Yun decisively dispatched it. Besides being hideously large, it possessed a vile temperament, demanding 100 individuals as sustenance and posing a significant risk of devouring its master. Such a creature would not be spared for future festivities. The substantial amount of serpent meat remaining could be processed into a delectable dish. The fifth creature, a crow, was a reconnaissance-type spirit beast of rare blue quality. This one held promise, as it not only allowed for shared vision but also employed techniques of duplication and communication. It would remain as an option for future consideration. The sixth creature, the ape demon, was another combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Its ability to transform into a magical staff was an overblown claim, at best. It could only be categorized as a magical artifact, and it dared to associate itself with the illustrious reputation of the great sage. Moreover, Mu Yun had no interest in wielding a staff, thus it was promptly returned to its origin. Finally, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement upon encountering the last creature. This was the one he had been waiting for. Chapter 37. The cat sanctuary draped in a black trench coat and a sleek fishing net ninja outfit. Her shapely figure was undeniable, and beneath a large hood lay a delicate visage. As she lifted her hood, her long purple hair cascaded down, complemented by twitching feline ears and a slender tail that emerged from the hem of her coat. Ninja Cat Yuin, an all-purpose spirit beast of legendary golden quality, bore the title of the Cat Immortal, having mastered the immortal mode to perfection. She commanded an array of ninjutsu, cat shadow clone, spiral sphere, thousand birds, flying thunder god, heavenly dispatch technique, body technique thunder armor, dark movement technique, kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Kamui. She was the granddaughter of the revered matriarch of the cat sanctuary in the world of Naruto. Muyun stood in stunned silence, pondering the notion of a cat holy land. What absurdity was this? Wasn't the world of Naruto defined by its three sacred lands, Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Richi Cave? Where did this so-called cat holy land originate? Wasn't the old cat, Granny Cat, merely a purveyor of ninja tools and information, with some ties to the Uchiha clan? When did she ascend to the status of a Holy Land sovereign? It was evident that this individual hailed from a Naruto universe that was anything but conventional. Yet, such details were trivial, strength was paramount. Moreover, the feline maiden possessed remarkable beauty, particularly her large, windmill-like eyes and those fluffy cat ears, which evoked an irresistible desire to pet them. The ninja cat, Xiaoyu, was momentarily bewildered but soon grasped the situation. A different world? To think that someone so young could summon me, the cat sage. It appears your abilities are quite impressive. Curiously, ninja cat Xiaoyu sniffed the scent emanating from Mu Yun. Indeed, it bore the essence of natural energy. Mu Yun surmised that this natural energy, akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, was comparable to the high-level energies drawn from the cosmic expanse. However, to forge a spiritual contract with me would not be a simple task. It necessitates my approval. Observing the proud demeanor of the cat spirit, Xiaoyu, Mu Yun tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting a duel?" "Indeed, I, the cat spirit, am unparalleled throughout the ninja realm. Mere fledgling spirits are unworthy of entering into a pact with me." "Very well, but let us change our venue. I have no desire to bring ruin to my own abode." Mu Yun took out the newly acquired arena, and in an instant, both he and his feline companion appeared atop the stage. "Oh, this ninja tool is quite intriguing," remarked the curious ninja cat, Xiaoyu, as it glanced around with interest. Mu Yun found little need to explain that this was not a tool of ninjutsu, but rather a system device acquired through opportunism. Explaining it to a cat would be as futile as playing the lute to a cow. He also wished to take this opportunity to test the sturdiness of the competition arena. An hour later, the nimble cat, Xiaoyu, hung her ears low as she departed from the arena, dutifully signing a spiritual contract with Mu Yun. There was no other option. She was utterly restrained. Her speed and spatial abilities rendered ineffective. Even the ever-consuming Amaterasu was subdued by the true fire of the sun. Furthermore, the arena's spatial integrity was remarkably robust, making techniques like Flying Thunder God and Divine Might less effective. The Void Sword domain wielded by Mu Yun swiftly dominated the battlefield, leaving Xiaoyu in a state of frustration. Ultimately, the colossal orange cat sword maiden appeared. Sensing imminent danger, she promptly conceded. The arena's spatial resilience was undeniable. It was indeed a professional-grade system device. Mu Yun was quite pleased with this and had also tested the prowess of the cat girl Xiaoyu. It seemed that her abilities were only second to those of Carp and Mihawk, as her mastery of observation hockey limited many of her techniques. "Mu Yun, I wish to return to the cat holy land to greet my grandmother. Would you care to join me?" Xiaoyu asked, her expression filled with anticipation. "Sure. You can head back first and then use reverse summoning to bring me there. Don't forget to leave a shadow clone. Otherwise, it may become difficult to return." "Understood." As Mu Yun gazed at the bustling streets, lined with numerous taverns, casinos, hot springs, and various commercial establishments, he remarked, "Is this a holy land or a commercial street?" He cast a bewildered glance at Xiaoyu, who had transformed from her cat girl form into an adorable little white cat. Meow. The cat holy land originally thrived on commerce, and it was only after acquiring a level of strength akin to celestial beings that it ascended to become the fourth great holy land in the ninja world. However, even to this day, our primary business remains commerce, much like before. As they maneuvered through the crowd, Mu Yun's astonishment grew. He noticed that the majority of both sellers and buyers were not from the ninja realm, and their abilities varied greatly. The most striking sight was a street vendor seated cross-legged behind a stall, sporting golden hair, a pink feathered coat, cropped pants, pointed shoes, and red sunglasses. Hee hee. From the world of pirates, behold the extraordinary devil fruit. Consume it, and you shall immediately possess superhuman abilities for just 100 celestial coins. But supplies are limited. First come, first served. Mu Yun was taken aback. Isn't that Don Quixote da Flamingo? How did this warlord of the sea end up selling trinkets on the street? Mu Yun rubbed his eyes, ensuring he had not mistaken the person before him, and cast another glance at the assorted objects displayed. The artificial devil fruit, upon consumption, carried a substantial risk of death. And even if one were fortunate enough to survive, there would be significant aftereffects. In 2 words, it could be summed up as worthless. The deceitful merchant. Upon witnessing such a dismal evaluation, Mu Yun couldn't help but scoff inwardly, turning to leave. If it had been a genuine devil fruit, he might have shown some interest. For although they could be discovered within the myriad of realms, the process was far too capricious. Just as he took a couple of steps, a slender hand suddenly grasped his arm from behind. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave." The voice trailed off as Mu Yun turned his face, which appeared somewhat pale, revealing a blend of anger and a hint of frailty. "Let go." Mu Yun's other hand rested upon the hilt of his enchanted blade, Qianren, poised to strike down this wretched creature at any moment. To his dismay, he had found himself ensnared by the sea prism stone shackles, courtesy of that scoundrel, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Heh. Indeed, you are also a wielder of a devil fruit power, Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. "Release me at once, or I swear I shall sever your head from your shoulders," Mu Yun declared with impatience. "Ah, but I possess no key," Doflamingo replied with a feigned innocence, displaying the sea prism stone shackles upon his hands and feet. "What nonsense is this? You must be deranged, dragging me into your own misfortune when you are the one ensnared." Mu Yun now comprehends that Don Quixote Doflamingo is currently imprisoned in the underwater great prison, shackled by sea stone restraints. No wonder the illustrious warlord of the sea, the sovereign of the black market, can only resort to a few tattered artificial devil fruits to deceive others. He is merely a captive at present. Chapter 38, Awakening of the Fruits. The celestial Maul Doflamingo's expression gradually contorted into a grotesque mask of fury. Ever since his confinement in the underwater prison, the daily drudgery of his incarceration has rendered him exceedingly stifled. His family lies in tatters, with some dead and others scattered. The vast business empire he meticulously constructed over the years has crumbled, and the nation he once dominated is no longer his. All of this can be attributed to that straw-hatted brat. At long last, he inexplicably found himself in this place, a temporary reprieve from his previous anguish, only to have the wounds reopened by this little rascal before him. Observing the seething rage of Doflamingo, Mu Yun felt a strange sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but grin. "Oh, the impotent one. Do not presume that everyone is as helpless as you are. With mere sea stone shackles, do you truly believe you cannot find a key? Can one truly be brought to the brink of death by holding in their own urine?" Mu Yun casually retrieved a piece of steel, and suddenly a ball of flames manifested in his hand. The terrifying heat compelled Doflamingo to retreat hastily, as he feared that this child might attack him. However, the intensity of the flames was so formidable that he believed even the sea prism stone handcuffs would be melted. Under the scorching heat of true fire, the steel melted instantaneously, and Mu Yun enveloped the molten metal with his soul power, pouring it into the keyhole of the sea prism stone handcuffs. In no time, a key to the handcuffs was crafted. In the original narrative, the user of the wax fruit achieved the same feat by fashioning a key. Such a task, devoid of technical complexity, was exceedingly simple for a master craftsman. With the handcuffs undone, Mu Yun regarded the astonished Doflamingo with a smug raise of his eyebrows. Just as he was about to depart, Doflamingo intercepted him once more, demanding that he unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs. "Oh, on what grounds?" Mu Yun retorted. "This requires skill. It is not something just anyone can accomplish. Aid me in unlocking them, and these devil fruits will be yours," Doflamingo insisted. "Huh, Doflamingo, are you attempting to deceive a naive child? Your counterfeit products are so substandard that even dogs would refuse them. Do you truly believe you can fool me?" Mu Yun expressed his disdain openly. "What do you require then?" Doflamingo replied, his voice tinged with frustration. "My current predicament is dire. I lack freedom and possess nothing of value. In the past, I could have offered genuine devil fruits in abundance." Mu Yun pondered for a moment, then flashed a grin. "I desire your insights on the second awakening of the devil fruit." Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly a means to trade such knowledge? Mu Yun's gaze fell upon the cat-like creature. Xiaoyu. Surely there exists a scroll in the ninja realm that can record memories? Xiaoyu scratched her neck, producing a jade tablet. Scrolls are rather cumbersome. They require the arrangement of ceiling formations. This will suffice, a recording jade tablet. Simply affix it to the center of your forehead, and it will capture the memories intended for transmission with great ease. Doflamingo's devil fruit has undergone a second awakening, leaning towards the realm of material transformation, enabling the conversion of everything in its vicinity into strings. After reflecting on his memories and insights, Muyun swiftly developed his own second awakening of the devil fruit. The capabilities of the paw fruit were no longer confined to mere strikes. Instead, it assimilated the surrounding matter, forming a massive cat paw beneath his feet. Anything within the reach of this paw would be subject to the dominion of the paw fruit's powers. Muyun named this phenomenon the absolute domain of the paw fruit. The development of the Douluo fruit manifested in the creation of an extraordinarily perilous maze formed by numerous doors. To escape, one could only proceed by opening a door. Yet what lay beyond remained uncertain. It could be a fearsome beast awaiting you, a multitude of enchanting fairies offering solace, a sorrowful memory resurfacing, or even a spatial prison. There was also the grim possibility of being swept into chaotic spatial currents, leading to an untimely demise. In essence, the Douluo fruit was fraught with danger, far more perilous than Bruno's air doors in the world of pirates. Under the guidance of the ninja cat, Xiaoyu, they navigated through twists and turns until they finally arrived at the entrance of an utterly ordinary little shop. Muyun's body stiffened slightly. This sensation was reminiscent of his experience in the multiverse jar shop. As he stepped inside, a chime resonated, revealing the system of the multiverse mall. The mall's host, Granny Cat, had been unlocked to level 4. Muyun's clear eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, this old cat lady was also the possessor of the system, marking the most significant gain of this journey. "Grandma," she said, "he has forged a spiritual contract with me. Do not be deceived by his youth. His power is quite formidable." The playful little cat, Yu, skipped over and roused the lethargic old cat lady from her slumber. With great effort, the old lady opened her wrinkled eyes and cast a glance at Muyun, who suddenly felt as though many of his hidden cards had been laid bare. Quite impressive, a second-tier cultivation level. If all your cards were revealed, you could potentially slay a third-tier powerhouse. At your age, such talent is indeed rare. The old lady casually produced a purple card embossed with a tiny cat paw. "Here, take this purple VIP card for the third tier. Although you are currently at the second tier, you are not far from the third. With this VIP card, you may enter my shop at any time to make purchases. All clearly priced, thus sparing me the trouble of being bothered by an old woman like me each time." The moment Muyun received the VIP card, he immediately examined the contents of the merchandise within the mall. Using magical artifacts as a reference, the first-tier zone only featured first-tier artifacts and first-tier pills. The second-tier zone presented second-tier treasures and second-tier elixirs. In the third-tier zone, in addition to third-tier spiritual instruments and third-tier elixirs, one could even find spells, divine abilities, and certain special physiques for sale. As for the contents of the fourth-tier zone, Muyun could not yet access them due to insufficient rank. The currency for transactions is known as the Celestial Coin, which can be acquired in two ways. One is through recharge, as the mall system only recognizes spirit stones, with one spirit stone convertible into one celestial coin. The other method involves selling items, where a magical artifact could fetch 10 celestial coins, a treasure 100, and a spiritual instrument 1000, with prices for items possessing special functions to be determined separately. Muyun was in no rush to sell the magical artifacts, as he lacked experience and was wary of being taken advantage of due to his unfamiliarity with market prices. Moreover, he had not encountered any particularly desirable treasures. After leaving Granny Cat's establishment, Muyun meandered through the bustling commercial street, familiarizing himself with the pricing. Magical artifacts could be sold for approximately 15 spirit stones, while treasures commanded a price of 150, albeit with a tax of 1/3, rendering it nearly equivalent to direct transactions at the marketplace. Ultimately, Muyun, accompanied by the cat's spirit Xiaoyu, indulged in a sumptuous feast at a tavern and then luxuriated in a delightful hot spring before deciding to depart. Ding! The Celestial Mall system has successfully registered, granting access to the Celestial Mall with a level 1 authority. However, the level is disappointingly low. He noted that Granny Cat's mall boasted a level 4. It is possible to upgrade authority through trading, which was a relief. Chapter 39, System Upgrade. Ding. The host has successfully completed 7 tasks to exploit the system, meeting the upgrade requirements. The integration upgrade commences. Celestial Jar Shop System, recording. Drift Bottle System, recording. Refiner System, recording. Celestial Summoning System, recording. Celestial Arena System, recording. Celestial Tavern System, recording. Celestial Mall System, recording. Ding. System upgrade complete. The new feature, Celestial Marketplace, has been unlocked, allowing for the establishment of the following buildings: Alchemist Pavilion, requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of elixirs, with no rank restrictions. Artifact Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of magical artifacts, with no rank restrictions. Curiosity Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 10 unique items, which include demon fruits, special physiques, innate abilities, soul bones, and various treasures. Tavern requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of spirit wines, with no rank restrictions. Cultivation Tower minimum requirement is spirit artifact level, to be provided by the host. Combat Arena provided by the system, the host can set it up at any time, with no requirements. Jar Shop items within the jars are provided by the host and will randomly appear in any jar beyond the host's control. Drift Bottle Workshop can produce up to 10 drift bottles daily, using spirit materials imbued with void power to be supplied by the host. Dimensional Portal provided by the system can be set up at any time. Celestial Mall Level 1 offers currency exchange services, with the official designated currency being celestial coins, which can be exchanged with spirit stones in both directions. Furthermore, the system provides the host with a panel inquiry function at no cost. Curious about his current data, Muyin decided to take a look. Muyin race, human age, 8 origin, Douluo world martial soul, mutated orange cat martial soul physique, void sword body powers, awakened machi fruit ability, awakened door fruit ability. Breaking illusion spiritual eye, advanced observation haki, advanced armament haki, advanced conqueror's haki, void sword domain, breaking path, binding path, soul cutting blade, orange cat sword maiden, willow god technique. Swan and eye treasure technique, azure scale eagle treasure technique, forging technique. Soul skills, adorable strike, cat air cannon, cat flying palm, space opening palm, space jump, space phantasm, space teleportation. Space trap, space choke, space binding, dominant power, beast king's intimidation, void star battle armor, aurora transformation, stellar transformation, void transformation, overlord of 10,000 fires. Sovereign of 10,000 artifacts. Formation spirit patterns, zodiac star array, 7 illusion mind confusion array, stellar golden lock array, cold moon killing array, gathering star spirit pattern. Gathering moon spirit pattern, earth spirit pattern. Martial techniques, sword chi robe, demon sealing chains, 6 pulse divine sword, 3,000 thunder movement, transformation of creation chi. Chaotic cloak hammer technique, 3-point return to origin chi, 10,000 swords returning to origin, ascending to immortality steps, heavenly palace phantom, see embracing sacred heart spell, sword 23. Shadow clone, dominant nation, cat void strike, 1,000 cat shattering void, cat floral dance, ordinary sword strike. Spiritual beast, ninja cat little jade. Treasures, demonic blade 1,000 blades. Spirit treasure general store, honeycomb, purple thunder dragon horn, smoke cloud twin wings, true sunfire. Comprehensive strength assessment, 3rd rank expert. With a keen eye, Muyin finally discovered his most pressing concern. A 3rd rank expert, indeed a commendable status. He soon embarked on a flurry of activity. Fortunately, his sister Asuna, who was passionately devoted to alchemy, had amassed over 100 types of potions and magical elixirs during this time, initiating the construction of the Alchemy Pavilion. Ajin, skilled in forging, had also diligently gathered resources over hundreds of thousands of years, commencing the establishment of the Forge Pavilion. The Curio Pavilion, housing the demonic blade 1,000 blades, merged with the soul-cutting blade, spirit treasure general store, honeycomb, purple thunder dragon horn, smoke cloud twin wings, true sunfire, void sword body physique. Breaking illusion spiritual eye and stellar ancient tree, sapling, alongside the spiritual scroll. The quantity of curiosities was sufficient, although most were non-saleable, as they were essential for personal use. The only item available for display was the spiritual scroll, and a small flame from the true sunfire could be extracted without significant impact. The Curio Pavilion could be established first, even if it remained empty. The bar setup was straightforward. Suppliers had already been contacted, and a bulk order would soon be placed. The construction of the combat arena and dimensional teleportation portal would commence immediately, as the system provided them, and utilizing them was advantageous. The cultivation tower posed a challenge. Comprehending the spirit patterns related to time flow was exceedingly difficult. At best, a makeshift tower with functionality similar to Ning Rongrong's would suffice, which a gene could forge later. Finally, the workshop for crafting message bottles was the most critical element. Without it, distributing bottles externally would render all efforts mere solitary endeavors, devoid of customers. Perhaps that location would yield materials infused with void power. as Mu Yun observed the orderly construction of the architectural complex. He stepped through the portal of the void and arrived in the cosmic expanse. "Ah, you have returned," a gentle voice resonated in his ear as he crossed the threshold. Before him stood a lovely woman clad in green, her form illuminated by the shimmering starlight, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Mu Yun immediately sensed the distinct change in the other party, a newfound aura of unparalleled nobility that surpassed their previous encounter. This must be the transcendence of life's essence. It seemed the other had ascended to a realm beyond her comprehension. Clearly, the divine influence of Lucian had profoundly impacted her. "Aunt Lu, congratulations on your metamorphosis." Mu Yun greeted with an air of familiarity. "Indeed, it is thanks to you that I have been able to perceive a higher dimension of existence. Before long, I shall completely detach from this cosmic expanse and journey to that world," replied the beautiful woman, transformed from the ancient star tree, her spirits high. "Aunt Lu, I am in need of a spiritual material imbued with the essence of the void. Do you happen to know where I might find such a thing?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled radiantly. "This is the very void of the universe. Everything that exists here is infused with the power of the void, and each item possesses top-tier quality." With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a colossal meteorite. "Take this, for instance, with a mere touch of refinement. It becomes a premier material suffused with void energy. Of course, the finest spiritual material is myself." She casually tossed a branch as massive as a mountain towards him, an insignificant loss to her boundless essence. This is too much, I must say," Mu Yun stammered, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Mu Yun, though expressing his apologies, acted swiftly. The branches of the ancient starry tree, aged millions of years, possessed an astonishingly high grade of spiritual material. His own broken illusion spirit eye yielded nothing but a series of question marks, rendering any identification impossible. Ultimately, he chose the colossal meteorite as the material for crafting the drift bottle. After all, with the sun's true fire, the process would be relatively simple. He decided to reserve the branches of the ancient starry tree for himself, deeming it too extravagant to transform them into a drift bottle and cast it away. Chapter 40. The Clock and the Sunflower. "Aunt Lu, I have another inquiry I wish to consult you about." Mu Yun initially intended to step through the void gate to return to the Douluo continent when a thought suddenly struck him. What thought? He wished to select a soul ring that embodies the essence of time, ideally possessing the trifecta of attributes: time acceleration, time stasis, and time reversal. "Are you aware of any soul beasts in the Douluo realm that meet these criteria?" Mu Yun gazed expectantly at the beautiful woman. After pondering for a moment, her eyes sparkled with realization. "You know," she mused, "there might actually be something to this." "Really?" "Long ago, during my time in the Douluo world, I heard a legend about a solitary island known as the Island of the Setting Sun. On this island lies a village called Eternal Village. Here, the sun never sets. At the moment it is about to dip below the horizon, time rewinds, and the sun rises once more in the east. Thus, the villagers find themselves perpetually repeating the same day, living in a state of eternal existence, while forever trapped in that singular moment. Those who linger too long as outsiders risk becoming one of them, unable to escape before the sun rewinds. Could such a legend truly exist? To relive the same day endlessly, what a curse that would be, especially one from which there is no escape. Mu Yun felt a chill creeping up his neck. Such an eternal existence was something he would never desire. Indeed, I had discreetly observed it. The cause of all this chaos was a mutated soul beast known as the Clock Sunflower. Within its domain, the flow of time could be manipulated at will. It possessed the ability to reverse time, reverting one to a state of infancy, or to accelerate it to the point of aging one to death in an instant. Is it powerful? Mu Yun inquired with a hint of uncertainty. It is difficult to assess its strength. One can only conclude that it is exceedingly perilous. A wary expression crossed the beautiful woman's face. It lacks speed, defense, and offense, yet remains a formidable threat. I had a brief encounter with it. A seemingly ordinary century-old soul beast transformed before my eyes into a million-year-old entity, rendering the age of soul beast meaningless to it. My own million-year soul power was obliterated in an instant, and the sudden return to a helpless, newborn state was utterly dreadful. However, once one departs from its domain, one would revert to their original form. By the way, could you tell me where that island is located? Mu Yun asked eagerly. What? After all I've said, you still intend to pursue it? Its ability to accelerate time is of little use to a soul beast like me with an almost limitless lifespan, but for you humans, it could easily spell doom. The woman's gaze turned peculiar, as she had not anticipated that this young lad would possess such a reckless disposition. No problem. I merely wish to have a look. If it becomes too perilous, I shall retreat. Very well, Just be cautious. The ancient star tree, seeing that Mu Yun had made up his mind, provided him with coordinates and sketched a depiction of the island and the clock sunflower, resembling a colossal sunflower adorned with a clock. Upon returning to the Douluo continent through the Void Gate, Mu Yun followed the coordinates and indeed discovered a peculiar island. Despite having aged 1,000,000 years, the island appeared unchanged from the description provided by the ancient star tree from 1,000,000 years ago. Through the lens of his broken illusion spiritual eye, Mu Yun perceived the entire island enveloped in a thick mist, hazy as if existing in an alternate dimension. As he cautiously ventured in, he found himself suddenly standing in the middle of a village street. "Li Gu, I heard your wife is about to give birth. Don't forget to treat us. Rest assured, I won't forget. Just don't neglect your share of the expenses, Si Gu." Old Hu from the east of the village had been cornered by his wife at the bathing center, his face scratched and bruised. Indeed, Aunt Suewa possesses formidable prowess. Old Hu must have been emboldened by a bear's heart to engage in such antics at his age. Listening to the mundane conversations around him, Mu Yun felt a sense of disorientation. Such down-to-earth chatter. Was this the real world, or merely an illusion? As Mu Yun strolled through the village, he soon encountered a small girl at the entrance of a quaint farmhouse. She was yawning at the sun, her cherubic form swaying gently on a rocking chair, a clock dangling from her neck. Indeed, she was the one he sought. However, Mu Yun chose not to approach her immediately, opting instead to wander the village. He arrived at the edge of a babbling brook, where he caught a sizable fish, then summoned his orange cat martial spirit. With a playful slap, a soft, milky white energy was released, causing the fish to age instantaneously into mere ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was as he had anticipated. The power of time, no matter how formidable, ultimately adhered to a certain order. With the second awakening of my meatball fruit, I have now attained the ability to dispel such orders, rendering the influence of time ineffective against me. Mu Yun gazed excitedly at the pearly white energy, finally able to set his mind at ease. He had prepared himself to flee the island at the slightest indication of failure in expelling the temporal force from the fish, resolutely avoiding any encounter with the clock sunflower. For he had no desire to meet a swift demise. Suddenly, as he turned, the ground beneath him transformed into an enormous feline paw, and before him stood a soft, innocent-looking girl. "What have you done to my fish? Why did it suddenly vanish?" she inquired, her expression devoid of emotion, icy malice radiating towards Mu Yun. Her instincts warned her that this child was perilous, possessing abilities that could indeed threaten her world. In this island where everything was eternally present, the abrupt disappearance of a fish did not go unnoticed by the clock sunflower, the sovereign of this realm. Mu Yun felt a moment of tension as he realized that the other party was persistently attempting to alter his temporal flow, only to be repelled by the absolute domain of the second awakening of the meatball fruit. Subsequently, a mischievous smile graced Mu Yun's adorable face as he stepped closer, inching towards the other party. "Ha! Come and become my soul ring. I require your essence." Mu Yun's strike was as swift as lightning, directly reaching for the clock hanging around the little girl's neck. "How audacious of you!" With a terrifying aura, the little girl instantaneously transformed into a sunflower as grand as a mountain, as strands of milky white chains surged toward Mu Yun, entwining around him. Mu Yun smiled serenely, wielding the magic blade of 1,000 edges in his hand. "Appear, Orange Cat Sword Maiden." The Orange Cat Sword Maiden, bearing the enormous magic blade, towered over the giant clock sunflower opposite her, while Mu Yun stood atop her head. "Meow, Crescent Moon Slash." A colossal black crescent tore through the air, slicing open an elongated rift in space, hurtling toward the clock sunflower. "Damn it, do not disrupt my world." The clock sunflower shrieked in fury, releasing torrents of milky white temporal energy. The black crescent vanished in an instant, and the ravaged space swiftly restored itself, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 41. The million-year soul ring rifts in space materialized, only to be swiftly mended. Portions of space collapsed, yet were rapidly restored. The clock sunflower flitted about like a firefighter, diligently extinguishing the chaos, while Mu Yun resembled an arsonist, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. "You seem quite fond of this island," Mu Yun remarked with a mischievous grin, unleashing a sword strike that created a spatial black hole. "Stop it, you villain." The clock sunflower hastily rushed over to employ time reversal. "You appear to cherish the mountains and waters here." A great mountain was sent soaring by Mu Yun's strike. "No. Please don't, villain," the clock sunflower exclaimed in exasperation, expending a considerable amount of temporal energy to restore the mountain. "However, it seems your true concern lies with the villagers." Mu Yun coldly pointed the demon blade, 1,000 edges at the village, his expression resembling that of an emotionless villain. Stop! Stop! I surrender. The clock's sunflower transformed back into the form of a little girl, her delicate face as pale as a ghost. Strange. Does this small village hold great significance for you? Muyun inquired with curiosity. The little girl bit her lip, stubbornly remaining silent. Ah, or perhaps it is the people within this village who are dear to you. Observing the girl's dejected demeanor, Muyun surmised he was correct. This place was indeed of immense importance to the clock sunflower. Hence, despite being aware of her restraint, she could not flee, and for some reason, she dared not even release her powers. Now, do enlighten me. What is the situation here? You do not strike me as a malicious individual. Perhaps I might be able to assist you. Soon, Muyun learned the entire tale. Millions of years ago, there existed a remote island, home to a quaint village where the inhabitants were pure-hearted and lived a life free from worldly strife. She was merely an ordinary sunflower, growing in a humble household. Her daily existence revolved around basking in the sun, accompanied by a girl on a lounge chair who would share stories with her, regardless of whether she could comprehend them. Until one fateful day, she underwent a transformation, evolving from an ordinary sunflower into the clock's sunflower soul beast. It was on that very day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, that the island's volcano erupted, unleashing terrifying lava that engulfed the village, obliterating her home and the girl who had recounted tales to her daily. In her fury, she unleashed her soul skill, the time-stop domain, freezing time on the island eternally at the moment before the volcanic eruption. This was the first time she had employed such a skill, and she maintained it for 1,000,000 years. She feared to cease, for once the gears of time began to turn, the fate of destruction would inevitably follow. But in this manner, you cannot resolve the issue. Repeating the same day for 1,000,000 years, what difference does it make from being dead? Perhaps it is even worse than death. Muyun gazed silently at the clock sunflower, pondering that rather than rescuing the village, it seemed more akin to punishing the village chief. Truly, it was a fate worse than death. The clock sunflower blinked her clear, innocent eyes, evidently perplexed by Muyun's words. To her, the concept of time held little significance. What was the difference between a day and 1,000,000 years? Time passed regardless. Let me alleviate the village's calamity completely, allowing it to embark upon a genuinely normal existence, and you shall become my soul ring. You will accompany me in a life of indulgence and delight. What do you say? Muyun employed the art of persuasion. Soul ring? Are you referring to this? The little girl transformed into a circular ring, her hue shifting gracefully among white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Whatever color you desire, I can manifest it. Goodness, this is quite extravagant. The ability to alter both age and form is astonishing. Muyun found himself somewhat bewildered. A soul ring is merely the crystallization of a soul beast's energy, which is derived from time. Given sufficient duration, it can naturally evolve into a soul ring without the necessity of demise. The clock sunflower then morphed back from the soul ring state into her youthful form. Muyun was utterly bewildered. The revival of his soul beasts, which had transformed into soul rings, was already astonishing enough. Yet, this was even more outrageous, as it eliminated the process of death and rebirth, presenting him with a living soul ring. Was this truly a sight to behold? Very well, I acquiesce to this minor matter. Hurry and resolve the calamity afflicting the village. The sunflower clock transformed into a soul ring and surged into Muyun's body, causing his cultivation to soar instantaneously to the pinnacle of a level 70 soul emperor. He acquired soul skills, time acceleration, time rewind, and time stop. Even more terrifyingly, all the soul rings had transformed into dark golden hues reminiscent of 1,000,000 years, adorned with resplendent starlight. Meanwhile, the void worm, comfortably indulging in life within its hive, suddenly froze, sensing that it had, perhaps, ascended to divinity. The void flower, left behind at home, felt a peculiar itch in its teeth and ventured to the meteorite that Muyun had just retrieved from the cosmic expanse, biting down and shattering it. The stellar lion, frolicking in the star-dove forest, flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest of thunder and lightning. The tree sister, remaining at home, gazed curiously toward the distant ocean, experiencing a sudden elevation in her life level, nearing her true form. Meanwhile, Ajin, who was laboriously refining a weapon, inexplicably observed the nearly completed spiritual artifact before him transform into a lump of charcoal. The true sunfire surged unexpectedly, becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Perhaps, with the arrival of fourth-tier spiritual materials, he might attempt the forging of a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. At the heart of a remote island stood a colossal active volcano, from which Muyun leaped, master of 10,000 fires. The once ferocious volcanic lava submitted like a docile kitten at his feet. The true sunfire was ready to feast. Soon, the active volcano was rendered dormant, its fiery energy entirely consumed, ensuring it would never erupt again. With the crisis averted and the soul rings in hand, Mu Yun returned to the Soto City Manor. The long-awaited duo of magical beasts made their entrance, followed by several others. Rimuru completed his hunt, 100,000-year soul beast. The snow demon silkworm, 100,000-year soul beast, the dark magic spider. A 200,000-year soul beast, the star moon butterfly. A 500,000-year soul beast, the heavenly fire phoenix. And a 500,000-year soul beast, the storm thunder dragon. Strength assessment, peak of the second rank. Remarkable. Rimuru had, in just a few days, devoured 5 soul beasts over 100,000 years old. It was a mystery where he had found them, and astonishingly, he had ascended from 0 to the peak of the second rank through his consumption, only slightly lagging behind Mu Yun. Even more astonishing was his ability to regurgitate the prey he had consumed, acquiring their powers while gaining 5 utterly loyal subordinates, truly a buy one, get one free deal. As for Ziyuan, her strength also flourished alongside Rimuru, attaining the peak of the second rank and sharing some of Rimuru's abilities. Mu Yun even felt that if Rimuru and the others were allowed to wander in the Stardow Forest for another year, they could undoubtedly conquer the entire spirit beast realm and establish a dominion over Douluo, creating a powerful nation of spirit beasts. Chapter 42. The sword pointing at the million-year spirit beast. The inaugural roundtable meeting at the Mu Yun Manor is now officially underway. Participants include Mu Yun, Asuna, Yui, Rimuru, Ziyuan, the insect queen, Hua, the little lion, sister tree, Akin, little sunflower, clock sunflower, the ninja cat Xiaoyu, the snow demon silkworm, the dark spider, the starry moon butterfly, the heavenly fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon. The agenda for this meeting is to seek out the million-year spirit beast. As seasoned spirit beasts who have lived for countless years, you surely possess some undisclosed intelligence, do you not? Mu Yun could not help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Initially, he thought the Douluo world housed merely 8 soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years of age. To his surprise, Rimuru had ventured out and returned with 5, all of which he had never heard of and were not documented in the library. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Storm Thunder Dragon spoke. In truth, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were only the ostensible rulers of the Stardow Forest. The true depth of power lay hidden deep within its confines, where the million-year soul beasts typically resided within their own secret realms. As for the entrances to these realms, I am aware of only one, the Ice Crystal Cold Dragon, a million-year soul beast and master of ice crystals, possessing both Dragon God and Ice God bloodlines. It is said to be the most formidable ice-type soul beast, with its ice crystals capable of freezing time and space, located at the entrance of the icy plains. I also know of another entrance, situated in the extreme Iceland, belonging to the Ice Snow Spirit Phoenix, a million-year soul beast that boasts a trace of Ice God bloodline, guarding the extreme Iceland alongside the Ice Soul Goddess, Xuenu. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix interjected. I have also heard a legend that deep within the Sunset Forest lies an ancient secret realm, home to the radiant primordial fate cycle Holy Butterfly, a million-year soul beast and the king of 10,000 butterflies, embodying the attributes of light, fate, and reincarnation. The Star Moon Butterfly spoke uncertainly. The Aurora Red Fox is also found in the ancient secret realm of the Sunset Forest, possessing both the ultimate fire and ultimate light attributes, and is exceedingly cunning. Adept at employing illusions, Jean remarked coolly. I encountered it once while searching for a particular metal deep within the Sunset Forest. Its flames were formidable enough to breach my magical defenses. At that time, I had to self-detonate several powerful artifacts to escape, for had it not been for my luck, I would have found it nearly impossible to evade its speed. The Kuanping, a million-year soul beast, is known as the Kuan in the sea, capable of devouring all, and as the Ping in the sky, able to soar across the 9 heavens. It possesses unparalleled speed and space attributes. Being a descendant of the primordial divine beast bloodline and the guardian beast of the sea, blessed by the gods. Often resting in the waters near the sea god's temple, the ancient tree of stars, a mere avatar of sister tree, stated lightly. The Starlight Wolf, a million-year soul beast, commands the power of starlight and can absorb energy from the cosmos, nearly without limit, thereby enhancing its own strength and speed. Additionally, it possesses extraordinary perception, attuned to subtle changes and dangers within the universe, capable of creating illusions by distorting light to confuse enemy sight and thoughts. It lurks within the vast cosmos and has been a long-time rival of my true form, both seeking to claim the energy of the stars. For countless years, it has frequently ambushed my true self. Had it been elsewhere, I might have subdued it, but in the cosmic expanse, that is its domain. It can absorb energy without restraint, and alongside its terrifying power and speed, its self-healing ability, fueled by the ceaseless energy of the cosmos, renders it nearly immortal. Furthermore, there exists the dark demon evil god tiger, which possesses the malevolent attributes bestowed by the evil god. Its growth does not rely on personal cultivation, rather. It swiftly ascends by devouring other soul beasts or soul masters. Deep within the Douluo forest, it embodies the elements of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, exhibiting an exceptionally high intelligence. Although it has yet to reach the age of 1,000,000 years, it is undeniably more perilous than a 1,000,000-year soul beast. The final speaker is Rimuru, who encountered the dark demon evil god tiger just 2 days prior. To his astonishment, the predator's skill proved ineffective against it, likely due to the creature's own capacity for consumption. Subsequently, Rimuru, Ziyuan, the snow demon silkworm, the dark magic spider, the star moon butterfly, the celestial fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon launched a coordinated assault, yet the dark demon evil god tiger managed to escape effortlessly, as its mastery of time and space rendered it exceedingly difficult to capture. Muyun meticulously consolidated and analyzed the information, ultimately deciding that the first target would be the dark demon god tiger. The rationale was quite straightforward. The dark demon god tiger harbors a deep-seated grudge, having previously been besieged and killed by Rimuru and his companions. It would not easily forget this affront. In fact, it had been tracking Rimuru, lurking in the shadows, biding its time to strike with lethal precision. Only through Mu Yun's exceptional conqueror's haki and the void sword body, which granted him acute spatial awareness, was he able to faintly detect the presence of the dark demon god tiger. With a calculated mind and a rare opportunity at hand, he understood that the most formidable aspect of the dark demon god tiger was its ability to traverse time and space. If he did not eliminate it now, allowing it to sense the terror of his group, it might resort to using its spatial abilities to escape this world entirely, thus forfeiting any chance of acquiring its soul ring. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, a blue-haired young boy crouched by a crystal-clear stream to draw water. A dark shadow slithered across the ground, swiftly approaching. Suddenly, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the blue-haired boy. Roar! You shall perish, child. A colossal black tiger emerged from the void, its gaping maw revealing a vast vortex, a terrifying pull aimed at devouring the young boy. In an instant, as the boy's feet lifted off the ground, his form transformed from a blue-haired child to one with black hair. Demon-binding chains, countless chains, forged from starry and void energies, erupted from the ether, instantly ensnaring the dark demon god tiger's limbs. Roar! Damn it, it's a trap. The enraged tiger unleashed a torrent of cutting winds, clashing against the binding chains with a resonant clang. What robust chains! My wind slashes can cleave through even meteorite steel, yet I can only sever these chains halfway? In a state of alarm, the dark demon god tiger unleashed another furious wind slash, breaking free from its restraints. An impressive strike, merging wind and spatial forces. The young boy turned, drawing forth the enchanted blade, thousand edges, from his waist. Roar! Who are you? Why have you set a trap for me? The dark demon god tiger spoke while cautiously retreating, only to realize it was surrounded by several entities of comparable strength, including Rimuru and his group. Damn you, boy. I shall remember this debt and settle it later. It invoked its skill, dark stealth, spatial shift. Just as the dark demon god tiger's form began to dissolve into a shadow, preparing to escape into the void, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated. Blessing of the Elven King. Binding path number 61, 6-rod light prison. Binding path number 75, 5 pillars iron spike. Binding path number 99, forbidden. Chapter 43. The orange cat martial soul's transformation. 6 luminous pillars firmly restrained the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger. 5 black columns, arranged in a pentagonal formation, encircled the beast's 5 limbs. A colossal stone tablet, inscribed with a swastika, descended from the heavens. 3 formidable binding techniques forcibly extracted the dark demon evil god tiger from its shadowy, ethereal state, rendering it utterly immobile under the weight of suppression. At this moment, Mu Yun brandished the magical sword, Qianren. Arise, orange cat sword maiden. Draw your blade. The colossal orange cat unsheathed the oversized magical sword at its waist, its claws firmly grasping the hilt, raised high. A resonant hum echoed as an overwhelming surge of energy rushed in from all directions. Dominion of the Nation, Crescent Moon Slash. The dark crescent shattered the void, a lethal technique. Unlike before, Mu Yun refrained from attempting verbal manipulation on the dark demon god tiger. For he understood that such tactics would be futile. The cunning and intelligent beast could very well betray its master, remaining by his side like a ticking time bomb. Additionally, it possessed the ability to traverse time and space, capable of escaping to other realms at any moment. If it were to steal his prized possessions while he slumbered and then vanish through a rift in time, he would have no recourse to lament his loss. Thus, extermination was the wisest course of action. At this juncture, the bound dark demon god tiger found itself utterly helpless against the fatal strike, rendered incapable of utilizing any of its powers. With a resounding crash, the black crescent cut through, dismembering the dark demon god tiger, from which a deep crimson soul ring slowly ascended. Just as relief washed over everyone, a wisp of black light shot forth, and a black hole materialized in the void. In the blink of an eye, the black light surged toward the black hole. Just as it was about to plunge in, a plump cat paw emerged from the void. Grasping the black light, a black orb. "Ha! You may flee, but this orb shall remain." With a playful swat, a miniature black tiger was expelled from the orb. Bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events as it was sucked into the black hole. This orb, infused with malevolence, thunder, wind, and the essence of power, is my hard-won treasure. You shan't carry it away. Just as Mu Yun reveled in his triumph, the orange cat's spirit unexpectedly executed a surprising maneuver, devouring the dark demon god tiger's essence, orb, in one gulp. What the devil? Why do you consume everything? I intended to refine this. Mu Yun, in a state of exasperation, found himself at odds with the situation, while the orange cat, embodying its martial spirit, let out a satisfied belch, subsequently undergoing a remarkable transformation. A pair of fleshy wings unfurled from its back, one entwined with the fierce winds, the other enveloped in darkened thunder. A black royal insignia appeared upon its forehead, and the orange stripes adorning its body deepened in hue. This was yet another mutation. Mu Yun found himself at a loss for words, as his martial soul exhibited an unpredictable tendency to mutate. It had already undergone transformations upon its awakening, after consuming the fleshball fruit, and again upon acquiring several soul bones in the Soul Slayer sword. Now, after ingesting the life essence of the dark demon evil god tiger, it had changed once more. The current manifestation of his orange cat martial soul remained visually the same, maintaining its adorable, plump form. Yet it now sported a diminutive crown atop its head, the head soul bone, hive. Flanking the crown were the sharp horns of the purple thunder dragon, and on its back were two pairs of wings, one pair resembling ethereal clouds, the other embodying the tempest's fury. Its eyes glimmered with a violet hue, akin to the illusory spirit eye, while the Soul Slayer's sword hung gracefully at its waist, and the tip of its tail flickered with a small flame, the true sunfire. Each intricate pattern upon its body radiated a fierce aura, as if poised to unleash a barrage of sword-like energy at any moment. At this juncture, Mu Yun wasted no time and proceeded to refine the soul ring left behind by the dark demon evil god tiger. Given that the tiger itself had not yet reached 1,000,000 years of soul power and had lost a significant portion of its energy to the orange cat martial soul, Mu Yun's level merely ascended to the 75th rank, the Soul Sage, without achieving the pinnacle. The abilities conferred by the soul ring included temporal and spatial traversal. This allows for interdimensional travel, fraught with peril unless guided by a cosmic star map, as one risks becoming eternally lost in the chaotic currents of time and space. Absolute darkness domain. This creates an utterly dark spatial realm wherein one is stripped of all five senses, devoured by the void, and disoriented in time and memory. Devouring power. The capacity to plunder all, often referred to as the evil power. Hosts comprehensive strength, peak of the 3rd tier. Indeed, the absolute darkness domain was rather daunting. The dark demon evil god tiger had scarcely been able to unleash its true might before Mu Yun vanquished it. Had it been permitted to employ this absolute darkness domain, any assault against it would have proven futile. Furthermore, should it have unleashed its devouring power to dismantle their ranks, the casualties among them would likely have been catastrophic, potentially allowing it to turn the tide in its favor. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, astonished by the terrifying nature of the dark domain of the dark demon god tiger. Typically, darkness merely implies the deprivation of sight. But this was far more sinister, devouring all things, stripping away perception, and blurring the boundaries of time, space, and memory. Was this an imitation of the world within a black hole? The first collective endeavor had concluded successfully, the crisis averted, while Rimuru, accompanied by a throng of followers, boldly set off to open the jars, leaving other matters aside for the time being. Muyun summoned Asuna, a Jin, and Yui to enter the nearly completed trading market. Here it is. Observing the shops lined up yet eerily vacant, Yui fluttered about in confusion. Muyun provided a brief overview of the market. Jie, would you take charge of managing this place? Of course. It seems like a lot of fun. Muyun bestowed her with the title of administrator, and soon, countless streams of data cascaded before Jie's eyes. A mere 15 minutes later, she had mastered the intricacies of the place and acquired several formidable abilities. First, the capacity to discern the strength of all visitors to the market. Second, the ability to evaluate the grade of every item and assign appropriate pricing. Third, the privilege to expel any individual from the market, excluding Muyun. Fourth, the power to manifest countless forms within the market. Fifth, an invincible prowess within its confines. And sixth, the authority to establish rules governing the market. Recognizing that professional matters should rest in capable hands, Muyun felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he entrusted these responsibilities to Jie. Asuna, I leave the leadership of the Dan Pavilion to you. Akin, you shall oversee the Chi Pavilion. Oh dear, while I have a penchant for alchemy, I cannot possibly manage the sales at the platform. Asuna protested vehemently, waving her hands in refusal. I feel the same. Akin echoed, sharing her sentiments. As a spirit beast, he preferred to avoid interactions with a multitude of individuals. Their gazes converged upon Jie in unison. Very well, let the capable bear the burden. We shall entrust this task to our resourceful Jie. After all, she possesses the ability to manifest myriad forms. However, we shall rely on you for supplies, as the procurement prices from the Celestial Mall are rather steep. Furthermore, Akin, the task of refining the cultivation tower falls to you. The tower must possess the capability to alter the flow of time, and its interior space must be absolutely stable, allowing for simultaneous cultivation of multiple individuals. Chapter 44. The 9-tiered Demon Tower. A calamity unfolds. You truly overestimate my abilities when it comes to crafting auxiliary spirit treasures that involve time and space. I cannot yet comprehend the intricacies of time and spatial runes, let alone forge spirit treasures. Akin resolutely shook his head in refusal. This isn't an endeavor meant for you to tackle alone. When the time comes, CHU, Hoo-Hoo, Little Lion, Sister Tree, Sunflower, and I will all lend a hand. You are well aware of the stability of the hive space governed by CHU. Entrusting her with spatial matters poses no issue. The manipulation of time flow has been effortlessly mastered by Sunflower, rendering it no challenge for her. Moreover, rather than laboring over those runes in vain, it would be far more beneficial to engage in practical application. Who knows, you might just gain sudden insights and breakthroughs. Under the enchanting words of Muyun, a Jin was ultimately persuaded to part with his cherished collection of newly acquired 4th-grade spiritual materials, which had just emerged from their container. 3 days later, the 9-tiered Demon Tower was freshly unveiled. The first tier featured engravings of tenfold gravity earth spiritual patterns, moon consolidating patterns, star gathering patterns, and a small gathering formation, designed for physical refinement and chi cultivation, suitable for individuals of first-tier strength. The flow of time was accelerated tenfold, accommodating up to 100 users simultaneously, with a usage fee of 10 heavenly coins per hour. The second tier bore engravings of 100-fold gravity earth spiritual patterns, moon consolidating patterns, star gathering patterns, and a medium gathering formation, intended for practitioners of second-tier strength. The time flow was accelerated 100-fold, catering to 10 users at once, with a fee of 100 heavenly coins per hour. The third tier served as a challenge level, guarded by the Insect Queen's avatar, possessing the skill of unlimited spawning. Successful challengers would receive a wooden treasure chest, which could yield first-tier magical artifacts, first-tier elixirs, and other items, with a challenge fee of 10 heavenly coins. The fourth tier, also a challenge level, was jointly guarded by the Insect Queen's avatar and the Flower avatar, employing the skill of unlimited traps. Successful challengers would obtain a black iron treasure chest, which could yield second-tier magical treasures, second-tier elixirs, and more, with a challenge fee of 100 heavenly coins. The fifth tier, another challenge level, was defended by the avatar of the Starry Beast, advising those below second-tier strength to refrain from attempting, as it would be futile. Successful challengers would earn a bronze treasure chest, yielding third-tier spiritual instruments, third-tier elixirs, and similar items, with a challenge fee of 500 heavenly coins. The 6th tier. Yet another challenge level was guarded by a Jin's avatar and Sister Tree's avatar, recommending that only those above 3rd tier strength engage in the challenge. Successful challengers would receive a silver treasure chest, which could yield 4th tier spiritual treasures, 4th tier elixirs, and more, with a fee of 1,000 heavenly coins. The 7th tier was a challenge level overseen by Asuna's avatar, the flower avatar, and the feline avatar, suggesting that only those above 3rd tier strength should attempt the challenge. Successful challengers would receive a flame of exotic fire, with a challenge fee of 1,000 heavenly coins. The 8th tier, another challenge level, was jointly guarded by avatars of Rimuru, Ziyuan, the snow demon silkworm, the dark magic spider, the starry moon butterfly, the heavenly fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon. Successful challengers could customize 2 4th tier spiritual treasures, with a challenge fee of 2,000 heavenly coins. The 9th tier, the ultimate challenge level, was presided over by Mu Yun, with successful challengers receiving a flower of true solar fire. There was no challenge fee, although completion of the previous 8 tiers was required. Placing this 9-tiered demon tower in the market, with pricing set by Yui, Mu Yun felt he was on the cusp of great fortune. He then glanced at the other facilities, noting that the alchemy pavilion, equipment pavilion, and tavern were fully stocked and clearly priced. The jar shop offered a chance at 10 heavenly coins each time, with no limit on attempts. Those with sufficient heavenly coins could strike endlessly, and with a stroke of luck, even procure divine items like the true solar fire. Of course, such probabilities were managed by Yui, chuckling to himself. The arena for competitions necessitates the expenditure of 100 celestial coins per entry. It serves as a venue for mutual skill enhancement, ensuring no loss of life, as participants can be teleported away in dire circumstances. Currently, the Curiosities Pavilion showcases merely 2 items: a Heart of the Sea Flame priced at 10,000 celestial coins, and a True Solar Flame at a staggering 100 million celestial coins. Setting a modest target, the True Solar Flame, despite being singular, is indeed worthy of its valuation due to its elevated grade. Lastly, there is the Drift Bottle Workshop. 3 days prior, G had dispatched the drift bottles, affirming that with G's involvement, worries were alleviated. Now, it merely remains to await the arrival of patrons. However, uncertainty looms regarding the probability of successful matches for the drift bottles she crafted. These bottles, made from meteoric materials, have been transformed into glass via the True Solar Flame, retaining considerable hardness, and one wonders if they might prove lethal upon impact. 3 days have elapsed without a single visitor, leading Mu Yun to ponder whether those matched with the drift bottles might have met with unfortunate fates. Just as Mu Yun fretted over the lack of clientele, ripples suddenly manifested in the space around, and not just one, but a dozen individuals materialized out of thin air. Mu Yun was preparing to approach when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and an awkward expression crossed his face. He noticed a common trait among the group of over 10 individuals. Each bore a large bump on their heads, with some even bleeding profusely. Alarmingly, 2 of them appeared to be on the brink of death, blood gushing from their wounds. Goodness, could it be that these individuals were so weak? Mu Yun was somewhat taken aback. Among the 12 individuals, 3 were of the 1st tier, 7 were ordinary people, and the remaining 2 were on the brink of death. Likely due to unfortunate circumstances, the drifting bottles had fallen for too long and struck them hard. This situation was untenable. Adjustments needed to be made, as targeting individuals with such precision was verging on creating a crime scene. Furthermore, if all the clients belonged to this caliber, I feared it would be exceedingly difficult to earn any celestial currency from them. I could no longer rely on entirely random selections for clients. It seemed I would need to devise an alternative strategy. I must delve into the research of authentic drifting bottles. Last time, I fortuitously struck sure how from the perfect world. This must be the underlying reason. Mu Yun walked over with a hint of disappointment, first rescuing the 2 unfortunate souls whose eyes had already dimmed. To have 2 lives extinguished right at the doorstep of a new venture was nothing short of inauspicious. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to Mu Yun's presence. What a disgrace! Who could be so callous as to carelessly discard such a large glass bottle? It nearly struck me. Indeed, I was simply walking my dog when, out of nowhere, a glass bottle plummeted from the sky, creating a substantial crater upon impact, and then rebounding to knock me down. Fortunately, it did not strike me immediately, otherwise, I would have surely met my demise. Here I was, minding my own business at home, when calamity fell from the heavens. This object has left a gaping hole in my roof, and now, inexplicably, I find myself here. Oh. By the way, Where exactly is this place? Who are you? At this moment, Mu Yun was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by an impulsive urge to flee. The calamity he had inadvertently caused was rather severe. The individuals before him had not merely been unfortunate. It was evident that they had been extraordinarily fortunate to have escaped immediate death. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would have resulted in fatalities. Furthermore, the remaining 18 drifting bottles, yet to land, could potentially transform into lethal weapons. Chapter 45, A Surprising Delight. Wait a moment. It appears that these individuals are not entirely devoid of merit. Mu Yun's gaze settled upon the two unfortunate souls whom he had just resurrected. Lin Pingji, age 21. World, the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Sect, Huashan Sect, Martial Arts, Huashan Sword Technique, Evil Repelling Sword Technique, Thunderclap Palm, Treasure, None, Strength, First Level. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. Could it be that this level of strength was merely first tier? The range of the first tier is indeed vast, in the entire world of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. It seems there are no second-tier existences, not even the likes of Feng Qingyang or Dongfang Bubi. From the humble bodyguards to the martial arts masters, they all fall under the same two-character classification, first tier. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding robe. Clutching a small blade in his right hand, his face contorted in confusion upon awakening. Unable to restrain himself, Mu Yun exclaimed, "Goodness! With that demeanor. Are you not the one who escaped on your wedding day for a little self-mutilation?" Lin Pingji felt his handsome face flush. He had been accurately called out. Today marked his wedding day with Yu Lingshan. Only now had Yu Buchuan finally lowered his guard, granting Lin the opportunity to practice the authentic evil-repelling sword technique. However, he discovered the initial 8 characters inscribed. To master divine skills, one must wield the blade against oneself. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately resolved to sacrifice that 2 tails of flesh for the sake of vengeance. With a flourish, he executed a beautiful sword dance before preparing to make the fateful cut. Yet, at the critical moment, an unknown projectile struck him down, nearly leading to his demise. In a haze, he found himself transported to this strange place. As Mu Yun's gaze descended, he noted the absence of blood at that spot, indicating an unsuccessful self-castration. Spare him for now. Let us first examine the primary business of this market. It is merely a matter of vengeance, and there is no need to sacrifice Kuan Kuan. A dozen brochures detailing the market's offerings landed in the hands of the crowd. Moments later, a spark of hope ignited in Lin Pingji's eyes. "Pray tell, what is this Zudiankoan?" The others perked up, eager to listen intently. It was explained as a form of currency, redeemable with spirit stones, where one spirit stone could be exchanged for a single Zudiankoan. The crowd appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of what spirit stones were. With one exception, another unfortunate soul akin to Lin Pingji, the individual who had narrowly escaped being crushed. Zhang Tai, age 20. World, Mortal Realm of Cultivation Sect, Qishuan Sect Martial Arts, Elephant Armor Technique Treasures, None Strength. First level. The person whom Mu Yun is most intrigued by is, in fact, himself. Although he may presently appear somewhat simple and weak, the world he inhabits is undeniably formidable. It is a realm of mortal cultivation, where powerful beings known as transformation stage cultivators exist. The world likely possesses a ranking of at least 5 tiers, and when considering the celestial realm post-ascension, the levels become almost unfathomable. He is undoubtedly a latent talent that must not be allowed to be reduced to a mere puppet. In addition to spirit stones, other valuable items can also be exchanged for heavenly coins. For specific inquiries, one may consult over there. Mu Yun pointed at the drifting little Jie, indicating that these individuals, clearly inconspicuous passers-by, could be left to her to manage. He then extended goodwill towards the remaining 2. As for the minor injuries you both have sustained, I bear a modicum of responsibility. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances. Having sustained severe blows to their heads, they found it absurd to classify such injuries as minor. Particularly Zhang Tai, whose formidable defense had rendered him impervious to blades and spears, yet he had been so thoroughly battered. Allow me to offer you a token of compensation, a 12-hour complimentary experience pass for the first level of the 9-tiered Demon Tower, where time flows at 10 times the external rate, accompanied by the effects of gravity, starlight, and moonlight for body refinement. Moreover, Lin Pingji, I present to you this 6 Meridians Divine Sword, a profound martial art superior to your exorcising sword technique, which at least spares you from self-inflicted harm. You may seek your fortune in these 2 opportunities, within the Tomb of the Living Dead on Mount Zhangnan, many profound martial arts await, which you may exchange for celestial coins upon completion of your training. Additionally, the Nameless Valley harbors not only a plethora of medicinal herbs, but also a peculiar serpent, which can also be exchanged for celestial coins. Zhang Tai, take this spirit refinement technique. It will serve you greatly. Aged herbs and elixirs can be traded for celestial coins. Observing the two enter the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile, filled with a hint of anticipation. The body refinement training at this level holds remarkable efficacy for those at the first tier. Although Lin Pingji appears to be a novice now, he possesses a formidable quality. His strong willpower, born from obsession, may lead him to soar to great heights, surprising many upon the completion of his training. As for Zhang Tai, Mu Yun was eager to witness how his master, Mo Rinjiu, along with the remnant soul within him, would contend against a Zhang Tai whose physical form was indomitable and whose mental fortitude was exceptionally robust. How could they extinguish his spirit and transform him into a soulless puppet? Those whom Mu Yun had casually dismissed brought him a small surprise. Despite their origins from disparate worlds and their apparent lack of any martial prowess, appearing utterly drained by indulgence, they shared a commonality. They were all scions of prominent local families, and under Jie's assessment, they bore the same label, antagonists destined to be devoured by the protagonist's fortune, doomed to an unsatisfactory end. Astonishingly, among so many antagonistic characters, none possessed an uprising system. What a disappointment! While Mu Yun expressed his grievances, he also gifted each of them a day pass for the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower. This was not solely due to their affluent backgrounds, which could inadvertently yield benefits for him. Rather, he was eager to witness how these antagonistic side characters would fare if they suddenly possessed the strength to overpower the protagonists. As time swiftly passed, anticipation grew within Mu Yun. Upon their emergence from the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower the following day, he was even more intrigued. Those antagonists, once drained by indulgence, now appeared vigorous and formidable. It was uncertain just how powerful they had become. But their physical defenses had undoubtedly improved to the point where ordinary bullets would prove ineffective. Upon returning, they would at the very least be akin to martial masters. At that moment, Lin Pingji stood with a sharp gaze, resembling a drawn sword ready for battle. His 10 days of body tempering had elevated his cultivation from that of a mediocre third-rate martial artist to a master, traversing through the ranks of second-rate and first-rate, achieving the innate realm with remarkable swiftness, and he had even mastered the 6 meridians divine sword, comprehending the essence of swordsmanship, in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Only Feng Qingyang and Dongfang Bubi had visibly reached the level of master. Ren Wuxing, Sua Lingchan, Shaolin's master Fa Zheng, and Wudong's Chengshu were merely at the pinnacle of the innate stage. Ren Wuxing had once been a master, but had regressed due to the significant risks associated with his absorbing techniques. Now, Lin Pingji returned essentially invincible, facing revenge without a hint of pressure, and there was no need for bloodshed. After all, the Lin family needed to ensure the continuation of their lineage. As for Zhang Tai, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement and the 3rd level of qi training, albeit lacking a suitable cultivation method. He had merely relied on an abundance of spiritual energy to push through. Otherwise, he could have at least reached the 3rd level of qi training. Chapter 46. A Detour into the Mortal Realm. Xiao Linzi, where have you been? It's been a day and a night, and I've been so worried about you. Yu Lingshan gazed tearfully at her husband, who seemed even more handsome in her absence, exuding a delightful fragrance. Lin Pingji's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of conflict. His hypocritical master, Yu Buchuan, had schemed from the very beginning to covet the family's ancestral evil-repelling sword technique, including taking him as a disciple and marrying his daughter to him, all driven by ulterior motives. However, he had not participated in the murder of the Fuwei escort agency's personnel, thus not truly qualifying as an enemy. Moreover, Yu Muning Zhongzhe genuinely cared for him, and Yu Lingshan's pure and innocent affection was sincere, devoid of any ulterior intentions. Previously, Lin Pingji had been a weakling, consumed by bitterness and resentment in dire circumstances. Now, as a strong individual, he approached his dilemmas with a broader perspective. Senior sister, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I drank too much and sought a place to gather my thoughts, only to inadvertently fall asleep. He embraced Yu Lingshan tenderly. Let us return to our hometown in Fujin tomorrow. I wish to pay my respects to my parents and my ancestral lineage. Very well, everything shall be as you wish. 3 days later, the Qingqing sect was left desolate, with not a single soul remaining, and the entire temple was utterly annihilated by a terrifying surge of sword energy. The head of the sect, Hai, had mysteriously vanished. 5 days later, the towering peaks of the northern desert were cleaved asunder by the same sword energy. Zhang Tai. While others have departed, you linger here. Is there something that holds you back? Mu Yun gazed at the somewhat foolish, oversized figure before him, noticing that his visage belied his tender age of merely 20. Well, I sense something amiss with my master. At times, his gaze upon me feels rather peculiar. He persistently urges me to practice the elephant armor technique and insists I consume some rather strange elixirs, as if he is in a great hurry. This unnerves me somewhat. Now that I have mastered the elephant armor technique, an unsettling feeling persists that something adverse may be on the horizon. Zhang Tai displayed a countenance rife with conflict. Hesitating to depart, what do you propose I do? Shall I accompany you back? Mu Yun replied cheerfully. Is that possible? Zhang Tai's eyes sparkled with hope, as he began to comprehend that this seemingly young child was, in fact, the true leader here. Mu Yun contemplated earnestly, sensing the inherent dangers involved. Zhang Tai's return relied on the power of the system for interdimensional travel, whereas his own journey would be devoid of such support. Thus, I propose this. You may forge a spirit contract with my summoned beast. Once you return, summon it forth and have it perform a reverse summoning for me. Perhaps this way, I might traverse safely. Mu Yun summoned the spirit cat, Xiao Yu, to express his thoughts. It seemed there was no issue with the endeavor, so they decided to proceed. Xiao Yu assured him there was no problem. After all, the process bore minimal risk. At worst, it would be a failed summoning, and there would be no life-threatening consequences. An hour later, the trio, 2 beings and 1 cat, found themselves in a valley. Meow. It truly worked, exclaimed Xiao Yu, bubbling with excitement. However, a moment of concern struck her. Wait, something feels off. Why can't I transform into my catgirl form? Moreover, my chakra is undergoing a transformation. This world is terrifying. It is forcibly altering my energy. Xiao Yu felt a surge of anxiety as a powerful aura emanated from her being. Breakthrough Spirit Eye, activate, she declared. As a level 4 demon beast, she was akin to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Do not panic, Xiao Yu. This should be your demon power. You should attempt to harness this strength. Soon, she began to master the newfound energy. Meow. This power is incredible, far surpassing the natural energy I wielded in my sage mode. Additionally, a peculiar sensation arose within her, as if something was about to coalesce. Could it be that I am? No, that cannot be. I have not even encountered a male cat. I remain a maiden. Xiao Yu is in a state of utter disarray. Pacing anxiously, it is not pregnancy. Rather, you are on the verge of condensing a demon core, preparing for an advancement. Mu Yun furrowed her brow, contemplating a grave concern. Xiao Yu, do try to see if your ninjutsu can still be employed. Moments later, she observed the shadow clone technique, Rasengan, Chidori, the body flicker technique, lightning armor, and the art of darkness are all viable. However, the flying thunder god technique, the heavenly sending technique, and Kamui are rendered inoperative. The space here is too fortified to breach. Although Amaterasu can still be summoned, its flames have been considerably diminished in potency. The reverse summoning and summoning techniques remain accessible, yet they can only be invoked once a month, as they draw upon the energy of the cat-sacred land. Frequent use would surely invoke the ire of the elder. Now familiar with her demonic power, Xiao Yu regained her vitality. With ninjutsu still at her disposal, what is there to fear? If all else fails, retreating to the sacred land is a viable option. Mu Yun, what of you? Have you noticed any changes in your body? As for me, Mu Yun contemplated the vast, boundless sea of spiritual energy within him, where spiritual power had liquefied and soul rings had been transformed into spiritual essence. He was still a step away from forming his golden core. Perhaps he would need to wait until all 9 soul rings were filled. His orange cat martial spirit, along with the insect queen, Hua, the little lion, sister tree, a Jean, and the sunflower, lingered in his dantian. When Mu Yun summoned them, they were all taken aback, feeling varying degrees of restriction. The little lion and a Jean fared better, one being a stellar lion beast and the other a crimson flame lion beast. One wielding thunder and mist, the other mastering true solar fire, faced minimal limitations here. Sister Tree's ability to manipulate the void was curtailed, yet her stellar armor and transformation abilities remained intact. However, the other 3 companions suffered greatly. In this realm, the manipulation of space and time was akin to divine laws. And these 4th-tier demon beasts, who had yet to reach the golden core stage, were ill-equipped to navigate such complexities. One would need to ascend to the nascent soul level for that. Nevertheless, they weren't entirely incapacitated. These were their innate skills, albeit requiring immense effort to employ, and their effectiveness was significantly diminished. The sunflower, once capable of accelerating time by millennia with a mere gaze, could now manage only a year, even in a state of exhaustion. Huahua's spatial traps, which could once be conjured in abundance, now took several days to manifest a single one. The insect queen's elemental escape technique, which melded with the void, became utterly unusable. Yet her ability to summon soldiers had grown stronger, as her fourth-tier status allowed her to summon bloodthirsty poison bees of second-tier caliber. These were comparable to early-stage Foundation establishment bloodthirsty poison bees and could nearly take on 1,000 opponents in the Douluo world. The insect queen could release dozens at once, truly a miraculous skill. The most affected, however, was Mu Yun. The orange cat martial spirit was rendered ineffective, as its soul techniques were excessively formidable, either manipulating time and space or enforcing the laws of the world, all of which were severely restricted. The soul-cutting blade was also unusable. As its initial release was impossible, the attacks of the Orange Cat Sword Maiden were far too potent. Presently, the Orange Cat Martial Spirit was little more than a talisman. Chapter 47. First encounter with the old Demon Han Constitution, the Void Sword Body, and the Breaking Illusion Spiritual Eye are functional. Divine powers. The three-colored overbearing aura can be utilized, while the capabilities of the Meatball Fruit, originating from the Orange Cat Martial Spirit, are unavailable. The Doordor Fruit's abilities are restricted, with a cooldown period of 30 days. Constructing a spatial gateway requires spiritual materials suffused with spatial power. The Breaking Path and Binding Path techniques are usable, as is the Void Sword domain. Soul techniques, those derived from the Orange Cat Martial Spirit, cannot be used, while others are available, having transformed into techniques. Formation runes, those originating from the cultivation world, can be employed. Martial techniques, all techniques learned intuitively by the host, are usable. Treasures, the Spiritual Treasure General Store, Hive, and True Solar Fire can be utilized. In summary, anything associated with the Orange Cat Martial Spirit has been fundamentally disabled. Even the most convenient magic blade, Thousand Blades, having fused with the soul-cutting blade, is categorized as an exclusive weapon of the Orange Cat Sword Maiden. Mu Yun rubbed his tightly furrowed brow. In the realm of cultivation, combat primarily relies on one's cultivation level, techniques, magical artifacts, and talismans. The issue of cultivation level is not particularly concerning. Despite being merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment, the quality and quantity of my spiritual energy are remarkably formidable, rivaling that of nascent soul cultivators. In terms of capabilities, the strength of nascent soul cultivators lies in their mastery of domains and their ability to harness the forces of the natural world, both of which my Void Sword domain can also achieve. What I currently lack are talismans and magical artifacts. The spiritual implements crafted by a gene, while adequate in quality, are rather simplistic in function, rendering them somewhat insufficient in the true world of cultivation. Zhangtai, I am contemplating opening a general store in a cultivation market. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Mu Yun pondered for a long time before extending an invitation to Zhangtai. But what about my master, Imoren? Zhangtai scratched his head in confusion. Him. Mu Yun chuckled, a man of ill intentions, ruthless and narrow-minded, destined to meet an unfortunate end. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. Let him amuse himself here. Mu Yun regarded the Imoren residents with disdain. Despite possessing remarkable talent, he chose to adhere to the Qingmu technique, expending an inordinate amount of time selecting suitable candidates, only to subsequently invest extensive resources in their cultivation, ultimately resorting to nefarious methods for soul possession. In the vast realm of cultivation, filled with myriad paths, he opted for the most time-consuming, resource-draining, and foolish approach. Had he ventured out to gain a broader understanding of the cultivation world, he would have realized how utterly foolish it is to use the Qingmu technique as a criterion for determining one's eligibility for cultivation. There exist other spiritual roots beyond the wood element. For instance, Zhangtai possessed a spiritual root, albeit not a wood one, clinging stubbornly to a single thread. He found himself in a precarious situation, his lifespan nearing its end, and entangled with the likes of old Demon Han, truly a fate deserved. However, I have been nurtured by my teacher over the years. I harbor no desire to see him perish, nor do I wish to bring about his demise. It would be best to maintain a distance and never cross paths again. Zhangtai seemed to have come to a realization, feeling a sense of liberation. It was wise to evade the dilemma that troubled him. Yet, before departing, I must seek out my friend Han Li. I sense that my teacher harbors ill intentions toward him, and I must issue a warning. Very well, you may go. I shall wander about here. Mu Yun indeed held a keen interest in Han Li's small green bottle, a celestial treasure known as the Zhang Tian bottle, of exceedingly high caliber. However, the depths of the waters within it were equally profound. One must navigate cautiously to avoid calamity. Perhaps it is prudent to refrain from involvement. Those who have cast their gaze upon Han Li have seldom met with favorable outcomes. It is wise to tread lightly around the protagonist's halo. Mu Yun wandered through the library of the Seven Shin sect and discovered 74 volumes of sword techniques, all entitled Blinking Sword Technique. Upon examination, he realized that this was a rudimentary form of illusionary swordsmanship, employing various light sources and exploiting human visual errors to triumph over opponents. It proved effective only against the unsuspecting. Should the adversary possess spiritual awareness or keen perception, it would be rendered ineffective. As for other martial arts, only the Demon Silver Hand and Luo Yin Step were worth noting, yet they paled in comparison to the capabilities of cultivators, where even the most basic fireball technique could annihilate all. Subsequently, he ventured into the treasure vault of the Seven Shin sect, where he found several useful materials for refining weapons. Mu Yun unceremoniously gathered them into his possession, reasoning that such items held no value to mortals and would merely waste space if left behind. Finally, he returned to the valley, where Zhang Tai had already arrived, accompanied by an unremarkable-looking youth. Han Li, age, 18, technique, Qing Mu Gong, cultivation level, Qi refining 6th layer. Treasure, Zhang Tian bottle, capable of catalyzing the growth of all things, valued at 10 billion celestial coins, strength, 1st tier. Mu Yun's body stiffened slightly as he immediately closed the broken illusion spiritual eye. He sensed a gaze piercing through layers of void from the heavens, one that could extinguish his life at any moment. Master, allow me to introduce my good brother. Zhang Tai maintained his usual naive demeanor. Greetings, I am Han Li, and I have some inquiries to make. Han Li politely bowed, not allowing Mu Yun's youth to diminish his respect or lead him to any impolite behavior. As expected of the cunning Han, a paragon of survival, always so cautious, Mu Yun silently admired him. What is it you wish to know? I would like to inquire about Dr. Mo He. What you truly wish to understand is why he harbors animosity towards you, isn't it? Mu Yun replied with a slight smile. Since I joined the Seven Profound sect, he has treated me well, providing meticulous guidance and an abundance of elixirs. I have learned that these resources surpass even those given to the sect master's direct disciples. I cannot fathom why he is so generous towards me. Han Li inquired with a stoic expression. There is a saying, no one rises early without profit. Mu Yun glanced at the ever-watchful Han Li, recognizing that this fellow was naturally inclined to caution. Despite not yet having faced the harsh realities of society, he had already learned to guard against everyone. Mo Renju was exceptionally gifted, having reached the pinnacle of martial arts at a young age, with no rivals in the mundane world. However, one day, while passing through a valley, he witnessed two cultivators battling. He realized that before these cultivators, he was akin to an ant, with any of their strikes capable of reducing him to ashes. Thus, he was inspired to pursue cultivation. Fortune smiled upon him that day, as the two cultivators suffered mutual injuries. In the struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman gained. In the end, he reaped the benefits. The Qingmu technique came to him in this manner, but lacking its spiritual root, he was unable to cultivate it. One of the cultivators did not perish completely, and a remnant soul took refuge within him. From this remnant soul, Mo Renju acquired the method of possession and began searching for children capable of cultivating the Qingmu technique, intending to seize their bodies once they reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, thereby acquiring the qualifications for cultivation himself. He chose you because you could cultivate the Qingmu technique, while Zhang Tai was only permitted to practice the elephant armor technique, meant to forge him into a formidable corpse puppet. Chapter 48. A surprise upgrade of the marketplace. Watching Han Li's departing figure, Zhang Tai felt a twinge of concern. Master, will Han Li be all right? You need not worry about him. The reason possession is chosen at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is that upon reaching the 4th layer, one develops spiritual awareness, making the process significantly more difficult. Your good brother has quietly cultivated to the 6th layer of Qi refinement right under Mo Renju's nose. Thus, Mo Renju's failure was inevitable. There is one more matter that Mu Yun did not mention. Without the formidable corpse puppet Zhang Tai assisting him, Mo Renju had even less chance of success. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain and hired a horse-drawn carriage to depart swiftly, while Mo Renju remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Tai had slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile, Han Li began to meticulously orchestrate his counterattack. 7 days later, at the northeastern edge of the Taiwa mountain range, a marketplace established by Huangfeng Valley lay nestled among the landscape. Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 prominent cultivation sects of the Kingdom of Yu, was presided over by a powerful Yuan-ing stage cultivator. 10 miles away from the marketplace, a flying vessel descended gently. Indeed, it was essential to adapt to local customs and procure a flying vessel. This world was vast, and relying on a horse-drawn carriage would take decades to traverse even a fraction of it. Muyun stretched lazily, embodying the adage that sharpening one's tools is essential for effective work. He dedicated a day for a gene to forge a flying vessel. The design of the craft was not overly intricate. With a spirit-gathering array and a wind control array, it could soar through the skies. To enhance its speed, a gene added a pair of wings, the thunder and wind wings, enabling them to reach Huangfeng Valley's marketplace in such a brief span of time. Upon entering the Huangfeng Valley marketplace, the first order of business was to purchase a plot of land. 5,000 spirit stones vanished in an instant. Even in the realm of cultivation, acquiring property remains a costly endeavor. Soon enough, a quaint and elegant general store rose from the ground. While it appeared to be merely a 2-story establishment from the outside, the interior revealed a vastly greater expanse than its exterior suggested. Muyun utilized the branches of the ancient starry tree to activate the ability of the door of fruits, constructing a spatial gateway in the innermost depths of the general store. When he finally traversed back to the Douluo world and beheld Asuna and the others, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he had previously managed to enter his own marketplace, he was unable to return to the Douluo continent. And even the shadow clone he had left behind was unreachable, resulting in a complete state of disconnection. Now, with the completion of the spatial door, a sense of safety returned alongside him. Upon his return to the Douluo continent, Muyun had initially intended to engage in a round of jar smashing, only to discover that his shadow clone had already accomplished that task. Unfortunately, it had not fared as well as he had hoped, yielding only 3 mirage masks, while the remainder consisted of worthless items. Subsequently, he received a delightful surprise from Jiai. In just 7 days, his marketplace had amassed over 5 million celestial coins, sourced surprisingly from those ordinary individuals he had previously underestimated. To his astonishment, despite their existence in a world starved of spiritual energy, a realm deemed a declining era of magic, it had once known glory and left behind numerous ancient spiritual treasures. Although these treasures had largely fallen into disrepair due to the lack of spiritual nourishment, their inscriptions still remained intact, and the Celestial Mall offered a commendable purchase price. Those individuals had also purchased a substantial amount of elixirs and magical artifacts from the marketplace, significantly enriching Muyun's coffers. This wave of substantial transactions propelled the Celestial Mall's level to an impressive 4. Muyun contemplated briefly and promptly reached a decision. He accessed the Celestial Marketplace. For with wealth comes the desire to indulge. He first expended 10,000 celestial coins to acquire the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill, followed by an additional 5,000 coins to purchase 10 portions of the necessary materials. This choice was made because, although the Foundation Establishment pill is merely a first-tier elixir, it remains the most sought after and can be sold at a premium price. A single pill can effortlessly fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. The complexity of its refinement is indeed challenging, sometimes surpassing even that of certain second-tier elixirs, yet it poses no problem for Asuna. Subsequently, he procured a sword blueprint from the Celestial Marketplace, detailing the method for crafting the Stellar Wood Sword, comprising a set of 108 blades. The materials required are relatively simple, necessitating only wood-type spiritual materials that are over 10,000 years old. Muyun believed that this set of spiritual treasures, when paired with the great array of celestial stars, would yield considerable power. What was most significant, however, was its affordability. It was not merely the cost-effective method for forging the Stellar Divine Wood Sword, but rather the savings on materials. The components for those formidable spiritual treasures often soared into the millions of heavenly coins, a sum that could induce sheer terror. It was precisely upon examining these designs for spiritual-grade swords that Muyun truly comprehended what a genuine spiritual treasure entailed. The so-called treasures previously forged by a gene were laughably crude. They merely achieved the hardness requisite for spiritual-grade status without any real utility. He intended to have a gene reclaim those hastily crafted treasures, melt them down, and repurpose the materials. After all, he was quite adept at utilizing the golden-eating refining beast for such tasks, thus avoiding material waste. Subsequently, Muyun procured the forging methods for 7 spiritual artifacts: the Sun God Needle, the the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, the Thunder Firebomb, the Tianshin Stardust, the Vast Sea Bottle, the Star Pearl, and the Soul Settling Bell, alongside the corresponding 4th-tier spiritual materials, spending a staggering 4 million heavenly coins in one fell swoop. While it stung to part with such a fortune, the necessity of expenditure remained paramount. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, with countless instances of the weak triumphing over the strong. A potent talisman or a perilous disposable artifact could turn the tide in an instant, enabling a dramatic reversal of fortune. Thus, it was prudent to be thoroughly armed for safety. Next on his agenda was to summon Asuna to the realm of cultivation, assigning her the task of crafting foundation establishment pills while instructing Ajin to forge spiritual treasures. The wicked capitalists' delight lay in the exploitation of their subordinates. However, the process of traversing the cultivation realm encountered an unexpected twist. That rascal Zhu Zhuqing had somehow opened a treasure in the jar shop, eluding Mu Yun's awareness, and had followed him and Asuna into the realm of cultivation along with Ning Rongrong. I ponder, my brilliant second sister, are your parents aware of your mischievous escapades? Mu Yun gazed in silence at the 2 enchanting beauties that had materialized before him. Hee, I cannot help but wonder what mischief you have been up to, lurking in the shadows these days. Zhu Zhuqing, with her candid curiosity, surveyed her surroundings, while Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, cast her gaze downward. Alas, you should first assess how many soul skills you still have at your disposal. Truly, with such limited strength, I shudder to think what remains if you are further diminished. Mu Yun let out a sigh, observing the 2 with a hint of schadenfreude. After a brief moment, he noted that while there were fluctuations in energy, other aspects remained largely unchanged, and soul skills could still be employed. Oh. The most significant change seems to be a marked enhancement in physical capabilities, Zhu Zhuqing remarked as she bounced around. I too have experienced a substantial increase in physical prowess. My soul skills are fully operational, and those small towers appear to be even more formidable than in the Douluo realm. As if infused with energy, Ning Rongrong joyfully exclaimed. Mu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. It is utterly unfair. Why am I the only one who has been weakened? Zhu Zhuqing, does your spatial soul skill and surgical fruit ability remain unaffected? After the 2 beautiful women showcased their prowess, a peculiar expression appeared on Mu Yun's face. Their soul skills were indeed intact, as were their surgical fruit abilities, yet the effects were dishearteningly pitiful. Take the surgical fruit ability as an example. In the world of Douluo, once the surgical fruit ability is activated, everything within its domain is utterly shattered. Here, however, what can be cut depends primarily on the sharpness of the user's weapon, with little regard for the fruit ability itself. Zhu Zhuqing's 10 Blades Cat Claw is hardly considered a magical artifact. In this realm, it is unlikely to even scratch the surface of iron. Ning Rongrong's situation is somewhat better. Being an auxiliary type, there is little that can be diminished. The sole guiding devices crafted by Ajin, which in the Douluo world could injure title Douluo, here possess power comparable only to a late-stage qi refining strike, utterly unworthy of the title of a magical treasure. No wonder there are no restrictions placed upon you. With power diminished to this extent, there is no threat at all, so what need is there for any limitations? Mu Yun suddenly had a revelation. The constraints of this world were not merely limited to time and space soul techniques, but rather to those mystical powers capable of disrupting the very fabric of time and space. Mu Yun, Rongrong, and I have gone out for a stroll. We have yet to explore the other world, she remarked. Ever since discovering that they were no longer in Douluo continent, but in another realm known as the Xiaoxian world, the 2 young ladies could scarcely contain their curiosity. Indeed, outside lies the Huangfeng Valley Market. You too must exercise caution. The cultivators in the Xiaoxian world possess strengths far superior to our soul masters from Douluo continent. In short, be careful. Observing them heedlessly rushing out, Mu Yun understood that further admonitions would be futile. The harsh realities of the Xiaoxian world could only be grasped through personal experience. Now, he faced an urgent matter that required immediate attention. His magical artifacts were woefully inadequate and in dire need of an upgrade. The artifacts wielded by others unleashed the formidable power of the Golden Core realm, while his own produced merely the attacks of the Qi refining realm. It was simply unacceptable. If it were only himself, it might be manageable, as he possessed the means to protect himself even in the Xiaoxian world. However, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong accompanying him, their penchant for wandering about raised significant concerns for their safety. Moreover, this task fell solely upon his shoulders, as Ajin was currently preoccupied with researching the methods of refining spiritual treasures and could not lend a hand. With no alternative, Mu Yun returned to his system's marketplace, spending his resources to procure several crafting blueprints and corresponding materials from the Heavenly Mall. He then entered the second layer of the 9-tiered Demon Tower, activating a 100-fold speed to commence his forging. After 3 days and nights, Mu Yun emerged from the tower, utterly exhausted. The intensity of his efforts was unparalleled. He had effectively labored for nearly a year within that accelerated time frame. The artifacts he successfully forged included 1. Wind Thunder Shuttle. This device boasted remarkable speed comparable to the forces of wind and thunder, capable of unleashing thunderous attacks with a power akin to a Golden Core Practitioner's strike, which could be executed 3 times in succession. It also had the ability to project a Gale Shield, capable of withstanding assaults from Golden Core adversaries. 2. Silken Star Net. Crafted from the silk of millennium-old ice silkworms and refined through stellar energies, this net ensnared even the mightiest Golden Core entities, rendering them unable to escape easily. 3. Thunder Roar Cannon. Capable of delivering continuous lightning strikes equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment. This cannon could also store energy to unleash bombardments rivaling the might of a Golden Core attack. 4. Spirit Nourishing Jade Tablet. This artifact could both nurture and protect the soul, effectively shielding it from mental assaults. 5. Protective Jade Tablet. It offered the capability to negate 3 attacks from Golden Core opponents. 6. Teleportation Jade Tablet. In moments of peril, shattering this tablet would transport the user directly back to the system's marketplace. Mu Yun crafted over a dozen sets of these 6 artifacts in one breath, particularly focusing on the teleportation and protective jade tablets, of which he produced more than 100, accounting for the extensive time he had invested. As he stretched his weary limbs, his drowsy eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Rubbing them vigorously, he confirmed he was not mistaken. It was no mere illusion. Before him stood a colossal luminous gate in the once empty plaza, surrounded by a throng of people, at least 20, most of whom he had never encountered before. Master, this luminous gate is a teleportation portal that appeared unexpectedly on the day you secluded yourself for forging. Its original form was that of a teleportation array, but for reasons unknown, it has suddenly transformed into a gate and manifested in this location. Mu Yun approached and discovered that there were 2 buttons on the door frame. One was inscribed with Douluo World, costing 1,000 heavenly coins for a single teleportation. The other read Mortal Cultivation World, priced at 10,000 heavenly coins per individual. It appeared to be a fee-based service. Who would ultimately reap the benefits? Naturally, it would be us. In just 3 days, this teleportation portal had generated over 200,000 heavenly coins, exclaimed Jie with excitement. Such a substantial sum. Could it be that all of them ventured into the mortal cultivation world? Did they not realize that as mere mortals, devoid of spiritual roots, they were courting disaster by entering the realm of immortals? Mu Yun was momentarily speechless, recalling the pitifully weak appearance of these individuals when they first arrived, drained by indulgence. Had the first layer of the 9-tiered Demon Tower inflated their egos? If so, they were gravely mistaken in the realm of cultivation. A mere fireball talisman could easily claim their lives. Not everyone possesses the resilience of Zhang Tai, and the enhancement effects of body tempering are not universally effective. In truth, the vast majority had ventured into the Douluo world, with only Lin Pingji and his wife, Jie Yi, heading to the mortal cultivation realm. Jie Yi's explanation completely bewildered Mu Yun. They had all gone to the Douluo world, which meant over 200 individuals had crossed over. Given the cost of over 200,000 celestial coins at 1,000 coins per person, goodness, wasn't the Douluo world turning into a sieve? It was already chaotic enough. With the jar shop, summoned system travelers, the celestial arena, and the celestial bar, adding himself into the mix had transformed it beyond recognition. Now, with over 200 newcomers, the situation was utterly chaotic. Moreover, there were emerging developments on the Douluo continent. It seemed that Qian Rinxue had triggered something at the celestial jar shop. As that very night, her group mysteriously vanished without a trace. Jie Yi, being exceptionally capable, not only oversaw the management of the marketplace but also took charge of intelligence in the Douluo world. Mu Yun, in a state of exasperation, ran his fingers through his hair, feeling overwhelmed by the incessant commotion around him. Yet, what did it matter how chaotic the Douluo world became? This predicament was not entirely his concern, though it seemed to bear a slight connection to him. Nevertheless, what could he do? Chaos was chaos. He was merely 8 years old. Still a child. Matters of such gravity should be left to the spirit hall and the two great empires to grapple with. Oh, but where did all these people come from? Over 200 of them? Was the efficiency of the message in a bottle truly that remarkable? Muyin asked excitedly. Having resolved the perilous issues associated with the drifting bottle by incorporating a deceleration feature and a fate-locking function, ensuring that it would no longer cause harm. However, Jiai quickly shook her head, clarifying, "No, our drifting bottle has struck a rather unique individual. He is a system owner possessing a friend summoning mechanism. Since his arrival, the drifting bottle has acquired a new capability. Anyone selected by it can additionally invite two companions to join them in the market, thus significantly increasing the number of participants." With Jiai's explanation, Muyun grasped the situation, realizing that they had indeed gained an advantage. "Jiai, you should list this protective jade talisman and the teleportation jade talisman for sale. After all, they represent our clientele, and we must ensure their survival. Let us set the price at 1,000 heavenly coins. They are wealthy individuals capable of affording the teleportation portal, and such life-saving items will undoubtedly attract their purchase." Muyun secretly praised himself, recognizing that his decision to set the price at 10,000 celestial coins was a testament to his benevolence. In the realm of mortal cultivation, within the bustling market of Huangfeng Valley, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly obstructed Zhu Zhuqing's path. "Hey, stop right there. I was the first to notice this flame demon cat's claw. Are you going to put it down or not?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her, unfazed, and nonchalantly secured the claw, stating with a deadpan expression, "Enough already. If you're looking for trouble, just say so. I noticed you and your companions have been following me all day. Did you think I wouldn't see? Since you've noticed, come with us. Our boss has taken quite an interest in you too." 6 figures closed in from all directions, causing the onlookers to scatter in alarm. The group belonged to the Black Tiger Gang, and the 2 young women were in dire straits. The brother of the gang leader, Hu Dali, was known as a glutton for beauty, and these two were undeniably attractive. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang was a foundational-level cultivator, a formidable body cultivator capable of challenging opponents beyond his level, and his 4 elite subordinates were at the peak of Qi cultivation. In this marketplace, aside from Huanfeng Valley and Wanao Pavilion, his influence was unparalleled. Even the foundational-level steward stationed at Huanfeng Valley would turn a blind eye to the Black Tiger Gang's activities. "Zhuqing, what should we do?" Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, aware that Mu Yun was not present at the general store and wishing to avoid conflict. "Naturally. We will fight first and talk later. Besides, look at their demeanor. Even if we were to back down, they wouldn't let us go," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Her spirit ignited. Her acute senses informed her of the malice directed toward her, making confrontation unavoidable. Resolving to engage, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and activated her skills. The 9 treasures turn out to be exquisite, renowned as follows. First, power. Second, speed. Third, soul. Fourth, defense. Fifth, achievement. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's 5 attributes surged by 50%. "Now, let the battle commence." Zhu Zhuqing excitedly licked her tempting crimson lips, revealing her 10 blades cat claws, and vanished from her original position. Targeting the leader of the gang, she adopted the principle of capturing the ringleader first. So swift, the leader momentarily froze, clearly startled by Zhu Zhuqing's speed. However, he quickly regained his composure, wearing a look of disdain. What a foolish girl. She may be at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, yet she resorts to martial techniques. Speed is inconsequential against cultivators. He produced a talisman, using his spiritual sense to lock onto Zhu Zhuqing. While his eyes could not keep pace, his spiritual awareness could. And with a subtle shake and a sharp command, he summoned forth a fireball that hurtled toward her. Observe the observation hockey. Foreseeing the impending fireball attack, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated. However, the fireball had already locked onto her, relentlessly pursuing her like a relentless parasite. With no other option available, she braced herself with armed color hockey. Boom. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing was sent hurtling away. At that moment, the others converged to launch their assault. With a sudden exclamation, she declared, "Room." A white luminous membrane expanded outward from her, enveloping her adversaries in an instant. Shadow clone of the Netherworld. Netherworld Shadow Strike. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated shattering did not occur. Sparks flew from her opponents, indicating their possession of protective artifacts. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. Her most powerful attack failed to breach their defenses, and her speed advantage was effectively countered by their use of spiritual awareness and talismans. "Zhuqing, retreat quickly." Ning Rongrong raised her arm, unleashing a purple lightning dragon that roared forth. This is bad. It's a lightning technique. Quickly defend. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were struck with fear by the lightning dragon, hastily employing their strongest defensive measures. With a thunderous crash, amidst a cloud of dust, they stumbled out, each one covered in soot, their hair frizzed. Damn it, this lightning technique is merely a fade. Appearing frightening while its power is comparable to a first-level fireball talisman. The two girls have taken the opportunity to escape. Escape? Those two novice cultivators cannot flee. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang produced a bamboo tube, opening it to release a spirit bee. I have sprinkled tracking powder on them. As long as we follow this spirit bee, we can locate them. Could they have returned to that grocery store? It was said that the grocery store was rather peculiar. Seemingly small from the outside, yet possessing an expansive interior, larger than the treasure pavilion itself. Moreover, it appeared to be fortified with formations and restrictions. Even a foundational stage expert like the leader was easily repelled by a mere chi refining stage practitioner. Rest assured, they will not escape. This time to capture them. We have not come alone. The leader has taken action personally and has even enlisted 2 foundational stage experts. 3 foundational stage practitioners against 2 chi refining novices. Do they truly think they can flee? The leader is exceptionally indulgent towards his lecherous younger brother, investing so much effort into capturing women for him. You fool, can't you see? That brother means nothing to the leader. The leader cares not for the women he desires. His true aim lies with that grocery store. Just 2 days ago, it astonishingly stocked 100 foundational stage elixirs, all of the highest quality. Presenting over 100 top-tier foundational stage elixirs is something even the Yellow Maple Valley finds difficult to accomplish. Who could resist such temptation? If it weren't for the issues surrounding that grocery store, the leader would have already led us in to confront it. At this moment, Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong wore grim expressions as they gazed at the nearby general store, yet found themselves unable to advance. Among the 3 foundation-level powerhouses before them, one was unexpectedly a formation master. The 2 had been ensnared upon entering this place, and had it not been for Ning Rongrong promptly summoning the replica Haoyan Tower, they would undoubtedly have been captured. Alas, yet another magical artifact, and a top-tier one at that. It was indeed curious for a novice to possess such treasures. Chapter 51. The thunder roar cannon strikes. What shall we do, Xuqing? Should we call for help? Ning Rongrong inquired, her delicate visage etched with concern. Not yet. I have just acquired a formidable soul skill that I have yet to employ. It is the perfect opportunity to test its might against them. If it proves ineffective, then we may call for assistance, Zhu Xuqing replied, her eagerness palpable, truly befitting her feline martial spirit, with a similarly reckless disposition. Very well. I too possess a skill that I have yet to utilize, and I wish to experiment with it. The 2 young beauties exchanged glances, and simultaneously, a colossal entity appeared behind them. The figure behind Ning Rongrong was a woman cloaked in a pristine white mantle, her features obscured. Hexagonal snowflakes fluttered down, swiftly transforming the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. In her hands, she cradled a white treasure tower that emanated an exceedingly frigid aura. Snow fruit, snow tower, snow maiden, ice and snow of the cold sky. The immense snow maiden exhaled a breath of icy air, causing the white treasure tower in her grasp to spin rapidly, then advancing menacingly towards the 3 foundation-level powerhouses across from them. Meanwhile, the formidable figure behind Zhu Xuqing was a black cat demon, arcs of black lightning dancing around its form. 4th soul ring, in Thundercat demon. Meow. With a sharp, piercing cry from the cat demon, a layer of thunderous armor enveloped its body as it leapt forth. The eyes of the 3 adversaries narrowed simultaneously. Brother Hu, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that the woman is akin to you, also adept in beast taming? The other cloaked figure does not appear to be human either. This technique resembles not mere sorcery, but rather possesses elements of divine prowess. Enough of the chatter. Brother Hu, you deal with the cat demon, while Brother Lu confronts the snow tower. I shall manipulate the formation and seize them once they have exhausted their divine abilities, commanded the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Udali, as he struck his beast pouch at his waist, unleashing a surge of black light that materialized into a colossal black demon tiger, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Thundercat demon. The other foundation-level practitioner, surnamed Lu, produced a small flag and gave it a gentle shake, releasing a wisp of mist that swiftly morphed into a clawed dragon, which collided forcefully with the massive snow tower. The remaining foundation-level powerhouse formed a series of hand seals, summoning chains of formation to rise from the ground, binding themselves towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing. In haste, Ning Rongrong activated the defensive barrier of the replica Haoyan Tower, enveloping both of them in a protective light. However, as their energy waned, the barrier quickly became unstable and illusory. Exchanging a glance, the two young women cried out in unison, "Help! We cannot endure this any longer." The foundation building expert, adept in the art of formations, let out a cold chuckle, dismissing the plea of a naive little girl. At this moment, he mused, not only are you trapped within the formation, rendering your cries for help utterly futile, but even if they could be heard, who would dare to intervene and rescue you from our grasp? No sooner had his words faded than a youthful voice rang out beside him. Why should they not dare? A mere handful of foundation-building ants, thinking themselves to be formidable figures. What audacity! The formation master began to retort, but as he lowered his gaze, he beheld a tiny hand, crackling with electricity, emerging from her chest, delivering a devastating blow to his heart. Ah, how fitting for a formation master! The defenses of your corporeal form are truly feeble. With a mischievous grin, Muyun leaped out from behind him, playfully exchanging glances with Zhu Zhuqing and her companion. My brilliant second sister and sister Rongrong. Do you now comprehend the formidable nature of the cultivation world? The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the two foundation-building experts to shift dramatically. From the moment Mu Yun appeared to the death of the formation master, merely a second or two had passed. By the time they sensed the anomaly, it was already too late. You audacious brat, do you realize the gravity of your actions? Roared Hudali, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, filled with fury. This formation master was not just a mere itinerant cultivator, he had been hired at great expense from the Wanmao Pavilion. And it was said that his family's ancestor held a position as a Golden Core elder within the pavilion. Now, having died under such mysterious circumstances, the wrath of a Golden Core cultivator was a burden he could scarcely bear. Muyun shook his hand, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away non-existent blood from his hands. What are you clamoring about? You shall be next. As soon as the words left his lips, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Hudali, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Without turning around, he swiftly swung his enchanted blade behind him. His reflexes were commendable, yet ultimately futile. Mu Yun appeared behind him, wielding a uniquely designed weapon that would be familiar to modern individuals, a Gatling gun. This multi-barreled rotary machine gun, with its 6 barrels arranged in a circle, unleashes a barrage of over 200 rounds per minute, a relentless surge of energy and fire. Thunder roar cannon, commence. The rapid-fire sound echoed as countless thunderous bullets, each comparable in destructive power to foundational realm attacks, rained down upon Hudali. All forms of defense, be it magical artifacts, talismanic shields, spell-based protections, or even the resilience of the flesh, were utterly obliterated in an instant. Mu Yun exhaled a puff of smoke from the cannon's mouth, striking a pose. How dare you kill me? I am a member of the Beast Master sect. My master is, approaching the lifeless body of the formidable Hudali. Mu Yun gave him a kick. Hey, at least finish your sentence before you meet your end. Who exactly is your master? If he happens to be a nascent soul grandmaster, I might just be a little intimidated. As Mu Yun spoke, he began to examine the corpse, retrieving from the storage bag a beast-taming manual and a spirit-beast compendium, followed by an assortment of various materials for refining weapons and concocting medicines, along with several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The spirit-beast pouch lay empty, indicating that he possessed only a single beast. At the moment of Hudali's demise, the Black Tiger perished alongside him, its spiritual energy dissipating as it was voraciously consumed by the Thundercat demon, which has now ascended to the early stages of the second level of Foundation establishment. Oh dear, stop trying to show off, there's still an enemy at large. And he is about to flee, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. Now that I have arrived, the death sentence may be averted, yet the living punishment is inescapable. I must leave behind some semblance of consequence. He raised his arm once more, directing the thunder roar cannon towards the cultivator of the Liu clan. With a hum, the void trembled as immense energy converged from all directions, and a circular light formed at the cannon's mouth. A thunderous dragon emerged from it, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the Liu cultivator. From afar, the Liu cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding the battle between the dragon and the banner controlling it, he hastily boarded his flying vessel, desperately fleeing while shouting, "Ancestor, save me!" Roar. In an instant, the thunder dragon closed the distance, poised to reduce him to ashes, when a figure appeared behind him. "Friend, please show mercy." A colossal phantom of a golden bell intercepted the Thunder Dragon. Boom. As the shockwave from the violent collision surged, the newcomer swept their sleeve, propelling the Lu cultivator backward at great speed. The golden bell phantom shattered upon impact, leaving the Thunder Dragon merely somewhat ethereal. The newcomer furrowed their brow. Indeed. It was an attack of the Golden Core realm, and my Golden Bell talisman could not completely withstand it. Chapter 52. Dread and Empowerment of the Two Maidens' Great Heaven's Finger. In the face of the relentless Thunder Dragon that pursued him like a parasitic worm, the newcomer raised a hand and slowly pointed. A gigantic, inky black finger materialized in the air, striking the forehead of the Thunder Dragon. After a clash of energies, both the dragon and the dark finger dissipated without a trace. Whoosh! In an instant, Muyun vanished from his original position, reappearing before the visitor. The newcomer's expression changed dramatically. Spatial teleportation? You must be a nascent soul ancestor. This is impossible. At this moment, Muyun was in high spirits. After testing, he had finally confirmed that as long as he did not disrupt the fabric of space and merely employed spatial teleportation for show, this realm would remain indifferent. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was not a void sword body. What could be achieved in the Douluo world was unattainable in the realm of cultivation. Of course, her low cultivation level was a significant factor. If she were to reach the Golden Core stage, perhaps she could wield spatial teleportation comparable to that of the nascent soul realm. Boom. An overwhelming killing intent locked onto the practitioner of the Lu family. The murderous aura surging forth like relentless waves. Lu Denian of the Lu family from Huangfeng Valley, I implore you to show mercy, fellow cultivator. Oh? Are you attempting to use Huangfeng Valley to intimidate me? Muyun's expression was one of mockery, yet his murderous intent only intensified. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Denian's temples. Nevertheless, it was imperative to show respect to Huangfeng Valley, for it was undeniably one of the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom, with a formidable nascent soul cultivator presiding over it. Muyun swiftly retracted his murderous aura. However, your Golden Bell talisman and that black finger divine ability are quite remarkable. Observe Lu Denian's face, contorted with anguish, as he realizes that his 2 prized possessions are on the verge of slipping from his grasp. He hesitantly produced 2 jade tablets, one containing the method for crafting the Golden Bell talisman, and the other detailing the secret of the Great Heaven Finger technique. These shall serve as his tokens of apology to his companion. With a beaming smile, Muyun carefully stowed away the 2 jade tokens, along with the item capable of controlling the Flood Dragon and the flag. This artifact was quite impressive, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, so he reluctantly accepted it. After surveying the surroundings, he unleashed a surge of the Conqueror's haki, signaling that the commotion had concluded and it was time to disperse. As Muyun led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong into the general store, several figures emerged from the shadows. Ah, you've hit a snag, old Lu. I told you. A shop that can produce over 100 high-grade foundation establishment pills undoubtedly has formidable forces backing it. Based on my observations, that general store is likely an integrated defensive and offensive spatial-grade spirit treasure. Even a nascent soul true monarch would find it challenging. Enough. You're merely a backseat driver. Otherwise, your formation master from Wanbao Pavilion Wuden Ti have perished here. Our Lu family, on the other hand, has suffered no losses. Bah. Losing a top-tier artifact, a secret technique, and a method for crafting a talisman is worse than losing a life. Besides, that deceased formation master wasn't from our faction. His demise is fortuitous, saving us the annoyance of his constant scrutiny. Let us disperse. Who knows where the suspected nascent soul true monarch emerged from? Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He might be an ancient being who enjoys masquerading as a youth. Fortunately, his methods and aura do not bear the mark of the demonic sect. He likely isn't affiliated with them. Sigh, what a tumultuous time. It's uncertain when the demonic sect will strike. Soon, we may no longer have the luxury of tranquil cultivation. The storm is brewing. We shall take each step as it comes. Within the Spirit Treasure General Store, Muyun entrusted the Azure Flood Flag and the Spirit Beast Bag to Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing her limited offensive capabilities. He also provided the 6-piece set of the Wind Thunder Cannon, Silkworm Star Net, Thunder Roar Cannon, Spirit Gathering Jade Token, Protective Jade Token, and Teleportation Jade Token to the shop staff, emphasizing that nothing is more vital than life itself. Truth be told, what you both require most at present is cultivation. To unleash the true power of these artifacts, one must attain the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the Thunder Roar Cannon will likely be drained after a single use at the Chi refinement stage. Moreover, your devil fruit abilities necessitate reaching the golden core stage. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the techniques, they remain mere facades. Additionally, Rong, your demon locking tower has immense potential for development here, as it can harness the strength of the beasts within. Its efficacy entirely hinges on the prowess of those creatures. Sister, hand over your cat paw. I shall assist you in leveling it up. As for how to grow stronger, it is not particularly difficult. The shop offers numerous first and second tier auxiliary cultivation pills. Take some, and I will lead you to a place where you can swiftly reach the foundation establishment stage. Then Mu Yun cast both individuals into the second layer of the 9-tier demon tower. Upon returning to the Spirit Treasure General Store, a mischievous grin began to spread across his face, revealing a rather impish expression. Heh, after this display, it is likely that no one will dare to provoke my general store again. This time, the sudden release of over 100 high-quality foundation building pills was his intention, aimed at drawing out all the lurking entities around him, showcasing his strength to make them aware of his formidable presence and to encourage a more orderly conduct. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, is there a more enticing bait than beautiful women? Clearly, it proved effective as Huanfeng Valley, Wanbage, and the Spirit Beast sect all emerged. Of course, such trivial matters must remain unknown to Zhu Zhuqing, otherwise, his handsome visage might be marred. Subsequently, Mu Yun spent several days idling in the general store, during which it was evident that no one dared to disrupt the peace. In fact, several golden core cultivators from Huangfeng Valley came to trade, extending their goodwill, including Hong Fu, Li Huayuan, and Lei Wanpeng, even the only Yuanian cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. The venerable ancestor Ling Hu stealthily approached, only to realize that the spiritual treasure shop was beyond his capacity to breach, as well as the formidable nature of Mu Yun. Thus, he quietly retreated without a word. Mu Yun chose to turn a blind eye and did not confront him. An infant soul realm nearing the end of its lifespan was not someone he wished to provoke. Should the individual succumb to madness and unleash a desperate struggle, it would be an unfavorable encounter. After assessing the surroundings and finding no immediate concerns, he calculated that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were likely to emerge soon. Thus, he returned to the system marketplace and, together with the two of them, journeyed back to the Douluo continent. Their soul rings had yet to be completed. The energy from the million-year soul rings was still considerable, surpassing the progress made through diligent cultivation in the mortal realm. Upon their return to the Douluo continent, despite having only been away for a few days, it felt like an eternity for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. They had spent over a year on the second level of the 9-layered demon tower, solely engaged in cultivation, which was an arduous experience. Nonetheless, they had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Should they encounter Hudali and his companions again, defeating them would pose no challenge. Although Zhu Zhuqing, at the foundation establishment stage, could not yet teleport in the cultivation realm, her speed had become so swift that it eluded even spiritual perception. At least below the golden core stage, no one could capture her. Ning Rongrong's ice and snow attacks were formidable. The enhancement from the snow fruit on such techniques was remarkably potent. Even a minor ice arrow could unleash effects akin to a natural disaster, instilling terror in anyone caught in its path. Chapter 53, The New Landscape of Douluo. Is this truly the Douluo world? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were left utterly astonished, and even Mu Yun found himself momentarily taken aback. Soto City was now divided among 6 major factions: the Demon Nation Federation, the Extraordinary Alliance, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire. Mu Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The splendid world of Douluo was on the verge of being ruined, and he knew he would bear the burden of this misfortune himself. The formidable Demon National Federation, led by the Demon King Rimuru, has remarkably assembled an army composed of tens of thousands of soul beasts in the brief span of less than a month since Mu Yun's departure. Among these beasts, there are thousands over a millennium old, more than 30 surpassing 100,000 years, and 2 that have existed for 1,000,000 years, the Ice and Snow Spirit Phoenix and the Radiant Primordial Destiny Reincarnation Butterfly. It is uncertain how Rimuru managed to locate and persuade them to join his ranks. Presently, the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest have become the territory of the Demon National Federation, necessitating their consent for anyone wishing to hunt for soul rings within. It can only be said that Rimuru is a born leader, exhibiting an astonishing speed in rallying his forces. Of course, the architect behind this is Mu Yun, who summoned Rimuru. The second major power is the Alien Alliance, which has expanded to over 1,000 members, all of whom arrive through Mu Yun's system marketplace. Although these individuals may seem unimpressive in their respective realms, often being outmatched by the main characters, they have soared upon their arrival here. To become rivals to the protagonists, they must possess considerable fortune. These individuals have luck, wealth, and with the addition of the Celestial Jar Shop, they have quickly ascended after breaking open a couple of jars. The likes of Douluo have no means to contend with over 20 of them. They have successfully unlocked various fruits such as the frozen fruit, magma fruit, thunder fruit, sparkling fruit, and soul fruit, declaring themselves the 5 marshals of the Alien Alliance. Their first strike easily overwhelmed dozens of titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for the sudden return of Qian Rinxue and her group, the Spirit Hall might have been obliterated. The current leader of the Spirit Hall is Qian Rinxue, who has now become a second-tier powerhouse. Her subordinates, including Carp, Mihawk, and Ace, have been joined by Whitebeard Edward, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws, and Flower Sword Bista, all of whom are also second-tier powerhouses. Faced with such a splendid lineup, BB Dong has no choice but to concede. And Qian Douluo has expressed his complete support, making the change in leadership of the Spirit Hall inevitable. In contrast, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lags slightly behind, primarily relying on the exquisite treasures left by Ning Rongrong, which can accommodate the entire sect and possess formidable defensive and offensive flying capabilities. This has enabled the safe relocation of all sect members to Soto City. The prominent figures of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School now consist of Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and the sect leader Ning Ziyuan, all of whom are second-tier powerhouses. After pooling the sect's resources to break open jars, even with poor luck, they could still produce several second-tier powerhouses. The remaining forces, namely the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, are faring much worse. Qian Rinxue no longer needs to masquerade as Xue Qinghe. Upon her departure, she took away a group of elite warriors, leaving the Heavendo Empire reliant on a few academies and the royal family for support. The situation of the Star Luo Empire is even more dire, as its palace has been breached, seemingly by the Alien Alliance. Those who arrive from other worlds are often lawless, and it is not uncommon for them to plunder a palace for treasures. Currently, the Star Luo royal family and some noble families have fled to Soto City, including Mu Yun's former clan. Mu Yun, I am somewhat concerned about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I should return and check on them. Ning Rongrong departed in a state of agitation. With her current strength being below the 3rd rank, few could pose a threat to her. Thus she had no cause for concern regarding her safety. Third brother, our family has relocated to Soto City. Let us return and pay them a visit. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her unease, for these individuals had fled after their stronghold was dismantled, and she was uncertain about any casualties. Family? I bear the surname Mu. Not Zhu. Your family is not mine, Mu Yun retorted through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. Are you not worried about the safety of our father, mother, and eldest sister? What is there to fret about? Father is notoriously timid. Do you think he would stay to fight against formidable foes? Most likely. He would be the first to flee with the entire family in tow. As for the others, their lives or deaths are of no concern to me. And those elders would probably escape even faster than father. Impatiently, Mu Yun waved his hand, urging, if you are truly concerned, then hasten your departure. I have no time to deal with that group. Once Zhu Zhuqing stormed off in a huff, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes as he enveloped the entirety of Soto City with his formidable observation haki, silently assessing his surroundings. Upon detecting the presence of the Demon Nation Federation, he was taken aback. It was no wonder that the Federation held the title of the foremost power. The combined strength assessment of Rimuru and Cheyenne had astonishingly reached that of 3rd-tier warriors, while the 2-million-year-old soul beasts were at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, alongside others exceeding 100,000 years that also belonged to the 2nd tier. This underscored the sheer potency of Rimuru's predation ability. Any soul beast he consumed could transform into a humanoid form, acquiring intellect rivaling that of humans. Not to mention an enhancement in strength. When he shifted his focus to the alliance of extraordinary beings, he was left dumbfounded, recognizing several familiar figures, clad in white robes and adorned with a half-mask, exuding an aura of chilling might. She seemed to sense his observation haki sweeping over her. Her overall strength assessed at the 3rd tier. Goodness, is that Lihani? What brings her here? Could it be that after I was struck by her drifting bottle, she in turn has been hit by mine? Moreover, the aura she emanated suggested she had encountered the devil fruit of ice at the Heavenly Jar Shop. Initially a 2nd-tier warrior, her awakening of the martial spirit, combined with the ice fruit, had evidently propelled her to 3rd-tier strength. It remained uncertain whether she had augmented her soul rings. Mu Yun was well aware of Li Hani's formidable capabilities. Another powerful entity from the Alliance of Extraordinary Beings was also known to him, a young lad donned in a beast-skin skirt, never parting with a large milk bottle. It was sure how from the perfect world. Good heavens, how did he end up here again? The little fellow was sprawled on a soft, plush bed, enveloped in crackling thunder, likely having landed upon the thunder fruit, and he too possessed the strength of a third-tier warrior. Another figure caught his attention, a strikingly handsome man clad in a brilliant red wedding robe, engaged in a romantic interlude with a similarly attired beauty beneath a bower of flowers. Is that Lin Pingji? Wasn't he supposed to be in the mortal cultivation world? How did he end up in the Douluo world? Could it be he couldn't make it work there and opted for a change of scenery? Nonetheless, fortune seemed to favor him. He had fortuitously acquired the shining fruit, elevating his overall strength to the pinnacle of the second tier. It was likely that his wife, Yu Lingshan, was by his side, and she was quite lovely. This couple, amusingly enough, had been married for nearly a month yet still donned their vibrant wedding robes. Surely, they could not have some peculiar penchant for this attire? Chapter 54. The Puppet Master System, the fourth powerful entity of the Alliance of Extraordinary Beings. Lushan Identity, Transmigrator Origin, Fantasy Three Kingdoms Possessing System, Companion Summoning System Devil Fruit. Magma Fruit Overall Strength, Pinnacle of Second Tier Talent Skill, Grand Summoning Art, currently able to summon Zhuge Liang. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong. Mu Yun has finally uncovered the source of the surge in customers at the market, which is attributed to this individual's summoning system. Upon recognizing this person's identity as a transmigrator, along with their magma fruit ability and grand summoning technique, he couldn't help but think of a name: Emperor Guangwu of Han, Lucio. Could it be that this individual's magma fruit power manifests as a rain of molten rock descending from the heavens? The final individual, however, left Mu Yun utterly bewildered. Imorinjiu, hailing from the realm of mortal cultivation, possesses a puppet master system alongside a devil fruit, the Soul Fruit. He commands 3 corpses: Li Tianyu, peak of the second tier, Zhang Xiamu, peak of the second tier, and Luo Tianong, peak of the second tier, with an overall strength also at the peak of the second tier. Is this not Dr. Mo? How has he not been vanquished by the old demon Han, but instead found his way to the world of Douluo, acquiring a system in the process? Could it be that he too was struck by my drifting bottle? Moreover, there is something peculiar about those 3 corpses. Mu Yun activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, scrutinizing the information of the 3 corpse puppets, and was instantly filled with rage. This damn scoundrel, the identities of these 3 corpse puppets were all. While I can overlook your ruthless creation of corpse puppets, meddling with my esteemed clients and causing me losses is utterly unacceptable. Mu Yun vanished from his original position in an instant, only to reappear before Imorinjiu the next moment. Who? Imorinjiu, possessing keen awareness, immediately unleashed a cloud of toxic powder upon Mu Yun's arrival, while simultaneously summoning 3 corpse puppets with a black circular ring, the Soul Fruit and the Soul Lock Ring. Combining the powers of the Devil Fruit with the artifacts of demonic cultivation demonstrates a commendable level of ingenuity, given your current perspective and innate talent. However, you have encroached upon my interests, and that is simply unacceptable. Mu Yun let out a cold snort, gently striking out with his palm, causing the toxic mist to retreat immediately, directly infiltrating Imorinjiu's body. The 3 corpses halted their movements simultaneously, dark vapors escaping from within, returning to Imorinjiu. Gazing into the hollow eyes and rigid forms of the corpses, Mu Yun coldly tossed the soul-locking ring forward. Release their souls at once, or I shall be compelled to take your life. Enduring the torment of the poisonous mist, Imorinjiu grasped the soul-locking ring and shook it, causing 3 ethereal souls to drift out. He looked at the child before him with unwillingness, asking, "Who are you?" After his attempt to usurp Han Li had failed, he had thought himself doomed, only to be struck by a drifting bottle, leading him to a marketplace, and subsequently through a portal into the Douluo world. What followed could only be described as a stroke of fortune. First, he awakened the Puppet Master system. Then he smashed a jar and obtained the Soul Fruit, ultimately crafting 3 formidable corpses. His interest in them stemmed from the fact that they had all undergone physical refinement in the first layer of the 9-tiered Demon Tower prior to entering the Douluo world, which he perceived as the finest material for crafting corpses. In truth, he coveted Shirehao's physical form the most. His diminutive body was astonishingly powerful. Initially, he had intended to create several more corpses before quietly making a move against Shirehao, but unexpectedly, he was swiftly defeated by an unknown child who appeared out of nowhere. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I can only reveal that the void marketplace is mine, and your presence here is solely due to my influence. At that moment, the three corpses had regained a semblance of life, weakly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Master, for saving us. They then fixed Imorenju with a gaze filled with intense hatred intermingled with fear. Miyun waved his hand and said, "You may leave now. But do exercise caution in the future." Achieving the pinnacle of the second tier speaks volumes of the fortune and fate of these three individuals, who are bound to continue amassing wealth for themselves. As for Imorenju, he is a promising prospect, hailing from the realm of cultivation where resources are abundant and superior. Remember, do not apply the practices of the cultivation world to the Douluo continent. If you wish to concoct a corpse puppet, return to your own world to do so. After issuing this warning, Miyun turned away with his hands behind his back. Once Imorenju had dispelled his poison, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Astonished that he had survived. Initially, he believed he had struck the proverbial iron plate and was certain of his demise. However, he was taken aback to find that he had merely received a mild warning before being allowed to depart. After regaining some strength, he promptly exited the Douluo world. There was no other choice. He had committed a grave taboo by transforming an outsider into a corpse puppet. Once those three departed, word of his actions would undoubtedly spread, and he would be besieged. Without the puppet, he stood no chance against them. Remaining there would be akin to awaiting death. Indeed, shortly after Imorenju's departure, a dozen individuals stormed into his room, all second-tier outsiders. Cursed be it, that ruthless fiend has escaped. Having left the outsider alliance, Miyun wandered aimlessly through the streets. Despite the dark sky and the light rain, not a drop touched him, as if he were in an entirely different realm. The dim streetlights illuminated his path when, suddenly, he halted. The light rain had inexplicably transformed into ice flowers, their crystalline petals swirling gracefully towards him. Truly the most beautiful sword technique, moonlit blossoms at dawn. Sister Hani, it has been far too long. Dressed in white and wearing a half-mask, Li Han-yi emerged slowly from the shadows. Little brother Miyun. It is indeed you, she exclaimed. Might you explain to me the nature of that drifting bottle of yours? Seeing Li Han-yi's clenched teeth, Miyun felt a pang of guilt. After all, she was the rightful owner of the genuine drifting bottle system, while he was merely a stealthy thief taking advantage of it. Now caught red-handed, he found it difficult to concoct a plausible excuse. Before he could devise a fib, Li Han-yi suddenly swung her sword, and the terrifying sword intent transformed into indomitable waves crashing towards him. Little brother Miyun, your drifting bottle has caused me considerable pain. I now bear a scar. Faced with the wrath of Li Han-yi, Miyun felt a rush of dizziness. It turned out her anger stemmed from a head injury rather than from his imitation of her system. Ah, Sister Hani, do allow me to defend myself. Miyun drew the demonic blade, thousand edges, unleashing a flurry of plum blossoms with a single strike. The cat-like flutter of petals danced in the air. What a clever boy. Not only has he replicated my drifting bottle system, but has also altered the essence of my sword technique, moonlit blossoms at dawn. Li Han's gaze was piercing, a chilling aura descending from above, invoking the ice fruit and heralding the ice age. Goodness, sister, are you truly serious? Miyun plunged the tip of his blade into the ground. The Void Sword Domain, activate. Chapter 55, The World S Ascension and the Gift of Meritorious Deeds. Sister Hani, I knew you would hesitate to truly strike me, Miyun playfully grinned. You little rascal. A faint smile graced Li Han's lips, akin to the proud winter plum blossoming defiantly amidst the cold, rendering the world dim in comparison. In less than 2 months, you have grown so formidable that even I struggle to comprehend your prowess. Truly, you are the brother I have come to recognize. Li Han affectionately ruffled Muyun's hair, appreciating the texture. Although her earlier tests were not executed with full strength, the cunning little lad had handled himself with great ease. Not only had he refrained from using his full power, but he hadn't even summoned his martial soul or soul skills, having been in this world for several days. She was acutely aware of the unique characteristics of the Douluo realm, including martial souls and soul rings. Moreover, she had awakened her martial soul, understanding the immense enhancement it provided to one's strength. Sister Hani, have you added soul rings to your martial soul? Would you like me to assist you in hunting for one? Miyun inquired with a cheerful smile. Li Han gently shook her head. I am a sword immortal, devoted to the sword, with my heart solely dedicated to it and nothing else. Only in this manner can I refine my sword heart and embark upon the path of the sword. While soul rings indeed bestow various soul skills, I, Li Han, the sword immortal, shall comprehend the skills I require and create the techniques I need. My sword requires no external force. My sword, my path, is the strongest. In Muyun's eyes, The confident Lihani radiated an incandescent brilliance, as if a grand pathway materialized beneath her feet. As I reflect upon my own shortcomings, I find myself startled by the revelations that emerge. My mutated martial soul, the orange cat, is accompanied by an array of skills, swordsmanship, the power of the meatball fruit, the capabilities bestowed by the dwarf fruit, the mastery of the three hues of haki, the soul reapers Kido and Zanpakuto, as well as the abilities granted by soul rings and soul bones. Furthermore, I possess various martial techniques, ninjutsu, and the mystical arts of the cultivation realm, including intricate formations. Indeed, the breadth of my skills is rather eclectic. Mu Yun's eyelids gently descended, enveloping him in an enigmatic aura. Enlightenment. Lihani was taken aback, astonished that his words had propelled the young being across from him into a state of profound realization, an opportunity that is rare and precious. Immediately, he emanated a formidable sword intent, severing all prying gazes that sought to invade this space, thereby safeguarding Mu Yun. Mu Yun maintained his unwavering posture, remaining still for an entire day and night. When he finally opened his eyes again, an overwhelming aura of sword energy surged skyward, creating a gaping black void in the heavens above. Mu Yun gracefully leapt beyond the confines of the Douluo continent, emerging into the vast expanse of the cosmic firmament. The boundless energy of the universe coalesced from all directions, ultimately forming a resplendent nine-colored ring, upon which were faintly inscribed the sun, moon, and stars. The river of time and space, the duality of heaven and earth, and the cycles of existence. The eighth spirit ring, the sword world of infinite manifestations. The spirit skill, the sword of heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, an immense sword cleaved through the sky of the Douluo realm, creating a colossal black rift that stretched from north to south, drawing in the infinite energies of the cosmos. In no time, the Douluo continent was inundated with this energy, transforming into a torrential downpour of power. Vegetation surged wildly, and spirit beasts began to evolve, each experiencing a dramatic increase in their aura. Even the common folk, who had never practiced cultivation, found themselves endowed with first-level strength under the baptism of this energy rain. The Douluo world had ascended to new heights. Mu Yun, having attained enlightenment, spontaneously coalesced the eighth soul ring, the world of myriad swords. Just as he concluded his epiphany, he realized that his strength had surged from the third to the fifth rank, equivalent to a formidable being in the realm of immortal cultivation, the transformation stage. There was no need for the arduous journey of condensing the golden core, shattering the core to give birth, or merging the primordial spirit. He had ascended in a single leap to the heavens. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, an immense surge of golden energy poured into his being from above. Due to the host's actions, the world had experienced an elevation, granting the host a divine gift of celestial merit energy. The effects of this merit energy were extraordinary, prompting the system to present several choices. 1. It may be infused into the system, facilitating another upgrade, which would expand the marketplace tenfold, enhancing all functionalities within and randomly adding a feature from another system. 2. It may be channeled into the host's martial soul, resulting in its direct evolution to a divine level. 3. It may be utilized for the host himself, forming the host's ninth soul ring. 4. It may be employed to forge fifth-rank immortal artifacts. 5. It may be used to concoct fifth-rank elixirs. 6. It may enhance the host's innate qualities. 7. It may improve the host's comprehension. 8. It may be invoked to reverse life and death. Gazing upon the myriad options, Mu Yun could not help but exclaim the true essence of merit energy. It indeed proved to be a panacea, capable of accomplishing any endeavor. Mu Yun took a moment to examine the situation. Despite the magnificent influx of meritorious energy, it amounted to merely 4 portions. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately resolved to utilize this energy to enhance his innate qualities, elevate his comprehension, solidify the ninth soul ring, and upgrade the system. The reason he refrained from using it to bolster the orange cat's martial spirit was that, although he was unaware of the characteristics of a divine-level martial spirit, he harbored a persistent belief that, given the extraordinary nature of the orange cat's martial spirit, a divine level 1 would be of little significance. As he expended the meritorious energy, Mu Yun felt a profound transformation enveloping his body, mind, and soul while the system began its upgrade. Most exhilarating for him was the revelation regarding the ninth soul ring, the golden ring of meritorious deeds, which bore no innate soul skills but possessed a singular function, the condensation of meritorious energy. The fact that such a rare and coveted treasure could be generated automatically was akin to a feast that transformed into a banquet. Just as he was basking in this delightful turn of events, a system notification abruptly stirred a sense of unease within him. Ding! The system detected that Lin Pingji had awakened the cross-dressing master system, thus providing the host with a beneficial opportunity regarding this cross-dressing master. What was this nonsense? Was Lin Pingji the one who had undergone castration? Why on earth would he become a cross-dressing master? Furthermore, his awakening of the cross-dressing master system had nothing to do with Mu Yun. Why would he indulge in such frivolity? Mu Yun was in a state of exasperation. His previously cheerful demeanor shattered in an instant. What exactly is this cross-dressing system? Does it require me to complete tasks? Will it have any impact on me? Oh, the host will possess a quaint boutique specializing in women's attire, which will automatically generate garments imbued with extraordinary effects. By selling these outfits, the host will receive rewards commensurate with the tasks undertaken. Is that all? If it's merely about selling clothes, then it isn't too much of a concern. Mu Yun sighed in relief. However, there is a minor additional task. The host is required to don women's clothing for at least 10 minutes each day. What did you say? I am a man, undoubtedly masculine, and I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothing. I simply will not wear it. And what could it possibly do to me? Regrettably, host, I must convey some unfortunate news. It would be prudent for you to fulfill this additional task voluntarily. Otherwise, the system will randomly and spontaneously transform your attire at any moment. That scenario could prove to be quite embarrassing. Chapter 56. The Hall of Reincarnation. A strikingly handsome young man, amidst the bustling and vibrant streets, suddenly transformed into a cross-dressing figure, adorned in lace-trimmed lingerie. Upon contemplating the potential embarrassment that could ensue, Mu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lin Pingji immediately. Sighing, he resolved that if he must transform, it would be prudent to take the initiative. At the very least, he could dictate the time, place, and style of his attire. Mu Yun first donned a mask of myriad illusions upon his face, instantly feeling a profound sense of reassurance, akin to certain occasions where, as long as one conceals their visage, even the most vulnerable state becomes bearable. Transformation. Within the shroud of embarrassment, Mu Yun felt a flicker of excitement. She twirled around, striking a rather ostentatious pose, reveling in the moment, secure in the knowledge that no one was watching. Clad in a sailor uniform, a symbol of the moon's power to vanquish, she possessed the ability to absorb the moonlight's energy. Indeed, the embarrassment lingered. She cast a glance at her exposed navel and thighs, dabbing at the impending trickle of blood from her nose. 10 minutes would pass without incident. Surely, no one would notice. Mu Yun continually reassured himself, silently counting down the moments. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, his piercing spirit eyes opening wide as he gazed into the distance in shock. Just as he had reverted from his transformed state, a young man clad in black robes materialized before him. Strangely, a realm that had originally been a mere Tier 1 world had unexpectedly leaped 4 levels to become a Tier 5 world. The young man produced an instrument, commencing a series of tests. Before long, their gaze settled upon Mu Yun, a blend of greed and a tinge of regret in their eyes. Ah, the energy of merit. What a fortunate little girl you are. It is a pity, however, that you have squandered it. Otherwise, it could have been utilized to forge an exquisite celestial artifact. Such a waste of resources. The tone in which he spoke revealed an audacious presumption, treating Mu Yun's energy of merit as if it were his own possession. Mu Yun could not help but feel a surge of relief, grateful that he had expended the merit energy in time. Otherwise, a dramatic scene of murder and treasure theft might have unfolded. The young man in the black robe regarded Mu Yun with disdain and produced a black token, declaring, I am Luo Tian, a disciple of the outer sect of the Reincarnation Palace. Mu Yun raised an eyebrow, inquiring if there was something amiss. The individual across from her was enigmatic and inscrutable. In the absence of certainty, it was prudent to proceed with caution. You possess the strength of the 5th tier, which grants you the minimum eligibility to become a peripheral disciple of my reincarnation hall. And then what? Mu Yun's disdain for this individual grew increasingly palpable. The way he regarded him was akin to observing mere insects. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him across the face. The young man in the black robe lightly waved the token in his hand, unleashing a beam of dark light that swiftly struck Mu Yun's shoulder, leaving an indelible imprint resembling a palace. What have you done to me? Mu Yun's expression darkened. Although the opponent's movements were not particularly swift, he found himself utterly unable to evade them. Moreover, the nature of this entity remained a mystery, as even the capabilities of the meatball fruit proved insufficient to dislodge it. This was a unique assessment mark from the Hall of Reincarnation, and the possessor was required to successfully complete 3 reincarnation trials set forth by the Hall to officially become a servant disciple. Who wishes to become your disciple? Muyun fumed. Remove this ghastly mark at once. I have no interest in being a servant disciple, nor even a core disciple. In his fury, Muyun could no longer hold back and launched an attack. And the young man in the black robe's demeanor turned icy as he casually slapped Muyun away, sending him crashing into a meteorite. 3 reincarnation trials. Succeed and live, fail and perish, with a time limit of 3 years. You buffoon. Were it not for your potential to acquire merit energy, I would have effortlessly slapped you dead. The young man retrieved a handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands as if he had touched something filthy. Once he departed, Muyun slowly emerged from the meteorite, his handsome visage unmarred by any dirt, entirely unscathed and far from the appearance of defeat. What a hall of reincarnation, truly domineering. What a Luo Tian, at the 7th tier of strength. I shall remember you. Although Luo Tian was 2 levels above him, Muyun felt confident that he could contend against him. Even if he could not secure victory, escape would likely be feasible. However, the token from the Hall of Reincarnation posed a significant danger, and that peculiar mark instilled within him a sense of unease, as if someone could observe him at any moment. Ding. Reincarnation system detected. Let the advantages begin. Muyun was filled with anticipation. Understanding oneself and the adversary is essential for triumph in every battle. Yet, he found himself utterly ignorant of the formidable entity known as the Hall of Reincarnation, as well as the enigmatic reincarnation mark, which rendered him paralyzed with uncertainty. Soon, whispers regarding the Hall of Reincarnation began to circulate. This institution offered individuals the opportunity to traverse into other realms for training. Those who succeeded would be rewarded with merit energy, of which the guide, in this case, was Luo Tian, would reap 50% of the benefits. Moreover, the Hall of Reincarnation was indeed a colossal organization, with the most basic disciples classified as 5th tier. Alongside outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, true heirs, stewards, guardians, elders, and the sect leader, culminating in the Supreme Elder. Astonishingly, there existed sages within its ranks, an existence that was beyond his current comprehension. As for the reincarnation mark, it indeed served a monitoring function, even if he entered the trials. Every action would be under the complete surveillance of his guide. It seemed that Luo Tian possessed a keen interest in his secrets. System. Is there any way to resolve this? I certainly do not wish to be under constant scrutiny, Muyun inquired with irritation. Ding. Solutions are indeed available. One merely requires a reincarnation token of superior authority, came the response. But I do not even possess a reincarnation token. How can I possibly attain higher authority? Muyun questioned, bewildered. There are 2 types of tokens within the Hall of Reincarnation, the standard token, which necessitates passing 3 reincarnation trials and reaching the headquarters of the Hall, and the internal token, which is granted to offspring of noble families for trial purposes, serving as a form of privilege. The system had recently acquired the qualification to issue internal tokens. However, issuing them in excess would undoubtedly attract attention, while a limited distribution would pose no issues. With possession of this internal token, would Luo Tian still be able to monitor my every move? Muyun cautiously inquired. For this was his utmost concern. Naturally, it was out of the question, as merely an outer sect disciple. How could he dare to surveil the movements of the elder's family members? It was likely that upon discovering his possession of an internal token, they would flee as far as possible. Very well, procure me an internal token. First, I must scare off that Luo Tian. The reincarnation trial can be addressed later. I need to prepare myself. As Muyun re-entered the Douluo world, he immediately sensed the distinct differences. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally vibrant, and the spatial barriers were remarkably sturdy. It was no longer feasible to cleave through them with a sword as he had done before. At that moment, a graceful figure soared before him. Chapter 57. The Trials of the Late Han Dynasty in the Waning Years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The imperial authority weakened while the ministers grew powerful. The royal family languished in corruption, and the prominent families exerted control over the court. With the frequent occurrence of natural disasters, the people suffered greatly. Amidst this turmoil, Zhang Jiao raised his voice in rebellion, heralding the onset of the Yellow Turban Uprising. Within just a few short years, the flames of war engulfed the entirety of the Divine Land. In a picturesque village on the outskirts of Luoyang, a spirited and handsome young lad lounged lazily by the riverbank, basking in the sun. With a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, he hummed an unknown tune. What a farce this reincarnation trial is. At its core, it merely serves to benefit the reincarnation hall, aiding it in accumulating merit energy. Mu Yun was in a rather foul mood. He had diligently prepared for this trial for several days, compelling a gene to work tirelessly to hastily craft the celestial wood sword, the thunder firebomb, and the vast sea bottle, 3 spiritual treasures. However, upon the commencement of the reincarnation trial, he discovered that he could not bring equipment of that caliber, and to make matters worse, he was soul-possessing. With a physical constitution woefully inadequate, he felt a sense of relief that he had entrusted his body to Asuna for care before departing, leaving behind merely a shell. Who knew what calamities might have befallen it otherwise? The primary function of the reincarnation token was to tally the merits and energies acquired. Thankfully, time flowed at a 100-fold pace here. Otherwise, this journey would have been utterly disastrous. Meow, a plump orange cat stretched languidly, expressing its severe discontent at being disturbed from slumber by Mu Yun's clamor. The orange cat's martial spirit had also followed, albeit in its most rudimentary form, an utterly powerless feline. Young master, trouble. A band of mountain bandits approaches the village, and it seems their intentions are far from benevolent. An elderly man rushed over, panting heavily and clutching his waist. Bandits, you say? How fortuitous. Is this the beginning of our venture? Indeed, the reincarnation token suddenly reacted. Ding. Repel the bandits to protect the villagers, and you shall receive a portion of merit energy. Mu Yun stood up and brushed off the dust from his trousers, ready to commence his tasks. The plump cat leapt effortlessly onto his shoulder, stifling a yawn before resuming its slumber. Unlike the orange cats in Douluo continent, this little creature bore no distinction from an ordinary domestic feline, save for its slightly rotund figure. Young master, I shall summon the others at once, came the voice. Oh no, please don't. Mu Yun hastily called the steward to a halt, for one of the tasks mandated the protection of the villagers. He feared that should any villagers perish, his mission would inevitably falter, and furthermore, he wished to shield them from witnessing certain events that would bring them great shame. 10 miles from the village entrance, in a perilous gorge flanked by 2 mountains, a delicate maiden was preparing for battle. Her towering sword, a blade taller than herself, planted firmly in the ground as she engaged in her warm-up exercises. It was no wonder Mu Yun wished to conceal her from prying eyes. She was adorned in the attire provided by the cross-dressing system. Bloodthirsty raiment, grade, spirit artifact. Effect, wearing this outfit doubles speed, defense, and strength, and grants a chance for enemies to drop blood crystals upon their demise. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes as a horse-drawn carriage approached. Make way, there are thieves behind. A flustered maid driving the carriage shouted. Mu Yun suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, as the maid clearly lacked the skill to maneuver the carriage. Observing her reaction in this moment, it evoked the vivid image of a contemporary female driver encountering a crisis, pressing the accelerator while covering her eyes. Mu Yun did not flinch. He extended his right hand towards the horse's head, and in an instant, the galloping steed came to a complete halt, standing still as if time had frozen. Not only the rider, but even the horse appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the sudden turn of events. The only ones who were propelled outward were the coachman's maid and an indistinct object from within the carriage, accompanied by a piercing duet of screams that could shatter eardrums. The crimson hem of Mu Yun's skirt billowed as she vanished from her original position, reappearing an instant later behind the 2 women. With a firm grasp, she seized each by the collar, bringing them to a halt, though nearly choking them in the process. Who are you? Why are those bandits pursuing you? Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed an air of opportunism emanating from the woman who had flown out of the vehicle. Ding! An epic talent, Kai Wenji, has been discovered. Rescuing her from the hands of the Xiongnu will yield 10 units of merit energy. Mu Yun was startled by the notification sound of the reincarnation token. Realizing that the woman before him was none other than the renowned and illustrious talent, Kai Wenji, an epic figure of history. An epic figure is one who possesses the power to alter the course of history. In historical accounts, Kai Wenji was captured by the Xiongnu's left noble king and bore him 2 children, which essentially amounted to enhancing the genetic legacy of the Xiongnu, leaving behind a lineage of intelligence. This was unacceptable. It was imperative to intervene, for a clever Xiongnu was a formidable adversary. Soon, a vast cloud of dust billowed forth. Goodness, judging by the commotion, there were at least 3,000 cavalrymen, and they were of the valiant sort. You certainly have a significant reputation, Mu Yun remarked as he cast a glance at Kai Wenji, filled with a sense of melancholy. They were no ordinary brigands, but rather Xiongnu marauders. Kai Wenji's complexion turned pale, revealing a look of despair. Mu Yun drew his great sword and hoisted it onto his shoulder, murmuring softly, 3,000 men, not bad. Though the merit energy is somewhat lacking, barely a tenth of what that woman Kai Wenji possesses. In the face of the Hun's charge, Mu Yun wasted no time. He launched a countercharge without uttering a word, for he could not comprehend their speech and saw no need to waste breath. With his blood-red battle skirt billowing, Mu Yun transformed into a crimson cloud, surging into the ranks of the Huns. His sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving through foes as if they were mere vegetables, and scores of Huns fell, their heads rolling across the ground, as the numbers dwindled to mere dozens. The Huns finally quaked in fear, shouting in a tongue Mu Yun could not understand as they scattered in all directions. Mu Yun initially contemplated pursuing them to eliminate them entirely, but ultimately abandoned this notion, primarily due to the presence of Kai Wenji. This young lady is a veritable treasure trove of merit, and it would be unwise to let such an opportunity slip away. One must extract her bounty multiple times to truly reap the rewards. Furthermore, the fleeing Xiongnu serve as excellent bait, should they rally their companions to return and bestow merit. It would be a delightful outcome. After all, if one could acquire merit energy from the comfort of home, why venture out into the world and exhaust oneself? Mu Yun was first left with nothing but ashes after the Hun set fire to everything, and then he flashed a grin at Kai Wenji, presenting her with two choices. The first was to remain in the village, the second was to leave on her own. Without hesitation, Kai Wenji opted for the former. In the midst of chaos, two vulnerable women embarking on a journey would surely spell disaster. The retainers who had previously safeguarded her had either perished or fled, leaving her with no means to retrieve them. Her only hope was that the surviving members would convey the news to her father, prompting him to send someone to fetch her. As Mu Yun had anticipated, the Huns came in waves, employing tactics to escalate the conflict. Each mission brought opportunities to protect Kai Wenji, and within a mere month, he amassed an astonishing 1,500 units of merit energy. This girl was truly a bug for merit accumulation. Unfortunately, a month later, the arrival of a new contingent marked the end of such fortuitous events. Chapter 58. For enigmatic women, enchantment. After a month, the world around had finally begun to react. Mu Yun gazed upward. Having completed 2 consecutive tasks without receiving the corresponding merit energy, it seemed that this method of exploiting Kai Wenji's situation was no longer viable. Just then, the steward approached hastily. Young master, 3 more groups are approaching the village from different directions. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The reincarnation token had not issued any tasks. Could it be that not only were rewards withheld, but the reincarnation token itself was also restricted? What were the banners of these 3 teams? One team bore the emblem of Jin, comprising approximately 300 individuals, whose attire suggested they were servants of a certain family. Another team displayed the insignia of Ren, consisting of around 200 members, presumably soldiers of the government. The last group, devoid of any banner, consisted of merely a handful of individuals, all skilled fighters, resembling those from the martial world. Mu Yun gently tapped the table with a rhythmic motion, her fingers slightly curled. Given that the reincarnation token showed no response, it was likely that these 3 individuals bore no ill will, at least not towards Kai Wenji. There was no need for further contemplation. It would be best to inquire directly. After a month of interaction, Kai Wenji had completely shed her fears of Mu Yun. In fact, upon discovering Mu Yun's identity as a crossdresser, she began to regard her as a close male friend, nearly driving Mu Yun to exasperation. Kai. Upon opening his mouth, Mu Yun immediately slapped his forehead, realizing the predicament he found himself in. Alas, having donned the guise of a crossdresser too frequently, he felt himself becoming somewhat immersed in the role. If this continued, he might genuinely find himself swayed. Lin Pingji's insidious system was indeed toxic. What's wrong? Has something happened, Mumu? Kai Wenji inquired, her delicate hand withdrawing from the guqin, her tone imbued with natural concern. Alas, it seemed this persona could no longer be altered. A bitter smile crept upon Mu Yun's lips as he recounted the circumstances surrounding the 3 teams. Zhen Ren, and some individuals from the Jianghu. Kai Wenji pondered for a moment before her expression shifted to one of fervent excitement. I understand now. I know who they are. Yet, after her moment of exhilaration, her demeanor turned somewhat despondent, tears welling in her eyes. I never anticipated that my family and father, whom I had hoped would support me, would remain inactive, seemingly having abandoned me. Conversely, it is my dear sisters who have not forsaken me. She then proceeded to elucidate to Mu Yun. Zhen must refer to Jinmei, a member of the Jin family from Zhongshan. Not only is she exceptionally talented, but she is also adept in strategy, rivaling even the finest of men in cunning. It is a pity that she is a woman. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional military strategist. Ran is likely my good sister, Ren Han Chang. Though her name may not be widely recognized, her other name is renowned throughout Luoyang Diaochan. The beauty that makes even the moon retreat behind the clouds, Diaochan possesses a gentle exterior yet a resilient spirit, embodying the essence of a remarkable woman. Lastly, the leader of the Jianghu figures must be Sister Guo. Her true name is Guo Nuwang, hailing from a family of officials. With a fiery temperament and a fierce sense of justice, she wields remarkable martial prowess and has carved out a notable reputation in the Jianghu. Mu Yun cast a peculiar glance at Kai Wenji, astonished by the breadth of her connections. This young lady certainly possesses an impressive network. As these three women are pivotal figures capable of stirring the very winds of fate, Diaochan, through her beauty and cunning, eliminated the greatest scourge of the realm. Dong Zhuo, accomplishing what the 18 warlords could not. Jinmi, with her renowned Luo Shenfu, has immortalized her beauty for millennia. Queen Guo, destined to become the consort of Chao Pai, is exceptional in both skill and strategy, though it appears Jinmi ultimately fell victim to her machinations. With these three formidable individuals, alongside Kai Wenji, perhaps they may indeed achieve something remarkable. Mu Yun raised the corners of his mouth, forming a mischievous smile. He gazed up at the sky, pondering, "Did you not forbid me from exploiting loopholes to attain merit? Allow me to plant a grand trap." Upon welcoming the three teams into the village, the trio met Kai Wenji and discovered that, contrary to their belief, she had not been captured, but rather rescued and brought to this place, which finally eased their apprehensions. Mu Yun invited the four women into the parlor and, after contemplating his words, inquired, "What are your thoughts on the current state of the world?" The four exchanged glances, and Zhenmi was the first to speak, stating, "The Yellow Turban rebels are destined to destroy rather than create. Although they presently wield considerable power, they are ultimately bereft of support and will surely meet a dismal fate." Kai Wenji then gently parted her lips, adding, "The Han dynasty is not in a much better position. While the Yellow Turban army is fated to fail, they have nonetheless undermined the very foundations of the Han and have unleashed a host of warlords far more perilous than themselves. These individuals are the true grave diggers of the Han." Jiao Chan furrowed her brow, asserting, "In truth, there are still many loyal subjects within the Han. Should the Yellow Turbans be vanquished, and if proper reforms were to be enacted, perhaps there might still be a chance for revival." Queen Guo scoffed, shattering her illusions. "Dear Jiao Chan, do not deceive yourself. The Han has endured for over 400 years and has rotted to its core. Do you believe the Yellow Turban uprising was merely the result of Zhang Jiao and his few followers rallying the masses? Behind this movement looms the influence of numerous powerful clans. Without their backing, how could the Han possibly be reduced to such a state of disarray? It is the aristocracy, the very warlords emerging now, who truly seek to overthrow the Han." Mu Yun quietly listened to the insights of the four extraordinary women and suddenly posed a pointed question. "So, which faction do you believe will prevail in the future?" "General He Jin," one replied, "he currently stands at the pinnacle of power, commanding a formidable army, and with the Empress as his sister. He certainly enjoys considerable support within the court." The Yuan family, another interjected, "With 4 generations having held high office, their former students and associates are scattered throughout the realm, both in the court and beyond. I still maintain that the Han dynasty is not so easily toppled," another voice chimed in. "After all, the provinces of Jingzhou and Yizhou remain firmly under the control of the Han royal lineage." Diao Chan, however, remained somewhat skeptical. A group of schemers. Yet they are too distant. When trouble arises, distant waters cannot quench a near thirst, she remarked disdainfully. Mu Yun gazed at her with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. "Pray tell, your Majesty Guo, whom do you favor?" Queen Guo furrowed her brow in contemplation, ultimately shaking her head with a look of disdain. "In this world, among the so-called heroes, I discern no one possessing the aura of a true sovereign. They are either ambitious fools lacking in talent or timid souls paralyzed by fear." Mu Yun gazed into her eyes and suddenly remarked, "In that case, why not allow you to occupy that position?" The four of them simultaneously expelled the tea from their mouths, their faces awash with astonishment. This was inconceivable. Setting aside the family's heritage and the public's esteem, merely the fact of her being a woman rendered that position unattainable for me. Queen would unequivocally dismiss the notion, deeming it a daydream she would not even dare to entertain. Mu Yun smiled faintly, dismissing the distinctions of gender and family heritage. "What you deem impossible merely stems from your own lack of strength." A terrifying aura, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, emanated from Mu Yun. In a world teeming with men, even they must bow their heads in his presence. Chapter 59. Stirring the storm. A month later, the four extraordinary women gathered once more. Reflecting on the transformations they had undergone, they gazed upon Mu Yun as if he were a celestial being, astonished that all the grand visions he had painted for them had come to fruition. Dear ladies, it is time to rebel against your dismal fates, to shatter the shackles that bind you. With aspirations that reach the skies, why settle for being mere vines clinging to trees? Strive to become the towering trees that support the heavens and the earth. Lacking strength? I shall bestow it upon you. Is a power level above the third tier sufficient? Lacking soldiers? I will train you, providing a formidable army of 10,000, each reaching the second tier of strength, capable of sweeping across the world. Lacking wealth? I possess lucrative methods to generate riches. Lacking sustenance? Conveniently, I have techniques to improve crop seeds and accelerate their growth. In summary, everything you need is within my grasp. Everything I have promised will come to pass within a month, and all you must do is change this world. A month has now passed. Kai Wenji cultivation. 9th stage of literary Qi realm abilities. Poetic manifestation. The ability to materialize poetry into tangible existence. Literary Qi augmentation, which can enhance oneself or others, significantly increasing attack, defense, and speed. Heavenly Dragonate sounds, a form of sonic attack, equipment. Robe of the literary sage, capable of gathering the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth, transcending into the sacred. Ancient Dragon Zither, a magical artifact that amplifies musical attacks tenfold overall strength. Early 4th stage Jiaochan cultivation. Pinnacle of martial general level abilities. Starlight Meteor, speed that surpasses human limits. Valor of the Overlord, comparable to the legendary Shichu Overlord's bravery. Elemental Divine Arrow, can shoot enchanted arrows with immense destructive power. Equipment. Valkyrie armor, upon wearing. Strength is doubled, and can withstand attacks from peak 3rd stage. Overlord Spear possesses a unique ability for a devastating strike that increases attack power tenfold. Elven Bow doubles elemental attack effects. Overall combat power. Early 4th stage Jun Mi cultivation. 9th level sorceress abilities. Goddess of Water, complete mastery over all water-based spells. Capable of controlling all energy or entities containing water elements. Can transform into a water elemental body immune to all physical attacks. Equipment. Luo Shun Ensemble, can summon the manifestation of the goddess Luo. Utilizing the divine power of water. Overall combat power. Early 4th stage Queen Gua cultivation. Early stage of martial saint realm abilities. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Sweet fruit user, able to charm beings, petrify opponents and objects, and materialize physical attacks through kisses. Sweet Gale, Fragrant Kiss Spear, Captivating Arrow. Sovereign Haki equipment, Empress Hancock's Chi Pow upon use. Haki doubles and can summon all members of the 9 Snake Pirates in tangible form. Overall strength, mid-4th stage Mu Yun refined a treasure reminiscent of the first level of the 9th-tiered Demon Tower, effortlessly enhancing the physical prowess of the 4 individuals to its zenith. Subsequently, tailored instruction was employed to cultivate them into distinct types of formidable warriors. As for the 10,000 invincible elites, with the aid of starry body tempering and the consumption of blood crystals, mass production was readily achievable. With individuals assembled and provisions secured, the time had come for you to showcase your abilities. Mu Yun languidly reclined in his chair. The past month had proven to be quite exhausting. He had not anticipated that immersing himself in a nurturing game could be so taxing. I am determined to assemble 3,000 individuals to form the Moon-Cloaked Dragon Knights and conquer the world. Jiao Chan, brimming with combat spirit, was the first to select her 3,000. Upon my return to the family, my objectives extend beyond merely consolidating our strength. I intend to make those who abandon me pay dearly, and then present myself to the world as a woman of literary prowess, requiring 1,000 individuals. Kai Wenji is no longer the feeble maiden she once was. She seeks to unabashedly showcase her talents and formidable strength to the world, demonstrating that scholars too can possess great martial prowess. I shall take charge of wealth and intelligence, as I plan to establish the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce to amass riches from all corners, along with the Listening Wind Pavilion, dedicated to gathering intelligence. Jinmi personally selected 1,000 exceptionally talented individuals from the remaining populace. The remaining 5,000 shall be organized by me. Queen Gua smiled serenely, dividing the remaining individuals into 10 groups to be dispersed across various states and counties. With a radiant smile, she gracefully stepped into the air, as if treading upon invisible steps beneath her feet, standing majestically above the 10,000 soldiers. A resounding roar of imperial might surged forth at this moment. Queen Guo embodied the unparalleled empress of the mortal realm. The 10,000 soldiers gradually knelt on one knee, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Soldiers, your first task from this empress is to ensure that within 3 months, our banners are raised across all provinces and cities under the sun and moon. Wherever the rivers flow, and throughout the vast lands, all shall belong to me. I shall first enter Luoyang to clear away all obstacles. 3 months hence, all soldiers shall gather in Luoyang, and I shall ascend to the pinnacle in my rightful place. Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of passion. Indeed, Queen Guo truly lived up to her title. She possessed an innate royal disposition, for otherwise she would not have awakened the conqueror's haki. Mu Yun cast a glance at the heavens, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, inviting the tempest to intensify. As the crowd departed, Mu Yun's life returned to its tranquil rhythm. News from various regions poured in like snowflakes, accompanied by the incessant chime of merit energy notifications. Ding! Diao Chan vanquished the wolf riders of Bingzhou, subdued Lubu, and acquired 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Diao Chan triumphed over the formation camp, captured Gao Shun, and earned 5 units of merit energy. Ding! Diao Chan defeated the White Horse Yisong, leading Gong Sun Zan to submission and securing 5 units of merit energy. She vanquished Dian Wei, triumphed over Zhao Yun, captured Guanyu, and recruited Zhang Fei, compelling Huang Zhong to yield with 3 arrows. In a mere 3 months, renowned generals from across the realm pledged their allegiance to Diao Chan. Ding! Kai Wenji executed a bloodbath within the Kai family, demonstrating her might and unifying the clan, garnering 5 units of merit energy. Ding! Kai Wenji summoned countless scholarly warriors, defeating the invading Xiongnu cavalry, slaying the Xiongnu left noble king, avenging her grievances, and acquiring 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Kai Wenji's method of literary cultivation attracted scholars from all corners, earning 50 units of merit energy. With her newfound fame, Kai Wenji became a paragon of virtue, ascending to the rank of literary sage, comparable to the sages of antiquity. Ding! Jinmi established the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, implementing a franchise distribution strategy, with all commercial associations becoming branches of the Four Seas Chamber, thus acquiring 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Jinmi introduced high-yield crops through her chamber, ensuring that no commoner would perish from famine, earning 100 units of merit energy. Ding! Jinmi pioneered the Money Guild, digitalizing currency, thus securing 50 units of merit energy. Ding! Zhenmi secretly established the intelligence agency Ting Fenggu, infiltrating various provinces and noble families, acquiring 10 units of merit energy. In just 3 months, Zhenmi became the wealthiest woman in the world. Chapter 60. The Mask is Torn, System-Wide Upgrade. Ding! On her first day in Luoyang, Queen Guo attended a poetry gathering, captivating all attendees, regardless of age or gender, and earning 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Queen Guo ascended to court, where all officials bowed before her, with the Han Emperor becoming her foremost admirer, securing 100 units of merit energy. Ding! Upon entering the harem, Queen Guo dispatched the 10 eunuchs, compelling all, from the Empress Dowager to the palace maids, to submit, earning 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Queen Guo established the Plum Blossom Inner Guard, monitoring the palace and officials, stripping General He Jin of his military power, eliminating corrupt officials, and promoting virtuous ministers, thereby achieving a transparent governance and winning the hearts of the populace, earning 100 units of merit energy. 3 months later, the 4 women convened in Luoyang, leading the Han Emperor to abdicate in favor of Queen Guo, who declared the nation Zhao, with the sun and moon in the sky, heralding the reign of Empress Zhao. Ding! The course of world history was irrevocably altered, and the challenger earned the title of Destiny Destroyer, acquiring 1,000 units of merit energy. In this trial, a total of 12,351 units of merit energy were acquired, rated as top tier. 7,000 units were submitted, and 3,000 were allocated to the transporter, Luo Tian. The sound of the reincarnation token's notification came to an abrupt end, and Mu Yun, in a fit of rage, shattered it with a single slap. How dare you? After all the hard work I put into gathering this merit energy, you take away the lion's share without a second thought, leaving me with mere scraps, while even that scoundrel Luo Tian receives more than I do. You truly overestimate your authority, treating me as if I were but clay in your hands. System, cease your silence. It is time for you to justify your actions. You will share half of the merit energy. Understood? The system, which had been dormant for 2 consecutive months, immediately sprang to life. revealing itself to be a creature that only stirs when profit is involved. How many levels can this merit energy elevate you? Muyun inquired with curiosity. 100 units of merit energy will elevate you by 1 level, 1,000 units will elevate you by 2 levels, and 5,000 units will elevate you by 3 levels. Very well, then I shall ascend 3 levels. The remainder shall be utilized for my personal enhancement. I anticipate that this may anger the reincarnation hall significantly, so I must tread carefully to avoid their retaliation. During the system's upgrade, Muyun utilized the merit energy to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th stage. However, advancing beyond the 8th stage was not feasible, as it requires the comprehension of at least one principle, an endeavor that cannot be accomplished solely through energy. The remaining merit energy was devoted entirely to enhancing his comprehension. Muyun age, 8 cultivation level, peak of the 7th stage life tier, human immortal physique, void sword body, illusory spirit eye comprehension, heavenly grade fortune, epic grade ding. The system upgrade has been completed. This upgrade reaches level 4. With the following modifications, the system marketplace has expanded 1,000-fold from its original size. All incorporated system functions have been enhanced. The drifting bottle system now includes a group chat feature, allowing all individuals struck by the drifting bottle to appear in the chat group. The group leader may post tasks for rewards or engage in trade discussions. The craftsman system now connects to the official website of the Celestial Craftsman, enabling the posting or acceptance of crafting tasks. The Celestial Summoning System allows for self-directed summoning through the expenditure of celestial coins or meritorious energy, as long as sufficient funds are available. Summoning a 9th-stage powerhouse is feasible. The Celestial Arena system permits the host to initiate competitions as the organizer. The Celestial Bar system has integrated with higher-tier supply channels, introducing 5 new types of celestial wines: Blazing Body Refinement Wine, Bodhi Wine, Nirvana Mirror Breaking Wine, 10,000 Swords Illusion Wine, and 9 Turns Reincarnation Soul Cleansing Wine. The Celestial Mall system has launched a trading area for meritorious treasures. The Celestial Jar Shop system has officially joined, allowing the host to establish a genuine Celestial Jar Shop across the myriad realms. The teleportation portal has expanded to include not only the Douluo world and the Mortal Cultivation world, but also the Young Song world, Perfect world, Slime Eye Sky, Sword Art Online world, Hunter world, Pirate world, Laughing Proudly in Jianghu world, Ninja Cat world, and the Three Kingdoms world. The Call Friends system upgrade allows the host to invite up to 3 companions while traversing other realms. The Puppet Master system has been upgraded, with the addition of the Puppet Pavilion in the system marketplace, which not only facilitates the buying and selling of puppets, but also includes the function of apprenticeship and teaching. The Cross-Dressing Master system has been upgraded, releasing the host from the obligation to wear women's clothing and allowing entry into the cross-dressing community for sharing experiences or trading various enchanting outfits. Ding. The system has detected that Lin Pingxi's wife, Yu Lingshan, has awakened the makeup system, taking advantage of this. The system marketplace has added a makeup shop, where the host may acquire various abilities through makeup application. Cross-dressing? Makeup? What are Lin Pingxi and his spouse up to? One is a cross-dressing master, while the other is responsible for applying makeup. They truly are 2 peas in a pod. Do they not comprehend the genuine responsibilities of a couple? Such peculiarities. Muyun was momentarily taken aback by the sudden revelation. The 9th-tier Demon Tower had introduced a new 10th tier, the realm of comprehension of loss. The reincarnation system had been upgraded, enabling the host to issue reincarnation tokens independently, which possessed the capability of 3 reincarnation trials. This was rather advantageous, as it provided an opportunity to acquire merit energy, although being exploited was unpleasant. Exploiting others posed no ethical dilemma. Nevertheless, the pressing concern at hand was to brace for the imminent danger. Although that fellow, Luo Tian, had only been at the 7th tier during their last encounter, I should be more than capable of handling him now. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to make some preparations. With a cautious demeanor honed over millennia, Muyun first procured the newly introduced celestial liquor, Flame of Refinement, and Bodhi wine from the tavern. He then adorned himself in a costume designed to enhance enlightenment, the Bodhi bubble dress, complemented by an exquisite makeup application. Taking out a small mirror, he gazed at his reflection from various angles, letting out a sigh. Such innate beauty is hard to forsake. This lad is truly stunning. Ultimately, he ascended to the 10th level of the Demon Tower. For a moment, Muyun was entranced by the spectacle before him. The 10th level of the tower was devoid of sky and earth, existing merely as an empty expanse of cosmic void. Yet, it was not entirely barren. It was suffused with the palpable force of laws, starkly distinct from the usual nebulous and imperceptible nature of such power. Here, the laws were so solidified that they could be perceived with the naked eye. In this form, the essence of the laws could likely be comprehended even by a fool. Not to mention, with my extraordinary level of understanding, coupled with this attire and makeup, along with the Bodhi wine, success is assured. Muyun strolled through the myriad of laws, his predicament uniquely distinct from that of others. While others lamented their inability to comprehend these laws, he found himself burdened by an overwhelming cognitive prowess, capable of grasping an abundance of principles yet uncertain of which to pursue. After all, given his current realm, an excess of understanding might not be advantageous. It was prudent to first select the ones most suited to his essence. Chapter 61. The inaugural battle of laws in the endless labyrinth. The laws of sword, entry granted. The laws of space, entry granted. The laws of stars, entry granted. The laws of thunder, entry granted. The laws of wind, entry granted. The laws of fire, entry granted. The laws of wood, entry granted. The laws of metal, entry granted. The laws of time, entry granted. The laws of darkness, entry granted. The laws of strength, entry granted. The laws of devouring, entry granted. In a mere span of 7 days, he had accessed the entry level of 12 distinct laws. The reason he had not achieved a minor mastery was not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather because the level of laws provided by the 10th tier of the cultivation space was limited. To grasp laws of a higher echelon, he would need to unlock the 11th tier, a process that required the system to upgrade once more, necessitating an immense accumulation of merit energy, specifically 10,000 units, a sum he currently could not afford. Jing-E, the reincarnation token can be issued. All those struck by the drifting bottles may claim it for free, announced through the drifting bottle group. However, the merit energy obtained must be shared equally. Furthermore, the 10th level of the Demon Tower is now open. Anyone with a strength of 7th rank or higher may enter to comprehend the laws, receiving 10 units of merit energy per hour. He placed a bounty for the acquisition of merit energy. 1 unit of merit energy could be exchanged for 100,000 celestial coins, or alternatively, for elixirs, artifacts, or spiritual wines. In pursuit of merit energy, Mu Yun was resolute. This resource was essential not only for himself, but also for the system. Departing from the system's marketplace, Mu Yun chose not to return home in the Douluo world, but instead materialized directly in the cosmic expanse. The figure in the black robe, Luo Tian, stood with hands clasped behind his back amidst the void, observing Mu Yun's sudden appearance with an air of nonchalance, as if he had anticipated this moment, his eyes gleaming with intense avarice. Indeed, you possess great fortune, he remarked. I did not waste time waiting for you here. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor something known as a system within you, correct? You are aware of the system, Mu Yun replied with a smile. He too felt no surprise at Luo Tian's emergence. Had he not noticed the reincarnation mark upon his shoulder pulsating incessantly? This mark was a beacon, facilitating Luo Tian's easy tracking of him. Of course, it served Mu Yun's purpose as well. While Luo Tian sought to seize the fortunes within Mu Yun, the latter harbored intentions to eliminate this opportunist. Otherwise, he would have long since expunged the reincarnation mark using merit energy, a trivial cost. Many within the Hall of Reincarnation possessed this system as a fortunate endowment, and I have long coveted it. Little did I expect that today, I would also be fortunate enough to obtain such an opportunity. Young one, I advise you to obediently surrender the opportunity you possess. It may allow you to retain your corporeal form. Otherwise, the ensuing extraction of your soul will reveal to you the most excruciating and merciless punishments across the myriad realms. Luo Tian approached Mu Yun with a sinister grin. Then I must congratulate you, for I am unfamiliar with the technique of soul extraction. Thus, you need only die once, and it shall not be overly painful. Mu Yun's expression remained calm as he unsheathed the starry divine wood sword, a treasure he had successfully crafted yet never wielded. A 4th-tier spiritual treasure? How amusing. For someone hailing from a remote and insignificant world, possessing such a weapon is indeed rare. However, to think you could slay one of my caliber, who possesses the prowess of a 7th-tier late-stage warrior, with a mere 4th-tier weapon is rather laughable, isn't it? Upon glimpsing the starry divine wood sword, the disdain in Luo Tian's eyes deepened significantly. Mu Yun lightly waved his long sword, a cold smile gracing his lips. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Regardless of one's status, the adage pride precedes a fall holds true. As his words faded into the air, Luo Tian was horrified to discover that Mu Yun had suddenly vanished from sight. To make matters worse, he found himself engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness. Humph. A dark-type spell, mere trifles, just an illusion that deceives the eye. Witness as my golden radiant demon eye shatters it with a single strike. Luo Tian closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them wide, unleashing two beams of golden light. Alas, the darkness remained unbroken, instead swallowing the light entirely. Behold the divine power of the Buddha, the heavenly ear. Luo Tian's ears expanded suddenly, moving incessantly. Unfortunately, there was no effect whatsoever. He retrieved a stack of talismans, the Golden Light Talisman, ineffective. The Fire Dragon Talisman, ineffective. The Holy Light Talisman, ineffective. As time slipped away, Luo Tian grew increasingly agitated. Come out, you little brat. Hiding like a rat in a gutter. What sort of being are you? At this moment, Mu Yun was not far away, indulging in the spectacle. Observing Luo Tian's frantic movements akin to an ant on a hot pan. It seems that this Luo Tian is indeed merely at the 7th tier. Otherwise, he would have discerned by now that my realm of darkness encompasses a far superior level of dark laws. To penetrate the realm of laws, one must wield the power of those very laws. Any force beneath them is utterly incapable of breaking through. Let us try this once more. I hope you possess some hidden cards and can endure a little longer, without falling prey too easily. A wicked smile crept upon Mu Yun's lips as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a luminous portal materialized before Luo Tian, followed by a second, a third, and an innumerable array of sparkling gateways. What do you intend to do, boy? What trickery is at play here? Luo Tian retreated, distancing himself from the portals. Who would dare step into such bizarre and abrupt apparitions? He was certainly no fool. At that moment, a shadowy, soft paw, reminiscent of a cat's, emerged from the darkness and gently prodded his back. Without feeling any force, Luo Tian was propelled like a cannonball into one of the portals. Hee. This is my newly developed and upgraded divine ability, Endless Maze. You shall assist me in testing it thoroughly. Luo Tian's expression darkened as he entered the portal, which was no longer a realm of darkness but rather an expansive square space. At its center stood another portal, before which appeared a woman draped in a starlit phoenix robe, her eyes adorned with layers of golden scales. Challenger, are you prepared? Only by defeating me can you advance to the next level. What nonsense is this? A mere 5th-tier shapeshifter dares to call itself this seat in my presence? Die. With pent-up fury, Luo Tian unleashed a sword strike, sending forth a colossal flame sword aura. So what if you're a 5th-tier shapeshifter? Have you dined on my rice? He thought. Irritated by the brutishness of the encounter, the woman lightly tapped her fingers. Come forth. Show him the might of the 5th-tier bloodthirsty poison bees. Buzzing filled the air as 1, 2, 3, and countless fist-sized bloodthirsty poison bees materialized, overwhelming Luo Tian and triggering his claustrophobia. The current insect queen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her essence had evolved alongside Mu Yun during training on the 10th level of the Demon Tower, mastering the laws of space and poison. This avatar possessed the strength of a late 5th-tier entity, with minions that were all 5th-tier in power and capable of wielding the force of the laws, not to be underestimated as mere 5th-tier creatures. Chapter 62. An invitation to the jar shop proprietor unable to bear witness. Mu Yun observed in silence as Luo Yun lay defeated in the void, succumbing to an array of toxins. This fellow hadn't even managed to surpass the challenge posed by the Insect Queen's avatar, and it was a complete rout. The battle had scarcely commenced before he was overwhelmed by poison. Alas, they say that overconfidence leads to downfall, yet he remains unrepentant, daring to underestimate 5th-tier creatures capable of wielding the laws. Truly, what audacity! As for Mu Yun, he harbored no fear of entry-level poison laws, for his physical form had attained a celestial level of fortitude. These toxins could only cause him mild discomfort, and the ability of the meatball fruit could dispel such afflictions. However, it appears you are indeed impoverished, possessing not a single trump card, struggling in such dire straits. No wonder you sought to target me. It is a pity you have stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. After a thorough examination, Mu Yun discovered that this individual possessed nothing of value, prompting him to return to the Douluo world with a nonchalant demeanor. Shortly after his departure, a black token began to rise slowly from Luo Yun's lifeless body, the reincarnation token. One of the token's functions is to carry a fragment of the user's soul, along with accumulated merit energy, back to the hall of reincarnation upon the user's demise. Suddenly, A spatial rift appeared before the reincarnation token, into which the token plunged and vanished, after which the rift sealed itself once more. Moments later, Mu Yun reappeared. Heh, little fellow, I too possess the ability of spatial coordination. Now that you have returned, the spatial coordinates of the Hall of Reincarnation must be revealed. I shall slip in and see what formidable systems await to bestow their favors upon me. Upon his return to the Douluo world, Mu Yun noticed a significant reduction in the populace. His previously issued bounty tasks were yielding results. The second largest faction, the Anomaly Alliance, now had only a handful of members remaining, as the rest had embarked on missions to acquire merit energy. Rimuru and Ziyuan, accompanied by several capable subordinates, had departed for their original world in pursuit of merit energy. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, together with a few members of the Zhu family and some individuals from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, ventured into the realm of mortal cultivation. With the world's advancement, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had both attained the fourth tier of power, granting them a measure of self-defense in the mortal realm, alleviating any concerns for their safety. Qian Ruxiwei and her entourage had vanished once more, their whereabouts unknown. It seemed she had also mastered a method of traversing dimensions. Even Tang San and his companions had gone missing, undoubtedly due to the enigmatic occurrences at the multiverse jar shop, leaving one to ponder what peculiarities had emerged. Speaking of the jar shop, Mu Yun strolled to the entrance of the multiverse jar shop. The establishment had transformed dramatically. It was no longer the dilapidated little shop it once was, but rather a lavish venue with multiple attendants bustling about. Business was booming, with patrons from the Anomaly Alliance, the Demon Federation, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinglua Empire flocking to the jar shop, which had ascended 2 levels in status. The most direct beneficiary, without a doubt, was the proprietor, Lin Fan, whose strength had inexplicably surged to the 8th tier of the law realm, matching Mu Yun's own. Lin, it has been quite some time. Mu Yun swaggered into the jar shop of the Myriad Realms and casually took a seat beside Lin Fan. Well, isn't it true that you come here to smash jars at regular intervals, every week? Lin Fan remarked with a slight furrow of his brow, his tone tinged with irritation. The audacity to exploit system loopholes through shadow clones was a feat only this mischievous young lad could muster, and it was not the first time. Previously, Asuna and Rimuru, along with a plethora of other extraordinary beings and numerous soul beasts transformed into human forms, were all intertwined with this character. Nevertheless, the remarkable surge in his own achievements and the enhancement of his power had led him to turn a blind eye to Mu Yun's jar-smashing antics with his shadow clones. Hee, I must extend my congratulations to Manager Lin on his ascension to the 8th tier of the law realm, he added with a smirk. Mu Yun clasped his fists and revealed a radiant smile. Lin Fan squinted slightly, realizing that the young child before him was, astonishingly, at the same 8th tier of the law realm as himself. This was not merely a feat achievable through his own means, for he was well aware of the capabilities of the shadow clone he had employed. Moreover, what left him utterly astounded was that his previously invincible techniques within the jar shop proved utterly ineffective against this seemingly ordinary child. Mu Yun's smile grew increasingly radiant. For her conjecture had indeed proven to be accurate. There exists a hierarchy of suppression among systems. Her own system now stood at level 4, while the Heavenly Jar Shop was merely at level 3, rendering it powerless against her. By the way, I have come to present you with this item. Mu Yun produced a reincarnation token and handed it over. It was not an extraordinary item, merely a means to enter the reincarnation trial and earn some merit energy. Are you interested in joining me? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening with realization. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why business had been declining lately. Many of the otherworldly clients who typically visited without fail each week have mysteriously vanished. They must be toiling away to earn merit energy for you, right? Let us not put it that way. My dear brother, I merely issued a bounty task. It's a win-win situation for everyone involved. Humph, the wicked capitalist, a vampire exploiting the laboring masses. Lin Fan indignantly secured the reincarnation token, relishing the thought of merit energy, such a valuable resource, capable of achieving anything. It had taken him 2 months of hard work selling jars to accumulate just 10 portions of merit energy. Moreover, it wouldn't adversely affect the jar shop's business. He could simply create an avatar to oversee the store, which would conveniently allow him to open a branch, a perfect solution. It's settled then. Tomorrow, you, I, and Asuna shall embark together. After leaving the jar shop, Mu Yun refrained from wandering aimlessly and headed straight home. Asuna, I'm back. Will you accompany me to the reincarnation trial tomorrow? Upon his return, Muyin exclaimed, startling Asuna from her slumber. Seeing Asuna's eyes, darkened like that of a panda. Muyin couldn't help but feel speechless. Asuna, you've truly overexerted yourself. I have no choice. The business at the miscellaneous goods shop and the alchemy pavilion in the mortal realm has been thriving, and I've been overwhelmed. Asuna rubbed her panda-like eyes in fatigue. There's never an end to the business, and one mustn't wear oneself out. Your brother is no malevolent capitalist. I've made a decision. I shall recruit a group of alchemists and grant you a well-deserved long vacation. Let us travel together. With a graceful wave of her hand, Muyin took charge on behalf of Asuna. Asuna, however, wore an expression of perplexity. Travel? A vacation? Was she serious? The last time she granted herself a respite was a visit to the system market, where she meticulously crafted every potion within the grand apothecary. The previous excursion led her to the realm of mortal cultivation, where she was once again engaged in alchemy, nearly exhausting herself under 100-fold acceleration of time. And now, Chapter 63, The Transmuted World of the White Serpent. In the picturesque Westlake, adorned with the beauty of March, spring rain fell like fine wine. And the willows danced like wisps of smoke. During the Song Dynasty, in Hangzhou, at the banks of Westlake, stood the Bowen Hall. Adjacent to it was a quaint little shop, the Jar of the Heavens. Hee, I say, Brother Lin, why are you in such a frantic rush to pack your belongings? Muyin gazed at Lin Fan with a mischievous smile, while Asuna stood nearby, stifling her laughter behind her hand. What else could they do but flee? Bai Sujin and Xiao Qing, those two mischievous girls, had already caused enough trouble. Stealing from the government treasury to assist Su Xian in opening a pharmacy was one thing. But now they had even used that same stash to break my jar. With the matter now exposed and Su Xian already apprehended, I certainly do not wish to be implicated. Thus, my only option is to escape. And what about you? Are you not considering flight? Do not think I am unaware. The bar you two have opened has seen frequent visits from Bai Sujin and Xiao Qing. The money spent there must surely have come from that treasury. Do not assume this matter will go unnoticed. The officials in this realm are not as inept as one might imagine. They possess their share of competence. Lin Fan's face betrayed a hint of apprehension. Muyin expressed his agreement, noting that the world appearing in this reincarnation trial was the world of the legend of the White Snake. Initially, they believed it to be merely a mundane realm. And with 2 8th-tier powerhouses and 1 7th-tier warrior among them, they felt invincible. However, to their astonishment, they discovered the existence of a demon suppression division, which even a millennium-old serpent demon like Bai Sujin feared. Bai Sujin's cultivation was at the level of a demon immortal, surpassing the 9th tier, comparable to a human immortal. It was evident from Su Xian's imprisonment and punishment that even a fiercely protective demon like Bai Sujin dared not show her fangs, highlighting the formidable power of the Demon Suppression Division. Frankly speaking, Brother Lin, we have been prepared for quite some time, and that is not all. We fled the moment Su Xian's incident came to light. Everything happening in this bar is merely an illusion. The two of us are mere phantasms. Muyin said with a grin. How unprincipled. You left without a word. Lin Fan retorted angrily, pointing at the mischievous young lad before him. By the way, the Demon Suppression Division is approaching. You should make haste. The current establishment of the Heavenly Jar Shop is merely at level 1 and may not withstand the leader of the Demon Suppression Division. This world is fraught with peril. We'll be waiting for you in Gusu. With that, Muyin and Asuna transformed into azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. As for Lin Fan, he harbored no concerns. An 8th-tier master of myriad techniques could easily make his escape. Outside Gusu City, at Cold Mountain Temple, a carriage sped along the official road beneath the night sky. Young master, miss, ahead lies Cold Mountain Temple. Given the late hour, even if we rush to Gusu City, the gates will be closed. It would be prudent to rest at Cold Mountain Temple for the night and set out at dawn when the gates open, the driver spoke in a daze, his eyes somewhat vacant. All right, let's stay at Cold Mountain Temple for a night. I've heard it's a renowned scenic spot. Muyin mused as the carriage curtains were drawn. There is something amiss with that driver. He seemed fine when we departed from Hangzhou, but once we left, he started acting strangely, Asuna cautioned. Indeed, there is a malevolent aura. This realm is permeated with various sinister energies. Each major province likely has protective formations to shield ordinary people from these dark forces, allowing them to live normally. However, once outside the protective barrier, ordinary individuals become vulnerable to these energies, easily falling under the control of demons and fiends, especially at night. This situation is particularly severe now, Asuna remarked with concern. What about this driver? She asked, her expression tinged with sympathy. Fear not. He is merely under temporary control by a demon. Once we reach the province, the protective forces will naturally expel the dark energies within him. Or we can seek a wise monk to perform an exorcism, Mu Yun reassured her. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mu Yun's eyes. A demon? Are you referring to Hanzhan Temple? Indeed, who could have imagined that such an ancient edifice, steeped in a millennium of history, would be overrun by malevolent spirits? By day, it serves the Buddha, guiding the souls of the multitude. By night, it transforms into a den of darkness, bringing suffering to the living. As Mu Yun extended his finger, a streak of light flashed through the gap in the curtain. It was a small black bee formed from pure energy. As the bee dissipated and returned to its energy form, Mu Yun's expression took on an odd quality. What is the matter? Has something happened? Asuna inquired. Her brow furrowed with curiosity. Nothing of great concern, Mu Yun replied cheerfully. It seems individuals from the Demon Suppression Bureau have arrived at Hanzhan Temple ahead of us. The Demon Suppression Bureau? Those individuals do not mobilize lightly. They must have received some intelligence, she mused. Unfortunately, the information they possess might be somewhat inaccurate, as they have only deployed an 8th-tier officer, 2 7th-tier subordinates, and a dozen or so 5th-tier constables. Moreover, the Hanzhan Temple is occupied by a 9th-tier black bear spirit, alongside an 8th-tier bear demon and 7 7th-tier wild boar spirits, in addition to various other transformed creatures. It appears that the Demon Suppression Bureau is in for a rather unfortunate encounter this time around. Mu Yun wore a grin, exuding a sense of schadenfreude. So what shall we do? Should we lend them a hand, or simply pretend we did not see? Asuna furrowed her brow, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of the Demon Suppression Division. On the very day she arrived in this realm, she had witnessed their members besieged by monstrous entities in the wilderness. In an act of compassion, she intervened, only to be met with ingratitude. Once rescued, those individuals turned on her, proclaiming her to be a creature of chaos, despite her being a beautiful and benevolent elf. We must assist them. For there is an acquaintance among those officials, Li Gongfu, the brother-in-law of Su Xian, who has frequented our bar, Mu Yun sighed. Oh, that one, she replied, who was once an ordinary first-tier official, but after indulging in spirits at our bar and opening cans under Manager Lin's watch, has ascended to a 5th-tier position, becoming a head official. He is not even a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Does he truly dare to involve himself in such a hunt for monsters? Is he courting danger? Asuna questioned, her lips curling in skepticism. It is likely a summons from the Demon Suppression Division. Do not underestimate him. Even a mere head official must comply, lest they face dire consequences. Perhaps he seeks to achieve merit to save Su Xian, Mu Yun speculated. We ought to hasten our pace. Those Demon Suppression operatives are quite audacious, charging in without reconnaissance. If we delay, Li Gongfu may find himself in peril. With a gentle flick of his finger, Mu Yun unleashed a beam of azure light from the carriage, which landed upon the steed. The once ordinary horse let out a thunderous neigh, and with a burst of wind beneath its hooves, the carriage surged forward, accelerating tenfold towards Hanzhan Temple. Boom! Flames erupted as a flock of fire crows tore through the night sky, instantly engulfing the ancient temple in a blaze. The Demon Suppression Department's standard arsenal, the Flame Crows, capable of unleashing a barrage of fiery arrows, showcased their formidable destructive prowess, particularly in ravaging the environment. Chapter 64, The Treasure Heist Ho. Monsters, I am Zhao Junjie, a 100-man commander of the Demon Suppression Department, here to eradicate you. Come forth and meet your demise. With a voice that resonated through the night, Lin Junjie of the Demon Suppression Department made his grand entrance, standing valiantly in the air with his feet seemingly on nothing, clutching a long blade enveloped in flames. He unleashed a colossal fiery slash towards the depths of Hanzhan Temple. Roar! With a furious growl, a mass of red clouds surged forth from the temple's interior, extinguishing the fiery blade upon contact. A massive black bear emerged before Zhao Junjie, adorned in a vibrant red cassock intricately woven with golden threads, creating a striking juxtaposition with its fierce visage. Casting a glance at the inferno consuming the temple, the bear shook its cassock, and the flames were instantly quelled, revealing the formidable power of this treasured garment. Demon Suppression Department? Old Bear has no quarrel with you. Yet here you are, causing chaos on my territory. Are you seeking death? The black bear glared down with a cold demeanor. Zhao Junjie's expression darkened. How could this be a 9th-tier beast? This was entirely inconsistent with the intelligence he had received. What were those informants doing? This was clearly a trap. Moreover, The bear's cassock was evidently a sacred treasure of the Buddhist sect. How could he possibly contend with such a beast? What if I said this is all a misunderstanding and I mean you no harm? Would you believe me? Zhao Junjie forced a grim smile, his voice quivering. You dare to guess. The black bear brandished a massive staff, a weapon of Buddhist offensive prowess. In shock, Zhao Junjie turned and fled like a streak of light. Stop. You've defiled my temple. Prepare to pay with your life. The black bear transformed into a swirling mass of red clouds, pursuing him at great speed. Run. The 100-man commander fled, and the 2 remaining subordinates followed suit without hesitation. The other officers, however, found themselves in dire straits, quickly surrounded by a horde of monsters. This is it. We're doomed. Farewell, dear sister. We'll meet in the next life. Hanwen, I can no longer assist you. Li Gongfu, in despair, drew his waist knife, ready to fight the monsters. Suddenly, a carriage burst into the fray, sending 2 small demons flying. Clang, clang, clang. I have made my grand entrance, brotherly. I hope I am not too late. Mu Yun playfully leapt from the carriage, casting a series of exaggerated expressions towards Li Gongfu. Ah, my dear young master. What a surprise to see you here. What brings you to this place? Li Gongfu rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the sight before him. Alas, do not mention it. I have been entangled in the troubles caused by your family's Suxian. With our households situated so closely, and as one who conducts business at the entrance, it was inevitable that I would be drawn into the turmoil when he faltered. Thus, before the repercussions ensnared me, I took my sister, and we hastily packed our belongings to flee. The delicate visage of Mu Yun was imbued with a sense of melancholy, leading Li Gongfu to feel that his family had inadvertently burdened her, forcing her to abandon her thriving business and flee. The underlying truth, however, lay in the fact that in this realm, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian were significant bearers of fortune. Their proximity was essential for the accrual of merit energy. Setting aside such thoughts, he urged, hasten to the carriage. I shall facilitate your escape. But what about my brethren? Li Gongfu began, only to be interrupted as his companions had already clambered into the carriage, leaving him outside. The vehicle was packed to the brim, compelling even Asuna to emerge. Li Gongfu was thus appointed to drive alongside the coachman, while Mu Yun and Asuna ascended to the roof of the carriage. Observing the relentless pursuit of the horde of beasts behind them, Mu Yun smiled and declared, Asuna, I entrust these rascals to you. I shall confront that formidable creature. Subsequently, Mu Yun created an illusory doppelganger while his true self stealthily departed. I cannot allow you to escape. 2 treasures of Buddhist merit lie within your grasp, containing a wealth of merit energy far surpassing that which can be earned through the arduous sale of spirit wine. Before long, Mu Yun encountered the formidable black bear demon and the magistrate Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division. There was no evading them. One was adorned in a resplendent cassock, while the other was enveloped in a tempest of fiery crows, making them conspicuous against the inky night sky, impossible to overlook. Ah, how fortuitous! You have yet to be vanquished, albeit you are being soundly bested. Mu Yun discerned that although the captain of the Demon Suppression Division appeared somewhat dim-witted, he still possessed a hidden advantage. The 9th-tier demon beast, the black bear spirit, wielding an offensive treasure of merit, found itself incapable of breaching his defenses, instead being tossed about like a mere plaything in the air. Moreover, Zhao Junjie's fiery assaults proved utterly ineffective against the black bear spirit, primarily due to the fact that its cassock could absorb flames and boasted formidable defense, leaving Zhao Junjie at a complete loss. Mu Yun did not act immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that it was indeed wiser to quietly amass wealth. The Dark Law, the realm of eternal night. Darkness descended, and the black bear spirit alongside Zhao Junjie was instantaneously paralyzed, stripped of all sensory perception, an utterly terrifying sensation. Who dares? Come forth, you wretched bear. I am not without lineage. My forebear is the esteemed Black Wind Immortal from the Black Wind Cave of Black Wind Mountain. But before the panicked black bear spirit could finish his proclamation, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground, engulfed in darkness. Come forth if you dare. Mu Yun seized the cassock and the Zen staff with a swift motion, initially intending to eliminate the black bear spirit. However, upon further contemplation, he altered his decision. It seemed that this creature had some backing. Who knew what connections it might possess to acquire treasures of merit? It would be prudent to nurture it for a time rather than extinguish its life outright. With the treasures secured, Mu Yun departed without a second thought, dismissing the dim-witted Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division entirely. The treasures of the Demon Suppression Division were not to be trifled with. nor could they be exchanged for merit energy, and engaging with them could certainly invite unnecessary troubles. As dawn broke the following day, the darkness enveloping the area finally dissipated. The black bear spirit, having suffered a severe blow to its skull and stripped of its possessions, regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the sight of Zhao Junjie brandishing a blade, poised to strike. Enraged, it roared, "Damn the Demon Suppression Division! How dare you deceive your esteemed bear grandfather? I shall slay you." Thus ensued a fierce battle between man and beast. This time, Zhao Junjie was fully equipped, while the black bear spirit was left defenseless, relying solely on its formidable hide and bulk in combat. Despite being of a higher tier, the bear was soon overwhelmed. Its glossy black fur singed and marred. "Mark my words, you shall pay for the theft of my treasures, Demon Suppression Division." With that, the black bear spirit fled in haste. "Come if you dare. Remember, it was Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division who defeated you." Chapter 65, The Gathering of the Three Sovereigns. How did it go? What did you acquire? Muyun suddenly felt a jolt as his essence returned atop the carriage. "I gathered over 600 portions of merit energy. I calculated that defeating a 7th-tier wild boar spirit yields 50 portions, while a 6th-tier beast grants 20. Beyond that, the returns are quite meager," Asuna remarked lightly. "What about the 8th-tier black bear spirit? Surely you could have bested it?" "Yes, it was weaker than I anticipated. Although it was an 8th-tier being, it failed to unleash any substantial rule-based attacks. I cannot fathom why it refrained from doing so. Its physical form was robust, and even my wind-based attacks could not inflict fatal damage, allowing it to escape in the end," Asuna replied with exasperation. "That bear was nothing but a meat shield. No matter how I struck, it would not fall. Had it not been for a fortunate wind blade striking its nasal weakness, I might have found myself at a disadvantage." Muyun, recalling the 9th-tier black bear spirit that had robbed him, noted that it too had not employed any rule-based attacks throughout their encounter. Even with a treasured staff in its possession, it had relied solely on brute force, utilizing only a few minor spells that seemed to be innate to the treasure itself. It appeared that the beasts of this realm were somewhat lacking in sophistication. "What of the black bear spirit you pursued? Did it manage to escape you as well?" "Impossible. When I take action, failure is not an option. Such grand treasures of merit are now in my possession. However, I chose not to slay that bear. I prefer to play the long game and reel in the bigger catch." Smoothly entering Suzhou, I followed Li Gongfu back to his home, for he is indeed a lifesaver, and it would not be unreasonable to partake in a meal with him. Sister Su Xian, Su Jiaorong, possesses remarkable culinary skills. I had previously enjoyed her hospitality in Hangzhou. "Oh, how delightful. You two siblings have come to Suzhou as well?" Su Jiaorong expressed her joy upon seeing the familiar faces of Mu Yun and Asuna. After all, having just moved here, she was still unfamiliar with the surroundings, often left without anyone to converse with. "Ah, as the saying goes, trees may perish, but people thrive. We are in the business of hospitality, and it matters not where we establish our bar," young Mu Yun remarked with an air of wisdom beyond his years. "I wonder how Manager Lin is faring. His peculiar jar shop is rather intriguing, always yielding an assortment of bizarre treasures." Previously, Han Wen had unveiled a stethoscope and a medical tome there, which he cherished immensely. Upon mentioning Su Xian, Su Jiaorong's eyes began to glisten with tears, her voice laced with anguish. "My poor brother. I cannot fathom which scoundrel stole the treasury," leaving Han Wen to bear the blame. "Cease your lamentations. Han Wen's troubles have been resolved. It is said that the stolen treasury and treasures have been recovered, and there will be no further inquiries from above. All suspects apprehended have been released, and Han Wen will be reunited shortly." "Are you scolding me?" Su Jiaorong sprang up, grasping Li Gongfu by the ear. "You officials can arrest at will, yet release at whim. Is there no sense of justice left? What then? Will Han Wen remain imprisoned? Do you dare?" Observing this lively exchange between the bickering couple, Mu Yun tentatively inquired, "By the way, did Sister Bai and Sister Shaoqing not accompany you to Suzhou?" "I have yet to see them. They have arrived. They are reopening Baohi Tang at the street corner, eagerly awaiting Han Wen's return to commence operations." Su Jiaorong spoke glowingly of Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing, praising their unwavering loyalty during Su Xian's tribulations while managing to keep the family business afloat. Such qualities would render them exemplary wives in any era. "That's splendid. Once we finish our meal, let us stroll nearby and seek out a venue to resume our former trade of running a bar. I find it curious that at such a young age, you have chosen to embark on this venture, yet the spirits you serve are indeed exceptional. I have indulged in them on 2 occasions, and now, my back no longer aches, my legs are free of pain, and those minor ailments have vanished." making me feel rejuvenated by several years. Moreover, running a bar inevitably brings one into contact with a myriad of individuals from various walks of life. Gongfu. Do keep a watchful eye on Xiaoyun and Nana. Ensure they are not taken advantage of. Xiao Jiering solemnly addressed Li Gongfu. However, she remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face. He had witnessed the harrowing night when hundreds of terrifying beasts pursued them. The enchanting young lady, Asuna, had exhibited unparalleled prowess, unleashing a barrage of elemental spells that utterly dismantled 7 formidable 7th-tier wild boar spirits. The lesser beasts met a grim fate. And even the 8th-tier black bear spirit was sent fleeing. Her ferocity was astounding. And you expect me to look after her? Huh. After indulging in a delightful feast, Asuna and Mu Yun began to leisurely stroll about, soon coming upon the Baoha Hall. Its doors were firmly shut, as it had yet to open for business. To Mu Yun's surprise, a few street urchins had gathered nearby, seemingly casting furtive glances in the direction of the Baoha Hall. Goodness! Has this establishment attracted attention even before its grand opening? Mu Yun was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. However, once he set his sights on something, he pursued it diligently. After all, he had the formidable presence of a great white snake at his command, an awe-inspiring sight that could instill fear in anyone. Ultimately, Mu Yun discovered a shop diagonally opposite Baoatang and spent a considerable sum to acquire it. The location was superb, a quaint 2-story building that offered a lofty view, perfect for indulging in gossip and observing the unfolding drama. Shortly after he unveiled the sign for Immortal's Intoxication Tavern, Mu Yun noticed that the street urchins who had previously been fixated on Baoatang had shifted their attention to his establishment. What on earth was happening? Mu Yun promptly dispatched a multitude of diligent, bloodthirsty scouts from his ranks to gather intelligence. Knowledge of both friend and foe is the key to victory in any battle. He needed to uncover the puppeteer orchestrating these individuals. Before long, Mu Yun discerned the origins of these interlopers. They were affiliated with the Sanwang Zushi Association, a grassroots guild that had existed for centuries. Originally established to benefit the townsfolk through benevolence and charity. However, as is often the case with once noble endeavors, it had succumbed to decay and corruption over time. The association had transformed into a monopolistic entity within the medical field, thriving on the principle that those who complied would prosper, while those who opposed them would perish. They not only suppressed rivals but also controlled the raw materials for pharmaceuticals, substituting inferior products that sometimes led to fatal outcomes. The reason for Mu Yun's newfound scrutiny stemmed from his foray into the realm of alcohol. Beyond their medical monopoly, the Sanwang Zushi Association also dominated the brewing industry. It was no wonder that as soon as he unveiled his new establishment, those individuals, drawn like moths to a flame by the allure of his venture, flocked to him with the eagerness of bees attracted to nectar. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of Mu Yun's lips, he thought to himself, how delightful. The Three Sovereigns gathering has existed for such a long time. It must be quite prosperous. Chapter 66. The goods have arrived. The best hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and a group of ruffians swaggered in, demanding, bring us some wine. I want a drink. Asuna furrowed her brows and approached them, saying, esteemed guest, our establishment has yet to officially open for business. I don't care. Oh, this young lady looks quite pleasing. Come over and share a drink with me. I have plenty of money. Why not follow me? And I promise you will enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Mu Yun's gaze was frigid as he spoke calmly. Asuna, throw them out for me. Just don't kill them. Oh, and the one who kicked down our door, let us deal with that finger of his. Chop it off. With a series of piercing screams, a whirlwind swept them away, the distance of their expulsion unknown. Whether they would survive the fall was left to fate. But broken limbs were surely unavoidable. Asuna, this little shop is far too fragile. Please reinforce it with some magical barriers. It seems there is an issue with the grand formation of Gusa City, as it has allowed numerous malevolent beings to infiltrate. Mu Yun furrowed his brow slightly, and the flickering of his broken illusion spirit eyes revealed an unsettling sight, a pervasive aura of malevolence enveloping the skies above Suzhou City. Such an occurrence should be impossible. For Suzhou is a grand city fortified by powerful formations and protected by the Demon Suppression Division, which boasts 5 commanders of 9th-tier strength. How could such a multitude of malevolent beings infiltrate unnoticed? Among these entities, 3 possessed strength rivaling that of Xiaoqing. By Suzhen, having attained enlightenment through the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, harbored only the faintest trace of demonic energy, whereas Xiaoqing had concealed her own malevolence through sorcery. The question of how the other formidable demons managed to blend in was indeed intriguing. Mu Yun discerned that the positions of these 3 powerful demons were none other than the General's Mansion, the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Association, and the Demon Suppression Division. The Three Sovereigns Ancestor Association was somewhat understandable, as it had become a den of iniquity, clandestinely harboring demons and engaging in disreputable activities. However, the presence of formidable demons within both the General's Mansion and the Demon Suppression Division was perplexing. The great general within the mansion, Huyin Wuma, had a storied history of battling and vanquishing countless demons, honing a formidable aura that obliterated ordinary malevolence before it could even approach him. The notion that a demon had infiltrated his general's mansion was almost laughable. As for the Demon Suppression Division, it was even more absurd. This institution was dedicated to the very task of eliminating such threats, yet it had been so brazenly compromised. Muyun had no desire to meddle in these matters, provided they did not impede his own pursuit of merit and energy. Let them be, he mused. Asuna, it is time for you to level up as well. Go drink a bottle of boundary-breaking wine, and then venture once more into the 10th layer of the Demon Tower to grasp the elemental principles. Muyun felt a twinge of envy towards Asuna and her elfin form, as they effortlessly grasped all elemental laws. Moreover, due to the blessing of the Elven King, the potency of these elemental laws was magnified. And Yumo? Asuna inquired, a flicker of concern shimmering in her beautiful eyes. I plan to venture into the Three Sovereigns Grandmaster Society tonight, he replied. Previously, I only extracted 7,000 portions of merit energy from that precious robe and staff, and I am still a tad short for a system upgrade. Thus, I intend to procure some resources from the Grandmaster Society. Do take care, I will return swiftly. She cautioned. Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? Even by Sujin, the immortal entity, could do little against me. What can a mere Three Sovereigns Grandmaster Society possibly do? Muyun declared confidently. He had previously gauged his strength against Bai Sujin and discovered that she was significantly suppressed in this realm. Even in her true form, she could only exhibit the power of an earth immortal, but she remained powerless against him. His void laws seemed to thrive here. As night fell, Muyun transformed his appearance, donning the illusory mask and a form-fitting black attire that accentuated his curves. The Night Queen's garb, a celestial-grade outfit, offering effects such as invisibility, allure, and immunity to spell damage. The cross-dressing sensation emerged once more, with the attire boasting formidable effects, though it did come with a hint of embarrassment. If Asuna were to remain, Muyun would indeed feel somewhat shy about wearing it. Before long, he stealthily infiltrated the Three Sovereigns Grandmaster Society, spending an hour locating two areas rich in merit energy. The first place was the Grand Hall, which housed the revered ancestor of the society, the medical ancestor, Shinong. Muyun circled the entrance a few times but ultimately refrained from entering, as he sensed that alongside the veneration of Shinong, there lay a sword imbued with a dangerously potent sword intent. Muyun suddenly recalled that the legendary Three Sovereigns and Ancestors Association seemed to have some connection with El Dongbin. This terrifying sword intent was likely left behind by El Dongbin, and he decided he should not provoke such misfortune. Subsequently, he ventured into the bedroom of Zhang Dane, the leader of the Three Sovereigns and Ancestors Association. Upon entering, he noticed a painting of 8 steeds adorning the wall. Muyun was aware that there was a concealed compartment behind this artwork. However, he refrained from unveiling it. He understood that a magical formation had been set in place, albeit not particularly formidable. Nevertheless, should it be triggered, it would undoubtedly produce a tremendous noise, and as a civilized individual, he was there to procure goods, not to engage in murder or plunder. Muyun pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to conjure a miniature door, reaching inside to retrieve a package. He chuckled softly. Utilizing the powers of the door fruit in such a manner was indeed quite ingenious, allowing for stealth and secrecy. Muyun unwrapped the package. Inside lay a peachwood sword, a ceremonial sword strung with copper coins, a talisman, a golden bell, and a small golden chime. Each item was a remarkable magical artifact, more than sufficient to contend with the malevolent creatures dwelling beneath the realm of the celestial beings. Muyun harbored little interest in the treasures themselves, rather. His fascination lay in the virtuous energy contained within these artifacts. Each one surpassed the merit energy embodied in the Black Bear Spirit's robe and staff. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyun extracted the profound energies of virtue contained within, successfully transferring a remarkable 30,000 units into the system. A bountiful harvest indeed. After this extraction, he carefully wrapped the 5 treasures and returned them to their place. Although these treasures remained usable, their efficacy had likely diminished significantly. Having completed these tasks, Muyin circled back to the grand hall of the three sovereigns and ancestors, feeling a twinge of reluctance. How could one leave a treasure trove empty-handed? Surely, it was worth a try. Muyin stealthily entered the grand hall, and the moment he set foot within, the candles flickered violently as if in response to his presence. Goodness, could it be? I have yet to do anything. Sensing the impending danger, Muyin swiftly retreated, only to behold a brilliant sword light of pure yang slicing toward him. Without uttering a word, Muyin swiftly leaped into a spatial rift that materialized behind him, only to find himself outside the city of Gusa moments later. Just as he believed he had found refuge, a sudden change washed over his face. The starry divine wood sword manifested in his grasp as he turned and struck out. The sword of heaven and earth. Boom. Chapter 67. Devouring Sword Intent. The Demon Suppression Division emerges. To his astonishment, the entity had actually pursued him through the spatial rift. Muyin was sent flying for several hundred meters. Casting a glance at his charred right hand, even detecting the aroma of roasted meat, which could easily be garnished with a sprinkle of cumin and served. The pure yang sword radiance, the perfected principle of fire, and the consummate principle of the sword were indeed formidable, a testament to the legacy of El Dongbin, whose lingering sword intent was so potent. With a shrill cry, the sword radiance soared into the heavens, transforming into a fiery phoenix. To my astonishment, while the sword intent took form and struck once, it seemed relentless, an unending cycle of death and rebirth. With another cry, the fiery phoenix flapped its wings, showering down countless fiery feathers. The vast sea bottle. Muyin hastily summoned the vast sea bottle, unleashing a cascade of water that enveloped the surroundings. Binding path, the 81st. Void break. A wall of ethereal nothingness materialized before him, and then he transformed his sword into the enchanted blade, 1,000 blades of demonic steel. Arise. 1,000 blades of demonic steel, initiate the release. Orange cat, sword maiden. True sunfire, the law of flame. A blazing sea of fiery blossoms erupted as the colossal 1,000 blades of demonic steel in the hands of the orange cat sword maiden shattered into countless fiery petals. Surging forth. Fire against fire. Though the level of the law may not surpass yours, this is true sunfire, and it should withstand, should it not? Muyin squinted slightly, gazing at the fiery phoenix soaring high in the sky. However, as long as this creature remained, he would endure and retaliate. He would not merely stand there and take blows without striking back. Suddenly, a luminous portal appeared behind him, silently enveloping him within. In the next moment, chains emerged from the void behind the phoenix. The dark law, the devouring law, the demon-sealing chains. Caught off guard, the phoenix was swiftly bound like a rice dumpling. At that moment, Muyin leaped out from the void. Without a word, he cast a golden ring, which landed securely around the phoenix. The 8th soul ring. The world of all things and sword. Rather than being merely a soul ring, it was more akin to a divine sword technique bestowed by the heavens. Humph. What is the sword intent of an immortal? Ultimately, it is but a rootless floating weed, destined to become the nourishment for my technique. The phoenix struggled for over an hour, but ultimately, it succumbed, consumed by the world of all things and sword. In the celestial realm, amidst a convivial gathering with the flower fairy, El Dongbin suddenly furrowed his brow and began to calculate with his fingers. What is it, pure Yangzhenren? The flower fairy inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Merely a sword intent I left in the mortal realm has been refined by someone. It is no great matter. El Dongbin replied nonchalantly. The Grand Master of the Three Sovereigns was merely a minor interlude during his mortal trials. Once he ascended to the immortal realm and became one of the 8 immortals, he severed all connections. What concerned him was that the sword intent, once its energy was depleted, should return. He had not anticipated it would be refined instead. He had intended to discern who possessed the audacity to refine the sword intent of pure Yangzhenren. Yet upon calculating, he found the celestial mechanics of that realm to be chaotic, revealing nothing. At this moment, Muyin had stealthily returned to the drunken immortal tavern. The earlier commotion had been rather loud, likely attracting unnecessary trouble. His suspicions were confirmed as, shortly after his departure, several high-ranking officials from the Demon Suppression Division of the Suzhou city arrived at the scene. The residual aura indicated a battle of Earth Immortal caliber. Such battles were rare within the territory of Suzhou. Could it be that a demon immortal had emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains? It seemed unlikely, for the Demon Suppression Division had an agreement with the 10,000 Great Mountains. Any existence of demon immortal caliber must notify them in advance upon entering the territory of the Great Song, and they were forbidden from utilizing powers above the immortal grade. This aura, however, bore a striking resemblance to the sword intent left by pure Yangzhenren at the Grand Master of the Three Sovereigns meeting. Indeed, it was similar, if it were true. Then he was quite curious about the opposing party. Surviving beneath that sword intent was no small feat, however, rather than speculate. It would be prudent to directly visit the Grand Master of the Three Sovereigns to ascertain the truth. In the Grand Hall of the Three Sovereigns sect, the leader, Zhang Dian, gazed despondently at the empty pedestal where the pure Yang sword intent was once enshrined, overwhelmed with despair. This formidable weapon was the sect's greatest asset. Its mere presence deterred malevolent spirits and commanded respect from officials and military leaders alike. In the past, when grievances were brought forth, the mere mention of the Three Sovereigns sect would often diminish the severity of the matter. Now, with the loss of their weapon, would anyone still regard them with such reverence? What troubled him further was the absence of the 9-tiered demon he had kept hidden. Without the pure Yang sword intense influence, it would surely become unruly. Lord of the Demon Suppression Division, you must bring justice to the Three Sovereigns sect. You must capture the thief who stole the sword intent. Observing Zhang Daan's lamentations, an intrigued officer from the Demon Suppression Division remarked, "Very well, let us begin our investigation within the Three Sovereigns sect. In my experience, such cases often involve insiders." Zhang Daan's expression shifted in terror. An internal investigation could expose the very demon he had sheltered. No, please refrain from probing the sect. Does your division not possess a magical artifact known as the retrospective glazed sphere? Use it to discern who entered the hall under cover of night. Ah, you are aware of the retrospective glazed sphere. Consider yourself fortunate. An officer produced a fist-sized orb of glass, and the four positioned themselves according to the cardinal directions. Commencing their incantation, the orb began to reveal the events that transpired within the hall, akin to a film replay. Soon, they witnessed the moment Muyan entered the hall, pursued by the pure Yang sword intent. To their astonishment, the intruder was a woman, with a figure that was both alluring and youthful, dressed in an outfit that seemed scandalous. What is she wearing? It's utterly indecent. I wonder where one might procure such attire. I desire one for myself. You, a grown man, coveting such clothing? How peculiar. Of course, it would be for my little Chui. It would surely be delightful. You're all dreaming. That fabric is extraordinary. Likely a treasure in its own right. It is said that the celestial weaver of the heavenly court excels in garment creation. Her creations are not only beautiful but imbued with magical properties, surpassing even artifacts, making them rare to obtain. Zhang Duan was at a loss. Frustrated by the officer's fixation on the attire of the female thief instead of identifying her and apprehending her. However, the next scene rendered everyone in the Demon Suppression Division, including Zhang Duan, speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. She slipped through a spatial rift? Am I seeing this correctly? A scream emanated from the Demon Suppression Department. You read that correctly. Not only did she venture inside, but even the pure Yang sword intent pursued her into the chaos. In this tumultuous world, who would dare to engage in spatial traversal? Is she not afraid of the spatial turbulence? Zhang Duan found himself momentarily stunned, suddenly turning on his heels and fleeing. Space, thieves, this cannot be. It simply cannot be. He hurried back to his chamber, opened a hidden compartment, and upon retrieving a package, he discovered that 5 treasures remained intact, which brought him a sense of relief. These treasures were the fruits of his labor accumulated over many years within the Three Sovereigns sect, the very foundation of his existence. Without strength, he could be unceremoniously ousted from his position as leader at any moment. This matter should be reported. An Earth Immortal skilled in spatial traversal is beyond the capabilities of our small group. Agreed. I oppose this. The individual has not committed any egregious acts. Is it truly necessary to disturb the esteemed leader over such a trivial matter? I also dissent. The leader is immensely busy, currently engaged in the hunt for the Earth Immortal Demon, Faceless, and the equally formidable demon, Thousand Faces. I too must voice my opposition. I have no desire to be scolded by the leader. With a vote of 3 against 2, it was decided that this incident would not be reported for the time being. We shall remain vigilant and conduct discreet investigations. As the 5 major officials of the Demon Suppression Department dispersed, Mu Yun remained unaware that he had narrowly escaped a significant trouble due to the appearance of a cross-dressing individual with mismatched gender, physique, age, and appearance. It would indeed be a miracle for the Demon Suppression Department to locate Mu Yun. Now that his merit energy was sufficient, Mu Yun eagerly upgraded his system and subsequently entered the 11th level of the Demon Tower, where he grasped the laws to a minor completion, thereby enhancing his strength by a tier. Mu Yun age, 8 cultivation level, Initial stage of 9th rank life level. Human immortal physique. Void sword body. Illusory spirit eye comprehension. Heavenly level fortune. Mythical level understanding of laws. Minor accomplishment in stellar law. Minor accomplishment in thunder law. Minor accomplishment in wind law. Minor accomplishment in wood law. Minor accomplishment in time law. Minor accomplishment in force law. Major accomplishment in sword law. Major accomplishment in space law. Major accomplishment in fire law. Major accomplishment in metal law. Major accomplishment in dark law. Major accomplishment in devouring law. Goodness, with 6 major laws reaching full mastery. This pure yang sword intent of El Dongbin is indeed a remarkable treasure. Mu Yun, brimming with excitement, licked his lips as he stumbled upon a swift pathway to elevate his mastery of the laws. Truly, the devouring prowess bestowed by the dark demon evil god Tiger allowed him to effortlessly seize the fruits of others' endeavors. Now, having advanced to the realm of devouring laws, his capabilities have magnified exponentially. Within the grand hall of the 3 sovereigns' ancestor, there exists a clay body of the divine farmer. Could consuming it also yield significant advantages? Mu Yun's heart stirred as the target struck the Shenong statue. Shenong, possessing an expansive heart, would likely not impose punishment for a minor transgression. Moreover, it was said that his true form was ensnared within the fire cloud cave, and the clay avatar outside would hardly be formidable. True to his feline nature, that reckless heart began to stir once more. Upon returning to the immortal's drunken pavilion, Asuna had already arrived. Utilizing her broken illusion spirit eye, she glanced at her attributes, which startled Mu Yun. Asuna had astonishingly reached the 9th tier, having comprehended all elemental laws, each at the minor completion stage. Mu. I initially intended to grasp the laws to a foundational level before returning, but I suddenly discovered the emergence of the 11th layer of the Demon Tower. With sufficient merit energy at hand, I decided to enter. You're not upset with me, are you? Asuna said shyly. For while Mu Yun could enter the Demon Tower without any cost, she would require additional merit energy to do so. How could I be? This realm still harbors numerous formidable foes. Your strength is undoubtedly advantageous. Besides, it's merely a trifling expense. I've recently amassed a considerable fortune, acquiring tens of thousands of merit energy at the 3 sovereigns' ancestor assembly. Mu Yun, full of pride, exhibited an air of arrogance. Suddenly, Asuna's expression shifted to one of peculiar amusement, as if she were struggling to suppress a laugh. What is it? Your expression inexplicably makes me feel a sense of unease. Mu Yun exclaimed, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Asuna produced a piece of paper, stifling her laughter as she handed it to Mu Yun. Since you stealthily ventured into the 3 Sovereign Ancestor Society last night and returned with considerable rewards, this individual must be you, correct? Mu Yun unfolded the paper and instantly felt a thunderous sensation in his head. This was disastrous. He had been exposed. His little secret had been uncovered by the very person he least wanted to discover it. The paper bore the words, "Wanted, the black silk female thief last seen at the Sanwang Ancestor Society, attempting to steal the pure yang sword intent. Possesses the ability to traverse space. If spotted, please report to the Demon Suppression Department for a handsome reward." Accompanying the text was an image of him dressed in women's attire during his visit to the Sanwang Ancestor Society last night. To call it a mere illustration would be an understatement. It was strikingly lifelike, particularly the Night Queen's night garb, which accentuated his curves in an exceedingly alluring manner. Mumu, your marvelous clothing store has unveiled a new collection. I have never seen such a woman's outfit before. Asuna exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixated on Mu Yun, seemingly anticipating something. Humph, those pests from the Demon Suppression Department are truly bothersome. I merely strolled through the Sanwang Ancestor Society. What concern is it of theirs? They have no right to meddle in my affairs. And as for that Sanwang Ancestor Society, claiming I aimed to steal the pure yang sword intent, if anything, I was the one being pursued. Although the outcome did indeed favor me in the end. Nevertheless, an injustice is an injustice, and I shall not let this slide. I must pay them another visit. Mu Yun concocted an excuse for his impending return to treasure hunting. As if on cue, Asuna interjected with sparkling eyes, inquiring if he would still don that exquisite female attire. She insisted on accompanying him. Mu Yun's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. It goes without saying that she would undoubtedly don the attire, stealth, allure, and immunity to magical damage. These attributes are nothing short of a rogue's divine garb. How could one possibly resist? As for you, it would be prudent to refrain. The members of the Demon Suppression Division possess keen instincts, and your striking beauty makes you exceedingly conspicuous. Even with a disguise, you would be easily targeted. Furthermore, your lack of proficiency in spatial traversal poses a significant risk. Should you find yourself cornered, escape would be nearly impossible. It is far safer for me to act alone. Mu Yun resolutely dismissed as soon as hopeful gaze. It was a jest. Truly, to don women's attire, particularly the seductive garb of the Night Queen, such an act would undoubtedly tarnish his illustrious image. Very well. When do you intend to embark on this venture? Asuna replied with a hint of resignation. While she was adept at farming, alchemy, and combat, she was decidedly inept at traversing the fabric of space. Her presence would only serve to hinder progress. Seize the moment. I plan to initiate my actions that very night. The Demon Suppression Division will be utterly unprepared. Just as they issue a bounty, I shall strike again, delivering a resounding blow to their pride. Mu Yun harbored an intense loathing for the wanted notice, regarding it as a perpetual stain upon his existence. The Demon Suppression Division, your misfortune is imminent. Chapter 69. The Earth's Sovereign. Shinong. The resounding clang of bronze gongs shattered the tranquility of Gusu City, as a multitude of torches formed a serpentine procession, illuminating a considerable portion of the city. Black-clad female thieves, you find yourselves ensnared. The Tri-Emperor Patriarch Society has woven an intricate net around you. Fortunately, our venerable Patriarch issued a timely warning. Otherwise, you would have once again evaded capture. The agents of the Demon Suppression Division are en route, and should you fall into their clutches, you shall find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. Within the Grand Hall of the Tri-Emperor Patriarch Society, Mu Yun gazed helplessly at an elderly man with a white beard before him. I implore you, esteemed Patriarch, is this truly necessary? I have committed no wrongdoing. Yet you manifest your divine presence. You, a formidable Earth Sovereign at the peak of quasi-saintly power, have traversed such a distance solely to apprehend a mere child like myself? Are you truly so at leisure that we cannot enjoy our time together? At this moment, Mu Yun was engulfed in profound frustration. Having considered every aspect except for the divine statue of the Shinong behind the offering table, the entity was capable of divination, a formidable power akin to a quasi-saint, effortlessly discerning his intentions with a mere calculation. Just as he prepared to pilfer some merit, he found himself ensnared, his illusionary spell dismantled with ease, exposing his true self. The entire space froze, effectively severing his escape route. Ultimately, the clay effigy came to life and approached Mu Yun with an air of nonchalance. A single glance left him feeling as though he had been stripped bare, utterly transparent inside and out. At such a tender age, daring to covet the merit energy of the old man? No, I have stolen nothing. Mu Yun vehemently shook his head, as if to deny the very notion. Your lack of strength prevented you from succeeding in your theft. Thus, it can only be deemed an attempt. Surely, the venerable ancestor will generously overlook my transgression. He furtively glanced at the elder, whose benevolent countenance suggested a disposition for leniency. Do not refer to me as venerable ancestor. You are not like those riffraff outside who incessantly chant such titles. It is quite distasteful, the Earth Sovereign remarked, his eyes narrowing with evident disdain. Then shall I call you Grandfather Jiang? Mu Yun retorted, adeptly adapting to the situation. However, before that, I must ascertain whether you are affiliated with the Hall of Reincarnation. The Earth Sovereign's tone remained unperturbed, a subtle mental force binding Mu Yun in place. I am not. I have no connection to the Hall of Reincarnation whatsoever. Mu Yun replied, his gaze clear, presenting himself as an honest young man. The first part of your statement is indeed truthful. You are not affiliated with the Hall of Reincarnation. However, the latter part contains some embellishment, as there exists a degree of karmic entanglement. This does make sense. Given that in a world rife with calamity, individuals from the Hall of Reincarnation would hesitate to enter such trials, particularly those who have attained immortality. In such places, any casual action that might incur the wrath of calamity could lead to dire consequences. What calamity? Mu Yun inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. What began as a minor tribulation under the auspices of the Buddhist sect has now escalated to a cataclysmic upheaval with the return of the demon realm. Have you not noticed that many ancient temples, once thriving for millennia, have been abandoned and overrun by demons? The celestial beings of the heavenly court have been summoned back. Those remaining here are merely scattered immortals devoid of backing, alongside a select few destined to face the impending tribulation. Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. With both the Buddhist sect and the celestial realm evading this calamity, and the powerful beings of the quasi-saint realm declaring it a great tribulation of heaven and earth, was he truly foolish enough to rush into this situation seeking merit energy? Was he that desperate for wealth that he would risk his life? May I inquire, Grandfather Jiang, Is it still possible for me to depart at this juncture? Oh, guess. Please, let us not engage in a guessing game at such a critical moment. Mu Yun was on the verge of tears. In this realm, entry was permitted but exit was forbidden. Until all dust settled, no one could leave. Take my advice. Young one, do not attempt to transcend and become an immortal here before everything is resolved. The likelihood of falling in this chaotic battle, especially for those of weaker origins, is exceedingly high. Furthermore, remain prudent, do not recklessly leap about. This celestial tribulation is a fierce struggle among demons, Buddhas, and immortals. Once you become embroiled, you will be among the first to perish. I have come merely to observe which fool dares to engage in spatial traversal here, unafraid of attracting the attention of powerful beings from the demon realm. Now that I am clear on the situation, I shall take my leave. As for this merit energy, consider it a gift to you. I have no desire for tainted merit. The divine farmer tossed a substantial mass of golden light towards Mu Yun, who promptly transferred it to the system. To his astonishment, the merit energy amounted to a staggering 150,000. What a windfall. After a moment, Mu Yun and the divine farmer exchanged incredulous glances. Grandfather Jiang, you speak without action. Why not take your leave? The divine farmer's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, it is too late to return. Contact with my true form has been severed. Something must have transpired. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar as he murmured softly. Could it be that I have been abandoned? After all, the retrieval of such entities as the would not pose much of a problem. At worst, I would merely suffer a slight loss of spiritual energy and could replenish it with a few days of cultivation. The countenance of Shinon grew darker. There are unspoken rules about not striking the face or revealing one's shortcomings. Why must this insufferable child speak in such an irksome manner? Let us depart. I shall reside with you in the days to come. This ancestral figure of the three sovereigns is capable of harboring filth, and I wish to remain not a moment longer. Upon returning to the drunken immortal tavern, Asuna curiously observed the dejected Mu Yun alongside the imposing Shinon. She inquired, Mu, did you succeed? The commotion outside seemed quite considerable. I thought you had met with failure and was preparing to come to your aid. By the way, who is this esteemed elder? Certainly, I succeeded. This is the Earth Sovereign, Shinon, a formidable being of the quasi-saint realm, truly remarkable. Mu Yun replied, his tone lacking vitality. Although he had acquired a substantial amount of merit energy, the entanglement with the calamity of heaven and earth left him far from elated. Asuna was thoroughly astonished, impressive. My Mu, I thought you merely went out to pilfer some merit energy. How did you manage to bring back its master and alive at that? Alas, Mu Yun sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, I had hoped to stir the winds and clouds here, much like I did in the world of the three kingdoms, to alter history and amass a great deal of merit energy. However, it seems that such aspirations are now unattainable. What shall we do next? Asuna, aware of the gravity of the situation, inquired anxiously. With a whimsical demeanor, Mu Yun replied, 12 words. Watch the clouds rise, enjoy the spectacle, and let existence endure. Shall we continue to operate this tavern then? Mu Yun pondered seriously for a moment and said, yes, but let us refrain from presenting the higher grade celestial wines. Additionally, you may concoct some magical potions for exorcism, healing, and ailments. Blending them into the wine discreetly to subtly accumulate some merit energy. What are magical potions? The gaze of Shinon fell upon Asuna. Chapter 70, The Earth Sovereign Takes Disciples. System Level 6, my dear child. What species are you? What are magical potions? What connection do they have to the demon realm? Why are your ears pointed? The natural aura surrounding you is quite potent. Is it true that elves are merely the essence of flora and fauna? Asuna felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. No matter where she tried to hide, this little old man could effortlessly track her down. Ultimately, she sought refuge within her herbal garden ring. Yet Shinon followed her without the slightest hindrance. Ah, this ring of yours is quite remarkable. It even adjusts the flow of time and contains both spiritual springs and fertile soil. Come, let me see what herbs you have cultivated. Shinon, with a familiar demeanor, strolled through the herbal garden, noting its commendable upkeep. However, he remarked, the quality of the herbs you have planted is rather low. You have reached the realm of laws. Why then are you still cultivating second and third tier herbs? No matter how well they are tended, their low grade renders them ineffective. Grandpa Jiang, while Asuna's ring possesses excellent functionality, its own level is too low. The laws within the space are incomplete, making it impossible to cultivate higher tier herbs. Shinon cast a knowing glance at Mu Yun, who had emerged from hiding, and said with a hint of amusement, you clever little rascal. Of course, the laws within a storage ring are incomplete, If they were complete, it would be a Qiankuan ring. The space within a Qiankuan ring is akin to a small world, a treasure that even immortals seldom possess. If you wish for me to assist in upgrading your girlfriend's ring, do not hesitate to ask. As Mu Yun leapt with joy, Asuna hastily expressed her gratitude to Grandfather Jiang, who was about to upgrade her ring to a universe ring. With a bashful demeanor, Asuna bowed and thanked Grandfather Jiang. Shenong rolled his eyes and retorted, "When did I ever say I would upgrade your rings? Moreover, even if I were to upgrade them, materials are required. And I do not possess any crafting materials." "I do." Mu Yun eagerly raised his hand. "Just tell me what materials are needed, and I shall procure them right away." "Where will you find them?" "If it weren't for this impending calamity, I could have gathered those materials with relative ease, but now it's quite a challenge." Shenong shook his head repeatedly. "Never mind where I will find the materials, Grandfather Jiang. Just provide me with a list of the necessary items. And the rest will be up to me," Mu Yun replied with unwavering confidence. Shenong casually listed dozens of material names. Moments later, Mu Yun conjured a substantial array of materials from thin air. "Grandfather Jiang, are these the ones?" Shenong's expression transformed, astonished that he truly managed to acquire them. While these crafting materials might not be exceedingly rare, they were not typically accessible to just anyone, especially not to a little fellow who wasn't even an immortal. It seemed this child harbored secrets of his own. At that moment, Mu Yun felt a pang of distress. These crafting materials had cost him a staggering 50,000 units of merit energy. Thankfully, he had just received 150,000 units from Shenong. Or else this endeavor would have left him bankrupt. Now it was time for Shenong to demonstrate his true capabilities, as all the required materials were at hand. To delay further would be somewhat unfair to the child. Before long, Asuna's ring was successfully upgraded to the Universe Ring, truly embodying the essence of the universe. What was once merely a garden of herbs had transformed into a miniature world, expanding in size beyond measure. The laws within were complete. The spiritual spring became an immortal spring, and the spiritual soil turned into immortal soil. The maximum flow rate of time was amplified 1,000-fold, enabling not only the cultivation of high-tier spiritual herbs, but even the planting of the Queen Mother of the West famed peach tree with ease. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The worth of these 50,000 merit energies was undeniable, for this object was undoubtedly a divine artifact. The world of Douluo seemed to pale in comparison to the vastness of the miniature realm within the Qiankuan ring. The prowess of a quasi-saint was indeed formidable, capable of effortlessly manifesting a small world. Subsequently, the Shenong clan transformed the remaining materials into an alchemical cauldron. This cauldron was modeled after the legendary Shenong Ding, sufficient for one to utilize up to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. "My dear girl, this alchemical cauldron is a gift to you," Shenong said kindly, presenting the cauldron to Asuna. Asuna, taken aback, repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, no, this alchemical cauldron is far too precious. I cannot accept it." At that moment, Mu Yun suddenly interjected, "Sister Na, are you foolish? Hurry and pay your respects to your master." Dazed, Asuna turned to Shenong and noticed that he had inexplicably procured a chair, seated comfortably, while gazing at her with a warm smile. Enlightened, Asuna immediately bowed her head in reverence, proclaiming, "Master, I bow to you." "Ha ha ha. Rise, rise. I never anticipated that this journey would yield such a remarkable disciple. You possess an innate affinity for flora and fauna, rivaling even the myriad spiritual bodies. You are undoubtedly an excellent candidate for alchemy." Shenong laughed heartily. In the days that followed, however, Mu Yun found himself in a predicament, as Asuna and Shenong devoted their days to alchemy within the Qiankuan ring. The responsibility of managing the establishment fell solely upon Mu Yun. Due to his lack of diligence, the tavern's business dwindled to a dismal state, resembling a desolate wasteland. In a fit of frustration, Mu Yun shut the door and retreated into the Qiankuan ring to seek guidance on matters of weapon forging. After all, he possessed a weapon-smithing system, proudly bearing the title of a smith. One cannot deny that Shenong was indeed a treasure trove of wisdom. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in alchemy, but his prowess in weapon forging was equally remarkable, and he excelled in the creation of talismans and formations as well. In the brief span of a month, Asuna's alchemical skills surged to new heights, enabling her to concoct highly refined elixirs. And her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage, on the cusp of ascending to the realm of human immortals. It was no wonder, given her daily practice under Shenong's tutelage with high-quality celestial herbs. Were it not for the unsuitable circumstances preventing her advancement to human immortality at this moment, Asuna might have even been able to challenge the heavenly immortal realm in a short period. such as the nature of alchemists. They can elevate their cultivation through the art of alchemy, provided they have an ample supply of superior herbs. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was not idle. He shamelessly persisted in his pursuit of knowledge from Shenong, successfully elevating his previously lamentable weapon forging skills to the celestial level. He too could now forge celestial weapons. And his mastery of formations had reached the 9th stage, tantalizingly close to the celestial tier. His own strength had also culminated at the 9th stage, during which he expended 50,000 merit energies to upgrade his system, unveiling the 12th layer of the Demon Tower and mastering the 12 principles to an advanced level. Now, the system had reached level 6, and the marketplace expanded 100-fold. The Tavern of the Heavens system introduced several new celestial wines, which Shenong indulged in during this period. The cross-dressing system also saw an upgrade, with several new styles added to the shelves, embodying an ethereal elegance. Donning these garments not only imbued her with an aura of divinity, but also enhanced her cultivation speed, comprehension, and even granted her skills of divine abilities. Asuna now wore these outfits while concocting potions, unperturbed by the potential dangers of fire and smoke. Chapter 71. The Arrival of Manager Lin Muyun. You rascal. Open the door. Don't hide away. I know you're home. Muyun hesitated as he approached the door, rubbing his bleary eyes. After being cooped up at home for an entire month, the sudden opening of the door felt like stepping into another world. Oh, is that you, little brother? He called out. Who are you calling little brother? The visitor retorted, glaring with indignation. Oh, it's you, Brother Lin. What took you so long? I've been open for a month now, though I hardly had any customers. How can you say that? You vanished without a word, leaving me to face the demon-subduing division alone, almost landing myself in trouble. Lin Fan, familiar with the surroundings, grabbed a bottle of wine from the counter and took a hearty swig. Delicious. Oh, is this a new brew? I haven't tried it before. Come on, Brother Lin. Don't jest. Do you really think those mere 1,000-man officers from the demon-subduing division could pose a threat to you? Muyun shook his head vigorously in disbelief. Although Lin Fan was merely at the 8th tier of the law realm, he was the proprietor of a canister shop, who could fathom the myriad of bizarre abilities and artifacts he had conjured. Whether he could engage in combat remained uncertain, yet he surely possessed remarkable speed. Brother Lin, you are the wielder of the Thunder Fruit ability. In this world, where armed color hockey is non-existent, you can transform into lightning and flee. Who could possibly impede you? Do not even mention it. My luck has been quite unfortunate. Just as I was departing, a celestial-level marquis from the Demon Suppression Division arrived, pursuing some monstrous entity. Unfortunately, the creature eluded capture and vented its wrath upon me, relentlessly pursuing me like an affixed plaster for a month. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of a lead on the monster that enabled him to depart, I would still be trapped in Hangzhou Prefecture. Oh, by the way, let me caution you, never engage in spatial traversal outside the state capital. I attempted to save time by using a shortcut and activated a random portal in the wilderness. To my horror, I emerged only to be confronted by a minotaur wielding a pair of formidable axes. The Xin Gui shield armor I had previously conjured was shattered in an instant. Had it not been for its lackluster speed, I would have surely met my demise. Observing Lin Fan's trepidation, Muyun muttered to himself, your luck is truly dismal. You encountered a magical beast after just one use of a spatial traversal device. I have used it several times without incident. What was the strength of that minotaur? Lin Fan pondered aloud. I am uncertain, but it felt more powerful than the marquis from the Demon Suppression Division. Perhaps it was at the Earth Immortal level. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Incorrect. The minotaur you encountered was likely a demon general from the Bull Demon clan, at most of human celestial caliber. The reason you perceived it as formidable is due to the overwhelming demonic energy in the wilderness, which amplifies the strength of magical beasts while suppressing that of humans. Is that so? Lin Fan exclaimed, taken aback. May I inquire as to who this esteemed elder is? His mind lagged a beat as he stepped aside. Oh, I am Asuna's master, surnamed Jiang, Muyun replied, withholding the identity of the Earth Sovereign Shenong, as it was rather imposing. Ah, esteemed Elder Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Fan, not delving further into the matter, inquired, your shop is already established. Yet why has it not opened its doors? Muyun, without holding back, briefly elaborated on the impending calamity that loomed over the world. Lin Fan, however, seemed rather indifferent. For he was the proprietor of a jar shop, and regardless of the celestial catastrophe, he would remain ensconced within his establishment. Have you chosen a suitable location for your jar shop? If not, you might consider setting it up across from my restaurant. I have already secured that spot for you. Muyun gestured towards a small shop opposite them. You possess a modicum of conscience, albeit not much. Lin Fan responded with a sense of acceptance. What exactly is a jar shop? Shenong inquired, his interest piqued. You will understand once he opens the shop, Mu Yun replied, disinclined to elaborate. After all, establishing Lin Fan's shop would be a straightforward endeavor. The template for the system's storefront was standardized, and with a mere wave of his hand, it could be completed without the need for any renovations. Moments later, Lin Fan's celestial jar shop opened its doors. Upon witnessing the long-forgotten, dilapidated premises, Mu Yun felt a wave of nostalgia as he stepped inside, reminiscing about how he had once soared to prominence from this very shop. Shenong, on the other hand, entered with a look of disdain, yet he paused for a moment, captivated by the revelation that this seemingly modest space was, in essence, a miniature world, governed by the rules established by its proprietor, akin to Lin Fan's restaurant. At that moment, Lin Fan was rendered speechless, astounded as he observed the information regarding the elder upon his entrance. Earth Sovereign Shenong, a manifestation of divine power, at the threshold of sanctity. Is this for real? Lin Fan stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Without needing a response, Lin Fan recognized the truth of the matter. For his absolute authority within the shop had no bearing on this venerable figure. It was entirely beyond his comprehension. Come, bring me 10 jars, Shenong declared with enthusiasm. Lin Fan, wearing an expression of wry amusement, replied, Esteemed ancestor, your status is far too elevated. My shop is currently only at level 1. Even if I were to produce the finest items, they would appear as mere trifles in your eyes. What you produce is of little consequence. I simply wish to indulge in something novel, and after all, I shall provide the payment. Shenong gestured towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun was rather indifferent to this, as he had gained considerable advantages from the Shenong clan. The guidance of an immortal-level artifact master, a 9th-tier formation master, and a quasi-saint powerhouse is invaluable and cannot be purchased with money. The subsequent phase of smashing jars left Lin Fan, the proprietor of the Heavenly Jar Shop, in a state of unease. To others, the treasures within the jars appeared to emerge from them, but in the eyes of an entity like Shenong, the jars initially contained nothing but chaos. At the moment of breaking open, treasures would be transported from a distant, unknown realm. It was a fascinating concept. Perhaps upon returning, I shall create one myself, establish rules, endow it with spirit, and then forge both a primary and secondary artifact, subsequently distributing the latter. I shall delve into this endeavor. At that moment, Shenong resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, joyfully returning to the tavern. Only then did Lin Fan ease the tension in his heart, for he sensed a hidden power warning him as Shenong probed the essence of the jar shop. Should Shenong delve further, it would pose a threat to the true master of the Heavenly Jar Shop. Should that moment arrive, he would face immediate annihilation to sever potential dangers. Shenong was aware of this as well, which is why he prudently ceased his investigation to avert direct conflict with the formidable presence. Dear brother, could you kindly inform the ancestor not to return and smash jars at my place? It is far too perilous. I cannot withstand it. Chapter 72, Black Eating Black. This incident served as a wake-up call for Mu Yun. The system, while bestowing various conveniences upon its host, also harbors certain dangers, and for self-preservation it might abandon its host. I must impose restrictions on the drifting bottle. No excessively powerful individuals should be allowed to smash it. If a saint were to emerge, I would be in grave peril. The days flowed by like a gentle stream, and soon a month had passed. One day, news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Gusa City. Su Stin had saved the wife of the governor with his remarkable medical skills, leading the governor to appoint him as the new leader of the Three Emperors Ancestor Association. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun sheepishly touched his nose, realizing that this matter had a semblance of connection to him. The two greatest trump cards of the Three Emperors Ancestor Association, the Pure Yang Sword Intent and the Earth Emperor S Incarnation, had been taken by him. Without their weapons, the Association-S governor would no longer indulge them, especially given their long-standing grievances. The governor was using Su Xian as a pawn to seize power. Zhang Din, the leader of the Three Emperors Ancestor Association, was unwilling to accept defeat and proposed a treasure contest for the position of leader. In his view, Su Xian, being a destitute physician without any treasures, was destined to lose. Mu Yun recalled the 5 treasures from Zhang Din's bedroom, from which he had extracted the merit energy. Bereft of such divine energy, they were mere artifacts lacking even the quality of celestial items. A single scale from Baisuzhen's serpent form would far surpass the combined worth of those 5 trinkets. However, it was evident that Baisuzhen and Shaoqing were oblivious to this fact. Mu Yun initially intended to offer a warning, but upon glancing through his illusory spirit eye, He noticed the Baoha Hall radiating a celestial light from the opposite side, a moment too late. It appeared that Xiaoqing had already accomplished her treasure heist with remarkable swiftness. Mian even caught sight of the city gates of Gusu, where an extraordinarily opulent carriage approached, escorted by 4 captains of the demon-subduing division and a dozen minor officers. This was Liang Lian, the beloved son of the esteemed Grand Minister Liang, the catalyst for a series of events. Goodness, even amidst such cosmic upheaval, the narrative unfolds unabated. Misfortune seems to befall Su Xian once more. He flaunts treasures pilfered from others, only to be caught red-handed by their rightful owner. Having already been imprisoned for thieving treasury funds, it appears that his troubles have escalated, as stealing from the Grand Minister's estate is far graver than mere theft of state silver. This little Qing truly is a force to be reckoned with. Every time she intervenes, calamity befalls Su Xian. Just the thought of the 4 treasures that little Qing has pilfered sends shivers down the spine. 1. The fiery divine pearl, capable of making water boil without fire. 2. The sheet-fat jade purifying vase, can cause withered to blossom. 3. The divine melody scroll, depicting a woman so lifelike that she can produce celestial melodies. 4. The hourly bagua furnace, capable of releasing sandalwood incense at appointed times. The heart of Mu Yun, eager for mischief, began to stir with a tantalizing temptation. These are celestial treasures, after all. Although their utility may be lacking, serving merely to deceive the unworldly mortals, the merit energy they harbor is indeed a valuable asset, far exceeding that contained within the 5 magical artifacts of Zhongden. Perhaps I should embark on another venture? Consider it a case of black market dealings, as it bears little consequence. Yet, the formidable Bai Sujin poses a challenge. Her strength is considerable, her instincts sharp, and she possesses the uncanny ability to calculate and foresee. With his large eyes darting about, Miyun suddenly had a brilliant idea and swiftly returned to the tavern. Asuna, please prepare some fine wine for me. Tonight, we shall celebrate Su Xian's ascension as the leader of the 3 Emperors and Ancestors Association. What type of wine do you desire? Spiritual wine or mundane wine? Of course, it must be celestial wine, and the strongest variety at that. We are not ones to be miserly, Mu Yun proclaimed grandly. Asuna's expression turned somewhat peculiar, as she sensed Mu Yun was up to mischief again. After all, he had previously crashed feasts, always bringing along mundane wine under the pretext that Su Xian, being merely a mortal, could not handle anything of a higher grade. Why was he now so generous as to offer celestial wine? There must be some underlying scheme. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Xian's household buzzed with excitement. Brother Su, I raise a toast to your elevation to the position of leader of the 3 Emperors and Ancestors Association. May you sail smoothly through life and achieve great success. Cheers. Sister-in-law, I toast to you for a healthy baby, a united family, and lasting peace and joy. Cheers. Dear Sister Qing, I toast to you as well. May you find a beloved partner. Cheers. After Mu Yun finished uttering those few words of blessing, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. It seemed that none of these blessings had come to fruition. In fact, they had all manifested in the opposite manner. Su Xian, having just assumed the position of the Grand Master of the 3 Emperors, found himself embroiled in a scandal over the theft of treasures. And as for any form of career, his days were consumed either by capture or rescue, leaving him perpetually occupied. Bai Sujin indeed gave birth to a robust baby boy. Yet this bore no relation to the ideals of family reunion, peace, and joy. Xiaoqing encountered a scoundrel, her judgment clouded, nearly causing a rift with Bai Sujin. Asuna, it is your turn. In such a splendid and enchanting moment, we must revel until we are intoxicated beyond return. As night fell, a small figure stealthily approached Bai Sujin. Haha, truly, our tavern's signature drink, the drunken immortal, lives up to its name, even managing to intoxicate a being of Bai Sujin's caliber. As for Xiaoqing, it goes without saying, Su Xian could barely handle a single cup. It seems I, too, must seize the moment. With a swift and agile motion, Mu Yun dashed towards Baohedang. Although little Qing had concealed the precious item exceptionally well, under the scrutiny of Mu Yun's piercing void spirit eyes, the radiant golden light of merit appeared as a beacon in the darkness, making it all too easy to locate. Just as he was about to depart to seize the merit energy, the previously inebriated Su Xian suddenly swayed unsteadily to his feet, dazedly making his way towards the outhouse. However, after only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. As he reached out, he felt something cool, smooth, and soft that also seemed to move. What could it be? As he sat up, his vision gradually sharpened, revealing a massive serpent's head looming before him, alarmingly close. with its forked tongue flicking against him in a seemingly deliberate manner. Su Xian was left utterly petrified. Mu Yun left swiftly and returned just as quickly, after all. He was well versed in such matters, and in an instant, 100,000 units of merit energy were credited to his account. Has Bai Sujin revealed her true form? Has Su Xian been frightened to death? Have I truly caused a catastrophe? Mu Yun was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Today is not the Dragon Boat Festival. And this wine is not Realgar wine. The unfolding of this narrative is most untimely. Mu Yun roused the inebriated Bai Sujin and gestured towards Su Xian. Feigning innocence as he remarked, "Sister-in-law, well, your husband has been frightened to death by you." After a few moments of stunned silence, Bai Sujin erupted, "What did you say? My husband is dead? Who did this? Wait, don't be hasty." Mu Yun swiftly recounted the entire sequence of events. It was the wine. Had I not become intoxicated, my true form would not have been revealed, and my husband would not have met such a fate. It is all my fault, all my fault. Observing the weeping Bai Sujin, who was overwhelmed with self-reproach, Mu Yun felt a twinge of responsibility for the incident. Well, brother Su may not be completely gone. Perhaps there is still hope. Chapter 73, The Black and White Impermanence to Revive Her Husband. There are only two paths: to journey to the Yaoqi to beseech the Queen Mother for an elixir, or to seek a drop of the celestial dew from the pure bottle at the feet of Guanyin in the South Sea. However, the ominous aura now permeates the air, and access to all blessed grounds has been barred. I cannot proceed. Bai Sujin lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Mu Yun pondered for a moment. A look of deep conflict etched upon his face. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, he exchanged a substantial sum of 10,000 merit energy within the celestial market for a miraculous elixir known as the revitalizing pill. This potion possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, restoring life as long as the soul had not strayed too far and the body remained intact. The elixir was exorbitantly priced. Before Mu Yun could finish his thought, Bai Sujin snatched the revitalizing pill from his grasp, a rare high-grade treasure, even esteemed in the heavenly court. Said to be crafted solely by the revered Lao Jun. Her husband was saved. Upon consuming the elixir, the once lifeless Su Xian was enveloped in a vibrant aura, his form radiating with ethereal light. Yet, as a mere mortal, he was unable to absorb the energy of the celestial pill. I would assist him in refining the elixir's essence, a process that would require his undivided attention for approximately half an hour. I earnestly hoped that Brother Yun would provide protection during this critical time. Mu Yun opened his mouth, intending to refuse. Yet upon seeing the pleading expression on Bai Sujin's face, his heart softened. Very well, but only for half an hour. Any longer, and I may not endure it. Thank you. Bai Sujin was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Resurrecting the dead was far from a simple task. Even if one were to succeed in restoring life, they would still have to confront the formidable guardians of the underworld. Thus, she harbored no hopes for Shaoqing. Even she herself lacked complete confidence against the black and white impermanence, let alone Shaoqing. As for Mu Yun, he was akin to a desperate remedy for a dying horse, though merely a mortal who had yet to ascend to immortality. An instinct told him that this child was perilous, far more complex than he appeared. While Bai Sujin raced against time to revive Su Xian, Mu Yun let out a sigh and stepped outside, hands clasped behind his back. Alas, what a predicament this is. I merely sought to procure some goods. Yet I have become embroiled in such troublesome affairs. We are dealing with the black and white impermanence, celestial-level specters, who once dared to claim even the soul of the Monkey King. Can I truly handle this? Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, chilling and ominous. They have arrived. In Mu Yun's eyes, a flicker of brilliance emerged, and the once tranquil void stirred with turbulence. Two wisps of black smoke descended from the heavens, transforming into two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, adorned with tall hats and wielding mourning staffs and soul-binding chains, their tongues stretching long. Those who are not of the underworld, step aside, commanded the black-faced Yama, exhaling a breath of chilling aura that resonated throughout the courtyard, echoing with the cries of spirits. I was taken aback. Indeed, they were from the netherworld. Whether they were formidable or not remained uncertain, but the atmosphere was palpably charged. Far more terrifying than any dramatization on television. Mu Yun rubbed the goosebumps that had formed on her arms, completely disregarding the chilling winds that could afflict an ordinary person for an entire month. Hee, little brother, I am in a hurry. Would you kindly clear the way? The figure of the white impermanent swayed, their voice wavering and resonating from all directions. I have already stated, this path is impassable. Suddenly, Mu Yun snapped his fingers, and the world was instantly shrouded in darkness. Both Mu Yun and the nearby house vanished from sight, while doors of light appeared out of thin air. What do you mean? Do you intend to oppose the realm of the dead? The two messengers of death, He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang, stood back to back, vigilant against surprise attacks, while simultaneously expanding their respective domains of law. He Wuchang commanded the realm of souls, where the mournful staff could forcibly extract a soul from its corporeal vessel with unerring accuracy. Bai Wuchang wielded the domain of soul locking, wherein the soul-restraining chains would inevitably capture an opponent's spirit. Goodness, your domains are indeed perilous. Fortunately, I, with my quick wit, took the initiative. Otherwise, I would have faced a significant misfortune. Mu Yun wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and said with a grin, a friendly reminder, "My domain is but a playful game. Only by traversing these doors of light can one escape my realm." Mu Yun eagerly began to enjoy the spectacle. Resuming the unfinished test from last time, the Yin and Yang messengers were far more formidable than that fellow from the Wheel of Reincarnation, and it was highly likely they would break through. However, in terms of time, half an hour would surely not suffice. Subsequently, Mu Yun observed the Yin and Yang messengers entering different portals of light, which then extinguished rapidly, one after another. Mu Yun was initially taken aback, and then, with a gentle slap of his small hand against his forehead, realized his oversight. In the boundless labyrinth, the traps he had devised were mere phantoms without substance. When encountering formidable entities like the black and white impermanents, who were natural adversaries to souls, he found himself utterly defenseless. Alas, he had uncovered a weakness. He would need to return to the puppet pavilion to thoroughly study the art of puppetry and refine his mastery in this domain. As for the present moment, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Mu Yun's figure swayed as he instantly entered a level within the endless labyrinth. The scene unfolded in an arena, and just as he arrived, Bai Wuchang charged in as well. Without uttering a word, the soul-binding chains in his hand transformed into a serpentine creature, slithering menacingly toward Mu Yun, poised to strike. Mu Yun instantaneously departed from his original position, reappearing behind Bai Wuchang in the next moment, and executed a swift strike with his sword. Clang! Suddenly, several soul-binding chains materialized behind Bai Wuchang, intercepting the sword held by Mu Yun. The divine treasure of merit, is it instinctively protecting its master? Mu Yun furrowed his brow slightly, and his figure suddenly accelerated. The Aurora transformation. In an instant, the sky was filled with Mu Yun's silhouettes, and sword radiance sliced toward Bai Wuchang from all directions. The sound of dense collisions rang out like rain striking banana leaves, sparks flying in every direction. Mu Yun suddenly felt an alarming sensation in his heart, and in an instant, he vacated the spot. A soul-binding chain had stealthily launched an ambush, nearly achieving its sinister aim. In the realm of soul confinement, success was inevitable. This was due to the law of causality. What a remarkable treasure! In Mu Yun's eyes, beyond mere trepidation, there flickered a hint of exhilaration. Oh, so it is the true form that has arrived. No wonder it surpasses those previous trifles by such a margin. You, cunning little creature, possess rather peculiar methods. Despite your cultivation being beneath that of a mere human immortal, you wield the strength of an earth immortal. Regrettably, within the confines of my soul-locked domain. As long as your realm does not ascend to that of the Tai golden immortal, the soul-binding chains shall inevitably ensnare you. First comes the fruit, then the cause. The law of cause and effect ranks among the top 10 grand principles, from which there is no escape. Bai Wuchang laughed exuberantly, his long tongue adding an unsettling air to his demeanor. Suddenly, Mu Yun raised her eyebrows and vanished once more, evading yet another ambush. Subsequently, there were the second, third, and fourth attempts. Bai Wuchang gradually found it difficult to maintain his composure. Once could be deemed a coincidence, twice an accident, thrice mere fortune, but after so many instances, it became an inevitability. Precognition. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? Moreover, relying solely on this ability cannot liberate one from the constraints of the law of causality, one of the 10 great laws. Unless, of course, you have also mastered a certain aspect of one of these fundamental principles. Chapter 74, The 10 Great Laws, Robbery. What exactly are the 10 great laws? As Mu Yun leisurely evaded, curiosity led him to inquire. With the exceptional foresight granted by the supreme observation Haki and the principles of space, he felt fundamentally secure. Chaos, time, space, devouring, causality, creation, destruction, life and death. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, these are the 10 universally acknowledged principles within the realm of cultivation. Was there no principle of strength? Mu Yun found this somewhat surprising. Excluding strength and the sword path, for they could either be the weakest, inevitably outmatched, or the mightiest, capable of cleaving through chaos. Bai Wuchang answered every question with a smile. Suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. I've got you. Dozens of soul-binding chains surged forth from all directions, sealing the space and encasing Mu Yun in a spherical prison. Hee, did you truly believe I would be so easy to converse with? My willingness to answer is merely a ruse to lull you into complacency, little brat. What of your space principle? This time, you cannot escape. Bai Wuchang laughed triumphantly. Yet, just as her pride peaked, a voice resonated from within the iron ball. Hee, a mere trick to deceive, do you think I would fall for it? Take a guess, who is truly trapped here? The entwined soul-binding chain suddenly unfurled, revealing Mu Yun's diminutive figure, while the chains, now seemingly docile, danced around him as if they were quite fond of him. You, what have you done to my soul-binding chains? Why do they no longer obey my command? Bai Wuchang's face paled in shock. Her power predominantly stemmed from the soul-binding chains, despite her status as a celestial ghost. Without them, she might not even stand a chance against an earth immortal. Oh, my apologies. It seems little Go-Go prefers me, hence its defection, Mu Yun chuckled. It is impossible. Aside from my mark, the soul-binding chains bear the seal of the underworld. They could never betray the underworld. Bai Wuchang declared with absolute certainty. Oh, are you referring to this? Mu Yun raised her chubby little hand, upon which hovered two black symbols, one belonging to the white impermanence and the other to the underworld. As Mu Yun clenched her small fist, the symbols shattered with a resounding crash. The white impermanence felt a sharp pain in his head, letting out a muffled groan, and completely lost the sensation of the soul-binding chain. Ah, my soul-binding chain. Oh no, it is now my soul-binding chain. Mu Yun flashed a broad smile, his spirits exceptionally high, for he had obtained a treasure of merit from the underworld. Not only did it contain a vast amount of merit energy, but it also inherently possessed the laws of causality in the soul. Such items are indeed of great value. He had not anticipated that the soul technique of the master of 10,000 artifacts would prove so formidable, capable of controlling even treasures of such caliber. Initially, he thought it would merely exert a minor influence, but to his astonishment, the opponent had directly betrayed him. Little Hook, seize her. Bai Wuchang was effortlessly bound by the soul-dragging chains, resembling a zongzi. How amusing it was to discover that even the soul domain was an innate skill of the soul-dragging chains. After all, you are a celestial spirit of the heavenly realm. Without the chains, are you rendered utterly powerless? Mu Yun cast a disdainful glance at his opponent, initially expecting a formidable adversary, only to discover that without weapons, the foe was utterly insignificant. Bai Wuchang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Her inherent strength was not so feeble, but as a ghost. Confronting the soul-snatching chains, an artifact specifically designed to capture spirits, left her with no choice but to surrender. Just as she had securely bound Bai Wuchang, Mu Yun suddenly looked up to see the entrance of Bai Wuchang, revealing a toothy grin. Ah, my dear brother, what have you done to my sister, Bai? Bai Wuchang exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. What was he witnessing? Bai Wuchang, ensnared by his own divine treasure? Was this a dream? Bai, run. Hurry back to the underworld and inform Lord Yin. Something is amiss with this fellow. Bai Wuchang urged loudly, yet faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. For she too was unaware of why the soul-snatching chains had betrayed her. Now, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have my eyes set on the crying staff in your possession. Hand it over, if you please. Mu Yun's gaze was firmly fixed on the mourning staff clutched in the hands of the black-clad specter. What a remarkable item. I must take it back to Ajin for disassembly, and then enhance the demon blade, Thousand Edges, to a higher level. Acquiring a celestial artifact is imperative, otherwise I am left without a suitable weapon. The starry divine wood sword has barely been utilized before it became obsolete. It is truly lamentable to wield a fourth-tier weapon against celestial beings. I would be better off engaging in a fistfight. At this moment, the black-clad specter's expression darkened further, not out of fear, but from the realization that escape was impossible. The space was sealed, rendering any attempts to summon assistance futile, as their messages vanished into oblivion. Do not presume that this ghostly immortal fears you. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the morning staff, chanting incantations fervently. Enlarge. Soon, the staff in the air swelled to the size of a small mountain. Ah, it can grow larger. Is the material composed of netherstone and nether meteorite? It must require a considerable amount of resources. As the colossal morning staff descended, Muyun propelled himself upwards like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The morning staff was sent soaring back. Humph. You think merely enlarging it will intimidate me? Who do you think you are? That is not the heaven-toppling seal. It was forged from the indomitable Mount Buzhou, capable of shattering worlds. And you? Using precious nether meteorite to forge a mere staff? What were you thinking? Muyun, as a celestial-level blacksmith, expressed profound dissatisfaction with the situation. The mournful staff should have been crafted from materials such as soul-terrifying wood or abyssal gloomy wood, rather than the absurd choice of netherfall iron. At this moment, He Wuchang instinctively approached Bai Wuchang and squatted beside him, resigned to his fate, while others were oblivious. He was acutely aware that the previous enlargement of the mournful staff, ostensibly a physical attack intended to strike, was in truth an assault on the very soul. When the opponent charged forward with a fist technique, he felt a sense of pride, believing he could dislodge the opponent's soul. However, to his astonishment, there were no signs of the opponent's soul being separated. Striking someone's soul is governed by the laws of causality, and the opponent seemed immune to this effect. How could one contend with such an overwhelming disadvantage? It was a complete counter. Having bound He and Bai Wuchang with the soul-reaping chains, Muyun retracted his divine powers. As dawn broke, Shaoqing and Asuna awakened from their stupor, and Su's skin had been revived. Ah, I have fulfilled my duty. Do not forget the substantial favor you owe me. Asuna, let us return home. These two fellows are now in your capable hands. Muyun took Asuna and departed with great strides, leaving behind the two unfortunate souls of He Bai Wuchang. They were left in a state of despair, utterly bewildered, after all. Their mission was merely to capture a soul, not even a genuine capture, but rather a performance in accordance with the unfolding narrative. How had they inexplicably endured a beating and, to make matters worse, lost their most relied-upon treasure of merit? This felt like a robbery, starkly contrasting with the expectations set by their superiors. Bai Suzhen wore a perplexed expression as well. Why had these two been thrust upon her? They belonged to an organization with established ranks, and she found herself utterly ill-equipped to manage their predicament. Chapter 75. The Emergence of the Demon King, the Peril of Gusu Gusu City, the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Muyun cast an irritated glance at the individuals before him, clad in black attire with matching hats, and their counterparts in white. One could not deny that this pair of yin and yang messengers, having exchanged their underworld uniforms, appeared rather striking, with their lengthy tongues adding to their peculiar charm. Sister Bai, what brings these two to my establishment? He inquired. Bai Su, her expression tinged with a hint of awkwardness, replied, Dear Brother Yun, I find myself in a predicament. These two are messengers of the underworld, while my husband is merely an ordinary mortal. Too much exposure to their aura could render him ill. Then let them return to the underworld. Are they not concerned about the repercussions from Lord Yin for their absence? He retorted, Regrettably, they cannot return at this juncture. This place currently allows entry but forbids exit, and even we, the messengers of death, are not exempt from this rule. Black Wuchang replied with a note of bitterness. Muyun's expression was peculiar. Have you offended someone? Knowing full well that this realm is in turmoil, you still sent the two of you here to work. Is this not a trap for you? You may not be aware, Bai Wuchang replied cautiously, that we, the ghost messengers, were originally able to enter and exit this realm without hindrance. However, last night, the demonic army suddenly stirred, and the gateway to the underworld was hastily sealed. It's not just us. Other ghost messengers on official duty are also unable to return. Yet, you cannot leave them in my care, he retorted, for this is not a refuge. We do not intend to stay for free. We are willing to pay handsomely. Go away, go away. This is a tavern, not an inn. Muyun abruptly halted as a bag of black coins, glimmering with a golden light, materialized before him. These are the ghostly coins that circulate in our realm, imbued with the power of virtue. Consider it our payment for the lodging. May I inquire if this suffices? Muyun discreetly tucked away the pouch of coins, his eyes transforming into the shape of copper coins. And a broad smile graced his face as he welcomed the guests, one male and one female. They were indeed two plump sheep. It is only natural to consider that in the desolate realm of the underworld, where not even a bird would deign to alight, merits are abundant. Although the yin and yang messengers do not hold the highest positions compared to the 10 Yama kings and the judges, they occupy a lucrative niche, surely amassing a considerable amount of merits over the years. Thus, one should not hesitate to take advantage of such opportunities. Let it be understood from the outset that the coins provided are merely for accommodation. Beverages will be charged separately. Muyun exchanged a knowing glance with Asuna. laying out the celestial wine with an air of determination, unwilling to relent until he had thoroughly exhausted the enigmatic duo of black and white impermanence. Meanwhile, in the tempestuous city of Gusu, Su Xian, as anticipated, found himself imprisoned once more. This time, however, fortune did not favor him as it had previously. The thunder roared. Yet the rain fell lightly, and calamity loomed large. He faced the merciless Liang Lian, who resorted to brutal punishment, nearly sealing Su Xian's fate once again. Fortunately, the life-transforming elixir had altered his constitution, augmenting his self-healing abilities. Otherwise, he would have surely met his end. Thus, though Mu Yun did not directly partake in this unfolding drama, he nonetheless offered Su Xian indirect assistance. Subsequently, the troublemaking ancestor, the spirited Qin girl, lived up to expectations as she sprang into action once again, delivering a decisive blow. She boldly dispatched Liang Lian right under the watchful eyes of the elite of the Demon Suppression Division, audaciously stirring up a hornet's nest. Mu Yun, Asuna, the black and white impermanence, and Lin Fan sat by the window of the tavern, immersed in the atmosphere thick with the impending storm. What's the matter? Aren't you planning to lend a hand this time? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. Assist? There's no merit energy to be gained, and it could easily offend the Buddhist sect, potentially attracting the attention of the demonic realm. It's far too perilous, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. You say you're not helping, yet what were you doing sneaking over last night? Lin Fan teased with a knowing smile. I was merely delivering wine. Miss Qing and Bai Suzhen ordered several types of celestial wine from me, and it just arrived, so I took it to them, Mu Yun explained. And you? Don't think I'm unaware that you went there too, just after I left. Mu Yun regarded Lin Fan with a knowing smile. I was merely breaking jars. Offering door-to-door service, Lin Fan retorted, justifying himself with a sense of righteousness. Both shared an unspoken understanding, reveling in the chaos and subtly supporting one another. A few days later, two beams of light, one purple and one gold, descended from the heavens. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city of Gusu. In the inner courtyard of the General's residence, a serene beauty was tending to the flowers when suddenly her body stiffened. Her exquisitely beautiful face contorted violently. And then her skin peeled away, revealing an unspeakably hideous bloodied visage. Crack! The teapot shattered, and the maid serving tea screamed, a monster. The esteemed general's wife was, in fact, a demon, the blood demon Faceless, a demon lord from the underworld, possessing strength rivaling that of a golden immortal. In the Demon Suppression Division, the exorcist Zhao Wuji remarked, You truly are relentless, having followed me here. With a casual wave of her hand, countless blood-red branches sprouted throughout the garden, piercing all the maids and servants. Their blood consumed rapidly, transforming them into desiccated corpses. In Gusu City, within the Demon Suppression Division, a burly man, resembling an iron tower, suddenly sprouted two sharp horns from his head, his face contorting grotesquely, ultimately transforming into a hideous bovine visage. His body swelled rapidly, bursting through the confines of the building. Roar! I've had enough. Perish, all of you. With a colossal axe sweeping through, the entire Demon Suppression Division was obliterated. Yet another demon lord of comparable might to the Golden Immortal emerged. Deep within the Three Sovereigns sect, a massive scorpion expanded rapidly, eventually surpassing the size of a small mountain. With a gentle flick of its tail, the entire sect crumbled to ruins, burying everyone beneath the debris. The former leader, Zhang Dian, met a gruesome fate, crushed into a pulp. Unaware until his last breath that the seemingly obedient ninth-tier demonic beast Scorpion had transformed into such a terrifying demonic creature. In the Immortal Drunk Tavern, Mu Yun cast a glance at the old man drinking in the corner and secretly transmitted, Master Ancestor, your disciples are on the brink of extinction. Want you intervene? They've wrought too much havoc in their days. This is their karma coming to collect. It's already merciful that I Haven T personally exterminated them. Why should I save such a scourge? To the three sovereigns and the ancestor masters, Shinong holds nothing but disdain. Yet will you truly refrain from intervening? In the current predicament, should hostilities commence, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be Gusu City. With two demon kings at hand, it won't take long for the inhabitants of Gusu to face annihilation. You overestimate my capabilities. After all, that level of combat prowess belongs to the Golden Immortal realm. As for me, a mere Karami who has yet to attain even the celestial rank, what can I possibly do? Mu Yun spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Not necessarily, he replied. You possess a remarkable asset, though it seems you are unaware of how to utilize it. Smiled Shinong. Mu Yun felt a sudden tightening in his heart. Could it be that the old man had uncovered something about his system? With a swift motion, he conjured a radiant golden ring that shimmered with countless beams of light. This is my ninth soul ring, the golden ring of merit. Chapter 76, The Gourd of Merit. The world of swordsmanship, there exists a treasure capable of autonomously condensing merit, known as the 8 Treasures Merit Pool, which guides enlightened beings. The water from this merit pool can purify the impure, enlighten the heart and spirit, and even reshape the physical body. Moreover, it can give birth to the immensely powerful 7 Treasures Thousand-Leaf Golden Lotus, and your object possesses similar potential. However, as a treasure, it must have form, otherwise, it would merely be a mass of energy. I humbly ask for your guidance, Grandfather Jiang, Muyin respectfully implored. Very well. I shall assist you, so you do not mishandle it and render it useless. With a series of vigorous motions, the divine farmer transformed the golden ring of merit into a glimmering gourd. The gourd of merit can transmute any energy into golden liquid of merit, which bears effects akin to the water in the 8 Treasures Merit Pool. Furthermore, should you possess any treasures, adding some golden liquid of merit will enhance their power. The divine farmer then reached out again, and a 9-colored ring materialized in his hand. Goodness, my 8th soul ring, the world of all manifestations sword. Miyun felt an overwhelming sorrow, tears unshed, as he realized that he was devoid of secrets in the presence of others. This is merely the embryonic form of the sword path world. With the enhancement of merit liquid, it shall evolve into a true sword path realm. Although the internal rules lack sufficient power and require your refinement, the structural integrity of the world is undeniably robust, rendering it impervious to any mere demon lord. It appears that a grand array of the celestial bodies has been arranged within, albeit somewhat rudimentary. The concept is commendable, and thus, let us fortify it further. The laws of the sword, space, stars, thunder, wind, fire, wood, metal, darkness, strength, and soul, remarkably, even the laws of time, causality, and devouring are present. You have grasped 4 of the 10 most potent laws. It seems this old man must exert himself to assist in your enhancement. Oh, is this not the true fire of the sun? Such a feeble flame. Did you acquire this mere scrap from somewhere? Muyun had grown weary of conversation. His innermost thoughts laid bare. Soon, the 8th and 9th soul techniques underwent a profound transformation in the hands of the divine farmer. Above the city of Gusu, the blood demon without a face, the bull demon, and the giant scorpion demon unleashed their hellish flames. A figure clad in purple robes wielded the demon-slaying sword, exuding a formidable aura of exorcism. Beside him stood a great monk draped in a vibrant red cassock, adorned with golden rays. He grasped a Zen staff in his left hand while cradling a purple gold alms bowl in his right. Following them were the white snake and the green snake, who, despite not having reverted to their original forms, emanated a demonic aura rivaling that of the golden immortal realm. The divine farmer cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yun, suspecting that the chaos was instigated by him. Did you bestow the demon god wine upon them? Mu Yun offered an awkward smile and said, there's no choice. They paid a hefty sum for the reservation. I can't just ignore the business opportunity, can I? Furthermore, the vendor provided a great Demon King experience card, which will allow Bai Sujin to reach the golden immortal level for a limited time. You 2 little ones may not possess great strength, but your tactics are quite impressive. It is time for you to take the stage and save a city. Such merit is not insignificant. Shenong gently patted Mu Yun's shoulder, and in the next moment, Mu Yun found himself hovering above Gusa City, positioned at the center of 3 factions. Goodness, this is terrifying. This old man is truly unreliable, he thought. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, let us show some courtesy and choose a different venue for our confrontation. The heavens possess a benevolent nature, and it would spare the lives of the innocent. The young monk replied, what you say is indeed correct. I, Fahai of Jinshan Temple, agree. I, Zhao Wuji of the Demon Suppression Division, concur, declared another. Naturally, both Shaoqing and Bai Sujin expressed their assent. The blood demon without a face indicated his indifference. Neomo glared with his bovine eyes, exclaiming, I couldn't care less about your so-called courtesy. What do you insignificant little ones have to offer? A mere morsel of food is hardly worth the fuss. If they all perish, so be it. Die. With a mighty swing of his axe, a terrifying arc of light cleaved through the air, creating a massive spatial rift from which demonic energy surged forth. Ultimately, this was merely a mundane world, and the spatial barriers were incapable of withstanding an attack at the golden immortal level. Miyun narrowed his eyes, anger surging within him. All the merit energy beneath him belonged to him. How could he simply allow it to perish? To obstruct one's financial avenues is akin to slaying one's parents. This old bull-headed creature has certainly paved his own path to demise. The world of the all-encompassing sword. Arise. Boom. As the stars shifted and the cosmos danced, a few individuals found themselves transported to a celestial realm. This world exuded remarkable solidity. The blood demon, known for his faceless visage, extended a blood-red branch from his fingertip and swiped it through the void, yet the spatial barrier showed no signs of being breached. The expression of the bull demon darkened. You little brat, how dare you deceive us? The inability to tear apart the fabric of space indicated that they had become ensnared in a spatial prison, unless the master of this domain chose to release them. Escape was utterly impossible. Moreover, the absence of demonic energy here was a significant disadvantage for their kind. I have indeed outwitted you. What will you do about it? If you have the capability, come and bite me. Mu Yun, brimming with confidence, provocatively challenged his opponent. Roar. Die for me. Nyo Mo charged forward with overwhelming ferocity. Mu Yun cast a glance at the crimson-clad bull demon, when suddenly a luminous portal materialized before him, catching the bull demon off guard as it charged into the gateway. All right, my friends, I shall take charge of this beast, while the remainder is left to you, he declared before stepping into the portal, which then vanished. What a peculiar little creature, he mused. I had always sensed his enigmatic nature, but I never imagined he could engage in such a formidable battle and even assume a leading role. Bai Sujin turned to Fahai and Zhao Wujin, stating, Let us first vanquish the demon race, and thereafter address our own discord. Exchanging glances, Fahai and Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Agreed. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Supreme Law Spell. Fahai was enveloped in a radiant golden light, transforming into a true Buddha, employing a secret method to temporarily enter the golden, immortal realm. Boundless heaven and earth. Invoking the laws of the universe, I summoned the heavenly venerable of demon extermination. Zhao Wujin manifested the visage of the heavenly venerable behind him, his power also reaching the golden immortal realm. With their full might unleashed, the two charged towards the faceless blood demon, aiming to confront the strongest foe. Meanwhile, Shao Qing and Bai Sujin advanced towards the giant scorpion, which, though once a demon king, had suffered injuries that diminished its standing, only to be further corrupted by demonic energy, elevating it to a peak demon general. Thus, it was no ordinary foe, possessing a strength comparable to that of a demon king in the golden immortal realm. As the battle unfolded, the bull demon gasped for breath, its eyes burning a deeper crimson, glaring menacingly at Mu Yun, its chest heaving ominously, as if it were gathering a terrifying power for a grand move. As Mu Yun, a practitioner of the path of survival, dared not approach the formidable state of the bull demon, he slowly drew forth the demon blade, Shinrin, which had now been upgraded to a celestial artifact. Let us first test this technique, the law of strength, the law of the sword of heaven and earth. In Chapter 77, Star Sandstorm, the soul-destroying sword, demon descends. The markings upon the bull demon's face illuminated, and demonic energy surged around him. Suddenly, he charged forward, shattering the sword's radiance with brute force. Boom! The bull demon stomped upon the void, causing the dark demonic patterns beneath his feet to rapidly expand. And with a single punch, the demonic energy transformed into a colossal demon bull, striking Mu Yun with the speed of lightning, reducing even his weapon to mere dust. Roar! A mere child unable to withstand a single blow. This celestial artifact cannot even breach the defenses of this king's demon king body. Casting a glance at the arrogant bull demon, Mu Yun calmly beckoned with his fingers, causing countless shards of blade to float into the air. Demon blade, Sharon. Dissolve into dust. The blade fragments transformed into an infinite expanse of star sand. The upgraded demon blade shattered even more thoroughly, no longer a mere 1,000 fragments, but rather billions of cosmic star sands. Star sandstorm, tornado slash. A colossal whirlwind of starlight enveloped the bull demon. With the essence of the laws of gold, wind, stars, and space infused within this sword intent, I shall see if your demon king body can withstand it. During this period, Mu Yun has not merely indulged in idle gossip and entertainment, he has also developed numerous practical applications imbued with the essence of the laws, even earning the recognition of the Earth Sovereign. It is precisely due to an awareness of Mu Yun's formidable combat prowess that the Earth Sovereign permitted him to partake in this battle. Otherwise, a mere child who hasn't even reached the celestial level could easily be obliterated by a single glance from the Demon King. The wretched human race. I shall not spare you. Within the tempest, the bull demon, amidst cries of anguish, unleashed a torrent of furious roars. Muyan activated the Eye of Illusions, and the scene within the vortex weighed heavily upon his heart. There, amidst the tempest of stardust, the once mighty bull demon lay exposed. Its formidable defenses had been shattered, flesh and blood stripped away to reveal only a skeleton. Yet, upon this skeletal remains were etched dark magical runes, impervious to the ravages of the stardust storm. Moreover, as time passed and the tempest gradually waned, the bull demon's bones began to show signs of regeneration. An indestructible skeleton, coupled with an extraordinary self-healing ability, could this truly be the essence of demonic power? With a wave of his hand, Muyan summoned an endless stream of stardust, which spiraled back to reshape into the form of the enchanted blade, Qianren. In this moment, the bull demon restored itself at a visibly astonishing pace, as though its previous annihilation of flesh and blood had been but an illusion. With a smile gracing his lips, Muyan may deceive others, yet he cannot deceive himself. Do not be fooled by the seemingly unscathed exterior of the bull demon. Within, his demonic energy has been severely depleted. Were he in the outside world, where boundless demonic energy could replenish him, he could swiftly regain his strength. Alas, this is his domain, devoid of such sustenance. Young human, I am a member of the Bull Demon King clan from Mount Douluo, and I advise you against reckless actions. My lord commands a multitude of demon kings, formidable enough to challenge even the celestial court. The bull demon, aware of his precarious state, roared with a facade of bravado. Do not intimidate me. I am of a timid disposition and generally prefer to avoid conflict. However, once provoked, I fear nothing. I either abstain from action or pursue it with unwavering resolve. The illustrious bull demon king of Mount Douluo, such a troublesome presence is not here to simply vex me. You have already sealed your fate. Muyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he transformed into a celestial sword, poised to pierce the heavens above and strike the earth below, capable of cleaving through stars, extinguishing the sun and moon, and vanquishing both gods and demons. No, please, you cannot kill me. The king will avenge me. The bull demon desperately struggled as it sensed death approaching. Yet, as Muyan's sword fell with a decisive stroke, terror crystallized upon the bull demon's visage, rendering it motionless. Sword 23, Soul Annihilation. Regardless of the might of the corporeal form, this strike obliterated the soul. After executing this technique, Muyan's countenance turned pale, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. This strike, modeled after Sword 23, integrated the laws of time, space, causality, thunder, and the soul. As long as there was no supreme treasure safeguarding the soul and the disparity in spiritual levels was not too vast, this sword was guaranteed to be lethal. The old bull's physical form was commendable, possessing the indomitable body of the Bone Demon King, which could be preserved to forge a corpse puppet. Infusing it with a measure of merit gold liquid would undoubtedly enhance its power. A formidable guardian was indeed required to protect my endless labyrinth. Muyan, exhilarated after securing the complete body of the bull demon, suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression one of astonishment. How dare they slay a member of my bull demon clan? Regardless of who you are, prepare to meet your demise. Before him, a hoof, reminiscent of a divine mountain, descended from an unfathomable realm beyond layers of void, crashing down with disregard for space itself. Goodness, is this bull demon truly so formidable? Muyan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He swiftly retracted the sword world divine ability, for its power was too dispersed and would undoubtedly be shattered by the descending foot. He then concentrated the sword world divine ability into the blade of his magic sword. 1,000 blades, merging all his strength into a single point. The myriad manifestations of the sword world coalesced, forming a singular sword that cleaved the heavens. A dazzling beam of sword light surged into the sky, defiantly meeting the colossal hoof that was plummeting towards him. At this moment, Bai Suzhen, Shaoqing, Fahai, Zhao Wuji, and the faceless blood demon had ceased their hostilities, gazing in sheer astonishment at the spectacle above. The demonic scorpion had already been vanquished by Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing, while the faceless blood demon was riddled with wounds, its breath weak, surviving only due to its formidable vitality, but death was imminent. Ahmedba, what is this? This is an attack of the Douluo Golden Immortal level. What could have provoked such a formidable presence? Fahai's poker face finally betrayed a hint of unease, his recitation of the Buddha's name faltering. Is this the bull demon king of Douluo Mountain? Bai Suzhen, hailing from the demon clan, had indeed heard of the bull demon king's illustrious name, yet the disparity in their origins was staggering. Bai Suzhen was merely a white snake who had cultivated for 1,700 years. Had it not been for the serendipitous guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, she would have remained a mere minor demon. In stark contrast, the Bull Demon King's lineage was encapsulated in 4 words: steed of a sage, elevating his stature to celestial heights. Should this strike descend, not only would Gusu City be obliterated, the entire Song dynasty would be reduced to naught. Zhao Wuji trembled in fear. For heaven's sake, do not just stand there in awe. Lend me your strength. I cannot withstand this any longer. In a state of utter exasperation, Mu Yun exclaimed, "What manner of people are these? Even at such a critical juncture of life and death, they still find the time to engage in idle chatter." Ba, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Supreme Law Incantation. Fahai summoned forth the Golden Bowl, the Azure Dragon Zen Staff, and the unfathomable Buddha beads. Infinite Heaven's respect. Zhao Wuji invoked the demon-slaying sword in his grasp. Bai Suzhen brandished the Xionghuang sword, while Shao Qing unleashed the Qinghong sword. In the midst of this chaos, the blood demon, faceless and shrouded in darkness, seized the opportunity to flee. Knowing that no one had the capacity to confront her at this moment of peril, they were so close. The expressions of the 5 were grim as they had already revealed their ultimate trump cards, merely managing to slow the descent of the colossal hoof. The destruction of the Song dynasty was but a matter of time. At that critical moment, a graceful figure ascended into the sky, wielding a great cauldron to strike down. Chapter 78, A Parting Gift, 1 year. Asuna, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, the people of Suzhou would have perished, and with them, the merit would have vanished, rendering my efforts futile. Mu Yun grinned weakly, collapsing into Asuna's embrace, not out of mischief, but from sheer exhaustion. No matter how formidable one's divine abilities may be, they must be supported by cultivation. The myriad manifestations of the Sword Realm represent a supreme divine power, and its full force drained Mu Yun entirely. Upon returning to the drunken immortal tavern, Shen Nong cast a glance at the unconscious Mu Yun and shook his head, saying, "I wondered why you faced such a level of attack without flinching. It turns out you value wealth over life. Even if you had evaded it, could I, as an elder, simply stand by and watch the suffering of sentient beings without intervening?" At that moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that evading the overwhelming energy of virtue would sever his connection to it. Moreover, do not presume that I am unaware. The energy of your incarnation is limited and cannot withstand prolonged consumption. If you were to withstand that strike, you would essentially cease to exist. Mu Yun had always been acutely aware that in recent months, Shenong had devoted his efforts to teaching Asuna the art of alchemy, enhancing the Baichao Garden Ring, assisting him in refining the Merit Gourd, and perfecting the Wanxiang Sanluo Sword Realm. All of these endeavors were immensely draining on magical energy, and Shenong's physical form was akin to a rootless floating weed, meaning the expended mana could not be replenished. Thus, it was best to avoid any need for him to intervene if possible. "Ah, you little rascal, so young yet so burdened with worry. You should simply take a good rest," Shenong remarked, tapping a finger on Mu Yun's brow. With that, Mu Yun's eyes fluttered shut, and he slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Shenong's form became increasingly ethereal, prompting Asuna to quickly support him. "Master, are you all right?" Shenong waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. All gatherings must eventually disperse. This physical form of mine was never meant to endure for long. To have such a fine disciple as you is already a great fortune. I can leave a little something for this young one, and that is sufficient." As Shenong's body grew more translucent, he continued, "The little one may need to sleep for an extended period. Do not disturb him. This is his opportunity. How much he can absorb will depend on his own capabilities." Tears welled in Asuna's eyes as she watched Shenong's ethereal form dissolve into golden specks, vanishing from sight. Time flowed on, and the sun and moon exchanged their places. When Mu Yun finally awoke, a year had passed. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly comprehended the situation. Alas, this old man truly has left me with a significant debt of gratitude. The finger that Shenong had pointed before his departure had imparted profound insights into the laws, a quasi-saint's understanding of the principles of the universe, which had elevated Mu Yun's perspective by several tiers. Reflecting on his past comprehension of the laws, he realized that what he once deemed as minor accomplishments paled in comparison. Although they were all referred to as laws, each realm possessed its distinct principles. His previous triumphs, overcoming challenges well beyond his level, were facilitated by the limitations imposed by the world's laws, which capped the power at the human immortal level. Higher beings such as heavenly and golden immortals could not truly unleash their full potential in this realm. Now, having received the gift of quasi-saint level laws, Mu Yun's understanding had ascended to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This meant that although his cultivation remained at the peak of the 9th tier, The path ahead toward becoming a great Luo golden immortal was clear and unimpeded, free from any bottlenecks. Thus, the gratitude he owed was indeed substantial. Moo, you have finally awakened, Asuna exclaimed, bursting through the door upon seeing him sit up. Filled with excitement. Over the past year, Asuna herself had made significant advancements. Her cultivation had risen to the heavenly immortal realm, and her alchemical skills had surged, allowing her to concoct earth-tier elixirs. The quality of elixirs is classified into tiers: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, with the sacred tier being reserved for quasi-saints and saints. Earth-tier elixirs are already quite remarkable, typically requiring a Tai golden immortal for successful creation. Heavenly immortal realm? Wasn't it said that one cannot break through to immortality without facing peril? Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion as he inquired, "Oh, so the great calamity has passed?" "No, it should be said that the demon calamity has departed from this realm, reportedly relocating to the Spirit Mountain and the Heavenly Court. It is said to have been quite devastating. Even the Buddha, Tathagata, was forced into reincarnation, and the Jade Emperor's Ling Shao Palace was overturned." Asuna spoke with a tone of gossip, clearly having integrated well into her surroundings over the past year, remaining quite informed. "Who could be so formidable?" Mu Yun exclaimed, astonished by the shocking news. The mention of the Tathagata Buddha, a being of immense power, the strongest beneath the saints, being defeated was indeed alarming. How powerful must the adversary be? It is said to be a figure named Wu Tian, who nearly annihilated the Buddha of Spirit Mountain. As for the Heavenly Court, it was toppled by a coalition of several great sages, led by the great sage, Neo Mo Wang. Asuna remarked, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Mu Yun. Mu Yun was taken aback, astonished by the formidable prowess of the Bull Demon King, who accomplished what the great sage Sun Wukong had failed to achieve in the past. He pondered whether the celestial realm was merely staging another performance. Meanwhile, what transpired with Bai Sujin? As you had forewarned, Su Xian was imprisoned by Fa Hai at Jinshan Temple, prompting Bai Sujin and Shao Qing to embark on a rescue mission. However, Bai Sujin gave birth at Westlake, significantly diminishing her powers, which led to her inability to control her divine abilities, resulting in a flood engulfing Jinshan Temple. I had arrived in advance and intervened at a critical moment to save the citizens along the shores of Westlake, amassing a considerable amount of merit, though the monks at Jinshan Temple could not be rescued in time. Now, Bai Sujin is confined within the Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Xian spends his days at Jinshan Temple, chanting prayers and striking the wooden fish. Their son, Su Shilin, is being raised by Li Gongfu and Su Jiero. I have visited and even held him. He is a child endowed with merit and fortune. Asuna recounted the events of the past year with eloquence. It appeared that the narrative was returning to its original course. "Asuna, prepare yourself. I shall first undergo a tribulation, and then we shall return home," Mu Yun remarked, stretching his stiff body. With Asuna having ascended to the realm of celestial beings, he felt rather out of place, still lingering as a mere ninth-tier mortal. "Shall we not continue to harvest merit energy here? Is it not true that Su Shilin is destined to take the top examination and rescue his mother from Leifeng Pagoda? At that time, we shall all attain our merits and reap substantial rewards," Asuna inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "That is too slow. Su Shilin's examination is still 18 years away, and I cannot afford to wait. Moreover, the unpredictable presence of the Bull Demon King looms over us. Who knows if he will come looking for trouble? This fellow is capable of overturning the celestial realm. We certainly cannot contend with him. For safety's sake, it is best to retreat," Mu Yun stated solemnly, unwilling to recklessly gamble with his life. Furthermore, the merit energy he had accrued this time was already ample. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tier stupa. He had saved countless lives, and the golden liquid within his merit gourd was abundant. Chapter 79, A Magnificent Transformation, Returning Home. Mu Yun age, 10 cultivation level, true immortal life level, true immortal soul, Tai E level martial soul, orange cat sage, Tai E level, physique, universal immortal body. Breaking illusion, golden eyes comprehension, heavenly level fortune, heavenly level understanding of laws, mastery at the great Luo golden immortal level system level, immortal level after transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. The affluent Mu Yun lavishly invested a vast amount of merits, bestowing upon both himself and the system a magnificent transformation. Asuna's ascension to the celestial realm was similarly achieved. As an influx of merit energy into the body makes breakthroughs inevitable, he directly bypassed the human and earthly immortal stages, soaring straight to the celestial realm. Not to mention Mu Yun's case. In just a year, the population in the system's marketplace had surged to tens of thousands. The collective strength of many is formidable. The more firewood, the higher the flames. The accumulated merit energy reached an astonishing figure of several million, further supplemented by the merits gained from rescuing hundreds of thousands of souls. With nearly 10 million merits at his disposal, Mu Yun indulged extravagantly, not only elevating the system to the immortal level but also achieving a dramatic leap in his fundamental attributes. Indeed, it is the great calamity of heaven and earth. While fraught with peril, the rewards of merit are abundant. This embodies the age-old adage, fortune favors the bold. Mu Yun could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of emotion if others were to discover how recklessly he squandered his merit. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha would undoubtedly come to confront him. Back in the day, when the grand spectacle of Journey to the West was orchestrated, the celestial beings of the heavenly court and the myriad Buddhas of Lingshan donned their roles to entice the Monkey King into the fray. The Jade Emperor even crawled beneath the table, subsequently arranging the arduous 81 trials with the Buddha's own uncle, the golden-winged Great Pong, descending to earth to play a supporting role. Ultimately, was it not all in pursuit of a share of merit? Lin, I must take my leave now. What about you? Had it not been for Asuna's reminder, Mu Yun would have completely forgotten about Lin Fan, the manager of the celestial jar shop, whose presence was so faint. I suppose I shall wait a while longer. Your merit energy has accumulated to overflowing. So you surely look down upon the rewards from the white snake's perfectly concluded tale. A satiated man knows not the hunger of the starving. I have only managed to gather a trifling few gains and would rather not miss this final tremor. Lin Fan replied with a hint of irritation. We all agreed to lay low and evade the calamities of heaven and earth, yet you suddenly dashed out to save the world, reaping all the merit without regard for the unwritten code. Mu Yun was not surprised by Lin Fan's decision. The strategy of the Heavenly Jar Shop in acquiring merit energy is akin to casting a wide net for a slow, steady stream of rewards. Over the past year, the shop has become entwined with many significant figures in this realm. All that remains is for Su Shilin to achieve the highest honors in the imperial examination and rescue his mother from the Leifeng Pagoda, at which point they can share in the merits. It is a guaranteed victory, and thus, there is no reason to leave at this juncture. As for safety, there is even less to worry about. Lin Fan is more cautious than himself. Since witnessing the cataclysmic strike of the Bull Demon King, he has been alerted to the importance of his own security, investing considerable effort into upgrading the system. The Heavenly Jar Shop is now at a celestial level. Unless a quasi-saint intervenes, as long as he remains within the shop, no one can threaten his life. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. After all, you possess the reincarnation token, allowing you to return at any time. Hurry along, hurry along. Your presence here makes me uneasy. You seldom adhere to the expected norms, and who knows what unexpected troubles may arise, jeopardizing the merit energy I have painstakingly planned for, Lin Fan said, waving his hand with a look of delight. Oh, by the way, perhaps due to the great calamity of heaven and earth, or maybe because this realm's tier surpasses that of the Douluo world, I have noticed that the flow of time here is not 100 times faster, as it is in Douluo, Lin Fan remarked, his expression darkening. Mu Yun did not mention this when inviting him to participate in the reincarnation trial. Was there no consistency in his words and actions? I must admit, I have not thoroughly researched the specific rules of the reincarnation trial. My apologies. Mu Yun offered a disingenuous apology with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Fan, feeling helpless, realized that he could not abandon the merits he was so close to obtaining. Fortunately, a manifestation had been left behind in the Douluo realm. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. As a gesture of goodwill, Mu Yun generously constructed a portal at the multiverse jar shop, facilitating Lin Fan's free passage between Douluo and this world. Of course, Mu Yun, as the contractor, would not undertake such endeavors without personal benefit. Upon returning to the Douluo world, Lin Fan sensed a force of rejection. The current Douluo realm could no longer accommodate him, nor could it accommodate Asuna. Very well, I will merely rest my feet here, but do not provoke me, lest I unleash my wrath upon you. Mu Yun rolled his eyes towards the heavens in a gesture of defiance, prompting a palpable shift in the celestial order of this realm, for he understood the principle of mutual benefit. The landscape of Douluo continent had undergone a monumental transformation. The alliance of foreign beings, having lost many of its formidable members, had adopted a notably discreet demeanor, no longer boasting of its intentions to annihilate this or that. but rather focusing on the steady development of their enterprise, generating profits, and opening new avenues. Consequently, no one dared to provoke them. For who could predict when those powerful beings might reemerge? The Demon Nation Federation had retreated deep into the Stardow Forest, after all. Soto City remained a realm of humanity, and without Rimuru's guidance, the spirit beasts lacked the confidence to linger in such territory. The main forces of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had been dispatched to the mortal realm to cultivate their skills, leaving behind only a modest foothold. Which too remained tranquil. At present, the most tumultuous element within the Douluo continent stemmed from the conflict between the Spirit Hall and Tang San. The Spirit Hall had grown significantly in strength. Qian Rinxue had ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier powerhouse and commanded a substantial number of fifth-tier experts. However, perhaps due to the protagonist's aura, Tang San had astonishingly attained sixth-tier prowess, evolving the soul-guiding devices and leading a formidable team to stand toe-to-toe with the Spirit Hall. Engaging in fierce confrontations, Mu Yun's divine consciousness now effortlessly enveloped the entirety of the Douluo continent. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Alas, this departure leaves him uncertain of when he shall return. Some matters, after all, must ultimately be addressed. As Mu Yun's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot, he reappeared in a dilapidated courtyard. Mother, I have returned. Before him stood a woman clad in simple cloth, laboriously washing clothes in a large wooden basin. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and she turned with overwhelming excitement. Yuner, is it truly you? You have finally come back to see us. Observing his mother's reddened hands, Mu Yun could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Mother, you were once a valiant warrior. How could it have come to this? What on earth is father doing? How could he bear to let you wash clothes in this frigid weather? His mother's expression turned bitter. The world has changed. Once, a warrior like me was a formidable force. Now, I am but a shadow of my former self. Do not blame your father. He is no longer the head of the family. Those elders have gained immense power through forbidden means and have all ascended to the third tier of strength. Your father has been deposed. Chapter 80. Settling old and new accounts. Why don't you go and open the jars? Mu Yun inquired, perplexed. Isn't it your father's doing? He carelessly relinquished financial authority, allowing those elders to secretly misappropriate funds to open the jars, thus converting wealth into power. By the time we realized, it was already too late, Mu Yun's mother exclaimed, her fury igniting. Mu Yun's mother, originally named Mu Chi Mei, was known for her fiery temperament in her youth. However, fate intertwined her life with that of Zhu Yilong, Mu Yun's father, whose more placid demeanor gradually softened her edges. And what of her second sister? What is she up to? Merely a few third-tier karamis? Zhu Zhuqing has surpassed that level for over a year now, and she even returned specifically to see you all. Has she truly accomplished nothing? Mu Yun inquired with a peculiar expression. It is not entirely fair to blame Qingqing. Your father, who values his pride, did not disclose the actual circumstances to her. Moreover, at that time, the elders had not yet revealed their true intentions. It was only after Qingqing departed that their fangs were bared. Mu Qingmei explained with a sense of resignation, desiring to maintain appearances while suffering in silence. He is forever indecisive, caught between fear of wolves and tigers. It is a pity that he has turned his role as head of the family into this state of affairs. Where has he gone now? Mu Yun asked through gritted teeth. Sigh, where else could he be? Drowning his sorrows in alcohol, as he has always done whenever faced with misfortune. Mu Yun's mother sighed. You are here washing clothes in this frigid weather while he is out drinking? Truly remarkable. Mu Yun, filled with frustration, swiftly pinpointed the location of her adversary. With a flick of her wrist, Zhu Yilong vanished into thin air, unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. Where is the elder sister? Surely she isn't still frolicking with that fool Davis? Mu Yun furrowed her brow. No, Davis has lost his power, and consequently, the engagement has been annulled. The Douluo royal family is now under the command of Dai Mubai. Zhu Yun departed with Qingqing a year ago, and their whereabouts are now unknown. A trace of concern flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. Rest assured, they are safe. I have a fair inkling of where they might be. Mu Yun consoled his mother and cast an irritated glance at his father, who had tumbled from the void, resembling a puddle of mud in his drunken stupor. He snapped his fingers. Awaken. In an instant, Zhu Yilong shivered and jolted back to consciousness. Oh, what a rare visitor. Is that you, a Yun? Have you finally decided to return? Zhu Yilong seamlessly fell into character, even adopting the demeanor of the family patriarch. Continue your charade. From childhood to adulthood. The only audience you've ever had for your pretentious displays of authority were me and my older sisters. Who among the others has ever genuinely acknowledged your position? They merely regard you as a puppet. Now, not even a puppet patriarch, and yet you still insist on pretending? Mu Yun remarked with exasperation, caught in his act. Zhu Yilong plopped down onto the ground, looking utterly aggrieved, which elicited a wave of sympathy from Mu Yun's mother. Oh, my wise and formidable mother. This is merely his usual tactic. He frequently feigns victimhood to elicit your compassion. Your life has been thoroughly ensnared by him. Mu Yun wore an expression of utter exasperation. Every time his mother lost her temper, Zhu Yilong would assume this woeful demeanor, causing her anger to dissipate instantly, compelling her to offer him comfort. It was an infallible tactic. Come with me, he urged. There is no need to linger in such a dismal place. Come stay at my residence, which is quite spacious. There is nothing left for you to tidy up here. Let us depart immediately. Without waiting for Zhu Yilong's consent, Mu Yun waved his hand. And both Zhu Yilong and Mu Qingmei vanished from the spot. He was acutely aware of his father's temperament. Procrastination akin to that of Tang Sung was exceedingly bothersome. So it was best to take matters into his own hands. Once his parents were sent away, Mu Yun's expression gradually darkened. This group of miscreants had old scores yet to be settled, and now they had added new grievances. Very well, let us resolve them all at once. Mu Yun raised his hand gracefully, and chains of causality flew forth. Causality chains, bind them. In an instant, the bodies of all the elders of the Zhu family tensed. No matter where they were, even at the ends of the earth, they could not escape the grasp of the causality chains. It was as if they were ensnared by invisible bonds, dragged into the void, only to reappear before Mu Yun, kneeling in a vast array. What in the world was happening? Where was this? Was I not just at the Xinglua Imperial Palace, drafting the succession decree for the new monarch? How did I suddenly arrive here? I was on my way to the Martial Soul Hall, having already caught sight of Martial Soul City. How could I be back here all of a sudden? Who are you? Did you orchestrate this? Finally, an elderly man with a gray beard, upon noticing Mu Yun, rushed over with an air of indignation. Oh dear, the Grand Elder truly has a forgetful disposition. It has only been a few years, and you no longer remember me? In the past, you certainly had your designs on me, proposing that I be expelled from the family and that all my assets be confiscated. Alas, my methods of hiding my wealth were rather ingenious, and you found nothing. Subsequently, you dispatched many to capture me, but unfortunately, I had long anticipated your moves, leaving your men empty-handed. So, have you recalled who I am? Mu Yun flicked his pinky, and the elder was sent flying as if struck by a ferocious beast, crashing against the wall, unaware of how many bones had been shattered. Zhu Mu Yun, it is you. The elder spat blood, enunciating each word with painstaking clarity. Wrong. I am now called Mu Yun, and I have severed all ties with your old Zhu family, Mu Yun retorted coldly. Since there are no ties left, why have you returned? What else could I do? I have come to settle accounts. The first account, the abuse of power and disrespect for the elderly, driving me out of the family, attempting to seize my modest wealth. The second account, disregarding blood relations, ruthlessly plotting to take my life. The third account, embezzling public funds for personal gain. The fourth account, usurping authority and deposing the family head. The fifth account, oppressing my parents. In summary, all 5 accounts are interconnected, and I hereby pass judgment upon you. Mu Yun's gaze gradually turned cold. A subtle aura of killing intent began to seep forth. Why waste words on a mere brat? Eliminate him, everyone, together. With the elder's command, a dozen individuals surged towards Mu Yun. Ah, it seems there are even 2 wielders of devil fruit abilities among them. How fortunate they are to have stumbled upon such treasures in the store of myriad realms. No wonder they dare to rebel. Yet, to think that a handful of trifling third-tier fighters would dare to intimidate my parents, how foolishly they court death. With a swift motion, Mu Yun sent everyone flying against the wall, resembling a mural, with 2 exceptions who found themselves beneath his feet. He chuckled. Ah, the elemental wind fruit and the superhuman pin fruit. Such treasures shall be mine. Chapter 81. 6 years, danger approaches enough of the spectacle. I am, after all, the magnanimous sage. I have merely dealt with them and spared their lives. Our grievances are settled. Under the mournful gaze of Zhu Yilong, Mu Yun reluctantly offered a response, acknowledging the formidable weapon he possessed. No wonder even his mother could not endure it. Not even he, a master of great prowess, could withstand its might. Zhu Yilong breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. Although these ingrates do not deserve death, they certainly require a lesson for daring to bully me, the head of the family. Truly, a worthy son. I commend your efforts. Mu Qingmei's expression was peculiar. No one knows a child better than a mother. The words magnanimous and forgiving had little relevance to her son. A tooth for a tooth, An eye for an eye, this seemed more fitting. What is it? Do you wish to return and become the master for those ungrateful wolves that have been raised poorly? Mu Yun's delicate brows furrowed, as the saying goes. One learns wisdom through suffering. If this unreliable father refuses to learn his lesson, he cannot blame her for her outburst. Moreover, the Zhu family had already hit rock bottom. Though the members had not perished, they were living a fate worse than death. Their meridians shattered, their bodies paralyzed, yet somehow, they clung to life, unable to die. No matter what. Mu Yun extracted a bit of demonic blood from the corpse of the bull demon and injected it into their hearts. With that substance within them, death would be an impossibility. What are your plans now? Will you remain here, or shall I send you to find eldest sister or second sister? Mu Yun inquired. Stretching lazily. I wish to seek Qingqing, came the response. Mu Qimei made her decision without hesitation. She no longer wished to behold the faces of those from the Zhu family. And you? The mother and son simultaneously cast their gazes toward Zhu Yilong, exuding an imposing aura. Very well then, I shall accompany you, Zhu Yilong said timidly, fearing that should he voice a differing opinion, these two would pounce upon him with fatal intent. Mu Yun had indeed made preparations, for regardless of consent, he would ensure the individual was delivered to the designated location. It was unavoidable, as this person was particularly susceptible, upon witnessing the dire plight of those unfortunate souls. There was a strong possibility he would seek out Mu Yun for comfort. In the realm of mortals practicing cultivation, Huangfeng Valley. Oh my, mother and father. What brings you here? And little brother, it has been so long. What have you been occupied with? I have visited the villa several times. Yet you were nowhere to be found. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a loquacious little wildcat, incessantly chattering away. And Asuna, you too were absent. Have you been off gallivanting in another world with that younger brother? He is but 10 years old. Such behavior is simply unacceptable. Mu Yun's expression darkened. What utter nonsense is this? What do you mean it can't be done? Speak more clearly if you dare. If it has been a year. Yet your strength is merely at the 7th tier. Have you been slacking off? Mu Yun huffed in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's parents were taken aback. 7th tier? Even the elders at the 3rd tier could bully her to no end, yet their daughter was a 7th tier powerhouse. What did that make the hardships they had endured over the past year? Such a significant talent wasted. It was utterly unjust. But this isn't my fault. The 10th level of the 9-tiered demon tower requires merits to enter. I only have spirit stones, not the necessary merit energy. That's why I've been stuck at the 7th tier for half a year now, with no signs of breaking through, Zhu Zhuqing said with a pitiful expression. Mu Yun was well aware that she spoke the truth. This place was indeed the lower realm of the cultivation world. The most formidable beings here were merely a handful of 5th-tier transformation gods, who dared not take action for fear of being struck by lightning. Achieving the 7th tier was already beyond comprehension, and the aspiration to comprehend the power of the laws to advance to the 8th tier was utterly impossible. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, realizing that harnessing the energy of virtue here was not particularly challenging, considering the timeline. The imminent outbreak of the righteous and demonic war was approaching. When the demonic sect invades, their methods are notoriously brutal, often resorting to sanguinary rituals that claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of innocents. As long as one prepares in advance to rescue them, the energy of virtue would naturally follow. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she implored, "My dear brother, how should we prepare in advance? Please elaborate." "Conduct your own research," he replied, exuding an air of exasperation. "Is intelligence gathering beyond your capabilities? If it is, seek out your close friend Ning Rongrong. The 7-treasure glazed tile school certainly has personnel dedicated to intelligence collection. Given the demonic sect's modus operandi, it would be quite effortless to trace their whereabouts. Do I need to instruct you on the rest?" "Very well, I shall seek out Rongrong at once," she responded. Mu Yun seized Zhu Zhuqing firmly, deciding to savor their meal before addressing any pressing matters. When dawn broke the following day, Mu Yun and Asuna had already departed. Their life levels were far too elevated for this realm. Although the 7th tier was somewhat beyond the norm, it remained within manageable limits. At least they could still wield lightning or banish foes. However, beings of Mu Yun and Asuna's caliber were beyond any means of containment. The previous White Serpent realm was significantly more formidable than this one. Encountering the Bull Demon King from an unfathomable distance had nearly led to their obliteration, making this realm seem even more precarious. Allowing Mu Yun and Asuna to linger here for a day was already pushing the boundaries of endurance. Before their departure, Mu Yun enhanced the capabilities of his parents, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, leaving behind protective measures to ensure their safety, which allowed him to leave with peace of mind. Zhu Long was a quintessential good-natured individual, while Mu Yun was tough on the outside yet tender-hearted. The two were equally matched in their personalities. Subsequently, Mu Yun remained within the confines of the system market, though it could no longer be referred to merely as a market. Centered around the market, it had expanded into a sprawling metropolis. Beyond the city lay an enigmatic realm shrouded in dark mist, a place even Mu Yun dared not venture, as an unsettling sense of dread lingered there. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before long, 6 years had elapsed. The population of the system market had surpassed 1 million, officially transforming it into a city known as Yun City, with Mu Yun as its lord. One day, a flustered Xiao Jie burst into the lord's mansion, startling the leisurely Mu Yun. It was an inevitable consequence of having acquired the lazy merit system and the dream everything system. The first system required no effort. Merit effortlessly surged upward over the past 6 years, with the merit essence in his gourd accumulating into a vast lake, nurturing several divine treasures of merit. The second system allowed him to experience everything in dreams. Whatever he consumed, learned, or encountered, though illusory, imbued him with genuine skills and insights, persisting even after awakening. Thus, despite Mu Yun's apparent idleness over the past 6 years, his strength had not stagnated. Mu Yun age, 16 cultivation level, Great Luo Golden Immortal Life level, Great Luo Golden Immortal Soul, Holy Level Martial Soul, Devouring Sky Cat, Holy Level, Physique, Myriad Manifestations Divine Demon Body, Void-Breaking Golden Eyes Comprehension, Defying Heaven Fortune, Defying Heaven Understanding of Laws, Complete Laws of Quasi-Saint Level System, Holy Level Jie, in a state of utter panic. Exclaimed, "This is terrible. The black mist outside the city has dissipated, and a truly fearsome being has appeared. You must go and take a look. I fear the system's city walls cannot withstand its might." Chapter 82. Battlefield of 10,000 Clans. Summoning it resembled a gigantic pig, towering at 100 meters. Clad in armor of stars, treading upon flames, with fangs imbued with an exceedingly powerful destructive law. No wonder you claimed our city walls could not endure its assault. Mu Yun's expression was grave as he departed from the city walls, his figure swaying as he approached the pig before him. Coldly, he inquired, "What are you? What brings you to this place?" Upon hearing Mu Yun's question, the pig's countenance suddenly transformed, displaying an array of emotions, and it emitted a thunderous roar. Although it was not articulate speech, inexplicably, Mu Yun was able to comprehend its meaning. "Young one, you dare to question my presence here? Are you not aware of where you stand?" As Mu Yun stood there, bewildered and at a loss, the system's notification finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Ding. Due to the system's upgrade to the sacred level, the battlefield of myriad races has been activated. The adversary is the god of destruction, who governs the path of annihilation. Slaying this foe will grant you the path of destruction. Failure will result in the city's obliteration and the end of all things. Good heavens! Is there such a grave consequence to the system reaching the sacred level? Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have never consented to your elevation to the sacred level. Mu Yun was on the verge of tears, for this harbinger of destruction was evidently formidable. Might we engage in a discussion? We are all civilized beings. Resorting to violence is rather distasteful, is it not? How about you retreat, and we coexist in harmony? Roar. At that moment, a black sphere of light manifested at the tip of the demon's sharp fangs. Though diminutive in size, it was ensnared by dark thunder, the thunder of annihilation. Boom. The black sphere shot forth. Its velocity was not swift, yet it devoured all energy in its path, akin to a black hole, growing increasingly potent. Behind lay the city. Should it evade, and this entity collide with the metropolis, it would likely consume everything, leaving naught but remnants. Despicable. Not a trace of nobility nor integrity. I hold you in utter disdain. With righteous indignation, Mu Yun pointed at his opponent. Just as the black sphere of light was within arm's reach, a grand door suddenly manifested before him, and the black sphere surged through it. Simultaneously, another door appeared behind the god of destruction, from which the black sphere erupted. Boom. To the astonishment of the god of destruction, his lower half vanished. Is this what you deem honorable? Is this what you consider upright? Seizing the opportunity in your moment of weakness, Mu Yun wielded the 1,000-blade demon knife, and a colossal orange cat martial spirit materialized behind him. Although it had been renamed the Devouring Sky Cat, its appearance remained unchanged. It was still the adorable orange cat, a perfect fusion of man and beast. At this moment, The thousand-blade demon knife had steeped in the essence of virtue for 6 years. Its offensive power rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures. The world of the myriad manifestation sword. In an instant, Mu Yun vanished from his original position. The adversary before him exuded an aura of formidable defense, rendering long-range attacks unlikely to inflict fatal damage. However, having capitalized on a moment of vulnerability, an opportunity presented itself. Worthy of risk. With the sword of heaven and earth, he struck. This was a full-force blow imbued with the essence of universal power, representing Mu Yun's most potent attack. Amalgamating all the laws he had comprehended. Crack. The colossal fangs of the demonic destroyer were severed. Roar. The demonic destroyer emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its face contorted in disbelief as it collapsed to the ground. Mu Yun smiled faintly, gracefully retracting her fangs. A glimmer of golden light danced in her eyes. Your expression is quite amusing. Are you pondering why I have chosen not to sever your head or pierce your heart, but instead to strike at your most formidable fangs? The answer is rather simple. Those fangs, while emblematic of your greatest strength, also serve as your most significant vulnerability. In being such as yourself, vital points can indeed reside anywhere. As a deity of annihilation, your essence lies in the very core of destruction. Your fangs, combining both offensive and defensive capabilities, represent the optimal site for your essence. Alas, after unleashing a formidable assault, your fangs become brittle for a brief period, presenting the most opportune moment for your demise. As for how I possess this knowledge, that remains a secret I cannot divulge. Mu Yun certainly could not reveal in public that it was the broken illusion golden eyes that discerned the nearly insurmountable weaknesses of the destruction deity and demons. Heaven knows if other entities are covertly observing this place. The task is complete. Mu Yun tossed the fangs of the annihilating demon in his hand, marveling at their worth. Not only could they enhance the offensive power of the thousand blades, but they also served as sustenance for his feline companion. What does it mean to be a devourer of the heavens? It means to consume and acquire everything. After methodically scavenging the remains, he returned to the Lord's residence. Ding. The next opening of the Myriad Races battlefield is scheduled for 1 year from now. Please prepare diligently. Host. This troublesome little darling has bestowed upon me such a complex situation. A year's time. What on earth am I to do with that? Mu Yun gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath as his mind raced, desperately seeking a solution to break the deadlock. Ding. Qian Rinxue had completed a legendary task, earning a divine summoning opportunity. Indeed, I can summon. Over the past few years, I have been so laid back that I had completely forgotten about this. Qian Rinxue has been quite diligent in her tasks. She must have accumulated a considerable number of summoning opportunities. Mu Yun smacked his thigh, beginning to assess how many times he could summon. To his astonishment, he discovered he had quite a bounty: 3 yellow-level summons, 3 black-level summons, 2 earth-level summons, 2 heaven-level summons, and 1 divine-level summon. A total of 11. Perhaps fortune would favor him this time. He hoped to break the deadlock. The first summon was Hisoka, hailing from the Hunter world, with a power assessment of rank 2. It turned out to be this peculiar individual, possessing merely a second-tier strength, which was rather disappointing. It seemed that the yellow-level summon was indeed of this caliber. Mu Yun was well aware of Hisoka's capabilities, thus he did not feel disheartened. Hisoka possessed a remarkable innate talent, his instinct for combat. While one could cultivate strength, the instinct for battle was an inherent gift. Either one had it or one did not. Continuing with the summons, the next was Nico Robin from the world of pirates. A user of the flower fruit and an archaeologist, assessed at rank 1. This was even less impressive, but one could not underestimate her. Robin had an exceptional capacity for learning. If she could grasp the profound laws of power and, combined with her flower fruit ability, sprout limbs from her enemies and unleash attacks governed by those laws, she could indeed become formidable. Next was Orochimaru from the Naruto world. A scientist and biologist with a singular desire for immortality, assessed at rank 2. Upon seeing this individual, Mu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. In comparison, Hisoka seemed rather normal. At least he wouldn't have to contend with another version of himself emerging from Orochimaru's mouth. A grotesque sight indeed. However, Orochimaru could prove to be quite useful. Perhaps he could derive some powerful insights from the flesh of the demonic entity. Of course, this was contingent upon sufficient strength. Rank 2 is far too weak. The mere aura exuding from that demonic flesh could easily spell demise for Orochimaru 100 times over. Continuing with the summons. The next was Kenpachi Zaraki from the world of Bleach, a battle maniac assessed at rank 5. Yet another fighter, possessing weak cultivation but strong combat prowess. A stark contrast to the likes of the black and white impermanents, who had heavenly tier cultivation yet floundered in battle capability. The final summon was Komatsu. From the world of Food Wars, a chef favored by the gods and assessed at rank 1. Muyin narrowed his eyes slightly. For a summon of the Xian level had unexpectedly conjured a first-tier chef. Instead of disappointment, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The culinary genius, Shaosong, though lacking in combat prowess, possessed the remarkable ability to prepare even the mightiest of magical beasts, complemented by the presence of culinary cells within him. These culinary cells were a true treasure, capable of elevating one's life essence through the consumption of exquisite dishes. He proceeded with another summon. Di Shirtian, hailing from the world of wind and cloud, originally named Su Fu, was a renowned alchemist of the Qin dynasty who had consumed phoenix blood to attain immortality. His strength was appraised at the 5th tier. This was intriguing. Though not particularly formidable, he had developed numerous potent martial arts techniques, which, while referred to as martial arts, were in fact akin to divine principles. With an extraordinary comprehension, Mu Yun eagerly anticipated what formidable techniques Di Shirtian might yet unveil. Continuing the summons, Su Chanqing, from the world of swords and fairy tales, was the foremost disciple of the Shushan sect, dedicated to the welfare of all living beings. With his strength assessed at the 7th tier, this individual, aside from his striking appearance, seemed of little utility. Mu Yun wrinkled his nose, harboring a bias against overly handsome men. Next was the Turtle Sage, from Dragon Ball, a man capable of making the moon vanish, assessed at the 7th tier. The fact that he could obliterate the moon without mastering the power of principles merely indicated the inherent weakness of that Earth. It was no wonder that some could casually obliterate the planet, only for the dragon to restore it in an instant. A feat even the saints found challenging seemed trivial to him. Krillin, also from Dragon Ball and a disciple of the Turtle Sage, surpassed his master, assessed at the 9th tier. He continued to summon the Black Bear Spirit. From the Journey to the West, was rugged and robust, endowed with wind-controlling abilities, assessed at the 9th tier. This creature was fundamentally of no use. Lacking in both strength and potential, it was rather amusing that such a being could withstand the might of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. At the Tai Golden Immortal level, rather than being effortlessly crushed, it truly felt like a performance where everyone played their part. Mu Yin found himself dissatisfied with the summons from the heavenly and earthly levels, noting they were even inferior to those from the Xian and Huang levels, despite their weaknesses possessing redeeming qualities. Finally, for the ultimate divine summoning, he even took a moment to wash his hands, hoping to turn his fortune. The summoning commenced. Sui Rin, from the primordial world, one of the 3 ancestors of humanity, an innate human with a natural Tao body, assessed at the human immortal level. Mu Yun was initially taken aback by the reputation of Sui Rin, the progenitor of humankind. Even the Earth Emperor, Shen Nong, would be several generations inferior in stature before him. However, a frown soon creased his brow. A human immortal? This seemed rather feeble. It quickly dawned on him that this Sui Rin was not from his peak period, but rather from an earlier age. Indeed, as Sui Rin comprehended the situation before him, he immediately prepared to bow in reverence, prompting Mu Yun to hastily support him. Fearing that the ancestor of humanity performing such a grand gesture of homage could lead to a reversal of his fortune and a shortening of his lifespan. Please, speak your mind without engaging in such excessive displays of respect. Our people are in dire straits. The primordial world is currently embroiled in a catastrophic war between the demons and the shamans. The demon race is ruthlessly slaughtering our kind. Lacking the sharp claws of the demons and the robust physique of the shamans, our progress in cultivation is agonizingly slow, leaving us utterly defenseless against the onslaught. I implore you, dear friend, to lend a helping hand. The phrases primordial world, war between demons and shamans, and the ruthless slaughter of humanity coalesced in Mu Yun's mind, leading to a grim conclusion, a cataclysmic calamity. The reason behind the massacre of humanity was to forge the slaughtering shaman's sword. For the blood of humans could breach the formidable defenses of the shaman race. Mu Yun pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing. For it was evident that relying solely on summoning to confront the myriad races on the battlefield was impractical. The highest level of divine summoning could only call forth celestial beings, which was far from sufficient. Rather, it would be wiser to take a risk amidst the great calamity of heaven and earth, with chaotic celestial mechanisms shrouding the primal chaos, to fish in troubled waters. In the primal chaos, by the banks of the Shanshui River, where the human race congregated, the Swearing clan was perplexed. "Where have you gone, Swearing? How did you suddenly vanish from our sight?" Two elderly figures rushed over, visibly anxious. "I have gone to seek reinforcements," exclaimed Yu Chao with palpable excitement. This time, Mu Yun brought with him Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, Li Hani, Shi Hao, Mo Renju, Asuna, Rimuru, and Ziyuan. These individuals had not been idle over the past 6 years. Their powers had soared remarkably. Zhu Qing, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, had comprehended the laws of speed, space, and darkness. Ning Rongrong, also at the golden immortal level, had grasped the laws of space, earth, and ice. Li Hani had reached the stage of a supreme golden immortal, mastering the laws of the sword, creation, and destruction. Shi Hao, with his supreme physique, was on par with the demon race in direct combat, even at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Mo Renju, though at the human immortal level and relatively weaker, commanded a vast legion of skeletal puppets. Excelling in construction, the layout and architecture of Cloud City were predominantly crafted under his expertise. Asuna, a great Luo golden immortal, had mastered all elemental laws and was a proficient alchemist, her skills rivaling those of her master, Shenno. Rimuru's method of cultivation was rather unorthodox. By smashing a jar, he inadvertently released a dying golden dragon, and upon devouring it, he ascended to the supreme golden immortal realm. Along with his subordinates rising in strength in tandem, an utterly unreasonable phenomenon. The subsequent group he summoned also consisted of potential talents, ready for cultivation to become formidable assets. Finally, the soul rings and soul beasts had also followed Mu Yun, their strength naturally in alignment with his own, thus robust. With this comprehensive mobilization, Mu Yun had gathered all powerful allies, and with their combined might, the human race could finally establish a foothold and possess the foundation to confront the demon race. Thank you all for your assistance. Yu Chao, Swearin, and Zi bowed deeply in gratitude. Mu Yun waved his hand, casting his gaze across the surroundings, and could not help but grimace. Is this truly the tribe of the human race during the primordial era? It is utterly tragic. The scattered warriors barely number 1,000. They possess neither weapons nor even a single decent garment, their clothes tattered and worn. They are gaunt and frail, likely to collapse at the slightest gust of wind. On the brink of starvation, yet they still harbor ambitions of battling against the demon race. They cannot even defeat a wild boar. Furthermore, there are no shelters. A heavy rain would leave many stricken with illness. With no defensive walls, a single charge from the demon race would likely result in total annihilation. They lack in clothing, food, housing, and transportation. None of these necessities are met. Esteemed ancestors, may I take the liberty of stepping in to issue commands from here on? Mu Yun courteously saluted Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi to seize the fire seeds from the mouths of the demon clan. The 3 venerable ancestors had rendered outstanding service. Given their modest cultivation in the realm of human immortals, it was indeed a formidable task for them. In Chapter 84, titled The City of Xianwang, Qin Yuan's Sudden Assault, Mo Ren instructed. Please devise a plan and mobilize your puppet construction team to expedite the establishment of the city and its dwellings. Xiao Song, you shall take charge of preparing meals. The condition of everyone is dire, and if we delay nourishment any further, we risk starvation. Ning Rongrong erected a cultivation tower in the center of the city, embodying the principle that it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply provide him with fish. The human clan of the primordial era must strive for self-sufficiency and cannot indefinitely rely on us. A gene, establish a weapons forging workshop and recruit additional personnel. How can we engage in battle without weapons? Shall we confront the demon clan with mere wooden sticks and stones? Asuna and Sunflower were tasked with gathering manpower for agricultural endeavors. With Sunflower's assistance, crops would mature swiftly. Once the city walls and dwellings were completed, I would return to inscribe the array patterns. The remaining members were dispatched to hunt, tasked with clearing the vicinity of formidable demon beasts. As for the 3 ancestors, I kindly request your efforts to gather the surviving members of the human clan. If they remain too dispersed, they cannot be adequately protected. As these directives were issued, the human encampment soon buzzed with activity. Within a mere 7 days, a grand city rose from the ground, marking the moment when the human clan finally possessed their own stronghold, no longer driven from place to place by wild beasts. Without hesitation, Mu Yun meticulously inscribed the intricate patterns of the Zhou Tian star array, the most formidable formation within his mastery. Over the years, he had refined this grand array to an exceptionally profound level, rivaling even the original Zhou star array of the demon race's celestial court. Moreover, formations like the Zhou star array could only be dismantled by sheer force, a task fit only for a sage. Mu Yun's version of the Zhou star array reached out to the celestial bodies above, drawing from an inexhaustible source of energy, while simultaneously connecting with the Earth's ley lines, merging with the primal land itself. Which sage, with a sound mind, would dare to disturb this place? A glance at the Western world reveals the consequences of the cataclysmic battle between Hongjun and Luohu, which devastated the Western ley lines. The aftermath was catastrophic, inciting the wrath of heaven and earth. The two eminent sages, Zhuanti and Jian, incessantly lamented this incident, much to Hongjun's dismay. With heaven and earth serving as a protective shield, the city of the human race remained remarkably secure. As the three ancestral figures of humanity returned, the population within the city surged to 30,000, finally giving the settlement a semblance of civilization. Every individual had food to eat, every family had shelter. Engaging in farming and hunting, allowing the human race's development to embark on a prosperous path. With the emergence of the cultivation tower and the weapon forging workshop, the strength of humanity began to experience an explosive surge. In just 3 months, the humans who had once survived in the crevices now possessed the capability to combat ordinary demon races, forming teams equipped for battle against the demons. The demon-slaying shield, the demon-cutting blade, the demon-breaking arrows, the demon-exterminating bow, and the stellar battle armor collectively constituted the quintessence of demon-slaying equipment, enabling them to vanquish even celestial-grade demons. Centered around the city, the surrounding demon presence dwindled, either hunted down or fleeing in terror, while those captured were brought back. Their skins were stripped, bones dismantled. The flesh was edible, the blood could be refined into medicine, the hides fashioned into garments, and bones, teeth, and claws could be used for forging. Every part of the demon was a treasure. Previously, it was the demons that preyed upon humans. Now, the roles had reversed, revealing the cyclical nature of karma and retribution. However, as the human race's momentum grew, it inevitably attracted the attention of the demon race. Within the demon court, the demon emperor expressed his disdain. How dare these mere humans hunt my demon kin? Many of our kind have suffered grievously, and some lesser demon factions have even been captured and fattened for slaughter. This is a travesty. They have now sought my intervention, hoping the demon court will eradicate these humans to avenge their fallen kin. I beseech the demon emperor for an army. I shall personally lead the charge against these audacious humans. A fearsome, 9-headed demon, resembling a red duck, exuded a terrifying aura of ferocity. With a monkey's body and a bird's head adorned with 2 horns, it sat regally, radiating an imperial presence. This was Dijun, the unifier of the myriad races of the primordial world, commanding billions of demon soldiers as the sovereign of the ancient celestial court. Gui Che, he stated, our greatest adversary lies with the Wu clan. There is no need to squander our strength on a mere human faction. Dijun shook his head dismissively. My lord, to eliminate a trivial human race, there is no need for a grand army. I alone can handle it, came the reply. A mandarin duck, resembling a bee in size, transformed into a breathtaking fairy clad in resplendent multicolored garments, adorned with a venomous stinger at the end of its tail. In 3 days, I shall eradicate the human race and return without delaying the crucial battle against the witch tribe, it proclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun acquiesced. Then hasten your journey. With your prowess as a great Luo golden immortal among the 10 great demon saints, I trust there will be no unforeseen mishaps. As you command. I shall depart, replied the woman in vibrant attire, reverting to her original form and vanishing in an instant. Although the speed of the Qinyuan could not rival that of the Kunpeng or Mai Jinwu clan, it ranked among the fastest within the 10 great demon saints, ensuring a swift round trip within 3 days. Having arranged this matter, Emperor Jun turned his gaze toward the distant witch tribe, his expression darkening with malice. The witch-slaughtering sword was already forged. This time, he would annihilate the 12 ancestor witches and ensure the utter disappearance of the witch tribe. By the banks of the Shanshui River, among the human race, the 3 ancestors settled into their seats as Sui Rin inquired with curiosity, young brother Mu Yun, what brings us here at your behest? In just 3 months, the trio had become utterly captivated by Mu Yun, for the human race had transformed beyond recognition. Previously, they would tremble in fear before the demon tribe, waiting helplessly for their departure, with only the fortunate few daring to move, a mere source of sustenance for the demons. Now, however, upon seeing the demons, they were filled with excitement, rushing forward with gleaming eyes, clamoring in a frenzy, lest they be outpaced by others. I believe our city deserves an official name. After all, it is the very foundation of our human race, Mu Yun remarked with a cheerful smile. Indeed. How did I not think of that? However, the three of us are not adept at naming. This task should certainly fall to you, young brother. Sui Ren nodded in agreement. Exactly. The entire city was constructed by your own hands, making you the only one worthy of naming it, added the nest builder. You have saved the human race and imparted a method for our empowerment against the demon tribe. Your contributions are immeasurable. I believe you could be regarded as the ancestor of the human race, exclaimed the garb of black. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, for this matter was entirely unexpected. His intent was to name the city, the very first city of the human race. The significance of this endeavor, both in terms of construction and nomenclature, promised a substantial share of merit. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? He had not anticipated that the three ancestors of the human race would propose that he, too, become one of their forebears. Such an offer would be foolish to decline. For the human race is destined to be the principal actor in the celestial realm. Once one ascends to the status of a human ancestor, the merits and fortune bestowed would far exceed the mere act of naming a city. Thus, I leave the arrangements in your capable hands. As for the city's name, let it be City of Xianhuang. In the first year of the human race's primordial era, the four ancestors, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Mu Yun, led countless clansmen in their valiant struggle against the demon race, establishing the city of Xianhuang as a testament to their dedication and sacrifice to the heavens and earth. After a fervent display of passion and resolve by Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi, their gazes converged upon Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood tall and resolute, raising his hand to signal the commencement of the sacrificial rite. Flame of the demon refining cauldron, arise. A colossal cauldron gradually ascended upon the grand platform. Following the rankings of the Demon Slayer monument, the offerings were presented in order. Suddenly, a magnificent stone tablet, gleaming with golden light, descended from the heavens. The first place, Shihao, with a demon slaying score of 50,080, offered the earth-shattering divine bowl from the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With a sweeping gesture, Shihao summoned a massive black bull that obscured the sun, which, as it soared above the cauldron, began to shrink at an astonishing speed, ultimately plummeting into the cauldron. The current Shihao was no longer the helpless child who once clung to beast milk, having matured and regained the supreme bone. He had forcefully vanquished many from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm with sheer might. Before long, the earth-shattering divine bowl was refined, releasing a tremendous orb of energy that divided into 6 parts, 2 large and 4 small. The 4 smaller orbs were infused into Sui Ren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Mu Yun, while the larger orb entered Shihao. The final orb of energy erupted in the air, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that nourished the world and sanctified every individual present in the city of Xianhuang. Simultaneously, a crystal-clear bone fragment soared from the cauldron and landed in Shihao's hand. The earth-shattering divine ability, the innate power of the earth-shattering divine bull, could obliterate mountains and cities, triggering earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various calamities. With a broad smile, Shihao carefully stored the bone fragment, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Although a significant portion of energy was distributed, it was still a worthwhile exchange. It was essential to recognize that refining a formidable being like the earth-shattering divine bull from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm required considerable time. The energy wasted during that process far exceeded half, and the energy absorbed was often muddled, complicating subsequent handling. In contrast, the demon refining cauldron provided exceptionally pure spiritual energy, conserving time and effort without any adverse effects. Moreover, he had acquired a powerful divine ability, truly a remarkable boon. The second place, Asuna, with a demon-slaying score of 40,060, offered the fiery demon phoenix from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. To hunt this fiery demon phoenix, Asuna had exerted tremendous effort, battling for 7 days and nights, relying on countless energy-restoring elixirs to outlast her adversary. The cauldron rewarded her not only with a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy, but also with a fiery red feather. The divine ability, Phoenix Fire, was the innate power of the fiery demon phoenix, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The third place, Lihani, with a demon-slaying score of 30,010, offered the golden-eyed demon ape from the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The cauldron bestowed upon her a wealth of pure spiritual energy, enabling her to ascend directly to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Originally at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, she had just needed a final push. And now she had broken through, additionally acquiring a golden eyeball. The divine ability, breaking illusions with the golden eye, was the innate power of the golden-eyed demon ape, serving a function similar to Mu Yun's illusion-breaking golden eye, capable of seeing through all deceptions. The fourth place, Rimuru, with a demon-slaying score of 20,080, offered the War Tree Man from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The Alchemy Cauldron bestows its gifts, and Rimuru ascends to the realm of the great Douluo Golden Immortal, acquiring a string of wooden beads. The war shackles of divine powers bind both sides in a relentless battlefield, where neither can escape, leading to a fight to the death. It is precisely due to this innate divine ability that Rimuru, who favors utilizing predatory skills, is compelled to eliminate it. Only upon its demise can the war shackles be undone. In fifth place, Zhu Qing, with a demon-slaying score of 5,000, offers the nine-tailed demon cat as a sacrifice, attaining the Golden Immortal Realm. As the Alchemy Cauldron grants its blessings, Zhu Qing advances to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, acquiring the divine ability of the Nine Tails. This innate power manifests 9 tails behind her, each representing a life. Moreover, she can choose to sever a tail, with each severance enhancing her cultivation by 10%. When all 9 tails are severed, her cultivation surges to a higher realm within a brief period, followed by a cooldown phase during which it cannot be utilized again for a year. In sixth place, Ning Rongrong, also with a demon-slaying score of 5,000, presents the Extreme Ice Snow Swallow as a sacrifice, achieving the Golden Immortal Realm. The Alchemy Cauldron bestows its blessings upon her as she advances to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, acquiring the divine ability of the Extreme Ice Snow Domain. This innate power can alter the environment, amplifying the effects of ice and snow laws within the domain while having the potency of other attribute laws. In seventh place, Robin, with a demon-slaying score of 5,000, offers the Three-Eyed Crow as a sacrifice, achieving the Golden Immortal Realm. The Alchemy Cauldron grants him a significant breakthrough, propelling him directly to the Xian Immortal Realm, where a single eye flies into Robin's hand, bestowing upon him the divine ability of the Annihilation Beam. This innate power, emitted from the third eye, unleashes a beam infused with the laws of destruction. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was inconceivable. Although Robin possessed an astonishing aptitude and an extensive knowledge base, and had rapidly advanced in cultivation under his focused guidance, he was still merely at the human fairy realm. How could he possibly vanquish a three-eyed crow of the Golden Immortal Realm? Yet, upon witnessing Robin and Asuna, along with Zhu Qing, joyfully engaged in light-hearted banter, it dawned on him that the two friends had teamed up. With their assistance, the feat of slaying a Golden Immortal three-eyed crow became much more plausible. Moreover, the synergy among the trio's skills seemed remarkably harmonious. A crowd controller, a strong controller, and a damage dealer. Indeed, a formidable combination. Eighth place, Hisoka, with a demon-slaying score of 4,078, providing the offering, the Void Demon Silkworm, of Celestial Fairy Realm. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, showcasing his extraordinary prowess by defeating a Celestial Realm Void Demon Silkworm despite his own cultivation being at the human immortal stage. Truly, he is a combat prodigy. Furthermore, his score is nearly on par with Robin's, who has slain a golden immortal three-eyed crow. It is evident that this represents a sheer volume of victories. One cannot help but wonder how many demon clans Hisoka has dispatched over the past 3 months. Mu Yun is genuinely concerned that should Hisoka become consumed by bloodlust, he may not spare even the human race. The demon refining cauldron has nourished Hisoka, elevating his cultivation to the celestial realm, and granting him the divine ability of Void Silkworm Thread. This thread, a manifestation of the Void Demon Silkworm's innate power, is forged from the laws of the Void, allowing it to seamlessly transition between the ethereal and the corporeal, rendering it exceptionally stealthy and nearly impossible to defend against. Hisoka's elongated eyes narrowed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, making him appear even more perilous. In ninth place, we find Jian Ba, with a demon-killing score of 4,006, offering sacrifices as a battle demon from the celestial realm. The demon refining cauldron has similarly benefited Jian Ba, promoting him to the celestial realm and bestowing upon him the divine ability of battle combat law. This ability, a hallmark of the battle demon clan, allows one's vitality and spirit to surge exponentially, maintaining peak condition as long as the divine ability is continuously employed until the end of life. Mu Yun could not help but exclaim in wonder. This fellow, Jian Ba, was already quite mad, and now he had acquired the battle method. How much more insane could he possibly become? Chapter 86. The arrival of Qin Yuan in the 10th position, Orochimaru, with a score of 3,000 for slaying demons. Offered sacrifices in the form of three-headed serpent demons, a being of the immortal realm. A creature from the immortal realm, indeed, unlike the previous 9, who were increasingly outrageous, either vanquishing Great Luo or Tai Yi or defeating enemies several levels above them. This one seemed rather normal in comparison. Sui Rin inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Mu Yun gazed at him with an unusual expression, a smile that was neither here nor there. Normal? You actually consider him normal? What is the matter? He is, after all, a being of the human immortal realm. While it may be somewhat challenging for the human race to slay demon beasts of the same level, it is hardly outlandish, he remarked, perplexed. Take a good look at his score. It stands at 3,000. To eliminate a demon beast of the human immortal realm, one earns merely a single point, which implies that he has dispatched no fewer than 3,000 such beings. Furthermore, you may be unaware of his true identity, Orochimaru, a deranged biologist with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. I suspect that within his laboratory, there are likely numerous living demon beasts awaiting dissection for his research. Mu Yun was rendered speechless by the presence of these three peculiar individuals. One was a pervert, reveling in the thrill of life and death moments. Another was a madman, finding pleasure in both inflicting and enduring pain. And the last was a deranged biologist, leaving Mu Yun uncertain of what Orochimaru might eventually transform himself into. Possibly a creature even more monstrous than the demon clan itself. Suddenly, Mu Yun's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixating on the horizon. What is it? Is something amiss? Sui Rin inquired. Perplexed, Mu Yun shook his head and remarked, an unwelcome guest has arrived. I shall attend to this matter, and the ensuing events will be under your purview. The three individuals were yet to comprehend his words when Mu Yun's figure swayed and vanished without a trace. At this very moment, atop a lofty mountain 1,000 miles away from Xinhuang City, a woman clad in vibrant garments furrowed her brow. Is this truly a gathering place for the human race? The fortune here ascends to the heavens, and the spiritual energy is so dense it is almost visible to the naked eye. Clearly, this is a blessed domain, rivaling even the realm of the demons. Moreover, this colossal city exuded an overwhelming grandeur, with purple auras soaring into the sky, faintly resonating with the sound of dragon roars. Is it in the process of coalescing a dragon of fortune? She pondered. Humans are merely mere fodder. How could they possibly evolve to such a degree? Am I trapped in a dream? Suddenly, a voice echoed near her ear, as if it were but a whisper away. You are not dreaming. This is indeed the territory of the human race, known as Xinhuang City. Who speaks? The woman in vibrant attire did not turn her head but swiftly drew her sword, striking out with a decisive blow. Clang! Mu Yun flicked his fingers lightly, causing the sword to tremble and emit a mournful wail. Who are you? The woman in colorful attire was filled with astonishment. She was one of the 10 most formidable demon saints under the command of the Demon Emperor, yet the fact that someone could silently infiltrate her presence was utterly inconceivable. Even more alarming was that, despite their proximity, she could not sense the individual's existence. It was as if they resided in an entirely different realm. I am Mu Yun, one of the 4 ancestors of the human race. He introduced himself with a smile. The 4 ancestors of the human race? I have never heard of such a title, she replied, her conviction unwavering. Furthermore, you possess a cultivation level that eludes my perception. I am aware that the human race is divided into 2 categories, the innate humans and the acquired humans. The cultivation methods passed down by the saints are unsuitable for the acquired humans. Although the innate humans can cultivate, they reach their limits as human immortals. And it is utterly impossible for there to exist a human who I cannot perceive. Mu Yun smiled gently and remarked, you are mistaken. Though the human race may possess a frail foundation, unlike your primordial demon clan, where even the least gifted are born above the realm of human immortals, the innate Tao body of humanity is, in fact, the most conducive for cultivation within this universe. The reasons for our slow progress, or even our inability to cultivate, stem from 2 primary factors. Firstly, the scarcity of resources, as the treasures of the primordial world have been monopolized by your demon and witch clans. Secondly, the cultivation methods passed down by the sages are not fully refined, failing to align perfectly with the unique constitution of the human race. With audacity, the woman clad in colorful garments exclaimed in astonishment, how dare you question the methods handed down by the sages? To which I responded, what is there to fear in speaking the truth? The sage established the teachings for humanity and imparted the method of golden elixir cultivation merely as an imitation of the revered Nuwa, utilizing humanity to accrue immense merit and ascend to the sage realm. In truth, he is indifferent to the fate of the human race. Thus, once he attained sainthood, there was no further need for him to invest effort in refining the golden elixir cultivation method. His indifference renders the strength or weakness of humanity inconsequential. It is this very indifference that allows your demon clan to hunt and prey upon us without remorse. And it is precisely this indifference that emboldens you to sacrifice countless members of our race, all in pursuit of forging the slaughter which soared to subdue the witch clan. From the beginning to the end, all he sought was that merit. Mu Yun's tone was calm, yet his eyes blazed with fervor. As for the goddess Enwa, her status was indeed founded upon the great merits of creating humanity. However, she ultimately belonged to the demon race. Even though she was aware of the demon's enslavement and slaughter of the human race, she could not intervene. Enwa had nevertheless bestowed great kindness upon humanity, and aiding them was a matter of goodwill, while withholding assistance was merely a matter of principle. It could hardly be deemed as turning one's back on those who had once been supported. In stark contrast, that esteemed saint of Taiji was nothing short of a parasite. Having appropriated vast amounts of merit from humanity to establish his own sect, leaving behind ineffective cultivation methods, and then severing ties without a second thought. His complete neglect of humanity's plight was hardly an act of benevolence. The woman in colorful attire was drenched in cold sweat, frequently glancing upwards in fear that a colossal hand might descend from the heavens to smite this audacious individual before her, inadvertently dragging her down as well. How bold this individual was! Critiquing one saint was not enough. He dared to critique too. Such a madman should be avoided at all costs. He was perilously dangerous. At this moment, the woman in colorful attire contemplated retreating. After venting his frustrations, Mu Yun composed himself and turned his gaze toward the woman. What is this? Are you preparing to leave? Did you come all this way to annihilate my people, only to depart without taking any action? That hardly seems right. Qin Yuan, how do you know my name? Can you see through my true form? The woman exclaimed in horror, instinctively retreating and transforming into her true shape. She resembled a pair of mandarin ducks, akin to bees, with a stinger at her tail exuding an aura of danger. Qin Yuan, one of the 10 great demon saints under Emperor Jun, mastered the laws of poison, said to possess the ability to obliterate all things. Indeed, she was formidable, surpassing the scattered warriors of the demon race that resided in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Mu Yun clapped his hands with a smile, advancing step by step towards Qin Yuan. Please don't come any closer. Qin Yuan retreated gradually, displaying a visage of fear. Mu Yun suddenly halted, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the other party. Oh, so you are familiar with the 36 stratagems, particularly crossing the sea by deceiving the sky. But did you truly believe I would overlook the poison array you discreetly laid out? Ah, I almost forgot to mention. I too possess a penchant for traps. Chapter 87. The Orange Cat Devours the Heavens. How did you accomplish this? Qin Yuan exclaimed, his words laced with astonishment as he gazed at the man before him, or more precisely, at a small bee perched upon his shoulder. It appeared diminutive and seemingly harmless. Yet it had effortlessly consumed the lethal poison he had meticulously arranged, poison that could annihilate all living things. Who among the sages would not be wary of such a deadly toxin? Astonishingly, it had been devoured whole. Master, this plaything is quite delightful. If I could consume a bit more, I might even advance in power. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the large hornet across from her, practically itching to rush forward and take a bite. Patience, Mu Yun cautioned. After all, that creature is one of the top 10 demon saints of the demon court. It surely possesses formidable abilities. With your petite frame, charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. Let us observe for the time being. Mu Yun intercepted the queen bee, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Qin Yuan trembled, his body expanding rapidly until he resembled a towering mountain. This must be the divine power of size manipulation, a technique that nearly all demon clans possess to some degree. It is hardly remarkable. Mu Yun shook his head, remaining utterly still. Please, continue your performance. Suddenly, Qin Yuan emitted a sharp cry, and the sky split open, revealing a vast dark void as a colossal divine mountain gradually descended. Mu Yun's expression instantly transformed into one of solemnity as he activated the broken illusion golden eyes. The artifact, originally a fated treasure of the Qin Yuan, was forged from a fragment of the Kunlun divine mountain and possessed power rivaling that of postnatal spiritual treasures. Mu Yun soared into the sky without hesitation. 1,000 miles away. The treasures and spiritual artifacts mentioned here differ greatly from those in the celestial marketplace. Their power is incomparable. It is the innate spiritual treasures that are wielded by saints, while even the acquired spiritual treasures possess terrifying might. The reason Mu Yun took flight instead of employing instantaneous teleportation was due to the moment the divine mountain descended, when the very fabric of space became solidified, rendering the art of teleportation utterly ineffective. He couldn't help but recall the turning heaven seal, an artifact crafted with a distinct lack of technical finesse. Its potency lay solely in its materials, the very essence of the Douluo mountain, formed from the backbone of Pangu after his demise. It was truly a force that could crush anyone in its path, impossible to evade or withstand. This object bore a remarkable resemblance to the turning heaven seal in its formidable nature. Mu Yun's eyes glistened with envy. What a remarkable treasure this is. Truly destined for me. With a resounding crash, the divine mountain descended, leveling several majestic peaks in its wake. A cacophony of buzzing and chirping erupted as countless swarms of bees and flocks of birds emerged from within the divine mountain. The sheer number of these creatures is indeed reminiscent of a demon nation. Each individual represents an entire realm. Qin Yuan, you are quite the cunning strategist. These forces were initially intended to confront the witch clan, yet here you expend them. Is Emperor Jun aware of this? Should they suffer significant losses here? Do you not fear that he might deliver you to the demon-slaying platform? With a smile, Mu Yun remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a chill creeping up her neck. The internal dynamics of the demon court were far from harmonious. Di Jun's ability to unify the myriad tribes and establish the demon court was rooted in formidable strength and ruthless tactics. Those who complied flourished, while those who opposed perished. Those who were disobedient or made mistakes were sent to the demon execution platform, where they faced execution and were devoured. Though the demon soldiers under her command were hers, their fates were indifferent to others. However, they were intended to exhaust the strength of the Wu tribe in Di Jun's grand scheme. If she were to suffer significant losses here, it would jeopardize Di Jun's plans, and with his domineering nature, her demise would be inevitable. As Qin Yuan found herself in a quandary, Mu Yun suddenly waved his hand. Since you are unable to decide, allow me to assist you. A large expanse of fiery clouds billowed forth, igniting any swarm or avian creature touched by the sparks, transforming the scene into a raging inferno in an instant. True Sunfire? Qin Yuan exclaimed in horror. The true Sunfire, also known as the Golden Crow's Flame, was a primordial fire exclusive to Di Jun and his brother. Dong Huangtai, how could it possibly be wielded by a human? Furthermore, she was intimately familiar with this flame. It had been the very force that compelled her to surrender when Di Jun first invited her to join, rendering her tactics of sea warfare and poison utterly futile against its overwhelming power. In that moment, Qin Yuan realized the peril she faced. Her ranking among the top 10 demon saints in the demon court was not due to her cultivation or divine abilities, but rather the magical artifact of the Kunlun demon nation and the countless demon soldiers at her command. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and a colossal divine mountain soared into the air, hurtling towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed that he had been locked onto, rendering him unable to evade the impending strike. The force of causality dictated that he could only endure. Very well, let me test your might. Just as Mu Yun prepared to withstand the impact of the divine mountain with his myriad divine demon body, a cute little orange cat appeared on his shoulder. Meow. The feline's cry transformed Mu Yun's expression into one of bewildered amusement. Observing the glimmer at the corner of the cat's mouth, he questioned, "Are you serious?" Meow. The orange cat responded, "All right then, I shall entrust this to you, but do not overexert yourself." Meow. The little cat opened its mouth wide, and as the divine mountain approached within a certain distance, it suddenly began to shrink at an astonishing speed. By the time it reached the orange cat, it had diminished to the size of a small fish snack, which the cat promptly devoured with a delighted awu. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Had it truly been consumed? That was no ordinary mountain, but rather a divine peak steeped in the essence of the Tao. Indeed, it was the legendary saint-level sky-eating cat, terrifying in its might. One could not help but fear the day it might swallow the entirety of the primordial chaos in one gulp. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was utterly stunned, grappling with the nature of this creature. How could it possibly devour something as monumental as the Kunlun sacred mountain? It was important to note that he had spent a staggering 10,000 years refining just one of its peaks. The very essence of the divine mountain was composed of the 9 heavens soil, imbued with the intricate patterns of heaven and earth. This substance, in a strict sense, Possessed a master, it constituted a part of the primordial world. While one could use it for crafting or other purposes, as long as it remained within the primordial realm, all would be well. Yet now, it had been consumed, and it appeared that retrieval was impossible. Consequently, a fragment of the primordial world had been lost. Although this loss was minuscule, it nonetheless created a breach. Having suffered such a covert loss, how could the heavenly Tao simply let it slide? Qin Yuan looked up at the sky, which was vast and clear, devoid of even a single cloud, exuding an air of tranquility. Mu Yun was lost in contemplation. At the moment when the orange cat devoured the Kunlun Divine Mountain, he sensed an enraged gaze from beyond the 9 heavens. However, as his eyes swept over himself, he instantly withdrew his gaze, not daring to make a sound, as if fearing something. This was utterly peculiar. In the realm beyond the 9 heavens, a shadowy figure stood amidst the chaotic winds, roaring in fury. Damn it! How could that wretched being enter my world? Not far from him, a scoffing voice echoed. Your world? What arrogance! That is the world painstakingly crafted by Pangu, and what connection do you have to it? At best, you are but a parasitic worm. What of being a parasite? Long ago, when 3,000 deities and demons besieged Pangu, they were ultimately slain by him and transformed into the 3,000 avenues, merging into the primordial world. They all harbored intentions to manipulate Pangu, their goal akin to parasitism. In the end, I emerged victorious, the shadow proclaimed with pride. Another voice interjected, enough of your boasting. You may have merged with the laws of this world, possessing the strength of a great sage, yet you are trapped here. Unable to go anywhere, what difference does that make from imprisonment? And you dare claim victory? How shameless. Were it not for Pangu's demise, I would suspect you were the one scheming against him, further perfecting the laws of the universe and leaving you as his unpaid laborer to manage the primordial realm. The shadow fell silent. Oh, by the way, what had you so agitated just now? Did something distressing happen in the primordial realm? Do share, enlighten me. With an enigmatic expression, the shadow replied, that cat has appeared. Cat? Which cat? What cat? The one that feasts upon the sun, moon, and stars. Capable of devouring heaven and earth, with all paths converging into its belly. What? The voice lost its composure. Devouring heaven? Wasn't he already dead? Didn't he and the Holy King perish together in mutual destruction? Who knows? Regardless, I do not dare provoke him. Even if he is merely at the saint level now. I stand a whole realm above him, yet I cannot contend with him. I am now the embodiment of the laws of heaven, and before him, I am but a mere dish. Then, demon ancestor, why not deal with him while he is yet to grow strong? Don't even think about it. I have no desire to invite disaster upon myself. That cat is not one to be trifled with. It has previously engaged in combat, mastering the laws of time and space, making it utterly unpredictable. As for you, best of luck to you. Indeed, I hope you depart swiftly. The shadow grasped at the air, conjuring a multicolored stone, which he then cast into the primordial realm. From within the Kunlun Mountains, a divine mountain arose. At this moment, Qin Yuan was stealthily retreating, hoping to slip away while Mu Yun was lost in thought. Suddenly, chains emerged from the void, ensnaring her tightly. Mu Yun raised his head, revealing a radiant smile. As I have mentioned, I am quite adept at setting traps. They were arranged long before my appearance. Mu Yun snapped his fingers, and countless spatial vortices manifested around Qin Yuan. No matter which direction she attempted to flee, she would inevitably fall into a trap. In truth, Mu Yun had not disclosed one crucial detail. The area within 100 miles had long been enveloped by his boundless labyrinthine powers, remaining concealed yet poised for activation at any moment. Thus, the outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined even before it commenced. Fear not, I shall not take your life. You still possess value at this moment. Mu Yun cast a glance at the queen bee. She belongs to you. The void star insect queen, the devouring flower. The celestial lion, the celestial ancient tree, the crimson flame golden beast, and the clockwork sunflower, these were the earliest soul rings and soul beasts that had accompanied her. All stagnated at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Even employing the Lucian technique could not facilitate further metamorphosis. Now, the opportunity for transformation has finally arisen. The insect queen senses that the bloodline of Qin Yuan will assist her evolution. Well, the task is complete. I hope that next time, Emperor Jun will send more demon saints, as the current number is simply insufficient. At this moment, Mu Yun was in high spirits, for he had discovered that the Yao clan of the primordial world were not as formidable as he had imagined. They possessed distinct weaknesses. Although their cultivation and life levels were considerable, their combat abilities were rather mediocre, primarily relying on the treasures they wielded. Moreover, though with truly powerful artifacts seem to be scarce, and they may not necessarily prevail against the strengthened human race. Upon returning to Xinyuan City, the sacrificial ceremony was nearing its conclusion. This particular rite not only propelled the cultivation of all human participants to unprecedented heights, but also elevated Xinyuan City itself to a new level. The walls grew taller and thicker, the concentration of spiritual energy within the city intensified, and a golden dragon of fortune coalesced above it. A magnificent golden dragon of fortune coiled in the skies above Xinyuan City, heralding the rise of the human race. Currently, aside from the reinforcements brought by Mu Yun, several hundred individuals among the human race had ascended to the realm of human immortals. The Sui Ring clan, the Chao clan, and the Ze clan experienced the most significant enhancements, being the three ancestral clans of humanity. Each sacrificial rite contributed to their share of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, propelling their cultivation from human immortals straight to the level of Douluo Golden Immortal, albeit through a mere accumulation of spiritual energy, resulting in a somewhat lackluster combat prowess. Mu Yun, my younger brother, is something amiss? Upon Mu Yun's return, the three ancestral clans of humanity surrounded him, their expressions fraught with concern. Nothing much. Just that one of the 10 Yao saints from the Yao court, Xinyuan, has appeared, and I have captured him, Mu Yun replied with ease. The three ancestors collectively gasped in shock, their faces paling. This was dire news. Just as the human race was beginning to flourish, they were already being targeted by the... Would they need to migrate once more? This time, it was what would come next? Would it be the 10 and countless Yao soldiers? The foundation of the human race was still too weak to withstand such an onslaught. Sui Rin, the first to regain composure, admonished, do not frighten yourselves. The greatest adversary of the at present is the Wu clan. They hardly regard us as a threat. The notion of 10 and countless is merely elevating our own status. Cough cough. Mu Yun cleared his throat. Rest assured, as long as it is not Emperor Jun or Dong Huangtai in person, even countless would pose no threat to us here in Xinyuan City. He refrained from making a definitive statement because Emperor Jun and the innate treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, alongside Dong Huangtai's Chaos Bell and the two instruments of green light, were all innate treasures. Particularly, the Chaos Bell could imprison time, suppress space, and rebound any attacks from treasures or divine weapons, rendering all magical spells and damage ineffective. Capable of refining the powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, these two could be considered the strongest beneath the saints, and together, they could even contend with a saint. Mu Yun was uncertain whether Xinyuan City could withstand their assault, nor could he predict whether they would carelessly destroy the ley lines, annihilating the city. For they were the lawless, seemingly indifferent to consequences. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in mutual destruction with the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, causing the collapse of Mount Buzhou and nearly burying the entire primordial world in their wake. Furthermore, do you not perceive the arrival of the to assault Xinyuan City as a fortuitous event? Mu Yun smiled brightly as he pointed to the cauldron of demon refinement atop the high platform. Without these, how could the demon clan continually advance, allowing our human race to grow stronger? These are invaluable resources for cultivation, far surpassing the mere act of sitting cross-legged to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Just look at the three of you. With a single sacrificial rite, you have ascended to the realm of great Luo Golden Immortals. If more opportunities arise, who knows? You might even attain the status of quasi-saints. The voice of Mu Yun was laced with endless seduction, painting a grand vision for the three ancestors. Chapter 89. De Yi shoots the sun. Barbecue in the primordial wilderness, Demon Court. Has Qinyuan still not returned after 3 days? Di Jun's brow furrowed tightly as he sat high upon his stone chair, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest. The myriad demon clans below fell silent, their calm demeanor failing to conceal the boundless fury that permeated the air. Di Jun's heart was inscrutable, and given that he was the demon emperor, he was not one to shy away from devouring his own kind. During the suppression of the myriad races, any who resisted were effectively exterminated, becoming mere sustenance for him. Although Qinyuan possessed limited strength, the multitude of demon soldiers under her command wielded considerable influence. If the poison of the laws were employed judiciously, it could incapacitate all but the 12 ancestor witches of the Wu clan. Shangyang, predict the fortunes of Qinyuan, Di Jun commanded, his gaze settling upon a cerulean bird seated nearby. Shangyang, the demon emperor Di Jun's astrologer, was inherently gifted at foreseeing fortunes and misfortunes. Despite the presence of Yang in his name, he was not a beast but a bird, a single-legged divine avian of azure hue, intricately connected to the king of all birds. The Phoenix, renowned for his formidable combat prowess and mastery of numerous secret arts of the Phoenix clan. He held a prominent position among the top 10 demon saints and was highly favored by Dijun. With a flourish of his azure wings, Xiangyang danced gracefully. But after a brief moment, his expression morphed into one of terror. Your Majesty, Qin Yuan's journey is fraught with peril. Although she still lives, her essence has been severely damaged, and death is imminent. Boom. A terrifying aura of murderous intent descended, overwhelming the gathered demons, forcing them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Xiangyang, being the first to bear the brunt, suffered grievous injury, his single leg shattering into fragments. A bitter taste filled Xiangyang's heart. He had foreseen this outcome. Yet foreknowledge proved futile against fate. Xiangyang, who orchestrated this? Was it the Wu clan? Dijun inquired, his voice tempered with a chilling intensity. Xiangyang bowed his head, panic surging within him. Who had done it? He could not say. The catastrophic atmosphere enveloping the primordial wilderness made it exceedingly difficult to predict Qin Yuan's fate, let alone identify the perpetrator. Did they expect him to possess the wisdom of a sage? Suddenly, he lifted his head, determination etched upon his face as he declared, Your Majesty. It was indeed the Wu clan. They are the culprits. What a jest! To feign ignorance? Dijun's wrath simmered. What if he turned his fury upon Xiangyang instead? It was a common occurrence for demons to turn on one another, and being a Jin Wu, he was not truly of the same ilk as the Phoenix descendants. Which specific Wu clan member was responsible? Where did this incident occur? Dijun pressed further. Xiangyang's gaze wavered, cold sweat cascading down his brow. It was a precarious lie to maintain, and if discovered, it would spell his doom. At that moment, a demon soldier rushed into the grand hall, breathless with urgency. Your Majesty, news has arrived. In the eastern seas, the great Wu which is pursuing our 10 princes. The princes have suffered grievous losses, 9 have fallen, leaving only the youngest prince alive, still in flight. Boom. What audacity the Wu clan exhibits, daring even to slay the offspring of the emperor. Such recklessness invites demise. Dijun transformed into his true form, a colossal 3-legged golden crow soaring into the heavens, embodying the unparalleled swiftness of the primordial world, vanishing in an instant. Having narrowly escaped calamity, the merchant Yang felt a surge of inspiration. It was none other than the great Wu master Yi. Indeed, the web of deceit has been woven seamlessly. After all, if he possesses the audacity to slay the son of the demon emperor, adding a Qin Yuan to the mix seems entirely plausible, and he likely would not object. At this moment, above the eastern sea, a towering giant crouched upon a small isle, salivating profusely. Before him stood a massive barbecue grill, adorned with a plucked bird. Oh no, a golden crow. A diminutive human, scarcely reaching the giant's knee, diligently rotated the roasting bird while sprinkling it with cumin, chili powder, salt, and other seasonings. Beside him, a blazing golden knee beast worked fervently to intensify the flames. The giant wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Brother Mu Yun, is it not ready yet? The aroma is simply irresistible. I can scarcely endure it any longer. Do not fret, it shall be ready shortly. The fire resistance of this golden crow is astonishing. I have already extracted its primal fire essence, yet it remains so difficult to cook thoroughly. Mu Yun grinned widely, intensifying his efforts. His spirits were exceedingly high. On a whim, he had ventured a stroll around the eastern sea, serendipitously arriving just in time for the legendary archer, De Yi, to shoot down the suns. Those were the golden crows, resplendent with treasures from head to toe. The ancient Wu clan, known for their physical cultivation, seldom relied on external forces. Thus, the corpses of the 9 golden crows had conveniently fallen into Mu Yun's hands. All he needed to offer in return was a sumptuous feast of roasted delicacies. Before long, the roasting of the golden crows was complete, and Mu Yun produced some celestial wine from the taverns of the heavens. The 3 of them feasted and savored the drink. Da Yi remarked with a sense of nostalgia, the evolution of your human race is truly remarkable. Not long ago, you were foraging for raw meat, living a nomadic existence, and barely clothed. Now, you have established cities. Brother De Yi, from your words, it seems you have ventured to the city of Xianhuang? Mu Yun savored a delectable bite of the fragrant roasted golden crow, relishing the exquisite flavor. Ah, I just came from over there, he remarked, where I happened upon a few of Emperor Jun's arrogant little brats wreaking havoc, so I took the liberty of dealing with them. With a buoyant spirit, De Yi downed an entire jar of wine in one gulp, exclaiming, Ah, what fine wine. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. given your physique. Will you be able to enter the Xianhuang city without any issues? He inquired. Haha. When it comes to mastery over the physical form, there is no one in the entire primordial realm more formidable than our Wu clan. The ability to enlarge and shrink is a feat that even the demon clan can accomplish. How could we, the Wu clan, possibly falter in this regard? He laughed heartily. That little golden crow, despite possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, truly proves to be utterly vulnerable in your hands. Mu Yun's expression was one of bewilderment. Having witnessed the entire battle unfold, he had initially anticipated a fierce clash of evenly matched forces. However, what transpired was a one-sided massacre, akin to a relentless slaughter. A mere 9 arrows were loosed, each claiming the life of a great Luo golden immortal. An occurrence so surreal it was almost beyond belief. Dai shook his head and remarked, "It is not that they are weak. Rather, they have been excessively sheltered, possessing cultivation without any substantial combat experience. To engage in close combat against my Wu clan, and after their defeat, to remain within my range instead of retreating immediately, is that not courting death? My clan has battled the demon race for countless years and knows well how to counteract their malevolent energies. The arrows I wield, crafted from white pine, are specifically designed to penetrate various protective demonic auras. How could those feeble golden crows presume to shield themselves against my divine arrows? If they do not perish, who will?" Mu Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. It was astonishing that arrows crafted from white pine could penetrate demonic energy. He realized he must gather a substantial amount of white pine to refine the demon-slaying bow and the demon-piercing arrows anew. This would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in the strength of humanity against the demon race. The two conversed harmoniously, with Dai even sharing the secrets of the witch clan's body refinement techniques and the various applications of witch symbols. Chapter 90. Diverse Cultivation. Aiming for Mount Zhou by the banks of the Shui River, in the city of Xianhuang, Mu Yun languorously reclined in the small garden of the Lord's mansion, basking in the warmth of the sun. With his eyes closed, he rotated his thumbs in a clockwise motion, a habitual gesture that accompanied his deep contemplation. The witch clan's body refining technique not only significantly enhances physical strength but also possesses the capacity to transform a human's physique into that of the witch clan. The corporeal form of the witch clan is derived from Pengu, who embodies both divinity and demonic essence. Thus, this body refining technique of the witch clan is, in essence, a method for forging a divine or demonic body. Furthermore, the witch symbol serves as a conduit for awakening the powers of the divine and demonic. Should these techniques spread among humanity, would they not become akin to the witch clan? Or rather, those humans who cultivate the esoteric arts of the witch clan would still be classified as humans, albeit as witch humans. It appears that this Dai is not as simple-minded and brawny as he outwardly seems. Mu Yun suddenly contemplated the formidable figures of the future, such as the 9 Li sorcerers, Qi Yu and Xing Tian. Had they not been vanquished by the Xianyuan sword wielded by the Yellow Emperor, these sorcerers might have ascended to become the legitimate lineage of humanity. However, Mu Yun soon realized that his fears were unfounded. The sorcerer's secret arts could never transform humanity into their kind, for they lacked a crucial element, the essence of sorcerer blood. Such blood could only be condensed at the level of a grand sorcerer, a status that ranks just beneath the ancestor sorcerer and is exceedingly rare. The prospect of the sorcerers reclaiming their former dominance in the wilderness seemed utterly implausible. With this reassurance, Mu Yun confidently disseminated the sorcerer's body refinement techniques. Presently, the cultivation methods of the human race in Xianhuang City included the Immortal Path and Golden Core technique, passed down from the Supreme Purity Saint and continuously refined by later generations, requiring a spiritual root for cultivation. Su Changqing, hailing from Mount Shu, adhered to a very orthodox method of cultivation. The Sorcerer Path, focused on the honing of the physical form, was suitable only for those with inherently strong physiques. The might of the sorcerers was evident, making their practices quite popular. The Martial Path, accessible to all, allowed anyone of the human race to cultivate. One must admit that the wise and venerable Turtle Immortal serves as an exemplary mentor. Additionally, there were several auxiliary methods of cultivation, martial spirits, which enhance cultivation speed and combat prowess through awakening one's martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong established a martial spirit hall here, offering free awakenings, albeit with a low success rate, given that this is not the Douluo world. Psychic energy, developed by Ahsoka, yielded unexpected results when combined with both the Sorcerer Path and Martial Path. The 3 types of Haki and the Marine 6 styles from the pirate world were compiled into text by Robin, a testament to her scholarly prowess, providing substantial auxiliary benefits. Although the Keto and binding arts from the Soul Society have been disseminated, they garnered little interest, not due to their lack of strength, but rather because of their lengthy incantations, which could easily lead to one's demise before completion. Few possess the talent of Asuna, Mu Yun, and Zhu Zhiqing, who can unleash spells instantaneously without incantation. The Qi and blood cultivation method complements the sorcerer path remarkably well. That young lad, Shi Hao, has developed an unfathomable physical strength. Mu Yun suspects he may have reached the level of an ancestor sorcerer, merely a step away from true divinity. The sword path, under the guidance of Li Hani, has grown even more formidable. Mu Yun believes that even individuals with physiques akin to his and Shi Hao's would find themselves cleaved by her blade. Another master of the sword is Kenpachi, who, upon learning of Li Hani's prowess, seldom ventures to slay demonkind, instead dedicating his days to dueling her. These two pure swordsmen have made tremendous strides through their clashes, inspiring a legion of sword enthusiasts. The puppet arts from the Imoran residents have also gained considerable popularity. One can send out a puppet while safely remaining in the shadows. As for the origin of puppets, the Xianwang puppets are of exceptional quality. As observed by Orochimaru and Ajin. Ajin focuses on crafting, while Orochimaru specializes in biological modification, displaying a plethora of beastly and monstrous creations that can induce nightmares. Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong once ventured in, only to endure 3 consecutive nights of terrors, after which they vowed never to return. Furthermore, Orochimaru is indeed a genius. His ninjutsu, initially rendered ineffective here due to the low energy level of chakra, was transformed into a powerful technique through the activation of senjutsu energy, magnifying its potency hundreds of times. Through dissection and experimentation with demonkind, he has acquired numerous demonic abilities. On one particular day, Mu Yun summoned Li Hani, Shi Hao, Zhu Zhiyun, Ning Rongrong, Robin, Hisoka, Rimuru, and Orochimaru, the current pinnacle of strength in Xianhuang City, excluding the likes of Sui Run, Wu Chao, and the Z clan. Despite their cultivation nearing the threshold of quasi-sainthood, their combat capabilities remain woefully inadequate, likely unable to contend even with ordinary Douluo golden immortal demons. Ah, my diligent younger brother, have you finally deigned to rise from your recliner today? Is there a particular reason for gathering us here? Zhu Zhiqing has grown accustomed to teasing Mu Yun from time to time, and Mu Yun has long since become accustomed to it. Ah, as someone as indolent as I am, sacrificing my precious leisure time to summon you all must surely indicate that there is a matter of great significance at hand. Mu Yun's playful expression suddenly turned serious, and the crowd followed suit, adopting a more solemn demeanor. The cataclysmic battle among the liches had reached its conclusion, and the grand showdown among them was about to commence. Must we, the human race, also take up arms? Zhu Zhiqing inquired eagerly. Mu Yun cast a disapproving glance at her, his irritation palpable. Are you simply being foolish? The outcome of this lich disaster is already evident. Both sides are blinded by fury, and it will inevitably result in mutual destruction. To involve oneself at such a juncture is akin to preparing for a burial alongside them. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, her spirit somewhat deflated. Of course, we must go, and we should arrive early to make arrangements. However, our intention is not to engage in battle. Rather, we aim to navigate the tumultuous waters and seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Mu Yun, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Numerous individuals were keenly observing the impending battle, primarily with the intention of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. Presently, a considerable portion of the treasures from the primordial era was predominantly concentrated within the realms of the witch and lich clans. When the two sides inevitably annihilate one another, those treasures will become unclaimed possessions. Whoever can seize them first will claim them as their own. Our objective is to secure the advantage and amass wealth discreetly. Additionally, the flesh and blood of the ancestral witches and demon saints serve as invaluable materials not to be overlooked. Suddenly, Li Hani could not help but let out a soft chuckle, remarking, "Why is it that you have summoned everyone, yet have overlooked Jian Ba? Need I say more? If that sword-crazed individual were to be present, he would undoubtedly plunge into the fray, specifically seeking formidable opponents, which would inevitably disrupt our plans. In that case, we might end up with nothing but a troublesome mess." Mu Yun shook his head, expressing his profound understanding of Jian Ba's temperament, too erratic and wild. Thus he had no intention of bringing him along. Very well, in the coming days, you all should prepare diligently. We shall embark in 3 days. Our destination, Mount Buzhou. Chapter 91. The Heist at Yangmei in the Primordial Realm, beyond the Northwest Sea, at the edge of the vast wilderness, lies a mountain that stands apart from the rest. Known as Mount Douluo, this mountain is perpetually shrouded in cold, with snow falling throughout the year. Despite the harsh conditions, it is imbued with a rich essence of heaven and earth, making it an excellent locale for cultivation. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of golden light flashing as he discovered that numerous caverns had been established upon Mount Douluo, where many beings were engaged in their cultivation. The thought crossed his mind that these individuals were on the verge of receiving their boxes.